Star Odyssey chapter 2760 to chapter 2810. At this time, Lu Yin, who had fallen, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up straight. His heartbeat was like the evening drum and morning bell, growing louder and more powerful. He stared at Elder Mo with lifeless eyes, as if he was still sleeping. Elder Mo stared at Lu Yin, Lu family's son, Yu. Suddenly, the divine power in Lu Yin's body erupted and swept out in all directions. Elder Mo retreated vigilantly. Lu Yin let out a low roar, as if in pain, but also as if he was venting his joy. His lifeless eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and as he released his divine power, his entire body turned red. A black line drooped down from his left eye, and his hair billowed like a sea of qi. The vigorous divine power turned into a cloak that stretched endlessly, as if it wanted to split open the dark sky. His clothes shattered, and red stripes appeared on his arms. A black-red cloud appeared in front of his chest, as if floating above a red sea of qi. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood. With himself as the center, red light spread out in all directions, creating ripples that formed a vertical blood-red lake. Elder Mo stared blankly. What was going on? The person in front of him was completely different from before. Not only had the nature of his power changed, even his appearance had changed greatly. Lu Yin did not know if he was awake or dreaming. He only knew that killing intent spread in his mind, replacing all thoughts. Kill, kill, kill. He wanted to kill this person in front of him. He had endless power to vent. He wanted to vent madly. Kill. Taking a step forward, the starry sky seemed to be trampled on. Lu Yin waved his right hand, and the red cloak fluttered in the air as he slammed his palm towards Elder Mo. Divine power condensed in his palm, bringing with it a power that even Elder Mo could not see clearly. He did not know if this power was strong or weak, but he was sure that it was divine power. Since it was divine power, he could not take it head-on. Elder Mo hurriedly dodged, but Lu Yin followed closely behind, raising his palm high. No matter where Elder Mo dodged, Lu Yin would appear there. Elder Mo's body merged with the darkness, constantly flashing and disappearing. Lu Yin stepped on the lines of space and also flashed and disappeared. The two appeared and disappeared in the dark space. Other than them, no one else saw this scene. Lu Yin's palm struck out, but it was still quite a distance away from Elder Mo. Elder Mo heaved a sigh of relief and took a step forward to avoid the attack. However, Lu Yin seemed to be able to see through his movements. His palm locked onto the spot where Elder Mo was about to appear. At the center of his palm, a long rainbow pierced through spacetime like a bridge that spanned across the starry sky. One end was in Lu Yin's palm while the other landed on Elder Mo's body. Elder Mo's eyes reflected the rainbow of divine power. The rainbow of divine power smashed fiercely onto his body, sending him flying. Along the way, he smashed through countless stars and lands, tore apart the dark spacetime, and brought out an incomparably enormous void world rift. After that palm strike, the divine power covering Lu Yin's body quickly receded, and the patterns on his arms faded away. Behind him, the cloak of divine power disappeared, and his hair slowly fell back to its normal state. His entire body was devoid of strength, and he swayed before collapsing to the ground. Far away, Elder Mo roared as he walked out of the starry sky. Blood seeped out from the surface of his body. He was injured. Fortunately, it was not serious, but he was indeed injured. Even at his level, he was still injured. This made him extremely angry. What's wrong with that kid? What was that strange change? Seeing that Lu Yin had collapsed, his divine power should have been gone. Elder Mo took a step forward and approached Lu Yin. He wanted to give him a stab, but this kid wouldn't die, right? His heaven's eye. Thinking of this, he hurried over. Suddenly, his body paused, and he slowly looked to the side. At some point, a figure had stood there, looking very lazy. However, this figure caused Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. Let me see. It really is you, old friend. How long has it been since we last met? You've improved a lot. When Elder Mo heard this, his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Why, don't you remember me? The figure approached. It was the Undying God, one of the 7 sky gods. Elder Mo clenched his fists, his gaze sinister. Wu Xing, the Undying God's eyelids drooped, as if he had never woken up. A familiar name. I'm not called Wu Xing anymore. I'm called the Undying God. Why are you here? Elder Mo's tone was gloomy. The Undying God sighed. I didn't want to either. Someone told me that you were awake, so I came. After all, only you know the whereabouts of the Heaven's Eye. By the way, I saw a few old friends some time ago. One of them is your best friend, the Eastern Mountain Tea King. Do you want me to tell you where he is? Elder Mo suddenly attacked, and darkness swept out, wanting to engulf the Undying God. Wu Xing, stop pretending. Die. The Undying God had a headache. It's coming again. Killing is the most troublesome. The darkness swallowed the Undying God. Elder Mo did not attack him again. Instead, he appeared beside Luin and threw him into the distance. What are you doing? The Undying God's voice sounded in his ears. Elder Mo turned around, and a dark barrier appeared in front of him. The Undying God's gaze was lazy, but there was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed. You didn't forget this move, right? I taught you the finger sword technique. The sword light swept out, breaking through the dark barrier and brushing past Elder Mo's shoulder, causing a trace of blood. Elder Mo's body was covered in darkness. Fall. The corner of the Undying God's mouth curled up. I like to fall. I can sleep for a long time. On the other side, Danpu suddenly woke up. He did not know how he woke up, but he felt a bone-piercing cold. He could see, but in this dark space-time, there was not much difference between seeing and not seeing. The moment he woke up, Lu Yin's body came crashing down. He subconsciously caught it. In the distance, the darkness fell. Danpu was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and dragged Luin towards the space-time door. After being unable to tear through space-time to escape twice, he did not dare to do so again. Far away, Elder Mo knew about the movements in the dark space-time. Seeing that Danpu did not tear through space-time to escape, but instead headed towards the space-time door, he became anxious. He deliberately threw Luin to Danpu. When the Undying God appeared, he could not even take care of himself. He was afraid that Luin would be destroyed by the Undying God and cause the Heaven's Eye to disappear, so he could only do this. He had to let this kid escape and find him in the future. Who would have thought that Danpu would not dare to tear through the void and escape through the space-time door? You're distracted. The Undying God appeared beside him and raised his finger to point at his head. Elder Mo also raised his finger. The finger sword technique collided, and sword light swept across, cutting through the void. Danpu turned back and saw the dark void being cut into pieces. This kind of power made his scalp go numb. He would definitely die if he was caught in it. Right now, he only wanted to escape as far away as possible. Elder Mo was worried that the Undying God would target Luin. Seeing that the Undying God was not paying attention to Luin, he heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Xing, do you really think I can't kill you? The great dark sky is mine alone. After passing through the space-time door, Danpu stumbled out. He looked back and then headed towards the next space-time without hesitation. He could not hesitate. He could not hesitate at all. Tearing through space-time was not reliable in front of such a powerhouse. At this moment, he finally saw a normal light. Looking at the starry sky, he suddenly felt enlightened. This starry sky was also dark, but this was a normal starry sky. He could see planets and battlefields, but it was so familiar. The dark space-time was too terrifying. It was lucky to not die after encountering such an old monster. When he returned to the clan, he had to complain to the Great Elder. He had almost died because of this kid. If not for this kid, he would not have to return to the dark spacetime. After passing through a spacetime, he went to the next spacetime, and then another. After reaching the third parallel spacetime, Danpu wanted to tear through the void and leave, but Luin stopped him. There's no need. They can't catch up. Lu Yin's voice was weak. He did not remember what had happened to him. He only knew that his mind was filled with killing intent. He felt like he was about to collapse, but he did not use much of his strength. Danpu let go of Luin and sized him up. Are you all right? Luin shook his head. Thank you for saving me, Senior. I'm fine. Danpu heaved a sigh of relief. You're welcome. The clan asked me to keep an eye on you. But you actually provoked such an old monster. It's lucky that you didn't die. I almost died with you. Luin smiled bitterly. I didn't know it would be like this. The intelligence did not indicate that such an old monster existed in the dark spacetime. Danpu gritted his teeth. You can't believe the intelligence. It's impossible for the Six Directions Association to know all the parallel spacetime, especially a strange place like the dark spacetime. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. You helped me find the card. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's face turned red. In fact, he did not help much in the battle in the dark spacetime. The number of times he helped was far less than the Eternals in the Game of 1,000 Faces. Luin was confused. Senior, how did we leave the dark spacetime? Where is that old monster? Danpu shook his head. I don't know. There was a great battle in the distance. You were inexplicably pushed here by some force. I just happened to take you away. If we hesitate any longer, both of us will die there. Luin looked back. His memory was fuzzy, and he was half asleep. He did not know what had happened. Did an opponent that the old monster feared appear? Let's go. Find the place where the intelligence gathers and explain the dark spacetime. No one else can go there. Danpu said. Luin suddenly remembered the cultivators of the Six Directions Association who were fighting in the dark spacetime. Danpu said, this is fate. They may live, or they may die. There is no other way. If you want to reach the peak, you must experience this. There are many of my lost clansmen there, and I can't save them. That's why I need to find the place where the intelligence gathers and ask Great Elder to go. It's best if you can make it in time. Luin nodded. At present, this spacetime was as ordinary as the miniature spirit spacetime. There was a half-step ancestor here called the flowing spacetime. It was easy for them to find the place where the intelligence gathers. Not long after, Limitless and Bodhi Sage looked serious. They did not expect such a great battle to occur in the dark spacetime. The Six Directions Association did not know much about the dark spacetime. Please ask Great Elder to go to the dark spacetime. There are many of my lost clansmen there. Danpu told Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Sage did not hesitate and immediately sent the information to the lost clan. It was good that Great Elder Dangu went. He could see what was going on there. Please tell me everything that happened, no matter how big or small. Bodhi Sage sent a message. Luin was weak, so he left it to Danpu. Before that, he asked Danpu to help him hide the fact that he had obtained the Heaven's Eye. Danpu agreed without hesitation. The Hexagon Society was just an alliance of 6 parallel spacetimes. They were not relatives, so there was no need for them to share any secrets. The Lost Clan was still repulsed by the Hexagon Society. They only talked about Elder Mo's identity. As for why Elder Mo had stayed in the dark spacetime, they did not say anything. The reason Elder Mo had been lured out was that Xianxia was afraid of death. Although Bodhi Sage felt that some things were wrong, she did not pursue the matter. Whether it was Danpu or Luin, she could not force them, not even the Hexagon Society. After ending the call with Bodhi Sage, Luin and Xianxia rested in the flowing spacetime. Compared to the battle in the dark spacetime, the flowing spacetime was too safe and comfortable. A few days later, Lu Yin's body recovered, and he moved his arm. He still had to continue looking for Wendy Yushan. The dark spacetime was already like this, and there was also the even more dangerous Gourd spacetime and the distant Platinum spacetime. When are you leaving the endless battlefield? I heard that you lit up 2 green lights, Danpu asked. Luin replied, it's very difficult. Dashi Kong should have lit up the green light because Chen Kong's whereabouts are unknown. The neighboring dark spacetime has also become like this, so it won't be that easy to leave. Danpu sympathized. You're really unlucky to have met that old monster. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He was not that unlucky. Xianxia had only awakened that old monster's power. What had truly awakened that old monster was the golden light of the God Sealing Catalogue. However, if that old monster had not awakened and had not experienced this great battle, Luin would not have obtained the Heaven's Eye. Luin touched his forehead as he thought about this. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Normally, no trace of the Heaven's Eye could be seen. It would only appear when it was used. That old monster cared so much about the Heaven's Eye. If he had not died in the dark spacetime, he would definitely have come looking for Luin. This was a huge problem. When Danpu chatted with Luin, she tried to find out why the clan cared so much about Luin, but Luin would not tell her. More than 10 days passed, and Luin and the others received the results of the dark spacetime. Congratulations, Tao Lord Lu. Due to the great battle, the dark spacetime was fragmented and the Eternals took the initiative to retreat. Therefore, that spacetime lit up the green light. According to your description and Senior Shangu's observation in the dark spacetime, the most power left at the scene came from Tao Lord Lu. Therefore, Tao Lord Lu, the green light in the dark spacetime will be counted in your contributions. This was the news sent by Bodhi Saint. Danpu was very excited when he saw this news. As long as Luin left, he would no longer need to keep an eye on him. With his understanding of the endless battlefield, he would definitely be able to survive until he left. The Battle of the Lost Clan was like this. The war in the dark spacetime was not suitable for the Lost Clan. From the beginning to the end, he had not even revealed the power of the card, so his own strength was limited. He could leave at any time, but Wendy Yushan was stuck in the endless battlefield. How could he leave? Tao Master Lu, why do you look so unhappy? You can leave now. Shanpu said. Luin frowned, I can't leave. Danpu was puzzled. Why? He had a bad premonition. Sure enough, when Luin told her about Wendy Yushan, Danpu cursed, the showing divinity, that despicable bastard. How could he do something like that? How disgusting. That bastard never changed. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked the Great Elder to kill him. Luin was puzzled. Kill him? Does Divine Master Xiaoyin have a grudge against the Lost Clan? Danpu sneered, it's more than a grudge. He was almost killed by the Lost Clan. When the reincarnation spacetime came into contact with the Lost Clan, it was not a big deal. The Great Elder only needed to go to the reincarnation spacetime to communicate. However, the Xiaoyin divinity instigated a war between the two spacetimes. Because of this, the Lost Clan lost 2 powerhouses with a single surname. One of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime was also buried in our spacetime. The Xiaoyin divinity is a despicable bastard. He covets the power of the Lost Clan's card, so he provoked the reincarnation spacetime to attack the Lost Clan. The Great Elder said that he might have other plans. In short, this bastard has the worst reputation in the Lost Clan. If possible, the Lost Clan would never want to have anything to do with him. Luin remembered the first time he had caused the card to react. He had said that he wanted to get rid of the Xiaoyin divinity. At that time, he had thought that it was because he had revealed himself. Could it be that it was related to the Xiaoyin divinity? The entire Lost Clan hated and even hated the Xiaoyin divinity. They had cursed him, but no matter how much they cursed, they could not change the fact that the Xiaoyin divinity had forced Luin to stay in the endless battlefield. The great battle in the dark spacetime had made Luin deeply aware of the Xiaoyin divinity's sinister nature. The dark spacetime was already like this. Although Elder Mo had unexpectedly appeared, who could guarantee that there were no hidden old monsters like Elder Mo in other parallel spacetimes? Even without Elder Mo, the dark spacetime still had people from the game of 1,000 faces. In the few battlefields that he had been to, there were at least 3 progenitors from the Eternal Clan, and this was only the peripheral battlefield. In the Gourd spacetime, it was said that there were more than 6 progenitors fighting each other. It was truly a progenitor's life and death grinder. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. The Xiaoyin divinity's move was brilliant. He had not done anything to Luin openly, but he had used the endless battlefield to get rid of Luin silently. He had even made Luin contribute to the human race. Danpu panted heavily and looked at Luin apprehensively. Are you really going to look for Wendy Yushan? Luin nodded. She's my family. Danpu opened her mouth to persuade him, but she could not say anything. The word family was like a huge mountain that everyone had to carry. This mountain was there to shield them from the wind and rain, but it was also there for them to carry. No one could casually abandon their family. The Lost Clan was no exception. Or rather, the Lost Clan cared more about family ties. Danpu patted Lu Yin's shoulder. If we can leave the endless battlefield alive, I'll definitely help you curse the Xiaoying divinity to death. Lu Yin was speechless. He had thought that Danpu would say something impassioned. Curse him to death? There were so many people in the Above Heaven sect. If each of them said something, Lu Yin would definitely curse the Xiaoying divinity without rest. At that moment, Bodhi Sage sent another message. I forgot to tell you that the little girl called Wendy Yushan has returned to your primordial space. Lu Yin and Danpu stared at the screen in a daze. Returned? Lu Yin was excited, and his eyes widened. Danpu stopped breathing. Returned? In Limitless, Bodhi Sage's eyes flickered as he replied, yes, she has returned. It was an extremely strong powerhouse from your primordial space who brought the news to the three monarchs spacetime and passed it on to us. It seems that the little girl knows the significance of being thrown into the endless battlefield. After replying, Bodhi Sage muttered to himself, how did she leave the endless battlefield? The Xiaoying divinity was not stupid, and it was impossible for him not to have thought that this girl could tear through the void and return. Damn, if that's the case, he must have made some arrangements. How did that girl escape? Did someone save her? Or something else? Pass down the order. Investigate this person called Wendy Yushan. I suspect that she's not simple, Bodhi Sage ordered Limitless. Limitless transmitted information about the endless battlefield and the Six Direction Society. It also integrated information and adjusted the situation of the endless battlefield. It was also the Six Direction Society's largest intelligence organization, so it was not difficult to investigate a person. On the other side, Lu Yin was also thinking about the same problem. The Xiaoying divinity would not be so stupid as to just throw Wendy Yushan into the endless battlefield. He had to ensure that Wendy Yushan did not die and that she could not leave. But now that Wendy Yushan had left, either someone had interfered, or she had done something herself. What could Wendy Yushan have done? The only thing Lu Yin could think of was time. Wendy Yushan had the innate gift of turning back time. This gift was her greatest secret, and only she knew about it. With the power of time, it was not impossible for Wendy Yushan to escape. The Xiaoying divinity could not personally keep an eye on her in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan had lived up to his expectations and escaped on her own. There was no need for him to stay in the endless battlefield and risk his life. Danpu laughed. That relative of yours escaped on her own. The Xiaoying divinity has really failed miserably this time. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to stay in the endless battlefield anymore. Lu Yin nodded, and his expression relaxed. He looked at Danpu and smiled. Thank you for saving me, senior. I will definitely repay you. Danpu waved a hand. I didn't save you. I was just a passerby during the battle in the dark spacetime. You were the one who was strong. At your age, I did not even have the qualifications to get close to that kind of battlefield. Lu Yin was solemn. If not for Senior, I would not have been able to escape. I will remember Senior's kindness. Alright, you should leave quickly to prevent the Xiaoying divinity from scheming against you again. As long as you leave the endless battlefield, it will not be so easy for him, Danpu said. Lu Yin nodded, as he knew that he could not waste any time. Then I will leave. Senior, there will be ample time in the future. I will definitely go to the Lost Clan to find you. Danpu nodded and watched as Lu Yin tore through the void and left. After Lu Yin left, he finally relaxed. He's finally gone. I can finally take a break in the endless battlefield. At least I can report back to the clan. However, the Great Elder left for the dark spacetime so quickly. He really cares about this kid. There must be a problem. After saying that, he told Wu Li about Lu Yin's departure. Bodhi Sage immediately contacted Yuan Xing when he heard the news. Yuan Xing did not have much of a reaction. He did not know that the Xiaoying divinity had thrown Wendy Yushan into the endless battlefield. He could no longer intervene in any of Lu Yin's matters. Furthermore, no one had informed him that Luin was still in the endless battlefield. However, Bodhi Sage also told him a piece of news that made Xianxia excited. He even laughed heartily. I will wait and see what happens to that little bastard. He will not have an easy time. He simply does not know what that level of power represents. Bodhi Sage, you don't know either. You have never fought with a powerhouse of that level. That is the level of the 7 sky gods. It is an invincible level, second only to the great heavenly venerate. That little bastard will definitely be crushed to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Bodhi Sage ended the call. Did he not understand that level of power? During the battle in the dark spacetime, those who fought were at that level. In the reincarnation spacetime, beautiful red clouds were reflected in the vast sky. A figure bowed respectfully under the sky. A dignified voice sounded in the sky. You want to be my disciple? The name of the great heavenly venerate represents the universe. If I can become your disciple, it will be my life's fortune. With your cultivation power, even if I'm your master, I can't teach you anything. You can only walk your own path. Fate has its own destiny. My path needs the guidance of the great heavenly venerate. Is this the guidance of fate? Even fate has to bow to the great heavenly venerate. I will only follow my own will. There was a pause. Chu Jian. Chu Jian walked out and bowed deeply. Master. Arrange for me to accept Xianxia as my disciple at the tea party. From that moment onwards, she will be your senior sister. Chu Jian was stunned and didn't react. Senior sister? He looked at Xianxia. He had entered the sect first. Although he couldn't compare to this woman in terms of cultivation, he was the perfect young master, one of the 3 future young masters. His current cultivation shouldn't be counted. Moreover, this woman came from the origin space. Why did Master accept her as his disciple? And he was even above him? Chu Jian couldn't accept it. Xianxia looked at Chu Jian and smiled. At that moment, Chu Jian was lost. He didn't know why, but this woman gave him an irresistible charm. Beauty? He had seen too many beauties, but this woman had a strange charm that he couldn't resist. Before this, he only had Bai Qian in his heart. But at this moment, this pair of eyes replaced everything. It made him forget where he was and who he was facing. It shouldn't be like this. Chu Jian's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked deeply at Xianxia. It shouldn't be like this. He was the perfect young master, perfect and flawless. He wouldn't be attracted to any woman. Xianxia was surprised and looked deeply at Chu Jian as well. I understand. Master, I want to go into seclusion. You plan to break through to the immortal realm? Chu Jian's expression was solemn. Yes. That's good. It's time to show your power to the 6 Direction Association. Master only has one request for you from the immortal realm. Chu Jian's eyes were stern. Undefeated. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at Chu Jian again. Chu Jian's lips curled up. Disciple understands. The moment I step into the immortal transformation stage, no matter who I face, I will not be defeated. Before you go into seclusion, I have a mission for you. Go to the primordial space and meet the son of the Lu clan. In the above heaven, Luin had already returned. As soon as he returned, he went to look for Wendy Yushan. When he saw that Wendy Yushan was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wendy Yushan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was fine. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. Lu Yin's expression was relaxed. It's good that you're back. There's nothing to worry about. If we're being honest, I'm the one who dragged you down. Which parallel universe have you been thrown into? Wendy Yushan frowned. Platinum sharp spacetime. Sure enough, Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Not only had the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign wanted him to travel through the dark spacetime and the gourd spacetime, but he had also wanted him to travel to the furthest platinum spacetime and explore the entire endless battlefield. Actually, I don't know how I was thrown into the platinum sharp spacetime. When I woke up, I saw a woman staring at me. That woman had at least the power of an emissary, or even the power of a half-ancestor. If not for my innate gift, I wouldn't have been able to return. Lu Yin nodded. She didn't recognize your innate gift, did she? Wendy Yushan fell silent. Luyin knew that she had probably exposed her innate gift. It's good enough that you're able to return. Just stay here, and no one can do anything to you. Wendy Yushan clenched her fists. She wanted to stay in the Six Paths Society and improve her cultivation, not be trapped here like a caged bird. Luyin knew what she was thinking. Whether it was Wendy Yushan, Shui Day Knight, or Ling Gong, they were all self-reliant women. They were admirable, but also worrisome. Don't worry, I won't make you stay here for too long. I'll think of a way to deal with any future problems. Wendy Yushan looked at Luyin. Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign? Luyin replied, I'll make him pay for the grudge he has with the Lu family and for capturing you. Don't underestimate him. He's one of the 3 sovereigns, so he's close to being invincible, Wendy Yushan reminded him. Luyin nodded and did not stay any longer. Instead, he went to find Lu Bujing. The most important thing right now was to figure out Elder Mo's identity, and Lu Bujing should be the one who knew Elder Mo the best. Elder Mo? Who's Elder Mo? Lu Bujing was puzzled. Luyin did not know Elder Mo's name, so he simply told Luyin about him. Lu Bujing listened for a bit, and his eyes widened as he blurted out, Mo Sinister? Mo Sinister? Luyin was puzzled. Was there such a name? Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. He's still alive? This is troublesome. According to what you said, we're in big trouble. I didn't think that such a sinister person would still be alive. I thought that he was dead for sure. Sure enough, scourges live for 1,000 years, and this guy has lived for more than 1,000 years. This is troublesome. Luyin solemnly said, Tell me more. Lu Bujing told Luyin about this Elder Mo. Luyin confirmed that they were in big trouble. This Elder Mo's original name was Mo Shang, and he was born into a business family. He was shrewd and calculative since he was young, and had the reputation of being a business prodigy. By chance, he stepped onto the path of cultivation, and with his outstanding talent and shrewdness, he soared and broke through to the level of an emissary. After that, he met Wu Xing, and it was unknown what method he used to obtain Wu Xing's recognition. Wu Xing brought him to visit the martial tablet several times, and in many people's eyes, he was equivalent to a member of Wu Tian's lineage. And this person was happy to be misunderstood by others, and kept getting closer to Wu Xing. Even if he could not visit the martial tablet, he would rather look for Wu Xing, and let others have Wu Tian's mark on him. With Wu Xing's help, his cultivation increased even faster, and this person's talent was also extremely high, and he eventually reached the position of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates leaders. Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. Senior Wu Xing back then was completely different from the current Undying God. At that time, Senior Wu Xing's talent was extraordinary, and he was recognized by Wu Tian. You can imagine that. For this sinister Mo to be recognized by Senior Wu Xing, his talent is also extremely high. In addition, this person is good at bewitching others, and with Senior Wu Xing's help, he reached the position of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates leaders. But only we know how sinister this person is. He betrayed his friends for glory, plotted and schemed, framed his brothers, and took advantage of their feelings. He was unscrupulous, and even became friends with those cruel villains like the Eastern Mountain Tea King. He was popular in all 6 continents, and he could trick people wherever he went. That's why many people call him Sinister Mo, and even forgot his real name. Even so, I have to say that this person is indeed powerful. There is no absolute difference in strength between the 12 Heaven's Gates. This person is sinister and deceitful, and he cultivates an extremely dark power. Even I would find it difficult to win. Lu Bujing's expression turned even uglier. If he had died back then, it would have been fine, but he actually lived until now and became such a powerhouse. This is troublesome. With this person's sinister nature, he doesn't care about the Eternals or humans. Luyin let out a long breath, his heart heavy. This person had betrayed Wu Tian and stayed in the dark spacetime to search for Heaven's Eye. He was an unscrupulous person with a clear goal, and such a person was the most difficult to deal with. Invite your senior brother to the Above Heavens sect. Master Shan, Lu Yun, and even Elder Chan won't be able to stop him. Even if he's extremely powerful, he might not necessarily fight with us. Instead, he uses sinister methods, and I've seen many of them. Do you know why he hates me? Luin looked at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing said in a low voice, "It's because I used my family's influence to spread news about his sinister deeds. In order to prevent others from being tricked by him, I cultivated the Three Suns' ancestral qi and used the power of destiny to threaten him several times. That's why he hates me so much. Unfortunately, Wu Tian's level doesn't pay attention to us, or else he wouldn't have betrayed us." Luin understood. No wonder old Mo was so excited when Lu Bujing was mentioned. He hoped that Lu Bujing wouldn't die so that he could personally settle the score with him. Heaven's Eye and Lu Bujing were both people that old Mo wanted to obtain and destroy the most. It would be strange if the Above Heavens sect didn't attract him. If this old monster joined the everlasting race, it would be even more troublesome. He would be equivalent to one of the 7 sky gods. Third uncle, are there any enemies from your era who are still alive and are very strong? Luin asked helplessly. Lu Bujing rolled his eyes. Don't ask me. The old ancestor offended even more people, such as Destiny and the Desolate God. As for those under the 3 realms and 6 Daos, there are even more. Among them are those who were slapped by the old ancestor in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. What do you think? Luin smiled bitterly. Would the future generations pay back the debts of the predecessors? He didn't hesitate and immediately went to find his senior brother. He could only be at ease with him here. Mu Xia wasn't interested in Elder Mo's deeds. He was more interested in Elder Mo's cultivation. I've been stuck in this realm for some time. Perhaps this person's strength can give me some inspiration, Mu Xia said. With Mu Xia here, Luin felt much more relaxed. Although his senior brother had not reached Elder Mo's level, Luin had not seen his senior brother use his full strength yet. However, he was certain that his senior brother was enough to make Bai Wang Yuan and the others apprehensive. During the Daosaur Sect's era, Luin had personally seen Ancestor Ku shatter the Undying God's body. The Undying God's innate gift of dissociation was useless, as Ancestor Ku was the Undying God's nemesis. If there was a huge difference between Ancestor Ku and the Undying God, then the Undying God would not even need to use his innate gift of dissociation. For example, there was the difference between Elder Mo and Xianxia. With Elder Mo's cultivation, he did not need anything else, the power of his sequence particles was enough. However, the Undying God had still been injured by Ancestor Ku, and the Undying God's attitude towards Ancestor Ku was not like how he treated a weakling. Luin had a guess. The 9 mountains and 8 seas was the collective name given to all the strongest powerhouses after the Above Heavens sect era. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daos might have been called the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosaur sect era. If they had not obtained the inheritance of the mountains and seas, they might not even have been given that title. In fact, after the Above Heavens sect era, the title of the 9 mountains and 8 seas only represented the inheritance of the mountains and seas, it did not represent one's cultivation at all. According to this understanding, Ancestor Ku might have already reached the level of the 7 sky gods. During the Above Heavens sect era, Ancestor Ku would have been infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 Daos, or even at the level of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Ku might have been at this level as well. However, Luin could not determine the specifics. Only the powerhouses of that era could confirm it. Then, what about Bai Wang Yuan? Luin walked down the stairs as he pondered. Bai Wang Yuan was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosaur sect's era, and he had once competed with Progenitor Ku and Progenitor Chen. How strong was he? Was it just on the surface, or was he hiding something? If Wang Fan could hide Ancestor Gui Yuan, then Bai Wang Yuan might be able to as well. These old fellows would not reveal their trump cards unless they had no other choice. The longer they lived, the more treacherous they became. The Eternals had not attacked the back of the battlefield with all their might because of this, and not just because of the 6 Direction Society. Unfortunately, the Mist Ancestor did not know the strength of Progenitor Chen and the others. Luin had asked her about it before, but she had not been able to answer. It was just like when she faced Elder Mo. She knew that Elder Mo was stronger than her, but she could not tell by how much. It was the same for Progenitor Chen. Luin looked up at the sky. Progenitor Ku had dared to charge into the Eternals alone, so Luin should have known that he was not an ordinary progenitor. Even the 9 mountains and 8 seas did not have the qualifications to charge into the Eternals alone. Only those in the 3 realms and 6 Daos could do something as ridiculous as killing the only true god. As he thought about it, he unknowingly walked to the bottom of the stairs and saw the cauldron, and he ran. They were both staring at him coldly. Ran had not been doing well recently. Too many people had pestered her, and too many people had confessed to her. They did not even take a look at themselves. She missed the feeling of sitting high above the clouds and looking down on everything. The people around her were not even qualified to look at her. Now, she was being stared at like a commodity. She had heard that many people from the inner verse, the cosmic sea, and even the Neoverse had rushed over to watch her. A bunch of trash. Why? It was this person, this Luin. She knew what he was trying to do. He wanted to wear down her temper and make her submit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ran was very clear about what these experts were thinking. The higher one's status was, the more they would want to conquer others. However, those who were conquered were only satisfying their vanity. What they really needed was a goddess who could help them and look down on everything, not a servile servant. The more he wanted to wear down her temper, the more she could not allow him to succeed. Only in this way would he have the chance to return to a high position. Otherwise, he would never have the chance in this lifetime. Pride was his only perseverance, and it was also a perseverance that he had to persevere on. Luin looked at Ran, and Ran looked back at him. The two of them stared at each other. In the distance, many people quietly retreated. They could tell that this indescribably beautiful woman might be the Tao Master's woman. Look at how affectionate they are. Let me tell you, this Marquis understands the Tao Master all too well. Back then, this Marquis fought the 10 arbiters for the Star Pagoda with me. How imposing was that? This Marquis can see through whatever the Tao Master is thinking with a single glance, the ghost monkey said proudly as he hid in the shadows. Someone asked excitedly, Marquis, what's the situation now? That's right, Marquis. Hurry up and tell us so that we can warn those guys not to mess around. Marquis, please speak. The ghost monkey was pleased with himself. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll tell you that the Tao Master has fallen in love with that woman. Everyone was shocked. Although they had their guesses, the ghost monkey's words seemed to be confirmed. They wanted to spread the news that this woman was not ordinary. She was the Tao Master's woman. Why was this woman still so arrogant? Where did her arrogance come from? He had become a mascot. How do you feel? Ran retracted her gaze. The scenery is quite good. Is that so? It's good that you like it. Luin walked step by step to the side of the cauldron. Ran felt a little uneasy and took a few steps to the side. Luin came to the side of the cauldron and placed his hand on it. He had a strange look in his eyes. At this moment, he felt something and blinked. He stuck his head into the cauldron and saw a green leaf sticking out at the same time and hitting his face. It was the sapling. When he saw the sapling, Luin laughed. Why are you here? The sapling was very happy and bounced around. It jumped onto Lu Yin's body and grabbed onto him tightly. Luin laughed. The sapling had a green glow and was very gentle. That green leaf was also very adorable and kept rubbing against Lu Yin's chin. It was a little itchy. At the side, Ran looked on. She had not expected this side of Luin to appear. Shouldn't such a strong person be reserved and aloof? Just like Master Wei, he was mysterious and looked down on everything. He would not talk to ants. This person had a high status in this spacetime and was extremely powerful. He was at the level of an extremely strong person. Why was he still like this? The current Luin was like a child. Luin and the sapling were the purest when they were together. He did not need to think about anything else. It was as if the sapling could help him relieve his worries. This kind of pure feeling was like that of a child. His heart was pure. After a while, the sapling reluctantly returned to the cauldron. It often came here. Luin allowed it to stay in the cauldron and looked at Ran. How long has the sapling been here? Ran thought for a moment. I don't know. It was here the last time I came. It suddenly popped out and gave me a fright. Was that so? Luin looked at the cauldron again, but he did not discover it. This was the sapling's uniqueness. Even Luin himself might not be able to discover where it was. It was too natural and had become one with the universe. The most effective way to discover it was by looking with one's eyes. You really think this place is not bad? Luin looked at Hiran curiously. This woman did not seem to be too resistant. Hiran was arrogant. It doesn't matter. Luin smiled. It seems like you enjoy being a mascot. Hiran raised her brows. Enjoy? Who would enjoy such a thing? She wanted to refute Luin, but when she saw his grin, Hiran became angry. No, he's angry at me. He must be angry at me. I can't be angered by him. He wants to break my arrogance and grind down my personality. Humph, what a joke. No matter what, she had once controlled hyperspace, so how could she not know what others were thinking? With her looks, which man would not be tempted? The stronger someone was, the more they liked to conquer, but deep in their hearts, they wanted to be arrogant. The more arrogant they were, the more they liked them. Hiran took a deep breath, and her expression became even more indifferent. What are you trying to say? Luin was astonished. This woman really did not care? He did not believe her. I plan to arrange a marriage for you. What do you think of the ghost monkey? Hiran was stunned. Marriage? Ghost monkey? She would never connect the two together, especially when it came to the ghost monkey. What the hell was that? In the distance, the ghost monkey heard this and burst into tears. He leapt out. Seventh bro, so that's what you're thinking. Seventh bro is too great. Scram. Hiran roared and glared at the monkey. The monkey was startled. Hiran glared at Luin and gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She kept telling herself not to get angry. This was a trick, a despicable and shameless trick. Luin felt better. This was more like it. If this woman really did not care, then why had he captured her? Even mascots had to have expressions. She was so high and mighty, and she was not a queen. Hiran left in anger. She was afraid that she would lose her composure in front of Luin. The monkey ignored her and charged at Luin with anticipation. Seventh bro, are you serious? Luin looked at him. Use her to exchange for the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. The monkey was stunned, but then he turned and fled without hesitation. What a joke. No matter how beautiful this woman was, she could not compare to a harem that progenitor Wushang had assigned to him. It was his, and no one could snatch it from him. He knew that his seventh bro was up to no good and had been eyeing his harem. He had to hide it. Not long after, Luin went into seclusion to roll his die. He needed to get used to the Eternal Darkness card and Celestial Eye. As for the die's possession, he did not really need it in this spacetime. Even though there were definitely eternal spies here, there were too many of them, and he might not be able to blend in. This spacetime was different from the Six Direction Society. The spies in the Six Direction Society were all higher-ups with high cultivations. Cultivation alone was enough to eliminate most of them. However, in the current Fifth Mainland, spies would not have very high cultivations. The higher one's cultivation, the easier it was to be exposed. On the other hand, the lower one's cultivation, the harder it was to be exposed. Thus, it was unrealistic to rely on possession to find a spy. With Lu Yin's current status, there would not be anyone in this spacetime who would scheme against him. What he cared about was the die's possession. Half a month after Luin went into seclusion, someone came to the Above Heaven sect. Elder Chan came out to greet this person. This person was Chu Jian. This was his last mission before breaking through to the immortal realm and becoming a half-ancestor. It was also his second time in the Above Heaven sect. Where's Dao Master Lu? Chu Jian asked casually. The words Dao Master sounded more like a joke. Elder Chan welcomed Chu Jian into the Above Heaven sect. The Dao Master is in seclusion. What's the matter, Xiaozun? Chu Jian's expression was solemn. Master has invited Dao Master Lu to participate in the tea party. His seat is number 9. Elder Chan was shocked. They had expected Luin to participate in the tea party, but no one had expected him to be number 9. They had thought that the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space and that Luin would be one of the last to be invited. They had not expected him to be one of the first. Luin had told Elder Chan and the others that the Grand Empyrean's tea party had 99 seats. There were also 9 million people who could attend. Xianxi's identity was ranked 99 because of his contributions. They had thought that Lu Yin's status would not be any better, but he was actually number 9. The top 9 seats of the tea party were right in front of the Grand Empyrean. These seats were not ranked according to rank, and they were all the ones closest to the Grand Empyrean. This meant that Luin would be very close to the Grand Empyrean if he participated in the tea party with his original identity. This seat was something that even Xu Chuyan hadn't expected. This was because this seat had always belonged to Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. In other words, Luin had occupied Divinity Xiaoyin's seat. Elder Chan did not know that this seat belonged to Divinity Xiaoyin. Even Luin himself did not know. Only the people of the Six Paths Society knew. Chu Jian was very clear about his master's intentions. He wanted to praise Luin to death. His master still hated the primordial space, and this had never changed. However, with his master's status, there was no need for him to directly attack the primordial space. Using this seat to make Divinity Xiaoyin attack was the easiest way. Chu Jian could already imagine Lu Yin's fate at the tea party. The Grand Empyrean tea party was a hobby of the Grand Empyreans. They used tea to make friends and help cultivators gain enlightenment. It was also a chance for them to learn from each other. Elder Chan suppressed his shock and replied, "I understand. I'll tell the headmaster." Chu Jian nodded. "There's one more thing I want to talk to you about." Chu Yuan. Elder Chan frowned. Chu Yuan? Chu Jian looked at Elder Chan. "Is it convenient?" Elder Chan had no reason to refuse. This person was called Chu Jian, and this person was called Chu Yuan. He was curious about the connection between the two. He immediately had someone invite Chu Yuan to the Sky One sect. Chu Yuan belonged to the Origin Space, not the Sky One sect. There was no need for him to stay here. Luin had restricted them in the past, but not now. Several days later, Chu Yuan rushed back to the Sky One sect and met with Chu Jian. The two stood across from each other on a mountain peak in the Sky One sect. "You're Chu Yuan, the Tao child of the Sky One sect in the Origin Space?" Chu Jian was clearly more interested in Chu Yuan than Luin. Luin was just a descendant of the Lu family. Although his talent and fortuitous encounters had allowed him to reach his current position, Chu Jian felt that this person's future wouldn't be higher than Chu Yuan's. Chu Yuan was the only genius that the primogenitor had met. Primogenitors and Grand Empyreans were the peak existences known to humanity. Lu Yin's ancestor was just one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms and was the disciple of a primogenitor. Chu Jian was the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, so he shouldn't be comparing himself to Luin. Chu Jian had never looked Luin in the eye. This person's good days had come to an end. However, Chu Yuan was different. His path had just begun. Chu Yuan already knew when Elder Chan informed him. "You're the Grand Empyrean's disciple, the perfect young sovereign, Chu Jian?" Chu Jian stared at Chu Yuan. "Our names are almost the same. Do you know the relationship between your primogenitor and my master?" Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "I don't know." "You can tell me." Chu Jian looked at Chu Yuan. A gust of wind blew past, but neither spoke. At this moment, their auras were extremely similar. Whether it was their names, auras, or even their appearances, they were very similar. Elder Chan watched from afar. These two couldn't be brothers, right? Impossible. Chu was too old, while Chu Jian was too young. The battle between the older generation has ended with the death of your primogenitor, but the battle between you and me has only just begun. Chu Jian's lips curled up as he looked at Chu Yuan. "I'm known as the perfect young master. No matter what I cultivate, I'm extremely fast. My cultivation speed surpasses that of the 6 Directions Association, and I have an undefeatable talent. What about you?" Chu Yuan exchanged glances with Chu Jian. "In our era, the 6 Paths Association didn't exist yet. I was above Heaven's Sect's first continent's Tao child, the only one who was granted an audience with the primogenitor. The other Dao children couldn't tolerate me. In our era, I was absolutely invincible. Chu Jian smiled. To be able to meet the primogenitor, I believe in your abilities. Soon, I will break through to the immortal transformation realm. In other words, I will become the half-martial ancestor that you all speak of. I hope that you will be able to catch up to me as soon as possible and fight against me at the same cultivation level to determine the victor. That way, the battle between my master and the primogenitor will come to an end. However, Chu Yuan shook his head. With my current cultivation level, it will take me a very long time to reach the half-martial ancestor realm. Moreover, I'm not in a hurry to break through. Then progenitor realm it is. Chu Jian was extremely confident. With our abilities, it would be even better for us to fight in the progenitor realm. Chu Yuan nodded. Alright, let's fight in the progenitor realm. Ha 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 ha, I'll wait for you. I hope that losing to Luin didn't dampen your confidence. Chu Jian laughed. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted. For now, your opponent is him. Don't you want to fight him? Chu Jian didn't care. A temporary victory or defeat doesn't matter. Our limits aren't something that he can compare to. Chu Yuan, I hope that you can set your sights further. You were granted an audience with the primogenitor while I am a disciple of a Grand Empyrean. As for Luin, he is merely a descendant of the Lu family. In the future, he will at most reach the third venerable level. My hope for you is to be a threat to me, not to be defeated by him. Right now, you all might be shocked by his strength, but in the near future, I will let everyone know how terrifying the upper limit is. Humans have an upper limit. Even if he reaches the progenitor realm now, his upper limit will be something that he will never be able to break through in his lifetime. As for my upper limit and your upper limit, it is not something that Luin can compare to. Don't disappoint me. With that, Chu Jian left. His greatest goal in coming here was to challenge Chu Yuan and end the Grand Empyreans and primogenitors. A mere Luin was nothing more than a splash of water. He might be able to splash high, but he would eventually fall into the river. Only they represented the river and the sea. Sometimes, people had to keep a low profile. Although he was called the perfect young exalt, where had this title come from? How many examples had there been? How many of the six paths society knew about it? Those who truly understood didn't even want to talk about it, such as Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Did Luin have the qualifications? He was nothing more than a splash of water. Chu Yuan was stunned by Chu Jian's confidence. In truth, he had thought the same when he had first broken out of the ice seal. Whether it was during the above heaven era or when he had just come out, he had always thought the same. But after that battle, he had overturned his previous thoughts. Now, he was certain that he could break through to the progenitor realm and reach very high. He would not look down on Luin, especially when he saw that strange power of Lu Yin's. If Chu Jian continued to think like that, he would be unlucky. He didn't want himself to be frustrated, and he hoped that Chu Jian wouldn't be frustrated in the future. Chu Jian also wanted to compete with this person and see what exactly made him so confident. 10 days later, Luin came out of seclusion. During this period of seclusion, he had rolled 4 pips 5 times, which was equivalent to 5 years of seclusion. It wasn't a long time, but it had given him a better understanding of eternal darkness and the celestial eye. The eternal darkness card could only be used effectively after he broke through to the half-ancestor realm. Otherwise, it would be useless, just like when he had brought Old Monster Mo in. However, the celestial eye was different. Luin impatiently went to find Zhao Ran, as he wanted to see something from her. Zhao Ran's identity had always been a mystery, and Luin had even suspected that she was Destiny. He had always been very concerned about her, but she couldn't remember anything, so there was nothing he could do. Now that he had the celestial eye, he naturally looked at her first. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see anything. Zhao Ran looked at the celestial eye on Lu Yin's forehead and asked curiously, "Your Highness, what is this?" "Nothing." Luin was disappointed. "Do you want some tea?" Zhao Ran asked expectantly. Luin nodded, and his domain swept past the above heaven sect. He found Batian and Xiaoshi. Since he couldn't see through Zhao Ran, he would take a look at Destiny. Under Lu Yin's command, Butian began to use Destiny. Luin opened his celestial eye, and his eyes lit up. He saw Butian's destiny transform into a string that shot into the sky. The string was connected to a particle, which should be a sequence particle. Destiny actually allowed a mortal to touch a sequence particle, which was something that not even an ordinary progenitor could do. Luin raised a hand and touched his celestial eye. Right, this was the strength of the three realms. He clearly wasn't as strong as old monster Mo. However, with his celestial eye, he could see sequence particles and see the laws. Destiny could use destiny to touch sequence particles, and so could the Grim Reaper. He must have some method to touch or even influence sequence particles. This was their strength. It was no wonder why no one had been able to see through destiny. There were no powerhouses in this spacetime who could use sequence particles, which was why no one could see through the power of destiny. How many people in the Six Direction Society could touch sequence particles? Old Monster Mo had been one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters during the Above Heaven sect's most glorious era, and he had been one of the strongest cultivators of that era. How many people in the Six Direction Society had lived longer than him? There probably wasn't even a dimensional master. Luin exhaled, as he had finally seen through destiny. It was no longer so mysterious and unfathomable. The power of a Lady of Fate was even simpler. It was no wonder that she had cultivated a thread of destiny. The power of destiny was originally a thread, and using this thread to touch sequence particles, peek into the laws, and see through the past and present. This was destiny. He then thought back to the realm of indestructible palm. The ancient Pathmaster had created this power with the ultimate goal of reaching the level of sequence particles. In that case, this power should exist at an even more terrifying level. In Liu Yin's opinion, that level might be able to resist sequence particles and use one's own body to resist the laws of the universe. That was the true realm of indestructible. It was only at this moment that Liu Yin could clearly see the essence of cultivation in this universe and the path that he needed to take in the future. What level were the primogenitors, Grand Empyreans, Mr. Mu, and the others? This was what he was most curious about. Brother Liu? Xiaoshi looked at Liu Yin in confusion. Butian was apprehensive, and he kept looking at Liu Yin's forehead. He kept feeling like he was being watched by something. Liu Yin's forehead did not have those two curved lines that resembled eyes, but now that he had them, his entire person seemed to have changed, becoming even more unfathomable. The celestial eye on Liu Yin's forehead disappeared, and he smiled. Zhao Ran is coming. Do you want some tea? Xiaoshi nodded vigorously. He liked being with Zhao Ran, even if she did not remember giving him any gifts. Butian excused himself, as he did not want to stay with Liu Yin. He was the one who truly understood Liu Yin's deepest secrets, and this person would become the greatest traitor to humanity in the future. Butian, Liu Yin suddenly said. Butian was stunned, but he quickly turned around and bowed respectfully. Pathmaster. Keep an eye on Xianxia's clone, Liu Yin said. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the Liu family, he would need the Pearl of Destiny and Xianxia's clone. However, he could not find the Pearl of Destiny, and the one on the sixth mainland had been hidden away by the Eternals. He could only rely on Xianxia's clone to find it. This was his only hope of bringing the Liu family back. Butian relaxed. Yes. At that moment, Elder Chan arrived and told Liu Yin that the Grand Empyrean had invited him to the tea party. 9th? Liu Yin was astonished. Elder Chan laughed. Surprised, right? I was surprised when I heard that too. The Grand Empyrean is not going to let you have an easy time. Liu Yin's gaze turned cold. If he doesn't let me have an easy time, then I'm going to have an easy time. Also, Elder Chan told Liu Yin about the conversation between Chu Yuan and Chu Jian. Chu Jian had not concealed anything and had instead spoken aloud. He did not care if Liu Yin heard it at all. Liu Yin smiled. Interesting. I understand now. It seems that this perfect young master is very confident. He's about to break through to half-ancestor. What about you? Elder Chan asked. Liu Yin watched as Zhao Ran walked over with a cup of tea and slowly replied, soon. I'll reach peak envoy first. It was time to break through. The astral liquid that Luin had obtained from the sapling was enough for him to break through to the peak of envoys. He might as well go into seclusion again. This time it was for the sake of breaking through. Elder Chan was speechless, as he felt that Lu Yin's seclusion was like a game to him. Furthermore, he only went into seclusion for a few days each time, or at most, a few years. It wasn't even enough time for him to sleep in. On this day, outside the heavenly sect, the origin tribulation was vast and mighty, covering the boundless distance. Prison Flood Dragon raised its head and shrunk back nervously. Luin stood beside the above heaven, frowning as he watched the origin tribulation spread. The most difficult origin tribulation was the first origin tribulation, followed by the sixth origin tribulation. Although the seventh origin tribulation was close to the peak of the star emissary realm, it was not that difficult. Just like the second and third origin tribulations in the past, the seventh origin tribulation was quickly passed, and it didn't cause much of a stir. The accumulation of astral sources was even easier for the sapling to overcome, and Luin took advantage of the opportunity to undergo his eighth origin tribulation. Once he did so, he would truly become a peak emissary. Actually, the eighth origin tribulation was not a qualitative change. It was merely crossing the threshold of 1,200,000 battle power. It was not as terrifying as the sixth origin tribulation. It was more like a preparation for breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, why did it change every time it came to him? Looking at this magnificent scene, it was probably enough to make him suffer. As he thought about it, Luin hurriedly distanced himself from the above heavens sect, the further the better. The above heavens sect had more than one progenitor, and if he were to implicate them in the origin tribulation, then how powerful would the origin tribulation be? The commotion caused by the above heavens sect attracted the attention of the entire primordial space, and even the Six Direction Society. Now, everyone was paying attention to the above heavens sect. The four-way scales had spared no effort to plant their own people in the above heavens sect. How could they not know about such a big matter? Luin was about to undergo 8 origin tribulations. Once he reached the peak of the emissary realm, the next step would be to become a half-ancestor. That would be a qualitative change, and after that would be the progenitor realm, the peak of the human race. At that time, with Lu Yin's strength, even the 4 cardinal scales would tremble. Who would be able to stop him? He headed straight for the astral beast domain, stopping only when he reached the border between the human domain and the astral beast domain. The commotion caused by the tribulation caused the astral beast domain to feel uneasy. Lung Qing, who was overseeing the astral beast domain, rushed over. More and more people were watching from afar. Seeing the range of the origin tribulation expand, their faces turned pale. In the face of such an origin tribulation, weren't humans no different from ants? Luin looked up and took a deep breath. Come. A storm condensed within the origin tribulation vortex and raged downwards, crushing Luin in a frenzy. Luin had thought that it would be a terrifying force, but he soon realized that it was actually an astral source. In the distance, Old Zen and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. As expected, breaking through to the Tao Master level is always the hardest. This is the most difficult origin tribulation to deal with among the 8 origin tribulations in recorded history. Lu Bujing frowned. Unlimited absorption? This is it? Those who have experienced such an origin tribulation in history have all died. What do you mean by unlimited absorption? Wendy Yushan felt uneasy, as the power of that origin tribulation was clearly not that great. Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. There are some people that even the stellar source universe finds difficult to deal with. In other words, if the stellar source universe cannot find anyone at the same level who can pose a threat to such people, they will use other methods. Unlimited absorption is one of them. They let the person undergoing the calamity absorb unlimited amounts of stellar source until he is stuffed to death. Master Shan said in a low voice, back then, a genius from the Lu clan died during the 8th origin tribulation. This is the most difficult tribulation of the 8th origin tribulation. It only appears at the 8th origin tribulation. Old Zen sighed. The Starbreaker emissary and the 6th origin tribulation are the most difficult to deal with, especially the 6th origin tribulation. It almost pierced through the entire cosmic tree. I thought that the 8th origin tribulation would not be difficult, but I never expected it to be this one. I hope that he can endure it. Many pairs of eyes stared at Luin. Some understood, while others did not. But regardless of whether they understood or not, their expressions changed after a while. Luin continued to absorb stellar source. Even if he was unwilling, the stellar source poured into his body like a storm. He was the least afraid of stellar source, as the amount of stellar source he possessed had shocked even Shu Yuan and the others. Even so, such a terrifying amount of stellar source entering his body still shocked him. Everyone had a limit, and the amount of stellar source that he could absorb was also limited. If he could use this stellar source, then he could just break through to the half-ancestor realm. After all, there were so many stellar source. Unfortunately, these stellar source were just a formality. Their purpose was to enter his body and cause him to explode. It was too vicious. Luin had already opened the third stage, and the 4 stellar source cyclones were already full. The amount of stellar source he had absorbed was enough to shock Lu Bujing and the others, make old Zen speechless, and make everyone who understood him doubt their lives. Even so, the origin tribulation still existed and had not dissipated. If this continued, he would really explode. Luin raised his head and looked at the origin tribulation cyclones. This stellar source universe was very unfriendly to him. It made things difficult for him every time he underwent a tribulation. Every time, he had narrowly escaped death, but it was not that easy to kill him. It did not want to be used by him, but he insisted on using it. He was not even afraid of a Grand Empyrean, so why would he be afraid of you? A strong person was difficult to defeat, but he was also easy to corrupt. Cultivators who coveted stellar source would eventually die because of it. This was a saying that had been passed down in the above heavens era. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more difficult it would be to undergo the origin tribulation. The greatest tribulation of the 8th origin tribulation was not the humanoid origin tribulation, nor was it the suppression of the sky. It was this unlimited absorption. The stellar source universe was like a stingy guardian. If you tried to snatch stellar source, you would suffer a backlash. If the stellar source universe was certain that you could withstand the backlash, it would let go and destroy you in another way. Endless stellar source converged into Lu Yin's body, forming a storm that shocked Lu Bujing and the others. Even a progenitor might not be able to absorb so much stellar source. This should not be something that an emissary could withstand. Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Countless people shouted. There was a limit to the origin tribulation, and it could not recklessly kill those undergoing it. Otherwise, no one would be able to succeed, and there would be no more progenitors in this universe. Everyone looked at Luin. He just needed to hold on a little longer. In their minds, just a little longer would be enough. However, Luin looked at the black hole above his head, and his expression grew gloomier. By other people's standards, he was already about there. Others might not know how many stellar source cyclones he had and how much stellar source he could absorb, but how could the stellar source universe not know? Because it knew, the amount of time he would need was not something that could be measured by a little longer. Luin did not know how long this would last, but it might be an exaggeration. Since that was the case, then bring it on. Luin took a deep breath as the stars around him revolved. He did not rely on progenitor Chen's strength, as he did not dare to rely on external forces. Instead, he released the power in his heart. That place had formed a starry sky of its own, and even if the 6th mainland had set up a trap and used a sourcebox array to isolate parallel spacetime, it could not completely isolate the power in his heart. The 6 Directions Society's power was unique and completely different from stellar source, but it could still be absorbed. Luin wanted to see how much stellar source he could absorb here. A moment later, under the dazed gazes of countless people, the storm of stellar source cyclones not only did not decrease, but it actually grew even larger. It was so large that Lu Bujing and the other half-progenitors were certain that they would be stuffed to death. However, Luin remained calm, and he even looked forward to it. The stellar source universe was a universe, and the power in his heart should also be considered a universe. However, he could not control these stellar source cyclones, which meant that he was just going through the motions. From the stellar source universe to the power in his heart, he was basically a bridge. Luin did not believe that he could stuff an entire universe to death. Over the next period of time, everyone's understanding of tribulation transcendence was refreshed. Their understanding of eight origin tribulations and Lu Yin's abilities were refreshed. How could an eighth origin tribulations last for so long, even if he could absorb stellar source cyclones without limit? How many stellar source cyclones had appeared? Could a human absorb so much stellar source? Was he still human? Even a progenitor might not be able to do such a thing. Elder Chan asked himself if he could do such a thing. His ancestral world could contain a boundless amount of stellar source, but it could not absorb stellar source cyclones without limit. How long had it been? Even two progenitors might have been stuffed to death. How had Lu Ying done it? It was definitely not as simple as just absorbing stellar source cyclones. Elsewhere, at the edge of the astral beast domain, Lung Qing watched Lu Ying undergo his tribulation with a shocked expression. In the past, he had been willing to listen to Lu Ying because this sect was called the Above Heaven sect, because Lu Ying had the progenitor's sword, and because Lu Ying had expelled the Eternals and fought for humanity. But now, he was shocked by Lu Yin's boldness. Who could really absorb stellar source cyclones without limit? Who could remain unscathed under such a boundless amount of stellar source cyclones? He seemed to see overlapping shadows on Lu Yin's body. They were powerhouses that he looked up to, and they aroused his desire to break through to the ancestral realm. But how could he succeed? As the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, they could definitely break through to the ancestral realm. They were all powerhouses who had broken through the 3 stages and were at the peak of the half-ancestor realm. However, breaking through to the ancestral realm was not just about cultivation. The most important thing was to examine one's heart. Lung Qing knew that he could not break through to the ancestral realm. Once he tried to break through to the ancestral realm, he would definitely die. In the distance, Lu Ying suddenly felt unhappy. Every origin tribulation was bombarding him. Although successfully passing the tribulation could improve his cultivation and strengthen his body, it could not make up for the fact that he had almost killed himself. When he had passed the emissary origin tribulation, he had found a way to snatch the boundless stellar source cyclones and obtained 4 stellar source cyclones. This time, he did not want to let go of this tribulation so easily. As he thought about it, he tried to use the power in his heart to suppress the stellar source cyclones that had entered his body. Originally, the stellar source cyclones had been absorbed by the power in his heart and left after 1 round. Lu Ying knew that this stellar source cyclones could not be used. However, this was the power in his heart. Since he could withstand it, why couldn't he use it? He decided to give it a try. He decided to do it. The black and white fog circulated. On one hand, it allowed the stellar source cyclones to enter, and on the other hand, it prevented the stellar source cyclones from leaving. At the same time, the stellar source cyclones that originally belonged to him began to absorb the stellar source cyclones that entered his body. However, these stellar source cyclones could not be absorbed. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been able to absorb stellar source cyclones without limit. They had all thought of absorbing stellar source cyclones to aid their cultivation, but they had all failed. It was impossible for Lu Ying to rely on his original stellar source cyclones to absorb them. Since he could not absorb them, then so be it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he suppressed them. Endless astral sources entered Lu Yin's body, and as the power in his heart circulated, they landed on the land formed by the Fates An. Time-withering trees took root on the land, flowing with a gray color. Faux God power flowed like a river, green sprouts formed by wood space-time power, and 3-colored soil formed by sovereign chi flourished. As the boundless astral sources descended, it was like a spring rain that nourished the land. These astral sources were not absorbed by Lu Ying. Instead, they were absorbed by the land, the dead trees, the river of faux God power, the green sprouts, and the 3-colored soil, becoming nutrients. Lu Ying had only tried it out, but he had not expected it to work. The endless astral sources turned into spring rain that nourished the land. The dead trees, green sprouts, and 3-colored soil glowed with vitality. Even the river of faux God power expanded slightly. Even though these were 2 different types of power, in his heart, where all Daos returned to one, any power could be suppressed. When he saw this scene, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Could this faux God power form other powers that he wanted under this starry sky? Otherwise, why would the astral sources form faux God power? As Luin thought about this, the river of faux god power gradually expanded under the endless astral source's spring rain, becoming a river that spanned the entire land. On the other side of the land, a lake formed by astral sources appeared. Although it was called a lake, it was more like an ocean compared to the land formed by the Fatesan. This was an ocean formed by astral sources that landed on the land and did not leave. At this moment, the astral sources were not being absorbed by Luin. Instead, they were being absorbed by the land, becoming nutrients. Luin laughed and looked up at the sky. You want to stuff me to death? Do you have the ability to do so? Since you're here, don't leave. I can let you go, but I can also take you. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched Luin laugh maniacally while pointing at the sky. An indescribable feeling surged in their hearts, and their entire bodies trembled. The Pathmaster is invincible, someone shouted. The Pathmaster is invincible. The Pathmaster is invincible. Countless voices converged, as if suppressing the storm of astral sources and the tribulation origin black hole, becoming the only voice in the universe. The four cardinal scales were shocked. After such a long period of unlimited absorption, Luin still could not be killed. They could not imagine what he had done. What exactly did he cultivate? Ha 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 ha. Lu Bujing laughed heartily as he looked at Luin in amazement. This junior of the Lu family far surpassed Lu Tianyi of the past. His achievements might even be comparable to the 3 realms and 6 paths. Master Shan was excited. This was their young master, respected by the Lu clan, the only young master of the 5th mainland. Even though he had lost his memories and cultivation, he could still stand up and laugh at the heavens. Lu Yun hid in the above heaven sect and looked to the east with a shocked expression. Although that unrestricted astral source power was not very powerful, if it was his own power, it would be as boundless as the sea and would be enough to kill him. That Luin was too mysterious, and his future was unimaginable. This was good, as he now had hope of obtaining the flowing cloud space. The blood ancestor was gratified as he gazed into the distance. Actually, he couldn't see, but he could hear the voices of countless people converging into a wish. That was everyone's wish and their future. Zi had a complicated look on her face. Back then, she had been able to compete with him, but now, she could only look up to him? Lan Xian sighed, as those who didn't know better would think that he was breaking through. Hen Xian returned, and when he saw this scene, he was shocked. He was ready to break through at any time, and he could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, this kid would reach the progenitor realm, and even if he broke through, he might not be able to do anything. The above heaven sect grew deeper and deeper. Unfathomable. This day was destined to be recorded in history. Every single major origin tribulation that Luin had survived would be recorded in history, and it would be difficult to surpass him. Lu Yin's fighting spirit surged, and he was provoking the origin tribulation. He hoped for more astral source to fill the drying up of the continent in his heart. He needed more astral source to replenish his strength and vitality. Unfortunately, the origin tribulation would eventually end. As the astral source storm weakened, Luin was disappointed. That's it? Everyone who heard him was speechless. Lu Bujing smiled bitterly. In the era of the above heaven sect, those geniuses who had died to a single origin tribulation would have crawled back up and died of anger if they had heard Lu Yin's words. This was an 8th origin tribulation's death tribulation. Luin watched as the origin tribulation vortex slowly shrank and finally disappeared. Luin exhaled. The continent and his heart had completely changed. It now had more vitality, and the green sprouts had become more brittle. The withered trees had become brighter, and the river of faux god power had become several times wider. There was also a sea formed from astral source. Although it was just a small sea, the astral source contained within was boundless. If Luin could use it, it would be enough for him to break through to half-ancestor. He tested it, and his eyes lit up. He could use it. This was great. The origin tribulation was gone, and these astral sources could be used. The astral source here was enough for him to break through to half-ancestor, but he would need to wait for a while and stabilize it. If it was enough for him to break through to half-ancestor, then it would be enough for others to break through to ancestor. This sea of astral sources was equivalent to a powerful progenitor's astral source, and it was definitely not an ordinary progenitor. It was probably comparable to Xianxia's astral source. Luyin had snatched away the equivalent of Xianxia's astral source. Not only that, but he had also obtained the astral source that nourished the tricolored soil. This was terrifying. Elder Chan and the others gathered around Luyin, asking him how many astral sources he had absorbed. They were very clear that these astral sources could not be absorbed, so they could not increase one's strength. Luyin was about to answer when he suddenly sensed something and looked to the east. Elder Chan and the others all looked over. They saw a tribulation origin black hole. Who's undergoing tribulation? Someone asked in surprise. Just as the question was asked, the black hole suddenly expanded, and thunder rumbled. Waves of pressure emanated from the depths of the tribulation, causing Lu Yin's heart to palpitate. It's a progenitor's origin tribulation, Elder Chan blurted out. Everyone was shocked. Someone was undergoing a progenitor's origin tribulation? Regardless of who it was, they had to get away first. Luyin looked into the distance. Was that Leng Qing? Was he about to undergo tribulation? At the edge of the astral beast domain, Leng Qing looked up at the sky. He was about to undergo tribulation. He had not been confident that he could do it, but Lu Yin's smiling face had shattered his original thoughts. Lu Yin's words, "I can let you go, but I can also take you." Leng Qing was completely awakened, and he knew that it was time for him to undergo tribulation. Leng Qing looked to the west and bowed to Lu Yin. "Thank you for your advice, Pathmaster. Leng Qing is about to undergo tribulation. Let's go." "Stay away." Lu Buzheng pulled Lu Yin away. Lu Yin looked at Leng Qing and smiled. "I wish you success." No one had expected Leng Qing to undergo a progenitor's origin tribulation right after Lu Yin's 8th origin tribulation. An 8th origin tribulation could not be compared to a progenitor's origin tribulation. Even though Lu Yin's 8th origin tribulation had been shocking and had refreshed everyone's understanding of it, it still could not compare to a progenitor's origin tribulation. That was the final hurdle that a true human had to face. Once they passed it, the universe would be unrestrained. This was something that everyone was certain of. Progenitors were the pinnacle of humanity, and anyone who broke through them would be the progenitor of an era. Progenitors were both realms and responsibilities. They bore the responsibility of creating a new era, changing the world, and protecting humanity. Over the countless years, too many people had attempted to break through the progenitor's origin tribulation. There had been many who had broken through the 3 stages, but how many had actually succeeded? Even during the golden age of above heaven, the number of progenitors who had succeeded could be counted. Many people had not expected to witness a progenitor's origin tribulation with their own eyes. Leng Qing quietly stood beneath the origin tribulation, waiting for it to descend. Lu Buzheng was worried. "What's the hurry?" "We're not in a hurry. The chances of success are too low." Nearby, Kaier approached and stared at Leng Qing. "He has his own ideas. He's the first one to break through among all of us." Destiny's daughter had arrived. She did not get along with Kaier, as Kaier's wish was to surpass her beauty. However, no one cared about each other at this moment as they all stared at Leng Qing. Hen Xian also walked over from above heaven and stared at Leng Qing, not wanting to let go of the progenitor's origin tribulation. Would he succeed? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had not expected Leng Qing to undergo her tribulation because of him. Was she confident? No one knew. As they waited, no one realized that their surroundings had become exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that they could even hear the breathing of those around them. Something's not right. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked up. A boundless astral source appeared at the edge of the origin tribulation black hole, forming a dome that swept towards Leng Qing. The area around Leng Qing had become an absolute vacuum, which meant that the astral source did not exist. Suppression, dome. Lu Buzheng's expression was solemn. Lu Yin was shocked. He had encountered this during his 6th origin tribulation. Afterward, Lu Buzheng and the others had told him that this phenomenon was called suppression of the dome. The origin tribulation would extract all of the astral source from the person undergoing the tribulation. Without an astral source, how could one undergo the tribulation? This was a fatal tribulation that targeted those undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary tribulations would not encounter such a fatal tribulation. Only top powerhouses would encounter such a thing. Lung Qing was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the above heaven era. He was an absolute powerhouse, and almost no one in the half-progenitor realm could surpass him. He was on the same level as Curmudgeon Mo. It was normal for suppression of the dome to appear during his tribulation. It was not just him. Lu Bujing, Destiny's daughter, and the others should also appear during their tribulations. Suppression of the dome was a fatal tribulation for others, but Lung Qing and the others were prepared for it. They had expected that they would encounter suppression of the dome during their tribulations. Without an astral source or an innerverse, a demi-ancestor's strength would decrease by more than half. However, this was meaningless to Lung Qing. He was a blade, and his innate gift was a creature called Blade Haze. He was one with his blade, and a single blade could break through suppression of the dome. Suppression of the dome not only extracted astral sources, but it also produced a sound of suppression. It was enough to throw a person's mind into chaos, and those with weak willpower might even die. However, this sound of suppression did not affect Lung Qing at all. A single blade had broken through suppression of the dome, but that was not enough to make Lu Bujing and the others relax. The true fatal tribulation was about to begin. Although Lung Qing's origin tribulation would not be as monstrous as Lu Yin's, it would not be bad either. Ordinary demi-ancestors had a pitifully low chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm, let alone Lung Qing. There are 3 steps to the progenitor realm: origin tribulation, massacre, heart questioning, and heaven changing. Lung Qing is about to face the massacre, and this is only the first step. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was the progenitor realm origin tribulation. If ordinary progenitors were already like this, what would happen to him? He did not dare to think about it. Lung Qing gripped his blade and returned his astral source to its original position. He looked up at the black hole and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. He could feel the blades hum, and he could feel the supreme blade will coming. He suddenly raised his blade and slashed out, causing the void to explode with a bang. A long saber appeared from the tribulation origin black hole and slashed at Lung Qing. However, it was cut in half by Lung Qing. So simple? Lung Qing stared at the black hole, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Countless blades descended, forming a Milky Way that poured down like a gigantic blade. Lu Bujing and the others exclaimed, "The Milky Way Blade Emperor?" Kair's face paled. Hen Xian clenched his fists. A ruthless person had indeed appeared. Lu Yin frowned. "Third uncle, what's this?" Lu Bujing's voice was low, filled with fear, unease, and sympathy. "That's the Milky Way Blade Emperor's power. The endless blades that fall down turn into a Milky Way, enough to overturn the heavens. The Milky Way Blade Emperor was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas of our era, an absolute powerhouse of the second continent." Lu Yin's expression changed. "The 9 mountains and 8 seas of the above sky sect?" Kair continued, "The Milky Way Blade Emperor was a ruthless person, and those who used the blade were tyrannical. After he became a progenitor, he killed his way into the Mavis clan alone to avenge his humiliation. Because of him, the proud Mavis clan apologized out of respect. The Mavis clan has a Dowlord, right?" Lu Yin did not understand. The Mavis clan of that era controlled the second continent and had one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Why would they be afraid of the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Lu Bujing continued, "The Milky Way Blade Emperor was respected, and that matter was the Mavis clan's fault. If they were wrong, then they should admit it. These are the Milky Way Blade Emperor's words. He was tyrannical, but he had his own reasons. If he could not be reasoned with, then the 3 realms and 6 paths would not listen. He would fight for justice even if he died." Many people respected the Milky Way Blade Emperor, but at the same time, many feared him. "Lung Qing is a fervent fan of the Milky Way Blade Emperor," Kair added. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This was going to be troublesome. The 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the above heaven sect had dared to draw his saber against a Taoist master. Although it was impossible for such a strong person to be at the Milky Way Saber Emperor ancestor level of strength, he was still at the half-ancestor level. Lung Qing was now facing the Milky Way Saber Emperor ancestor level of battle prowess. Could he overcome this? As the Milky Way fell, Lung Qing's face was filled with excitement. His eyes were bloodshot. He was so excited that he wanted to roar out loud. After breaking free from the ice seal and appearing in this era, he had been most depressed about not being able to meet the Milky Way Sword Emperor and not being able to challenge him. Now, he had appeared. This was the power of the Milky Way Sword Emperor. Come! Lung Qing roared, losing control of himself. He let out a maniacal laugh as he slashed out with his saber. His body transformed into a saber mist as he leaped into the air. It was as if he wanted to overturn the galaxy. When everyone saw this spectacular scene, they experienced what it meant to be a peerless half-ancestor. Lung Qing's strength made even someone like Xianxia tremble. She couldn't even withstand a single strike. Saber Mist wept blood as he bathed in blood. He charged forward without any regard for his own life. He felt that the Milky Way Sword Emperor was in the Tribulation Origin black hole. He had to be there. He had to challenge the Milky Way Sword Emperor of this era. Since the Tribulation Origin black hole believed that the Milky Way Sword Emperor of this era could stop him from breaking through to Ancestor Realm, then he would give it a try. Lung Qing's body was constantly being slashed. Numerous bloody wounds covered his body. The crowd couldn't bear to watch. He was facing the saber blades head-on. Why didn't he use his inner world? Someone asked, puzzled. Someone else lamented, because the power of the Tribulation Origin has only just begun. The beginning. Cold saber light swept across everyone's faces. Lung Qing finally broke through the Milky Way amidst the sea of blood. There wasn't a single intact piece of flesh left on his body. His entire body swayed, and his aura weakened. Luin held his breath and watched calmly. His Tribulation Origin was abnormal, but Lung Qing's was not bad either. The Milky Way Sword Emperor, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, had dared to draw his saber against a Dowlord. This reminded Luin of Progenitor Chen. At this moment, Lung Qing was facing Progenitor Chen, who was considered to be invincible in the same era. What kind of calamity would Luin face? No one spoke. They all looked into the distance. The shattered Milky Way saber blades revolved around Lung Qing, forming the Milky Way Sword Ocean. This was the Milky Way Sword Emperor's killer move, which was equivalent to an inner world. Lung Qing gripped the saber hilt tightly, and blood dripped down the blade. Finally, the Milky Way Sword Ocean has a chance to fight, Lung Qing muttered to himself. Lung Qing muttered to herself with anticipation. Long sabers appeared above her head as the heavenly Saber Realm descended. The Milky Way Sword Ocean seemed to sense something. It soared into the sky and headed for the Sky Saber Realm. Countless sabers slashed down from the Sky Saber Realm. Saber blades collided with each other, and the aftershock scattered endless saber rays, forcing everyone to retreat again and again. The Tribulation Origin black hole had become a domain of sabers. Countless sabers and shattered saber rays formed a world of death that could tear a half-martial ancestor to pieces. No one knew how Lung Qing was doing. They couldn't see him clearly, and they couldn't sense him either. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lung Qing had always been a good person. Although he was taciturn and didn't have much of a presence, as the Elysium's leader, Lu Yin had arranged for him to guard the Astral Beast domain without complaint. Such a powerhouse was the safest place to be. It would be a pity if Lung Qing died from progenitor destruction. It would also be a loss for humanity. Why did the Origin space have Tribulation Origin? If it was the same as the reincarnation spacetime, how many progenitors would there be in the Origin space? The Eternals couldn't possibly overturn the situation. As he thought about this, the sabers in front of him gradually disappeared. Lung Qing stood tall in the starry sky. The blood on his body had already solidified. He had not been swept up by the Milky Way Sword Ocean. His Sky Saber realm had blocked it. Lu Bujing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Kair's pale face gradually returned to normal. That was the Milky Way Sword Emperor, a ruthless person. Lung Qing had been able to survive his saber, and he had even used a saber to fight a saber. This was enough to make Lung Qing famous. He had also fulfilled his wish. Then, would there still be Tribulation Origin? Under the Tribulation Origin black hole, Lung Qing looked up. It was gone. The saber intent that had excited him had disappeared. He was strong enough to fight the Milky Way Sword Emperor when he was a half-martial ancestor. It was a pity that the Milky Way Sword Emperor was dead. Otherwise, he would have wanted to fight a progenitor. There was no reaction from the Tribulation Origin black hole. Everyone found it strange. The Destiny Daughter slowly said, "Ask your heart. Ask yourself. If you can't ask, you've failed." "How do you ask?" Luin was puzzled. "Everyone is different," Lu Bujing said. "It's a tribulation in one's heart. Patriarchs can have flaws, but not at this moment. You have to hide them, or remove them. Only then can you become a patriarch. To put it bluntly, lie. As long as you can lie through the tribulation origin, it's fine," Kair said. Luin looked at Ling Qing. Lie? He didn't think so. This was also what Lu Bujing and the others were worried about. Would Ling Qing lie? It was obvious that he wouldn't. Asking one's heart was a difficult hurdle for Ling Qing. The reason why he had not broken through to progenitor before today was because he couldn't ask his heart. Lu Bujing, the Destiny Daughter, Kai and Hen Xian. This was because they were all Elysium leaders and peak half-martial ancestors. Logically speaking, they could have broken through to progenitor long ago. However, they had delayed until now because they knew that it would be difficult for them to succeed. The stronger one was, the more they understood themselves. They knew what problems they would encounter and where they would fail. Ling Qing's problem was that he couldn't ask his heart. However, that was before today. Lu Yin's words kept echoing in his ears. A young man with the cultivation of an emissary had such courage. He dared to ask the heavens, let go of stellar sources, and even suppressed them. Why couldn't he ask his heart? Why couldn't he give up? Ling Qing slowly raised his hand and faced the black hole of the tribulation origin. His arm shook, and the saber shattered. Lu Bujing and the others were shocked. He shattered his saber? The Lady of Fate's eyes sparkled. This is Ling Qing's heart. He cultivated with the saber, entered the realm with the saber, and turned his body into a saber. Ever since he started cultivating, his life has been inseparable from the saber. It is said that when he was born, countless sabers worshipped him. The saber has accompanied him throughout his life. His success and failure were all because of the saber. Now, he broke his saber to show his determination. And asked his heart. He has passed this hurdle. Everyone was silent. They held their breaths and looked at Ling Qing. They saw his relaxed expression. It was as if he had become a different person. The saber had made him what he was, but it had also trapped him. He dared to break his saber, which meant that he had abandoned his stubborn self. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn. With a long roar, Ling Qing completely let go. He had fought the Milky Way Saber Emperor and broken his saber to show his determination. He had done it. What else was there to regret? Even if he failed to break through to the progenitor realm and was reduced to ashes, he would die without regrets. His laughter reverberated through the heavens, causing countless people to feel inexplicably happy. It was as if they had let go of many things. Even Luin was affected. He unconsciously placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Yen, one day, you and I will be able to see each other again. The Lu family will be able to return one day. Grudges, love, hatred, life and death, there will be a day when they will be resolved. That day will definitely come. Light appeared in the starry sky. A saber lay horizontally. Everyone was shocked. Was that the heavenly saber realm? The heavenly saber realm reappeared. However, it was not Ling Qing who had performed it. It appeared naturally. As the heavenly saber realm appeared, a long saber fell into Ling Qing's hand. It looked exactly like his broken saber. At the same time, Ling Qing's 3 gates opened. Many creatures that looked like sabers poured into the heavenly saber realm. The heavenly saber realm transformed. Although it did not seem to have changed much, the astral source from before gave everyone a faint pressure. That was the power of the progenitor realm. Ling Qing's inner world had transformed into the progenitor realm. He had succeeded in breaking through to the progenitor realm. He had successfully broken through to the progenitor realm. With the long saber in hand, the heavenly saber realm appeared. Lung Qing had become the first person to succeed in breaking through to the progenitor realm. He was not an ordinary half-martial ancestor. He was the leader of the Elysium. Now that he had succeeded in breaking through, he possessed strength that even Lu Yun feared. Lu Yun did not want to test the power of the heavenly saber realm. Lu Yun's eyes widened as he laughed. Congratulations to leader Lung Qing for successfully breaking through to the progenitor realm. The Elysium now has a new elder. Congratulations, Lord Lung Qing. Congratulations, Lord Lung Qing. Everyone who saw this scene was envious. At the same time, they rejoiced for themselves. It was a great honor to be able to witness the success of breaking through to the progenitor realm with their own eyes. Throughout the countless years of human history, how many people had been able to witness the success of breaking through to the progenitor realm with their own eyes? As Lung Qing succeeded in breaking through to the progenitor realm, a faint, strange feeling drifted across the fifth mainland. The tribulation origin black hole disappeared. The heavenly saber realm disappeared. Lung Qing put away his long saber. His entire aura was completely different from before. If it had been possible to tell that he was an expert in the way of the saber before, now it was impossible to tell. If he did not use a saber, no one could tell what kind of weapon he was proficient in. At this moment, Lung Qing's sharpness was completely restrained. Even progenitor realm experts could not see through him. Lung Qing took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yun and the others. She bowed to Lu Yun and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Bujing and the others hurriedly retreated. The current Lung Qing's etiquette was not something they could accept. It would be best if they could break through to the progenitor realm, but if they could not, they would never be on the same level as Lung Qing. Logically speaking, Lu Yun shouldn't have accepted it either. However, his words had allowed Lung Qing to successfully seek her heart. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had indeed helped Lung Qing break through her ancestral roots. Some people succeeded in breaking through to the ancestor realm and were proud of the heavens, disdaining the mortal world. Some people climbed to the top but were willing to be down to earth. Lung Qing was clearly the latter. Lu Yun smiled. "Senior, it's your own epiphany, and it has nothing to do with me. Congratulations on successfully breaking through." Lung Qing's expression was calm. Somehow, she felt that she was much easier to get along with than before. "No matter what, thank you, Sect Master, for being able to pass the test of heart examination. What plans do you have for me next? Will you continue to oversee the astral beast domain or return to the above heaven?" Lu Yun replied, "There's no rush. Let's go to the above heaven sect first." Many of the onlookers' expressions changed. They were from the four-way balance and the six-way gang. Lung Qing breaking through to the ancestor realm had a huge impact. Not to mention his own battle prowess, just his identity as an ancestor realm expert added another layer of protection to the above heaven sect. This was not a simple protection, but more like a kind of omen. If Lung Qing could succeed, then the leader of the Elysium, Lu Bujing, and the others might have succeeded as well. It should be said that the possibility of success was extremely high. If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate the above heaven sect. This was without considering Lung Qing's strength. He was the sect master of the Heaven's Gate, a half-martial ancestor. Now that he had broken through, he was definitely not someone an ordinary martial ancestor could compare to. His combat prowess was unfathomable, and that was the reason why others were wary of him. The news of Lung Qing breaking through her ancestral roots quickly spread to the Six Directions Guild and Four-Way Balance, causing a huge commotion. However, none of this had anything to do with Lu Yun. Under the suppression of the Grand Empyrean, the Six Directions Society did not dare to cause trouble for the above heaven sect. The four-way scales did not have the ability to cause trouble. At this moment, Lu Yun was feeling the most comfortable. The more Grandmaster Ancestor powerhouses there were in the sky, the more authority he would have in the Six Directions Association in the future, and the more trouble he would have with the four cardinal scales. One day, he would tip the scales and return the starry sky tree to the Lu family. In the back mountains of Heaven's Sky sect, Zhao Ran was all smiles as she brewed tea. Ever since she had started following Lu Yun, she had never brewed so many cups of tea in one go. Now that she had brewed 7 cups, she was very satisfied. Lu Yin, the blood ancestor, Elder Chan, Lu Yun, Lung Qing, Master Shan, and senior brother Mu Xia. 7 progenitors had gathered at the back of the mountain. This was the first time so many progenitors had gathered since the establishment of the above heaven. Including Zhu Jiao and Yi Qi, who could be summoned from the commander appointment platform, Lu Yin had mobilized a total of 8 progenitors, including himself. Unfortunately, the blood ancestor's battle prowess couldn't be counted. He was already in his twilight years. Master Shan's battle prowess was comparable to the blood ancestors. After all, he used a black energy source. The path that above heaven had to take was long and arduous. For a day, everyone gathered at the back of the mountain. No one knew what they were talking about. Lu Bujing and the others could have joined in, but they did not. This was a gathering of progenitor realm experts in the truest sense of the word. If they went, they would feel that something was wrong. The blood ancestor was very happy. Seeing the above heaven continuously increase the number of progenitors meant that this place was growing stronger, and that the humans were growing stronger as well. A few days later, Lu Yin sat alone at the back of the mountain. He had already undergone 8 origin tribulations and was at the peak of the emissary realm. He had already broken through to the half-ancestor realm, and it seemed that he would be able to attempt a breakthrough soon. Once he became a half-ancestor, he would only be 1 step away from the peak of the human race. However, that step was extremely difficult to cross. Lung Qing was naturally overseeing the above heaven sect. The astral beast domain could be sent to the others, as there were still quite a few half-ancestors. Although only Elder Chan and Ling Qing had broken through to the progenitor realm after the establishment of the above heaven sect, there were nearly 10 half-ancestors. This was a gratifying number. Although these half-ancestors had not broken through the 3 stages and could not possibly reach the progenitor realm, they were still quite good. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It seemed that it was time to go to the astral tree domain to seize the origin item. Only the astral tree domain had the origin item, and it was in the sovereign realm. However, the 4 cardinal scales each had their own origin item. The sovereign realm's origin item was only used for trials and competition. Back when he had competed with the 4 young ancestors, they had all failed. Could it be that none of them had broken through the 3 stages? Of course not. To some people, the sovereign realm's competition for the origin item was just for show. It was more like a show of strength for the 4 young ancestors and paved the way for them to win over followers. Even if they did not obtain the origin item, the people behind them would still give it to them. The above heaven sect also needed such a foundation. Not only did they need the origin item, but they also needed tribulation crystals. It was time for Wendy Yushan to absorb tribulation crystals and break through. Lu Yin wanted to give Zhuode Knight, Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, and Ku Wei enough resources to break through as long as they had the ability. However, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others had already broken through the 3 stages. Lu Yin had asked around and learned that during the above heaven sect's era, there was no shortage of origin items or tribulation crystals. Cultivation had flourished at that time, and it had been the peak of the human race. Pathmaster, someone by the name of Yi Xing requests an audience, the second Night King said respectfully. He had long since become Lu Yin's servant, and so did the Night King clan. The Day-Night clan had long since become a thing of the past, and the third Night King had already accepted this fact. Lu Yin was surprised. Yi Xing? Bring her here. Soon, the second Night King arrived with a woman. The woman had a smile on her face, and her gaze was gentle. She had a graceful temperament, and no matter how one looked at her, she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. She was not like Yi Xing, who wandered the business world and made a living by trading. Bailan greets Pathmaster Lu. The woman approached Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at the woman. He gestured for her to take a seat. Bailan did not stand on ceremony and slowly took a seat. She looked at Lu Yin generously, giving him the feeling that she could open her heart to him. Lu Yin sat across from her. I've heard of Yi Xing, but I've never had any dealings with him. Miss Bailan, can you introduce him to me? Bailan smiled and said, of course you can. Yi Xing travels through the various parallel universes and specializes in evaluating the quality of resources in parallel universes and setting up a reasonable exchange ratio to break through the barriers of parallel universes transactions. Through this, we collect a meager commission. Dao Master, you can consider us, Yi Xing, as a merchant guild. However, our merchant guild only deals in the exchange of parallel universes and resources, and the commission is 1%. Only trade for resources? Lu Ying thought back to Zhu Yi, who he had met in the drifting cloud space. That guy had been selling demi-humans. Was that not Yi Xing's business? Perhaps, that Zhu Yi seemed to be someone from the Zhu clan's merchant association. Bailan said, that's right. We only trade for resources and nothing else. I came to find Pathmaster Lu this time because the three sovereigns have opened a passage to the primordial space. The primordial space is now connected, and I, Yi Xing, can estimate the exchange ratio between the primordial space and the Six Directions Society. From now on, the primordial space can exchange for resources from any parallel universe of the Six Directions Society, and the Six Directions Society can also exchange for resources from the primordial space. Lu Ying was not interested in what she was saying. He could leave the financial matters to Xianxia. What he cared about was Yi Xing. Lu Ying tapped his fingers on the table and sized up Bailan. This woman's cultivation was not high, and she seemed to have just broken through to become an envoy. However, Yi Xing's people did not care about cultivation. They had an eye treasure that allowed them to travel through the void. Back then, Lu Yun could not kill Zhu Yi even if he wanted to. That was one of Yi Xing's methods. Bailan was not angered by Lu Yun's unbridled gaze, and she generously returned his gaze. This person was a legend. As the young master of the Lu family who had been exiled, he had lost his memories and cultivation and had started anew. Yet, in just a few short decades, he had reached the peak and even faced off against the Six Directions Society. His name had reached the ears of the Grand Empyreans, and he had confronted the three sovereigns and 9 sages. To be honest, as a member of Yi Xing, Bailan had seen many strange people. Those who could trade with Yi Xing's people were all important figures from various parallel universes, but this was the first time she had met someone like Lu Ying. This person did not even care about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. He had just walked out of the endless battlefield, and the above heaven had welcomed another powerhouse who had broken through. Bailan felt that this person had the potential to become the chosen one. She could not be too casual when facing this person. Even if Yi Xing's people could do as they pleased in the Six Directions Society, this was the primordial space, a place that had once given birth to the most glorious above heaven. This was a place that everyone in the Six Directions Society would remember, regardless of whether they loathed or hated it. The primordial space was different from any other parallel universe of the Six Directions Society, including the reincarnation spacetime. The two looked at each other, both thinking about something. Zhao Ran had arrived and was preparing tea for Bailan. Bailan stared blankly at the strange hot tea and then at Zhao Ran. When she saw the expectant look on Zhao Ran's face, she subconsciously looked at Lu Ying. Was he trying to poison her to death? This was tea? It was clearly poison, and there was definitely something alive in it. She had even seen something swimming around. Lu Ying came back to his senses and saw Bailan looking at the hot tea with a strange expression. He coughed and said, Zhao Ran prepared this especially for you. Do you want to try it? Bailan looked at Lu Ying. I'm from the Yi Xing sect. I don't participate in any fights. Lu Ying laughed. Don't misunderstand. This is really tea, and it's delicious. He then took a sip himself. Bailan watched as Lu Ying drank the entire cup of tea without hesitation. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Zhao Ran again. Zhao Ran stared at her expectantly. Bailan considered herself to be brave, knowledgeable, and forthright. She had a good reputation in the Yi Xing sect, but even she had moments of hesitation. She smiled bitterly, picked up the tea, and drank it all in one gulp. Zhao Ran's heart ached. She had spent a lot of effort to brew this tea, and it was tasteless to drink it like this. Bailan put down the cup, and her eyes lit up as she thought about it. Not bad. Zhao Ran smiled. Lu Ying smiled as well. As long as you like it. Bailan looked at Zhao Ran. Can I have another cup? I'll savor it slowly this time. The word savor stimulated Zhao Ran. She became excited and clenched her fists tightly. Wait. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Those who did not know better would have thought that they were fighting. I've been running around for Bao Bao for the past few days. Everything will settle down in a few days, and I'll update when the time comes. Thank you for your support, brothers. Bailan chuckled. Dao Master Lu, the people here are very interesting. Because of the cup of tea, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Louis no longer hesitated and directly asked, since it's a deal, we need to know who it is. Miss Bailan, may I ask who Yixing represents? Bailan had expected Louis to ask this. Countless people in the Six Direction Association wanted to know, but there were only a few who truly knew. How much does Dao Master Lu know about the Six Direction Association? Bailan asked. Louis shook his head, not much. If the passage hadn't opened, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Bailan nodded. The Six Direction Association includes the 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. They are collectively known as the Six Direction Association. The Six Direction Association represents the current universe that humans know of, but there are more than just the Six Direction Association in the universe. No one knows how many parallel universes there are. Some parallel universes have the same people, while others are only the size of a palm. This is the universe. Aside from the Six Direction Association, there are also those who don't join the Six Direction Association or are unwilling to join the Six Direction Association. I, Yixing, am one of them. My name is Bai Rong. Lu Yin's fingers moved. He appeared calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Bai Rong? He had heard of this name before. It came from the zombie god. When he had been chased by the zombie god in the Starfall Sea, he had taken out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden to resist the zombie god's power. When the zombie god saw the corpse, she had said two words, Bai Rong. Lu Yin had learned that the corpse's name was Bai Rong. That corpse was Yixing's master? Bai Rong and Bailan had similar names. Did they come from the same family or spacetime? Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring and listened to Bailan quietly. Bailan didn't notice Lu Yin's abnormality and continued, this is not a secret, but it is still a secret. Some people will never know about it. Dao Master Lu, you are the Dao Master of the Genesis Space's heavenly sect and have several powerful subordinates. You are qualified to speak with the Six Direction Association and can know about it. That's why I said that Yixing will not participate in any battles between the Six Direction Association and the Genesis Space. We are not part of the Six Direction Association and will not listen to the Grand Emperor's orders. We are Bai Rong's subordinates. Lu Yin looked at Bailan. Bai Rong can disobey the Grand Emperor? Bailan said proudly, Yixing doesn't need to listen to the orders of the Great Heavenly Venerate. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Miss should be aware of what happened in my primordial space some time ago. Because of the tyranny of the three monarch spacetimes, they wanted to swallow my above heaven sect and almost caused a war. The Grand Emperor ordered me to enter the endless battlefield to atone for my sins. Therefore, to me, a powerhouse who doesn't listen to the Grand Emperor's orders is worthy of respect. Senior Barong, can you tell me more about it? Bailan was very happy. Respecting Lord Barong is the same as respecting all of us, respecting Yixing. Since Daoist Master Lu wants to know, I am naturally willing to tell you. Thank you. Wearing a solemn expression, Bailan slowly told him everything she knew about Bai Rong with longing and enthusiasm. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring as he listened. This feeling was very strange. In reality, Bailan didn't know much. Her level was too far away from Bai Rong's, and she had only told him what she had heard from others. However, this information was enough for Lu Yin to have a general understanding of the situation. Bai Rong was a powerhouse who had fought his way through the endless battlefield and escaped from the encirclement of the seven sky gods by himself. This was his greatest achievement, and it was also his qualification to disregard the Grand Emperor's orders. Only by doing this would he be able to disregard the Grand Emperor and bring Yixing into the Six Direction Society without obeying its orders. Although Bailan spoke for a long time, this was the only information Lu Yin had truly heard. He was very clear about the terror of the endless battlefield, and he was even more clear about the strength of the seven sky gods. To be able to fight his way through the endless battlefield and escape from the encirclement of the seven sky gods, what kind of spirit and strength was this? At the very least, Lu Yin couldn't imagine that curmudgeon Mo alone could cause the above heaven sect to panic at the slightest sound. The reason why he had left Ling Qing behind was because he was worried that Curmudgeon Mo would come. Curmudgeon Mo shouldn't have reached the level of the 7 sky gods. The strength of the 7 sky gods was evident. Bai Rong was a ruthless man who could fight the 7 sky gods head-on. He was definitely at the level of Great Elder Shan Gu and Void Master. No wonder he didn't listen to the orders of the Grand Empyrean. Other than Luo Shan, the other rulers of the 6th direction society, regardless of whether it was Shan Gu, Void Master, or Wei Zhu, Lu Yin believed that they could all obtain the respect of the Grand Empyrean to a certain extent. Their strength was unfathomable, and Bai Rong should be at this level. Experts outside of the 6th direction society? Lu Yin knew of 2 such experts. One was Bai Rong, and the other was Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue's father, the Lightning Lord. The person who could make the Ancestor Realm Holy Light Dragon Tortoise call him master. He was a person that even the eternal race didn't dare to offend. Then where is this senior Bai Rong now? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Bai Lan. At this moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a freshly brewed tea. Bai Lan stared at it blankly. She had thought that it would be the same as the previous one. Why did it change? This tea was strange no matter how she looked at it. There was actually a moving airflow floating above it. Was this tea? She had dared to drink the previous cup, but this one? She regretted it. She shouldn't have asked for another cup. Zhao Ran looked at her expectantly. This sister of hers was too cute. She hadn't received such a request for many years. Sister, do you want to taste it? Bai Lan was speechless. Wasn't this word a little provocative? Lu Yin said, Zhao Ran, you can leave first. Zhao Ran blinked. Sister wants to taste the tea. Lu Yin looked at Bai Lan. Bai Lan took a deep breath and forced a smile. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Zhao Ran's eyes widened. Lu Yin was curious. Zhao Ran's tea had never been the same. This cup, how should he put it, had the feeling that it would last for a long time. He didn't want to touch it. Good tea. Bai Lan praised, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran was overjoyed. Thank you. She then left in high spirits. Bai Lan exhaled as she watched Zhao Ran leave. She looked at the teacup with lingering fear. The airflow floating above it had actually formed a spider. Miss Bai Lan. Bai Lan was stunned. She pushed the teacup away and blushed when she met Lu Yin's gaze. Dao Master Lu, please speak. Lu Yin stared at Bai Lan. Where is that senior Bai Rong? I'd like to pay him a visit. Bai Lan smiled. He's in seclusion. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Dao Master Lu. Seclusion? Lu Yin stared at Bai Lan, wanting to see if she was lying. Bai Rong's corpse was clearly with him. Bai Lan naturally met Lu Yin's gaze and did not back down. Yes, Lord Bai Rong has been in seclusion for a very long time. However, powerhouses like him can go into seclusion for tens of thousands or even millions of years before coming out. She did not continue, but it was obvious that she was very agitated. Lu Yin felt that Bai Lan was not lying. Did she not know that Bai Rong was dead? Everyone in the Eternals knew. If she did not know, then that meant that most people in the I Ching did not know either. In that case, who was in charge of the I Ching right now? Lu Yin asked this question. Bai Lan replied, Lord Bai Ting is Lord Bai Rong's servant, and he's in charge of the I Ching. Although he's a servant, Lord Bai Ting is also an extremely powerful powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. A servant was in charge of the I Ching, but the master was already dead. In that case, who was in charge of the I Ching? Lu Yin looked down at his cosmic ring. The I Ching held a terrifying amount of wealth, and even a 1% commission was terrifying. It was equivalent to 1% of all the resources that had been exchanged in parallel universes for countless years. Although many people did not look for the I Ching to exchange for resources, as long as they did, they would be able to exchange for a large amount of resources. He didn't forget that I Ching, every person who traveled through time and space, was known as a moving money bag. He was looking forward to seeing how many resources the I Ching had. After talking so much, Dao Master Lu, can we talk about the exchange rate? Bai Lan asked. She was quite satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. If this person respected Bai Rong, then he would be respected by the I Ching as well. Lu Yin replied, I'll find someone to discuss this with you. After all, I'm not very good at these things. Bai Lan nodded. Of course. Lu Yin looked at Bai Lan. I have a small favor that I don't know if Miss Bai Lan can help me with. Bai Lan was puzzled. Help? Dao Master Lu, I Xing, will not participate in any of the Six Direction Society's battles, nor will I help anyone. I also won't give you any information. I can't help you with anything. Lu Yin smiled. It has nothing to do with that. I just hope that someone from the primordial space can join the I Ching. Bai Lan was shocked. You want your people to join the I Ching? Lu Yin nodded. Bai Lan pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. I've already recruited some people from the Six Direction Society. After all, it's much better to have someone from that space-time represent us when making a trade. However, they need to pass a test. Lu Yin stood up and sighed. I'll be straightforward. The test is only for certain people. Some people can choose not to pass the test. You should be very clear about that. Bai Lan did not act pretentious and stood up. All right, Dao Master Lu, you can let your people join the I Ching. However, the I Ching has its own rules. Once they join the I Ching, they are not allowed to participate in any battles, whether it's the primordial space, the Six Direction Society, or the primordial space itself. No problem. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Bai Lan continued, there's one more thing. The I Ching's rules are that men lead men, and women lead women. In other words, I can only bring women into the I Ching. Why is that? Lu Yin did not understand. Bai Lan explained, feelings are a characteristic of human nature. It can be a strength or a weakness. No one can guarantee that there are no feelings between men and women. Closeness can affect a trade. In order to eliminate this possibility, we have this rule. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Good rules. What about the quota? Bai Lan was stunned. Quota? Of course. How many people can you bring into the I Ching? Lu Yin asked matter-of-factly. Bai Lan smiled bitterly. It seems that Dao Master Lu is not only recommending one person. However, my abilities are limited, and I can only bring one person into the I Ching. Any more than that and I can't. This is also a rule. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Second Night King. Dao Master. The Second Night King walked out and bowed. Find Madame Nalan. The Second Night King acknowledged and left. Is there really only one spot? Lu Yin looked back at Bai Lan. Bai Lan helplessly replied, one spot is already pretty good, and it's only because of my surname. Lu Yin understood. Bai, as in Bai Rong, meant that her status in I Ching was not simple. Let's wait. The person who wants to come won't arrive that quickly. In the Outerverse, on a giant spacecraft outside of Myriad City, Madame Nalan stretched lazily as she watched the distant city shrink before leaving. She wore a thin silk dress that faintly revealed her figure. She was enchanting and beautiful, but unfortunately, no one could appreciate her beauty. She picked up a book, lay down, and quietly read it. This book came from Myriad City, and it was the most popular book in the city. It was also the most popular book in the entire Fifth Mainland. It was called The Legendary Downlord, and it recorded Lu Yin's legendary past. Almost everyone in the Fifth Mainland had a copy. As she read, Madame Nalan grew sleepy. At that moment, an old woman's voice came from outside. Madam, the transaction has begun. Madame Nalan grunted. Let them do as they wish. Yes. The old woman retreated. There were many things that Madame Nalan did not need to worry about. On the Fifth Mainland, no one dared to lie to the Nalan family. Everyone knew that the Nalan family had helped Lu Yin many times when he had just started out, and they had Lu Yin's backing. Madame Nalan could also enter the above-the-sky sect at any time. Doing business with such an existence would make anyone want to lose money in exchange for a favor. Furthermore, there was no one else who was worthy of Madame Nalan showing up. The wisest decision for the Nalan family was to invest in Lu Yin, which would allow the Nalan family to prosper for tens of thousands of years. At that moment, the old woman returned. "Madam, the second Night King requests an audience." Madame Nayland was shocked. The second Night King? She hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out. The second Night King could not possibly come to see her, and there was only one person in the universe who could make him run errands for her. "Greetings, madam." The second Night King was extremely polite to Madame Nayland. He knew that this woman was one of the few people that Luine cared about. Although they had not met much, her importance in Lu Yin's heart was not low. Madame Nayland looked at the second Night King and smiled faintly. "Sir, what business do you have here?" "I've been ordered by the Tao Lord to invite Madame to the Sky Sect." Bailan sat alone in the Sky Sect's back mountain. Luine had already left, and he could not stay by her side forever. And the person Bailan saw the most was Zhao Ran. She wanted to learn more about Luine from Zhao Ran. After all, he was the master of the primordial space, and the essence of the transaction was not a commodity, but a person. In order to get information from Zhao Ran, she kept praising Zhao Ran's tea. She drank 5 cups in a row. With Zhao Ran's unusual method, each cup was shocking, but it was unexpectedly delicious. Bailan didn't know what to say. Finally, after drinking her 6th cup, Zhao Ran affectionately called her sister. She felt that the time had come. "Little sister Zhao Ran, how old is Master Lu this year?" Zhao Ran was at a loss. "Who is Master Lu?" Bailan was startled and sized up Zhao Ran. Was this girl playing with her? "That's the guy just now." "Oh, you mean His Highness?" "I don't know." "Does Taoist Master Lu often receive guests here?" "I don't know." "Sorry, Zhao Ran is out of stock." "I didn't scold you." "No." "Eh? Big sister, is this your first time here? Would you like some tea?" Bailan could tell that this girl was playing dumb. She rolled her eyes. "Alright, I'll drink." "Okay, I don't want to drink anymore." Zhao Ran was disappointed. "Big sister, if you want to drink tea, just call me. I'm not far away, and I'll hear you if you shout." "Big sister, you haven't tried my tea before. It's really delicious. His Highness and the others all like it." Bailan blinked and watched Zhao Ran leave. She had already drunk 8 cups, but she still hadn't tried it before. Filled with resentment towards Zhao Ran, Bailan waited for Madame Nayland to arrive. The moment she saw her, Bailan knew that this woman was too suitable for Yixing. She had a beautiful yet fresh face, and her every movement exuded a mature charm. This was an important advantage for a businesswoman. Her face was slightly pale, but it made her look even more delicate. This was especially true for her skin, which was sparkling and snow-white. Her skin was like ice and jade, and her smile was enough to cause ripples in one's heart. She wasn't pretentious, but she was more attractive than any other woman. Her maturity was something that couldn't be underestimated. She was a natural-born businesswoman who had always been successful. "Lu Fushui greets Miss Bailan." Madame Nayland smiled and bowed. She was neither servile nor overbearing, and when she stood next to Bailan, it seemed as if she was the guide instead of Bailan. Bailan reacted, as she had seen too many people before. Although Madame Nayland had made her eyes light up, she still had to ask the necessary questions. Yixing wasn't someone that anyone could join, and even if they didn't need to pass Yixing's special test, they still needed to have the most basic judgment. Bailan asked Madame Nayland a few questions, all of which were related to business. Madame Nayland had dominated the outerverse business world for many years and had brought the Nayland family to such heights. How could she be stumped by these questions? Even Zhu Yi had passed the test, so Luine was rather confident in Madame Nayland's abilities. "If the other party was a progenitor and asked you to reduce your commission, what would you do?" Bailan asked. This was her last question, and although it wasn't considered a test question, she still wanted to ask. She wanted to see Madame Nayland's answer and use it to determine the temperament of the people in the primordial space. She had asked this question to many people, including Yixing and the other newcomers, and their answers were more or less the same. In most people's minds, progenitors were the pinnacle of the universe. If such a person spoke, they would have to give face in exchange for a favorable impression of Yixing. This answer wasn't wrong, but it wasn't outstanding either. Madame Nayland looked up and met Bailan's eyes. "No." "Why?" Bylan was calm, as there were many people who gave such an answer. Some people liked to take a different approach in order to attract her attention. Madame Naylan revealed a mesmerizing smile. Because this is Yixing's rule. Bylan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of provoking enemies for Yixing? If any progenitor is hostile to Yixing, it might attract trouble, and it would be even more troublesome for you. Madame Naylan smiled. If Yixing is afraid of trouble, then why would he make a deal with a progenitor? A person's greed is limitless, and it has nothing to do with one's realm. If he makes a deal with a progenitor, then he'll have to take a step back. As for myself, I'll just leave Yixing. I don't care. Bylan's gaze turned cold. You don't care? Do you understand Yixing? Do you know how many people dream of joining Yixing? Madame Naylan combed her hair. I don't understand, and I don't need to understand. I'm very satisfied with my current state of life. Now, I don't need to scheme against anyone, and I don't need to fight for small profits. The other party will naturally give me the biggest profit, even if he doesn't want it. Bylan looked deeply at Madame Naylan, and the coldness in her gaze faded, turning into a smile. Then I'll have to disappoint you. Congratulations, from now on, you're Yixing's person, and I'll be your guide. She said. She took out an eye and handed it to Madame Naylan. Madame Naylan was a little disappointed, but she didn't care too much. To be able to enjoy peace and endure pain, this was a qualified merchant. However, this eye was too terrifying. This is my symbol, and it's also what you'll rely on to travel through time in the future. With it, not many people can attack you, even if the other party isn't progenitor. Bylan introduced. Madame Naylan put it away. I'll give you 1 day to prepare, and you'll leave with me tomorrow. Once you join Yixing, you'll lose your personal identity. You'll represent Yixing, and Yixing will protect you. You're not allowed to participate in any disputes outside of Yixing unless Yixing agrees to it. Bylan warned her before stepping into the void and leaving. She didn't go far, but instead stayed outside above the sky sect, waiting to take Madame Naylan away at this time tomorrow. Madame Naylan sat down on the spot and propped her chin up with one hand. She stared into the distance in a daze, like a beautiful statue. Luine arrived and sat down across from her. Actually, I don't really want to leave. I'm very satisfied with my current life. Madame Naylan spoke slowly, not looking at Luine as she continued to stare into the distance. Luine smiled. Just treat it as a favor. I need someone to join Yixing. What's your goal? She asked. Luine thought about it. I haven't thought of it yet, but I suddenly thought of it. If I can think of something in the future, I'll contact you. Madame Naylan sighed and put down her pure white arm. She looked at Luine with a mesmerizing smile. Merchants pursue profit. If I help you, what can you give me in return? Luine replied, that depends on what you want. Madame Naylan chuckled, her eyes bright and filled with Lu Yin's image. What if I say that I want you? Luine was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Are you going to do this every time we meet? Be careful not to burn yourself. Madame Naylan laughed heartily. I really want to see what the great Tao Master Lu looks like when he loses control. Luine shook his head. Enter Yixing, stay there in peace. That's another world. You can only see the true universe there. Madame Naylan rolled her eyes. With the truth, there will always be danger. If you're in danger, I'll save you. The kind that disregards everything? You can say that. Madame Naylan stood up and winked playfully at Luine. I'm suddenly full of confidence. Thank you, Tao Master Lu. Investing in you is indeed the most worthwhile. I'm going back to the spacecraft to deal with some family matters. Second Night King, see Madame Naylan out, Luine ordered. The Second Night King walked out and respectfully led Madame Naylan away. Luine exhaled. Every time he spoke to her, it was tiring. She always seemed to have him in her grasp. What a charming and intelligent demoness. After smoothly getting Madame Naylan to join Yixing, the next step was to negotiate with Bylan and Xianxia. Luine would not participate, and he did not know how to participate. For the time being, the star essence from the origin space was not of much value to the Hexagon Society. The reincarnation spacetime also used star essence, but it was different from the origin spaces. It was unlikely that Luin would be able to rely on Yixing to increase his trade with the origin space. It had been more than 4 months since his identity as Xianxia had gone into seclusion. He had thought that it would take at least a few years for him to return from the endless battlefield, but it had been much faster than expected. Luin took a step forward and headed towards the astral tree. There was someone he needed to meet. It hadn't been long since Luin had come to the astral tree realm. Last time, he had gone to the White Dragon clan. This time, he was going to the Frigid Immortal sect. Ever since he had obtained the Celestial Eye, the first person he wanted to see was Xianxia. This woman was the only one who could ignore the suppression of the power in his heart even though they were in the same realm. The power in his heart had formed a starry sky, and it could even suppress the divine martial aura and sapphire force. However, it couldn't suppress Xianxia. This had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's heart, and he wanted to see her clearly. It was chaos outside the Frigid Immortal sect. All kinds of strange beasts were running away, kicking up dust into the sky. The disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect surrounded the beasts and shouted. As the strongest sect in the astral tree realm, this kind of thing was almost impossible. Moreover, it was happening right in front of their gate. It would be very embarrassing if others saw it. However, today was the day of the Frigid Immortal sect's recruitment. Seeing the elegant disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect chasing the beasts and making a mess, those who wanted to join the Frigid Immortal sect doubted their lives. Was this really the Frigid Immortal sect? Outside the Frigid Immortal sect, Dongshan's face was pale. He looked at the dust in the sky and heard the beasts howling. He finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" The shout gave the disciples a fright, as well as the exotic beasts that were running away. The beasts looked at Dongshan with fear in their eyes. Astral sources surged out of Dongshan's body. He had broken through to the first tribulation origin realm. As one of the strongest disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect, he had gone to the sovereign realm with Bai Xiaohong. At that time, his cultivation was similar to that of the 10 arbiters, so it was normal for him to break through. Although Dongshan was only at the first tribulation origin realm, his status was comparable to some elders because of his identity as an elite disciple. Everyone knew that he would become a senior member of the Frigid Immortal sect in the future. After all, Bai Xiaohong and Dong he had died in his time. After a short silence, the beast started running again. Dongshan glanced around, and the disciples who wanted to join the Frigid Immortal sect lowered their heads in fear. No need to catch them. Kill them. Dongshan shouted. Senior brother, please be merciful. They've only lost their minds and haven't hurt anyone. Please show mercy, senior brother. Dongshan stared into the distance with an ice-cold expression. Hua Bebe, I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Immediately kill these mutated beasts. In the future, if any mutated beasts escape from their cages, kill them without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Frigid Celestial sect disciples rushed out of the mountain gate and raised their weapons at the strange beasts. Those who wanted to join the Cold Immortal sect looked a little better. This was the real Cold Immortal sect, decisive and decisive. That farce just now was too embarrassing. At this moment, the Frigid Immortal sect was worth their efforts to join. Hua Bebe held in grief as she watched the butcher's knife fall. Her heart ached so much that she could die. These beasts were all nurtured by him. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and their movement stopped. Whether it was the people, the beasts, the disciples of the East Mountain, or the disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect, they all stopped what they were doing. Everyone seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. The earth trembled once again from afar. Everyone was stunned. They looked over and saw a figure walking over step by step. Every step caused the earth to tremble. They subconsciously stopped and didn't dare to move in the slightest. It was as if they would die if they moved. Hua Bebe looked at the person walking over from afar, her mouth wide open. It's him? Dongshan's pupil shrank. Lu Yin. The alarm of the Frigid Immortal sect sounded. A large number of disciples gathered at the mountain gate and looked into the distance vigilantly and nervously. Inside the mountain gate, Bai Ting, Old Ghost Bai Su, Elder Shizi, and the others walked out together. Lu Yin was here. What did he want to do? Bai Qi opened her eyes. Inform the ancestor immediately. The entire frigid immortal sect moved. Powerhouses walked out of the mountain gate one by one. Those who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect were stunned. They had never seen so many big shots. Bai Weiwei also walked out and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Was it you, Hao? Lu Yin walked over and appeared in front of Hua Beibei. He looked at her. Back then, did you tell Bai Ting that I used the split the heavens combat skill on the back battlefield? Hua Beibei was stunned and a little confused. What split the heavens combat skill? Lu Yin stared at him for a while, then looked away. It's nothing. Get lost. After speaking, he waved his hand and threw Hua Beibei and the other mutated beasts out. If Hua Beibei didn't tell him, then Bai Ting had indeed wronged him on Dragon Mountain. At that time, Lu Yin guessed that Bai Ting wanted to use this reason to drag him down. Bai Xiaoheng was dead, so he wasn't so rational. Now, it was confirmed. As for Hua Beibei, if he didn't throw him out, he wouldn't be able to stay in the frigid immortal sect in the future. Looking at the frigid immortal sect again, Lu Yin saw Bai Ting and the others outside the mountain gate. He also saw those who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect. Most of them were very young, and some were even children. They all looked at him curiously. Lu Yin took another step forward. When he was only a few meters away from the frigid immortal sect, he looked up. Where's Bai Wang Yuan? Bai Qi walked out and faced Lu Yin. Why are you here? Lu Yin looked at Bai Qi. I was bored, so I came to take a look. Bai Qi frowned. Lu Xiaoxian, although half of the ancestral realm experts of the 4 cardinal scales are helping to defend against the 6 cardinal faction, it doesn't mean that you can fight against us. At least, you can't fight against the 3 ancestors. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, it's just 3 old things. How long have they lived compared to how long have I lived? These old things schemed and plotted against my Lu family. In the end, they were threatened by me, Lu Xiaoxian. They've lived for so many years in vain. Lu Xiaoxian. Bai Qi shouted angrily, glaring at Lu Yin. Lu Yan's gaze swept past her and looked at the mountain gate. He looked at the ignorant children, young people, and the elders who had high hopes for them. They were all outside the frigid immortal sect, trying their best to get their children to join. Why do you want to join the frigid immortal sect? Lu Yin asked. Bai Qi and the others' expressions changed. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to start a war? Lu Yin didn't care about her. Sunset flower. Sooner or later, I'll flatten this place. Bai Qi shouted angrily, Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin sneered. He saw the confused eyes of the children and the elders of the children looking at him blankly. They were all at a loss. As far as they knew, the frigid immortal sect was the most powerful of the 4 forces. But now, Lu Yin was standing right in front of their mountain gate and insulting them. The frigid immortal sect couldn't do anything about it. As for Lu Yin, he had helped the starry sky of trees expel the Eternals. He was the son of the Lu family and the sect master of the above heaven sect. They all knew that. Someone who could bring their children to the frigid immortal sect was definitely not simple. The more they knew, the more confused they were. If the frigid immortal sect didn't do anything, how could they convince the others? Bai Qi trembled with anger. She wanted to attack, but she knew very well that she was far from being a match for Lu Yin. Even if Bai Xing came, what could he do? In the entire astral tree realm, only Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan could truly pose a threat to Lu Yin. These 2 were truly from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As long as Bai Wang Yuan didn't come, no one could do anything to Lu Yin. At this moment, Bai Wang Yuan couldn't come out unless a war really broke out. Lu Yin only insulted them verbally and didn't attack the frigid immortal sect. Now was not the time to fight to the death. Just take it as venting for Lu Yin. Previously, they almost caused a war to destroy the above heaven sect. Lu Yin looked at the frigid immortal sect again and saw Bai Ting, Old Ghost Bai, Elder Shizi, Bai Weiwei, and Xianxia. Some of them hated him, some were afraid of him, and some didn't know how to face him. Where is Bai Xianer? Lu Yin asked. Finally, he looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi clenched her fists. Lu Xiaoxian, if you have any grievances, you can go to the ancestor. The one who exiled your Lu family is the ancestor and the Six Direction sect. Lu Ying found it funny. You want to say that I'm unfair to you? Bai Qi was about to say yes, but she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was Lu Xiaoxian. How old was he? He was the same age as Xian'er, much younger than her. He was her junior, but she asked him to go to the ancestor? How ridiculous. How was it unfair? It was unfair for him to go to the ancestor. Bai Qi was speechless. Lu Ying looked up. Where is Bai Xian'er? Are you here to look for Xian'er? Bai Qi reacted and asked. Lu Ying said, she and I have unfinished grievances. Ask her to come out. Bai Qi shook her head. Xian'er is not in the sect. Where is she? Lu Ying frowned. The celestial eye appeared on his forehead and scanned the frigid immortal sect. The celestial eye didn't shine, so these people couldn't see it. They didn't even know about the existence of the celestial eye unless Bai Wanyuan was here. Bai Wanyuan was definitely not in the frigid immortal sect. He should be in the sovereign realm. I don't know where Xian'er is, Bai Qi replied. Seeing Lu Ying looking at the sect in a daze, she didn't know why, but she felt uneasy. It was as if she had been seen through. At this moment, Lu Yin's celestial eye swept across the frigid immortal sect. He didn't see Bai Xian'er, but he saw the clouds clearly. In the frigid immortal sect, there had always been a trial called Heavens Beyond. Lu Ying had participated in the trial and successfully ascended to Heavens Beyond. He saw Bai Xing above the clouds. Originally, he didn't understand these clouds at all. Now, with the celestial eye, those clouds couldn't hide. They weren't clouds at all. They were formed by Bai Wanyuan's power. Rather than saying that Heavens Beyond was a trial, it was more accurate to say that it was Bai Wanyuan's trial. It was no wonder that at the last step of Heavens Beyond, he saw so many people wanting to trample him to death. He turned into a grasshopper and was constantly being trampled to death on that street. He constantly hoped that he would be trampled to death, and those people were all Bai Wanyuan. Bai Wanyuan passed the Heavens Beyond trial. The last step of the trial planted an instinct in the trial takers' hearts that they would be trampled to death by him. It was a kind of suppression that was engraved in their bones. No matter who it was, as long as they reached that step, whether they succeeded or not, this suppression would be deeply imprinted in them. In the future, they wouldn't be able to resist Bai Wanyuan. This was the truth of Heavens Beyond trial and also the truth of the cultivation world. The top and the bottom. Back then, Lu Ying had relied on the ancestral scripture to remember who he was. He wasn't a grasshopper, but Lu Ying. He had jumped onto those people's heads and stepped on their heads to ascend to Heavens Beyond. If it weren't for the ancestral scripture, Lu Ying would have been imprinted by Bai Wanyuan at that moment. He wouldn't have been able to resist Bai Wanyuan in the future. Bai Wanyuan was too sinister. He was using this method to control everyone. How many people who had ascended to Heavens Beyond could be like him? For example, how did Bai Xing reach the top? What did Bai Wanyuan mean to him? The more open the trial was, the more Bai Wanyuan could control people. It didn't seem to affect him in the short term, but those who could reach the final step were all top geniuses. Lu Xiaoxian, Xian'er isn't in the sect. You're not welcome here. You can leave now, Bai Qi said. She stared at Lu Ying cautiously, afraid that he would attack. Lu Ying looked at Bai Qi. Have you participated in the Heavens Beyond trial? Bai Qi was stunned. She didn't understand why Lu Ying asked this. Of course. Lu Ying didn't ask further. Bai Qi looked like she didn't know the truth. Bai Wanyuan was ruthless. He didn't even let his own daughter go. No wonder he didn't participate in the trial as one of the 7 heroes. Even the 7 heroes didn't participate. At that time, he wondered if his family stopped him. However, there were people from his family who participated and ascended to Heavens Beyond. Did the Lu family know the truth about Heavens Beyond? Lu Ying retracted his gaze. There was no point in thinking about this now. Bai Xian'er was indeed not in the cold immortal sect. He had made a wasted trip. However, since he was here, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. Lu Yin's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. He raised his hand and used the indestructible state. A powerful aura swept across the sky, causing ripples in the void. Everyone's scalp went numb. Bai Qi exclaimed, "Lu Xiaoxian, what are you doing?" Everyone raised their heads and watched as Lu Yin slammed his palm down. The palm print crushed the void, bringing with it boundless darkness as it ruthlessly slammed into the front gate of the immortal cold sect. The void cracks were like monsters wreaking havoc as they swept out in all directions. Strong wind swept out, lifting up the earth and spreading endlessly. Lu Yin had unleashed a palm strike that had almost penetrated the earth of the top realm. The frigid immortal sect was shaking. All of the disciples' faces were pale as they stared blankly. Who could withstand this palm strike? The children who wanted to join the cold immortal sect were scared at first, but then their eyes lit up. This palm had left an indescribable shock in their hearts. This palm replaced everything they had ever seen and opened up a new world for them. Could a human do this? Piercing through the upper realm with a single palm, this was what it meant to be unrivaled. Who in the universe would dare to act so presumptuously in front of the cold immortal sect? This was a provocation, or even a challenge. Lu Yin laughed and left. The frigid immortal sect is full of trash. Why don't you come to my celestial sect? The voice gradually faded away, leaving behind countless dumbfounded gazes. Bai Qi's face was ghastly pale. Lu Xiaoxian no longer cared about the frigid immortal sect or the four cardinal scales. If he could do so today, he could very well make a move on the sect tomorrow. Who could stop him then? Old ancestor, since you've made a move against the Lu clan, why don't you eliminate them completely? Since they couldn't eliminate the root of the problem, why did they attack the Lu clan? In front of the cold immortal sect, the children were all excited and worshipping the celestial sect. Would they be able to join the celestial sect? Lu Yin just gave them a little. He left a seed in their hearts, that was all. Even if they were willing to join the celestial sect, the frigid immortal sect wouldn't let them go. They couldn't afford to lose face. But it was enough. Lu Yin was just showing off. Even if these children joined the frigid immortal sect, they would subconsciously tremble in front of him. This was the effect he wanted. In the past, he didn't have the ability, but now, he felt that he should show off. Right, since the frigid immortal sect was like this, he couldn't let the Shenwu Plain and the Wang family go either. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Lu Yin went to the Shenwu Plain and left a palm print that pierced through the upper realm. Then, he went to the Wang family. The Wang family's continent floated high in the sky under the protection of the mountain and sea realm. He didn't directly attack the Wang family's continent. Instead, he punched through it and left a palm print. Other than Long Shan, Lu Yin showed off to the other three cardinal scales. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xiao Shenji didn't appear. This news quickly spread throughout the starry sky of trees. Countless people guessed that it wouldn't be long before Lu Yin returned to the starry sky of trees. Long Shan didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt depressed. Lu Yin went to the other three cardinal scales to show off, but he didn't go to Long Shan. This wasn't friendship, but disregard. The cardinal scales had been reduced to 3 cardinal scales. The White Dragon tribe was no longer an enemy in Lu Yin's heart. Grand Elder Anai Huang's expression was gloomy. Only by breaking through the ancestral scales could Long Shan reach another level of glory. But how? Long Ke came. Grand Elder, another area has been taken away by the Shenwu Plain. Grand Elder Anai Huang's expression became gloomier. Since the death of the dragon ancestor, the White Dragon tribe had been declining. Bai Wang Yuan made it sound nice that the cardinal scales would always be the cardinal scales, but the frigid immortal sect didn't care about them. The Shenwu Plain and the Wang family were suppressing the White Dragon tribe and dividing their resources. Now, it was no longer a question of whether the White Dragon tribe could continue their glory. It was a question of whether they could continue. If she didn't break through the ancestral scales, the White Dragon tribe wouldn't be able to nurture an elite like Long Tian with their current resources. The gap between them and the other 3 cardinal scales would only grow bigger. How's Long Tian? Long Ke frowned. He's very anxious, but the more anxious he is, the harder it will be for him to break through. Grand Elder Anai Huang felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, she suddenly recalled Longxi's suggestion to move the entire White Dragon tribe to the mortal realm and accompany the ancestral scales. If the White Dragon tribe really couldn't continue, then this was also a solution. Right now, they didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by Luin. On the other side, on the Wang family's continent, Wang Gui had a nervous expression. A girl stood behind him. It was his daughter, Wang Man, that's all? Wang Zheng's voice traveled down. Wang Gui respectfully replied, yes. I've recorded everything that Wei Rong did in my branch. Wang Man hurriedly added, I've also recorded everything that happened when Wei Rong met me. Wang Zheng looked up at them. Let Wei Rong in. Wei Rong quickly walked in and stood beside Wang Gui. He bowed respectfully to Wang Zheng. Branch son-in-law, Wei Rong, greets the clan head. Wang Gui and Wang Man became even more nervous. They didn't know what was waiting for them. Even though Wei Rong seemed to have made a great contribution, he had joined the Wang family with impure motives. They didn't know how the family would deal with him. Wang Jing stared at Wei Rong expressionlessly. Why did you betray Lu Xiaoxian? To the above the heavens, Wei Rong had told them that Mu Xia wasn't on the Shenwu continent and had asked them to open the passage. This was a betrayal. The four heavens were well aware of how worried Lu Yin was about the Shenwu continent. They definitely wouldn't have thought that Lu Yin had deliberately asked them to open the passage. No matter how they looked at it, opening the passage had nearly brought Lu Yin a calamity. If not for the Eternals coincidentally attacking the three sovereign spacetime continuum, Lu Xiaoxian would have been a stray dog by now. Wei Rong's actions were a betrayal, and they had never doubted it. Unless they knew that Shaoying divinity had suggested that the primordial space join the endless battlefield, they wouldn't have suspected Wei Rong. Wei Rong also knew this, and he bowed respectfully. It's not a betrayal. It's revenge. Wang Zheng's eyes flashed. Wei Rong continued, clan head should have already investigated this junior's identity. In the outerverse of the fifth mainland, if not for Lu Yin, I might have been able to unify the outerverse, and my status would have been completely different from what it is now. My family, the power that I controlled, and countless years of hard work were all destroyed by Lu Yin in a single day. This grudge is something that I've suppressed for a very, very long time. Wang Jing calmly looked at Wei Rong. Why didn't Lu Xiaoxian come to my Wang family to clean up the mess? Wei Rong confidently replied, because he couldn't determine the reason for opening the passage. It might have been a coincidence that the four heavens attacked the Shenwu continent, but it might not have been a coincidence. Instead, the four heavens have been keeping an eye on the Shenwu continent all this time, perhaps even on the above heaven sect and the humble school. There might also be other reasons. There are too many reasons. No matter how ruthless and merciless he is, it's impossible for him to confirm all of these guesses. Before he can confirm that I was the one who leaked the information, he won't act. After all. At this point, Wei Rong looked at Wang Jing. I can also be considered an important chess piece that he placed in the Wang family. Wang Gui's heart skipped a beat, and his face paled. If Wei Rong hadn't taken the initiative to jump out, he wouldn't have known that this person was from Lu Xiaoxuan's side. If this person really did something to the Wang family for Lu Xiaoxian, then his branch family would be finished. What do you want? Wang Jing asked. Wei Rong's expression was solemn. The outerverse. Wang Jing wasn't surprised. Humans only acted when they had something to ask for. It was impossible for them to take such a huge risk just for revenge. Alright, this meritorious service will be considered atonement for infiltrating the Wang family. If you perform another great service, help the four heavens eliminate Lu Xiaoxian, then the outerverse of the fifth mainland will be yours. This is my Wang family's guarantee. Wei Rong was delighted, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, family head. This junior will definitely do his best to deal a fatal blow to Lu Yin. Wang Jing was satisfied. As long as Wei Rong hadn't been exposed, then he would still be useful. When Wang Jing had first heard of Wei Rong's name, the Wang family had already investigated him. This person was very important to Lu Xiaoxian, as he had been a powerful helper in Lu Xiaoxuan's efforts to unify the fifth mainland. Wang Jing had also investigated the conflict between Wei Rong and Lu Xiaoxian. It had to be said that Wei Rong had almost defeated Lu Xiaoxian. Even though Lu Xiaoxian had gained the absolute upper hand, Wei Rong had still used the foreign invasion to stall for time and salvage the situation. There was no need to doubt this person's ability. Wang Jing was looking forward to this person dealing a fatal blow to Lu Xiaoxian. The Four Heavens and Lu Xiaoxian could go to war at any moment, and this person would be very useful. After distancing themselves from Wang Jing, Wang Gui and Wang Man both sighed in relief. Wang Man glared at Wei Rong. "It's all because of you. You almost caused the death of my family." Wei Rong smiled. "Isn't everything fine? You better not implicate my family, or else I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Wang Man was vicious. She hadn't taken a fancy to Wei Rong because of love, but rather because this person was too good at making her happy, regardless of which aspect it was. Furthermore, the Wang family had many branches, and their branch didn't need to be connected by marriage. As such, Wang Jing had just let her be. Who would have thought that she would actually provoke such a person? Wang Gui scolded Wang Man and then looked at Wei Rong, wanting to say something. Wei Rong smiled at Wang Gui. "Don't worry, father-in-law. I know what to do." Wang Gui looked at him deeply and then nodded. He then pulled Wang Man away. Wei Rong stretched lazily. How exciting! He could scheme against the four cardinal scales and dance on the tip of a blade. Still, he liked it. It was better than Wang Wen hiding in the sky all day. Lu Yin left the cosmic trees, disappointed that he did not see Bai Xian'er. He did not know where she was. She had not been in the cosmic trees when she had broken through to Half-Ancestor. But if she was not in the cosmic trees, where else could she be? She cultivated astral energy, which could only be found in the Genesis space. Could she be in the reincarnation spacetime? But the astral energy in the reincarnation spacetime was completely different from the Genesis space. Lu Yin stepped out and arrived above the astral river. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around, heading towards the erudite flow zone. He remembered that there was still progenitor Wushang's corpse at the bottom of the astral river. It was not useful to humans, but it would be very useful to the astral beast domain. Increasing the astral beast domain's strength would also increase their strength against the Eternals. Lu Yin confirmed the location that Ghost Monkey had told him and then swept his domain towards the bottom of the astral river. After some time, he found progenitor Wushang's corpse some distance away from where Ghost Monkey had told him. There were powerful astral river creatures swimming around progenitor Wushang's corpse, and because of progenitor Wushang's power, the area had formed a unique region that could trap and kill powerhouses. Even an emissary might not be able to touch progenitor Wushang's corpse alive. However, this was no longer a threat to Lu Yin. He easily brought progenitor Wushang's corpse out from the bottom of the astral river. Lu Yin could not tell what progenitor Wushang's true form was, but half of the corpse was covered in skin that had not yet decayed. It was very large, and it really was an astral beast. Lu Yin moved closer to take a look, raised a hand, and pressed it against progenitor Wushang's hide. When he had first obtained progenitor Wushang's hide when he had first started cultivating, he had made many contributions against his enemies. Even an emissary would faint from the shock when they saw it. But now, this dizziness no longer had any effect on him. This should be the dizziness brought about by ancestor Wushang's innate ability. Progenitor Wushang had lived in the era of the human domain's Daosource sect, which was the same era as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland had gone to war, progenitor Wushang had perished together with one of the 6th mainland's progenitors. To the Lu Yin of the past, progenitor Wushang was unreachable, and progenitor Wushang had been a powerhouse throughout his entire cultivation journey. But now, it would appear that ancestor Wushang was only an ordinary ancestor. Even though he was incomparably powerful after becoming an ancestor, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious if ancestor Wushang were to fight him. Most likely, ancestor Wushang would win. No matter how strong ancestor Wushang was, he would not be much stronger than Lu Yun and the blood ancestor. In the past, he had been supreme and mighty, but that was only because he had been in the 5th continent, which had no progenitor realm experts, and had been replaced by the 6th continent. Therefore, any progenitor realm expert was unreachable. Lu Yin brought the corpse back to the above heaven sect. The hellworm glanced at Lu Yin and immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but Lu Yin's glare silenced it. The people in the heavenly sect also saw Ancestor Wushang's corpse, and all of them fainted. Not just anyone could stare directly at Ancestor Wushang's hide, and Luyin did not remind them. It could be considered a lesson. The ones who felt it the most were Butian and the ghost monkey. Only they felt a sense of familiarity with Ancestor Wushang's aura. One turned into a shadow and approached, while the other tore through the void and approached Ancestor Wushang's corpse. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the corpse. Monkey, you said that it would be helpful to the astral beast domain, so I brought it here. Don't disappoint me. Butian bowed to Luyin. Many thanks for bringing Ancestor Wushang's corpse back, Pathmaster. The astral beast domain will never forget your kindness. The ghost monkey ran over, excited. Seventh bro, you really brought Ancestor Wushang's corpse back. Luyin said indifferently, it took a lot of effort. If it's useless, be careful that I don't bestow the celestial ice phoenix clan to someone else for a harem. The ghost monkey immediately jumped up. It's useful. It's definitely useful. Don't you think so, Butian? Butian looked at the colossal corpse in front of him in amazement. Although only half of the corpse was left, it was still Ancestor Wushang's corpse, and the pale white bones still exuded a powerful aura. The bones, the fur, everything is useful to the astral beast domain. There's still blood flowing? Luyin had not expected that Ancestor Wushang's corpse would still have blood flowing, even if it was very thin. This is a progenitor. Their bodies are immortal, and even after countless years, even if their bodies turn to dust, their bones will still coagulate and their blood will not dissipate. Butian sighed. Luyin recalled that the Sea King had once used progenitor Chen's blood-stained robe to smash the 3 gates. That robe was as old as Ancestor Wushang, and it was just as powerful. To a certain extent, a progenitor was equivalent to a different kind of life form. The ghost monkey smiled. Seventh bro, look, it's useful, right? He then placed his paw on the corpse. Suddenly, a loud heartbeat resounded in the ears of everyone in the Above the Sky sect. Luyin's expression changed, and he stared at the ghost monkey. Butian did the same. Countless people looked in their direction. The ghost monkey's eyes were lifeless, and his paw seemed to have fused with Ancestor Wushang's corpse. The blood flowing in the bones seemed to have been sucked out and directly entered the ghost monkey's body. A towering aura erupted, and the ghost monkey could not suppress his pain as he let out a low growl. The powerful aura caused Butian to subconsciously retreat. Elder Chan, Master Shan, and Luyin walked out and surrounded Ancestor Wushang's corpse. Luyin stared at the ghost monkey. The ghost monkey's expression was ferocious, and he roared as if he wanted to pull his paw out of Ancestor Wushang's corpse, but he could not. Seventh bro, help me. The ghost monkey's voice was hoarse, and his heartbeat grew louder and louder, attracting Jailworm's attention. Luyin struck out and cracked Ancestor Wushang's bones. The ghost monkey took the opportunity to pull his paw back, and his body rolled several times before slamming into the wall. He panted heavily as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what had just happened. Luyin narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. After a long while, the ghost monkey recovered and stood up shakily. He exhaled. You scared me to death. He glared at Ancestor Wushang's corpse angrily and almost jumped up to curse. Old thing, didn't we agree to split? You still want to replace me? Bah. This marquis is destined by the heavens and has become one with me. You old thing still want to trick this marquis? Dream on. I will not compromise. Go and die, old thing, shameless bastard. The ghost monkey kept cursing and was rather angry. Luyin shouted, that's enough. What happened? The ghost monkey suddenly glared at Luyin. Impudent. Luyin raised his eyebrows, and Butian took a step back. Elder Chan, Luyin, and Master Shan took a step forward. They arrived in front of the ghost monkey. Impudent. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. The ghost monkey was shocked. Seventh bro, save me. Master Shan, wait. Luyin stopped him. Master Shan's expression turned ugly as he stared at the ghost monkey. How dare you be rude to the young master? If there is a next time, I will pull out your tendons, skin you, and hang you in front of the mountain gate. The ghost monkey wailed, "It wasn't me." Luin found it strange. "Speak clearly. What happened?" The ghost monkey scrambled to Lu Yin's feet and hugged his leg. "Seventh bro, thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, your little monkey would be gone. Seventh bro, you have to help me." Luin sent the ghost monkey flying with a kick. "Speak clearly." The ghost monkey crawled over again and shamelessly said, "It was that old thing, progenitor Wushang. I finally understand why he created me. He clearly wanted to be reborn." Elder Chan and the others were shocked. Reborn? That was not a good term. Everyone had their own way of living. A person's life was their entire life. If they were reborn, they would no longer be the same person, especially since the price of rebirth was not low. Even for progenitors, rebirth was a term that they were not willing to come into contact with. Through the ghost monkey's explanation, Luin understood that this was the reason why he had been created. The ghost monkey came from progenitor Wushang's blood, and progenitor Wushang had used his own blood and shadow to create the ghost monkey. No one knew why he had done this, and even the ghost monkey did not know why progenitor Wushang had created him. Now, he knew. Once the ghost monkey touched progenitor Wushang's corpse, progenitor Wushang's remnant consciousness would enter his body through the blood. Since he was originally created from progenitor Wushang's blood, there would not be any conflicts, and he would be able to retain all of his remaining consciousness. This also meant that progenitor Wushang's consciousness would replace the ghost monkey's own, which meant that the ghost monkey would become the second progenitor Wushang. Although it would not be the true progenitor Wushang, it was still equivalent to progenitor Wushang being reborn. Don't you think that's cruel, seventh bro? The one who was impudent to you wasn't me, but progenitor Wushang. His remnant consciousness is causing trouble. Seventh bro, you have to understand me, the ghost monkey cried. Everyone fell silent. So this was what had happened. The ghost monkey was progenitor Wushang's backup plan. It was born from progenitor Wushang's blood, and it could find progenitor Wushang's corpse. This was a great temptation for the astral beast domain. Progenitor Wushang had been certain that his corpse would be found one day, and the ghost monkey would definitely come into contact with it. That day would also be the day of his rebirth. However, he had not expected that Luin would be nearby and save the ghost monkey. Even if progenitor Wushang had been at his peak, he might not have been able to defeat Luin, let alone a skeleton. If not for Luin, the ghost monkey would not be the ghost monkey now. Luin sized up the ghost monkey. This guy's strength had actually broken through to become a half-step progenitor. How ruthless. Back when he had fought for the Star Tower, the ghost monkey had swallowed the blood of a progenitor, which had greatly increased his strength. Now, he had directly absorbed progenitor Wushang's blood, and his strength had not simply increased. Instead, it had transformed. Even though he still looked wretched and weak. Are you the ghost monkey or progenitor Wushang now? Elder Chan asked. The ghost monkey shouted, of course it's me. The real me is definitely not progenitor Wushang. How do you prove it? Master Shan frowned. The ghost monkey wailed, if I were progenitor Wushang, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Everyone thought about it and agreed. If it were progenitor Wushang, saying such things would just be asking for suspicion, and he could definitely come up with some other reason. Seventh bro, I know a secret. There's a secret. The ghost monkey suddenly thought of something and excitedly boasted. When he heard the monkey's words, Luin raised an eyebrow, and his interest was piqued. A secret obtained from progenitor Wushang's memories? The ghost monkey nodded and grinned. My consciousness was almost taken over by that old thing, but I managed to obtain some memories. Very important memories related to the Hui ancestor, but I can only tell you, seventh bro, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Master Shan was alarmed. Young master. Luin waved his hand, even if Ancestor Wushang is here, I'm not afraid. The ghost monkey said bitterly, seventh bro, why are you still doubting me? Luin brought the monkey away from the crowd and arrived at the back of the mountain. He kicked the door open and said, speak. The ghost monkey's shifty eyes swept around, and then he leaned closer to Lu Yin and whispered, "Actually, Ancestor Wushang did not become an ancestor on his own. It was Ancestor Hui who helped him." Lu Yin was surprised. "What did you say? Ancestor Hui, help Ancestor Wushang become an ancestor?" Ghost Monkey nodded and said solemnly, "Ancestor Wushang has the potential to become an ancestor, but there are many creatures in the universe who have the potential to become an ancestor. How many of them can actually become an ancestor? It's because Ancestor Hui constantly gave Ancestor Wushang the root of wisdom tea and helped him cultivate that Ancestor Wushang was able to become an ancestor. Besides them, only the two of us know this secret." Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is Ancestor Hui helping Ancestor Wushang? The ghost monkey's expression was solemn. "This is a big secret, an absolute secret. Seventh brother, before you listen, you have to promise me one thing. No one in the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan can snatch it from you." "That's what I said." The ghost monkey laughed. "Seventh brother knows me best." "Cut the crap." "Yes. Seventh bro, do you still remember the humanoid source box? What did Butian tell you?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Is it related to the humanoid source box?" Back when Lu Yin had found the Astral Beast domain's hidden humanoid source boxes, Butian had told him that these source boxes were cultivators who had used the Origin Stone technique to transform themselves into humanoid source boxes in order to avoid the collapse of the Astral Beast domain's continents. That was how they had managed to survive. The Astral Beast domain had collected these source boxes in order to use the inverse origin formation to unlock them. Anyone who had been unlocked would be controlled, which would increase the Astral Beast domain's strength. At first, Lu Yin didn't believe it, but he had looked for Xianxia and used the Book of Destiny to investigate. Only then did he confirm that the inverse origin formation and the Origin Stone technique were real, and he no longer doubted anything. Ghost Monkey solemnly said, "The human-shaped source box is related to the Fourth Mainland's Tao Lord, the Desolate God. This was once the Fourth Mainland's greatest secret, and I don't know how Ancestor Hui found out about it, but the Desolate God didn't actually die. It merely split its body into countless pieces and handed them over to the Astral Beasts for safekeeping. Those Astral Beasts all took human form, and when the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, they cultivated the Source Stone technique and transformed themselves into human-shaped source boxes. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, they would be able to reassemble the Desolate God and allow it to return to the universe." Lu Yin was shocked. "The origami can reappear?" Ghost Monkey nodded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Desolate God was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms during the Above Heaven era. It was an existence that was on par with the ancient Pathmaster and the Lu family's ancestor. It was definitely a terrifying powerhouse that Old Mo couldn't compare to. Once the Desolate God appeared, the Genesis space and even the 6 Path society structure would change. The Grand Empyrean was very powerful, but he had his own opponents as well. He had to tie down the only true God of the Eternals. If there was another origami here, what would happen? Lu Yin did not doubt that the origami would attack the humans. To the Astral Beasts, there was no difference whether they were Eternals or humans. During the Above Heaven era, the Fourth Mainland was filled with Astral Beasts. They were enslaved by humans, and their hatred for humans was engraved in their bones. Lu Yin's voice changed. "I've checked the Book of Destiny, and Butian's words are correct. The Source Stone technique requires the inverse origin formation to be unlocked, and the person who is unlocked will be controlled. Butian's goal in collecting the human-shaped source boxes was to achieve this." Ghost Monkey said, "This is where the Desolate God's brilliance lies. He didn't create anything on his own. Instead, he infused the savage scripture into the Source Stone technique. The Source Stone technique is real, the inverse origin formation is real, and the inverse origin formation is even more real. The only difference is that those who unlock the source box are not humans, but Astral Beasts. Some of them have taken control of the Desolate God's body, and once the source box is successfully unlocked, the Desolate God will emerge, and that will be troublesome. Progenitor Hui helped Progenitor Wushang become progenitor in order to prevent the Desolate God from appearing. He couldn't possibly destroy the Astral Beast domain, and he couldn't stop them from collecting the human-shaped source boxes, but Progenitor Wushang could. When Progenitor Wushang was alive, he did everything he could to prevent the inverse origin formation from activating, and he left behind a backup plan. Progenitor Hui also sealed many of the human-shaped source boxes, which is why the astral beast domain has not been able to use the inverse origin formation to unlock the human-shaped source boxes. They have not collected enough of them. This was the origin and purpose of Progenitor Hui's seals. He had sealed all the human-shaped source boxes in order to prevent the desolate god from returning. Luin remembered Butian mentioning that he had 2 opportunities to unlock the source box using the inverse origin formation, but he had been delayed by other reasons. In that case, did Butian and the others know about this? Had they used the inverse origin formation to trick him, or had they been tricked as well? Lu Yin's expression sank. They should have known that there was a desolate god statue in the space where the human-shaped source boxes were gathered. Butian often worshipped it, so he definitely knew about this secret. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be tricked in the end. If he hadn't brought out Progenitor Wushang's corpse on a whim, and if the ghost monkey hadn't coincidentally obtained Progenitor Wushang's memories, then he would have been unable to deal with the Eternals and thus decided to unlock the human-shaped source boxes. Then, he would not have brought out the power to resist the Eternals, but rather the desolate god. Lu Yin looked into the distance with a deep gaze. The universe was never simple, and intelligent life forms were even more so. During the era of the above heaven, the Six Direction sect had disregarded the Eternals, which had led to the Lu family's eventual exile. The above heaven era had also enslaved the astral beasts, which had turned the fourth mainland into a paradise for humans. This had also led to the astral beasts viewing humans with hostility. Using this method to revive the desolate god was actually very risky, but it had still chosen to do so. This represented its determination, and once it appeared, it would no longer be under anyone's control. The ghost monkey clenched his fists and angrily said, "Seventh bro, those bastards from the astral beast domain are too vicious. They're trying to revive the desolate god behind your back." Lu Yin looked at him. "Why is Progenitor Wushang willing to help Progenitor Hui?" The ghost monkey replied, "There are good and bad humans as well. Sects kill each other, clans kill each other, and so on. It's the same for astral beasts. I don't know the exact reason. I didn't obtain all of Progenitor Wushang's memories, only a small portion of his most profound memories. However, I'm sure that Progenitor Wushang doesn't like the desolate god and doesn't want to be controlled by it." Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Does he not like the desolate god? Progenitor Wushang must have seen the desolate god statue. Forget it. This was a matter between Progenitor Wushang and Progenitor Hui. Now that he knew what Progenitor Hui had sealed, there was even less reason for him to open it. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction and saw Butian, who was teaching Xianxia the art of destiny. This guy was hiding too much. "Monkey, are you alright?" Lu Yin asked. He asked. The ghost monkey immediately promised, "Seventh bro, I'm fine. Absolutely fine." Lu Yin looked at the monkey and smiled. "Actually, if you become Progenitor Wushang, you'll be of even greater help to me." The ghost monkey opened his mouth and howled, "Seventh bro, how can you do this? If I become Progenitor Wushang, your little monkey will be gone forever." Lu Yin looked away. "Alright, I'll give you a mission. From now on, you'll be in charge of collecting human-shaped source boxes. Throughout the entire fifth mainland, including the technocracy and astral beast domains, you'll need to collect any human-shaped source boxes. Tell everyone that I'm going to use the inverse origin formation to unseal them." The ghost monkey blinked. "Unseal them?" Lu Yin looked in Butian's direction. "Keep an eye on them and see who's still collecting human-shaped source boxes. Whoever is collecting them is suspicious." The ghost monkey puffed out his chest. "Understood. Seventh bro, don't worry. This little monkey definitely won't disappoint you. I want to see who dares to compete with me. No, seventh bro for human-shaped source boxes. Even if the desolate god is reborn, it will have to kneel down and become seventh bro's mount." Lu Yin was speechless. This guy was even more daring than he was. Make the desolate god his mount? Even the primogenitors had never done such a thing. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that he had once dreamt of the primordial era, where he had seen a person who was 90% similar to himself jumping and cheering on the back of an enormous creature. That creature should have been the immovable heavenly king elephant, and it was so large that it seemed to be able to support the entire universe. It was not something that the Hell Dragon could compare to. Luin did not know how strong the immovable heavenly king elephant was, or if it was simply large in size. If its strength was proportional to its size, then using it as a mount would be enough to scare a bunch of people to death. It would not be a problem for it to dominate the entire universe. Actually, Luin could have used Xianxia's identity to exit seclusion, but Wang Wen had reminded him of something. He had to use his own identity to travel through the three sovereign spacetime. Luin had always wanted the fifth mainland to replace the three sovereign spacetime and become one of the six directional associations. He had done so by capturing Mu Jun and confronting Luo Jun. However, he had neglected one point: his original identity as Luin had never done anything in the three sovereign spacetime. Even if he used Xianqi's identity to stir up trouble, Lu Yin's identity was still too sudden. Thus, Luin decided to make a trip to the three sovereign spacetime. It was very simple to travel from the fifth mainland to the three sovereign spacetime. All he had to do was pass through Shenwu Continent's passage. When the passage opened, in addition to the confrontation between the three sovereign spacetime and the fifth mainland, it also helped the three sovereign spacetime remove the poison of time. This was something that Luin had not paid attention to. The three sovereign spacetime had always been poisoned by time, so much so that the original spacetime could not be maintained. Everyone could only cultivate their monarch's aura, but when the passage opened and connected to the fifth mainland, the progenitor's sword helped the three sovereign spacetime remove the poison of time. However, even if the poison of time disappeared, it did not matter because no one in the three sovereign spacetime could cultivate their former strength. The monarch's aura was not weak. Outside the passage, three demigods surrounded it and stared at it. They had been ordered by Luo Shan to guard the passage and not allow any cultivators from the Genesis space to enter. On the other side of the passage, there were also powerhouses from the three sovereign spacetime guarding it. Both sides had a tacit understanding that no one would interact with each other. Even if the four cardinal sky had helped them defend the six directional association, they had relied on the three sovereign spacetime to tear through the void to arrive. On this day, Luin passed through the passage and arrived at the three sovereign spacetime continuum. As soon as he appeared, the spacetime cultivators of the three monarchs went on high alert. Who are you? The three monarchs universe does not welcome visitors from the origin space. Someone shouted. He slowly looked towards the south, where the rainbow wall was. He could sense the auras of Chenlu, Taishu, Baixing, and Xiaojin. The four cardinal scales were supposed to help defend against the six-direction gang, but most of them were actually in the three monarch spacetimes. Intruders, retreat immediately. Someone else shouted as he stared at Luin. His many years of battle experience had given him an extraordinary sense of threat, or else he would have attacked long ago. A group of spacetime cultivators from the three sovereigns slowly approached, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Yin's figure suddenly vanished without any warning, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Following that, they immediately contacted Chenlu and Taixin. A top expert from the primordial space had arrived and sent Lu Yin's image to them. Chenli's expression changed. Luin? What was he doing here? Taixin stood atop the rainbow wall, watching the battle between the Eternals and the Monarchs. For some reason, he felt as though the spacetime of the three monarchs was growing weaker and weaker. In the past, the three sovereigns had been able to fend off the Eternals when they joined forces. Now, even though their numbers had increased, they were becoming increasingly weak. Luin? What was he doing here? Chenlu, go take a look. Chenlu would have gone to take a look even without the Star-Lord's instructions. He did not know why Luin had suddenly come to the three sovereigns spacetime. Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of Lord Luo's absence to attack the three monarchs' time and space? It was too unwise. Luo Jun had gone to the endless battlefield because of the Great Empyrean. If he attacked the three monarchs' spacetime now, wouldn't it be the same as slapping the Great Empyrean's face? His expression was ugly as he hurried to the north. He quickly arrived at the lower monarch astral domain, and then the upper monarch astral domain. He did not hide his tracks, and his terrifying aura swept through the heavens, causing space to ripple. Granny Mu looked up in shock and saw Luin. His aura made her want to kneel down. Without the support of the three sovereigns, it was as if Luin had entered an uninhabited region of spacetime. He took a step forward and entered the emperor domain. Many half-martial monarchs walked out from Mo courtyard and looked at him warily. The one leading them was the old green-skinned man. Qianlu broke through to the extreme powerhouse level, and old Green Pie became the master of Mohe courtyard. However, at this moment, Mohe courtyard's master's palms were sweating. The pressure that Luin brought was just too great. With a single glance, he knew that there was no way he could stop Luin, and there was no need for him to do so. A mere Mo courtyard was nothing in Lu Yin's eyes. How was a half-martial ancestor any different from an ant to him? As far as the eye could see, the imperial domain was still very vast. Luin unleashed his strength without restraint as he stomped through the heavens, shattering the void and forming an oppressive storm that swept through the imperial domain, upper monarch domain, and lower monarch domain. Everyone trembled. Even if they couldn't see it, they could still feel the godlike aura. Luo Shan hasn't returned yet? His gaze swept across the people from Mohe Yuan. Since he didn't speak, they didn't speak either. Old Green Leather said in a low voice, "No." "Too slow," Luin said disdainfully. No one dared to refute him. They all quietly listened to him speak. Luin put his hands behind his back and looked around again. "This is the Three Monarchs universe? It can't even compare to my primordial space's outerverse. It's too small. No wonder Luo Shan wants to seize my primordial space. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability. Apart from you, there is no decent master in the Three Monarchs universe? You have no hope of breaking through to the progenitor realm in your lifetime. You are not qualified to talk to me." Old Green Leather and the others clenched their fists. "May I ask why Pathmaster Lu is here?" Luin proudly said, "Do I need a reason to come here?" Every word choked the people from Mohe Yuan. If they weren't afraid of Lu Yin's strength, they would have slapped him. Luin came here to demonstrate his suppression of the Three Monarchs universe. Luo Shan hadn't returned yet, and when Luo Shan returned in the future, he would still do the same. At this time, Qianlu arrived. "Pathmaster Lu, what do you want to do in the Three Monarchs universe?" Qianli's arrival made the people from Mohe Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't need to deal with him. Luin turned around and looked at Qianlu. "Who are you?" "I heard that the Three Monarchs are one man and two women." Qianli's body was filled with a fierce aura that swept out and dispelled Lu Yin's power. Everyone was relieved. "The Three Monarchs universe has nothing to do with you. Retreat immediately. You are not welcome here." Luin sneered. "Luo Shan didn't even greet me when she went to the origin space. That's between you and Lord Luo. Retreat immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Qianlu took out a bow and arrow and pointed it at Luin, ready to attack at any time. He was not weak. Although he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, he was good at killing and had great destructive power. He was also a trump card against the eternal race on the battlefield. The people from Mohe Yuan stared at Luin coldly, eager for Qianlu to attack and kill this boy. Although this boy was very strong, he was not at the level of an extreme powerhouse. He should not be a match for Lord Qianlu. The reason why he could fight against Lord Luo Shan was because of the extreme powerhouses in the sky above, not himself. Luin was disdainful. "Do you dare to attack?" Qianlu was stunned. "What did you say?" Luin raised his head. "You want to start a war between the origin space and the Three Monarchs universe? You want to go to the endless battlefield too?" Qianlu frowned. "You came to provoke the Three Monarchs universe first." Luin sneered. "I just came to take a look, but you want to attack me." Qianli's eyes narrowed, not understanding what Luin wanted to do. Luin took a step forward and walked towards Qianlu, closing the distance between them to 100 meters. "Hold it tight, don't let go of the arrow easily. Otherwise, you may not be able to last until the punishment of the great heavenly venerate." Qianli's pupils shrank. "You are threatening me." At this moment, Luin gave him a strange feeling. Was this the person he was cooperating with? Why did this person seem to not know him at all and was really going to attack him? "Try. Once you let go of your hand, I will completely cripple that arm." Lu Yin's tone was cold with insolence, arrogance, and dominance. Qianlu gritted his teeth. This person actually threatened him in front of so many people, putting him in a difficult Position. Why? He was clearly cooperating with him. The starry sky was silent as everyone watched. Luin was too arrogant, so arrogant that he completely ignored the extreme powerhouse. Where did his confidence come from? He was directly exposed to Qianli's arrow. Old Green Pie and the others were nervous. Qianlu was clearly in front of them and was an extreme powerhouse. Luin was clearly not an extreme powerhouse, but he gave them the feeling that they were facing a giant. Even the current Qianlu could not make them feel at ease. Luin did not make a move, and his aura was completely restrained, but even so, he suppressed the three sovereigns until they could not breathe. Qianlu did not say a word as he stared at Luin. There was confusion and coldness in the depths of his eyes, as well as an imperceptible killing intent. At that moment, a figure walked out of the void and stopped not far from Luin. Luin looked over and saw that it was Star Sovereign. Everyone in the Mohe courtyard was overjoyed. "Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign." "Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign." Qianlu heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior Star Sovereign." Star Sovereign calmly walked out of the void and faced Luin. "What are you doing here?" Luin saw Star Sovereign again. This was not the first time he had seen her. The first time was as Xianxia, and now, he was using his own identity. Star Sovereign still gave him the same feeling. The galaxy was like a mirror, and her bare face was better than red makeup. This woman gave him the feeling of quenching his thirst. She was calm, too calm, as if there were no emotional fluctuations. For a stroll. Luin was not polite. Star Sovereign looked at Qianlu. "Protect the rainbow wall." Qianlu nodded, stared at Luin, and left. Star Sovereign looked at the people of Mohe courtyard. "Leave." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to be here either. This Luin was too strange. He was clearly not an extreme powerhouse, but he was even more domineering than one. Where did his confidence come from? The more this kind of person was, the more they could not provoke him. Everyone left, and only Luin and Star Sovereign were left in the starry sky. Star Sovereign was still so calm. Lu Yin's domineering and arrogant attitude was useless in front of her. It was like punching cotton. "Why are you here?" Luin put his hands behind his back. "I said to take a look." "I'll show you around," Star Sovereign said indifferently. Luin raised his eyebrows. "Okay." Speaking of a tour, it was really a tour. Star Sovereign was not hostile, and Luin could not show any hostility in the three sovereigns' spacetime. If there were no enemies, where would the hostility come from? Even if Luin tried to provoke Star Sovereign, say bad things about Luo Jun, or even arrogantly say that he wanted to kill Luo Jun, Star Sovereign did not care at all, which made Luin feel powerless. This woman was really as Qianlu said, she only cared about her star-reflecting universe. However, he could not say anything about this star-reflecting universe. If he did, his identity would be exposed. Under Star Sovereign's lead, Luin visited many places in the three sovereigns' spacetime, even some places that were not open to the public. "I heard that you are Luo Shan's wife." "He has 2 wives. As an ancestor powerhouse, why are you willing to share Luo Shan with others?" Luin asked. Star Sovereign said calmly, "I'm used to it." "You don't have children?" "No need. What if they die?" "There are no descendants. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Don't you have any worries?" "Luo Shan is in the endless battlefield. It's too dangerous. I almost died there. It's all fate." Luin pursed his lips. Did this woman really have no emotions? "What is that place?" Luin pointed at Thousand Face and asked. "Stone Tower. Library? You can say that. Let's take a look." The Stone Tower was very important in the Imperial domain. It was specially guarded by an old woman at the level of a demigod. The list of people who entered the Stone Tower had to be confirmed by the three sovereigns. Back then, it was quite troublesome for Luin to enter the Stone Tower as Xianxia. Qianlu had to step in. Now, he needed to enter the Stone Tower and obtain information from the Stone Tower to avenge Guyu. Although he already knew that Guyu's revenge came from the Sentinel and that elder, Lu Yin's identity should not have known. He still needed a way. The old woman stood outside the Stone Tower. When she saw Star Sovereign bringing Luin in, she hurriedly knelt down and saluted, "Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign." Luin did not even look at the old woman and entered directly. The old woman did not dare to move. Star Sovereign accompanied Luin into the stone tower. There was really no place in the three sovereigns' spacetime that could stop Luin. Not long after, Luin successfully found Guyu's information, and he walked out with a gloomy expression. His domain swept through the Imperial domain, and he found Elder Bo. Back then, Elder Bo was suspected of being a spy under his identity as Xianxia, but he didn't have the time to deal with him. Now, it was time to deal with him. Since Xianxia left the Three Monarchs universe, the old man relaxed. He knew that as long as Xianxia did not determine that he was a spy, he would be released. First, he was familiar with Guyu, which was useful to Lord Luo. Second, there were people behind him. As long as he was sure that it wasn't a spy, he would be fine. Thus, the old man had been doing quite well during this period of time, until he was dragged out by Lu Yin's domain and smashed into the ground. Tai Bai Jinxing did not stop him. As long as Luin did not go overboard, she would not stop him. This was to prevent him from causing a fight that would upset the Grand Empyrean. Luo Shan had already been punished to go to the endless battlefield. Neither she nor Chen-Lu could go again. Otherwise, the Three Monarchs' spacetime would be finished. However, Luin appeared to be indifferent. He had been able to emerge from the endless battlefield so quickly, which made everyone apprehensive. The old man crawled out from the ground. All the bones in his body had been shattered. He lifted his head with great difficulty and blankly looked around. Who had attacked him? This place wasn't too far from Emohi's courtyard, and Old Greenskin and the rest had heard the commotion and hurried over. When they saw Luin, they cursed their bad luck. When the elder saw Tai Bai Jinxing, he endured the pain and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Lord Tai Bai Jinxing." Tai Bai Jinxing was calm. Luin walked in front of the old man, who looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him and asked uneasily, "Who is this lord?" Luin looked down at the old man. "Guyu. You're familiar with her, right?" The old man was at a loss. It was reasonable to say that in this Three Monarchs universe, there should be no problem mentioning Guyu, but he was just pulled out and slammed to the ground. Obviously, there was something wrong. "No, I'm not unfamiliar with him," the old man replied subconsciously. Luin looked at him. "I'm from Guyu's time and space." Old Bo's expression changed drastically as he looked at Tai Bai Jinxing. "Sir, this. He didn't understand, since they were from Guyu's time and space, why weren't they captured? The people from that time and space should be demi-humans, just like Guyu's descendants who were enslaved by him. Behind Old Green Skin, there was a man with a pale face. He was called Half-Red and was the guardian of the exploration realm. He was also the person behind Elder Bo. Back then, he was also involved in the Guyu incident. He was the one who had allowed Elder Bo to do so that he could claim credit for Luo Jun. He had also supported the exploration of the realm for so many years. At this moment, he had a feeling that disaster was about to befall him. "Guyu was a senior I respected, but you harmed him and enslaved his descendant. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Luin spoke slowly, and when his voice reached Old Bo's ears, the old man almost stopped breathing. This was the reason why this person attacked him. Why did this happen? Clearly, that spacetime should have been enslaved. Clearly, the people in that spacetime should have been demi-humans. Why? The old man suddenly looked at Half-Red. "Sir, save me." "About Guyu." "Shut up." Half-Red trembled and hurriedly interrupted the elder. Luin looked at Half-Red. Back then, he had known that the exploration realm was supported by a demi-monarch. However, he had not had the time to deal with it because the Three Monarchs had wanted to open a passage. Furthermore, it would not have been easy to deal with it with Xianxi's status. Now, he could deal with it all at once. Half-Red and Luin looked at each other, and it was as if they were looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously rushed towards Star Monarch. As a demi-monarch, this was his reaction after many years of killing. Only Star Monarch could protect him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The void trembled as Half-Red took a step forward, but the space around him was distorted. He appeared in front of Luin, and his body collapsed due to the distorted space. He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to move. Star Monarch looked up. "You've gone too far." Luin placed a hand on Half-Red's shoulder. "Guyu's death must be avenged. The exploration realm is an existence that the three monarchs specially excavate from other parallel universes and enslave them. I don't think Senior Star Monarch is that kind of person. Why do you tolerate such a disgusting place?" Star Monarch's eyes flashed. Of course, she hated the exploration realm. For the sake of the star-reflecting universe, she was willing to become Luo Shan's wife on the surface and guard the three monarchs for countless years. All of this was for the sake of the star-reflecting universe. She wanted to protect her hometown. However, the exploration realm was allowed to exist by Luo Shan. She had no choice and did not want to intervene. "Senior Star Monarch, whether you allow it or not, I will take these two people away. I will also take the descendant of Guyu. If you don't agree, you can use the three monarchs to stop me. If you agree, I will owe you a favor." Everyone in Mo Courtyard looked at Half-Red's miserable state and fell silent. If Star Monarch agreed at this time, she would lose the hearts of the people. However, did Star Monarch need the hearts of the people? All she wanted was to protect the star-reflecting universe. As for the three monarchs, that was the responsibility of Luo Shan and Mu Jun. She looked at Lu Yin's back to her, so confident. Although this person was not an extremely strong person, he was unfathomable. A favor was priceless. Star Monarch did not speak. Luin understood and took Elder Bo, Half-Red, and the descendant of Guyu towards the passage. This day was depressing for Mo Courtyard. Although Half-Red was bad and disliked by others, he was still a member of Mo Courtyard. He was a member of the three monarchs, but he was taken away by Luin just like that. It should have been the three monarchs that invaded the origin space. How did it become like this? Luin alone suppressed the entire three monarchs. Was this still one of the 6 direction associations? What was the meaning of establishing Mo Courtyard? The descendant of Guyu, the servant who served in the exploration realm and hid his child, never thought that he would be rescued one day. Back then, Luin had only captured Elder Bo with Xianxi's identity, which was not of much help to this servant. Now, he was finally free. "Do you hate Guyu?" Luin suddenly asked. In addition to the servant, there were dozens of people who were brought by Luin. They were all descendants of Guyu, and they were all servants. "No," the servant replied. Luin glanced at him. How could this person not hate? How could these people not hate? Even if Guyu was their ancestor, this ancestor had made them slaves for their entire lives. How could they not hate him? However, Luin would lead these people to Gu Yan, as well as Elder Bo and Half-Red. When they arrived outside the passage, the cultivators from the three monarchs that were guarding the passage saw Luin. They all held their breaths and did not dare to act rashly, allowing him to leave. Just as Luin was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and tossed the group towards the Shenwu continent. He then gave some instructions and walked towards the Rainbow Wall, where an acquaintance greeted him. Outside the Rainbow Wall, a progenitor realm corpse king shaking the heavens, he punched out, smashing Chen Li's arrow into pieces. Bai Xing held the sky-vanquishing staff and smashed it down. The progenitor realm corpse king raised its head and roared before punching out again. This time, Bai Xing was forced to retreat and almost lost his grip on the staff. Bai Xing looked up and saw the red-eyed corpse king. This corpse king gave him an unshakable feeling. It was a monster. Corpse king is indeed powerful. Bai Xing's expression turned solemn. A progenitor realm corpse king was not easy to deal with. Chen Li's archery and Bai Xing's sky-vanquishing staff had not been able to cause any damage. A delicate laugh came from afar. "Little girl, you are not my opponent. Go home." The voice came from the Forgotten Ruins god, and her opponents were Xia Zhen and ancestor Gue Yuan. The two of them were on the verge of collapse under 9 wolves swallow the world. Death pass. Ancestor Gue Yuan raised his arms, and his deathly aura formed a guillotine. The sky was the guillotine, and the deathly aura was the blade. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered, opened her mouth, and swallowed the death pass. Ancestor Gui Yuan was shocked and retreated step by step. Each of the 7 sky gods was abnormally powerful. Wang Fan, this clone of yours is not my opponent. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed as she looked past Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xianxia to see Luin on the rainbow wall. Her eyes lit up. Haha, look who's here. Little Luin, how have you been? Luin stood on the rainbow wall and looked at the Forgotten Ruins god in the distance with a solemn expression. The one who had greeted him was the Forgotten Ruins god. Once, he knew that the 7 sky gods were powerful and difficult to deal with, but the slipper almost killed the undying god, which made him feel relieved at that moment. The 7 sky gods were not invincible. It was not until the battle with Old Monster Mo in the endless battlefield that he understood how powerful those who touched the sequence particles were. He also figured out why each of the 7 sky gods was feared by the 6 Directions Association and the 4 Directions Libra. As for the undying god, he had been unable to take action back then because he had been trapped by the ancestral Meng. His power to touch the sequence particles must have been restrained by something. Otherwise, it would have been useless even if he had 10 slippers, much less smack him with them. This was the 7 sky gods. In the universe, how many people truly understood the terror of the 7 sky gods? Oh, what's with that look? The Forgotten Ruins god smiled and looked at Luin, revealing her beautiful face. The demonic flower on her face made Ancestor Gui Yuan's breathing quicken. There was an irresistible charm, and her beautiful eyes were unparalleled. Little Luin, are you afraid of me? The astral war came to a standstill. As the Forgotten Ruins god spoke, a strange, cold, unfathomable, and horrifying aura spread. No one knew where this aura came from, nor how it appeared. The moment the last 2 words appeared, it was suddenly noticed by everyone. Whether it was ordinary cultivators, Ancestor Gui Yuan, Ancestor Chen Lu, Bai Xing, or other Ancestor Realm Masters, all of them unconsciously looked towards the Forgotten Ruins god. She was clearly speaking with a smile, but at this moment, the Forgotten Ruins god gave them a strange feeling. Strange? She must be joking. Bai Xing's expression was unprecedentedly serious. It was not that he had not fought with the Forgotten Ruins god in the Dominator realm. Among the 7 sky gods, other than the most mysterious Bai Wuxian, who had not appeared in the Dominator realm, the Forgotten Ruins god should not be a stranger, but why? At this moment, the Forgotten Ruins god seemed to have appeared for the first time, revealing an aura that Bai Xing had never felt before. Xiaozhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan also had the same feeling. They suddenly felt that this was the first time they had seen the Forgotten Ruins god. Luin and the Forgotten Ruins god looked at each other. Under her gaze, the pressure was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. It was not just the Forgotten Ruins god's gaze. Thank you Muzu Aa Desert Lone Smoke Heartless Little Enemy Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support, brothers, thank you. Under the heaven's eye, there was nowhere to hide. He saw the sequence particles. 9 wolves devouring the sky, and each of the 9 wolf heads had sequence particles like marionettes. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling the 9 wolf heads in the invisible void. He had no idea what kind of laws these sequence particles represented, or what kind of method the universe operated. If Old Monster Mo did not use the power of darkness, the heavens I would not have been able to tell that he had touched. The sequence particles of darkness. What did the Forgotten Ruins deity control? This strange feeling. She had never used the power of sequence particles before. Looking at you now is no different from looking at you on the battlefield at the back, Luin said. His voice was calm and emotionless. The Forgotten Ruins deity's lips curled into a charming smile. Are you praising me for being as beautiful as before? Alright, I accept your praise. The terrifying feeling suddenly disappeared, and everyone realized that they had unknowingly broken out in cold sweat. They looked at the Forgotten Ruins deity with a completely different gaze. This was the sky of the 7 gods. The Star Lords arrived, and when they saw the Forgotten Ruins deity, they were extremely vigilant. This monster. Little Luin, you've finally come to this stage. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes moved, and she was extremely charming, but no one dared to look at her directly. Luin nodded. This is your stage. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. That's right. This is our stage. Only by walking on this stage will you have a chance to dance with me. I wonder how far you can go with my dance steps. You can try, as long as you're not afraid of being stepped on. Luine was confident. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. I'm a weak woman, and it hurts to be stepped on. I don't want to. In that case. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. You can leave now. The void exploded as a pair of scarlet vertical eyes suddenly appeared in front of Luine. At the same time, an earth-shattering punch arrived. This punch shattered the void, breaking through everything with brute force. When one's strength reached a certain level, everything else could be instantly destroyed. Chenlu was shocked. This was the Corpse King that he had just clashed with. The Corpse King's red eyes were accompanied by a powerful physical strength, and it had faced his arrows and Bai Xing's staff directly. This Corpse King was a monster. The wind from the punch lifted the void like a curtain. The Corpse King took a step forward, and the soles of his feet shattered, producing a deafening sound that caused countless people to bleed from their orifices. Ordinary Ancestor Realm experts would find it difficult to withstand the might of this punch. Be careful, Tai Xian cried out. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the purplish-black substance spread to his arm. At the same time, his arm began to wither. When things reached an extreme, they would go in the opposite direction. He raised his head and took a step forward as well, the Akalanatha King's elephant appearing behind him. It roared at the sky and punched out. The two fists collided, and a sound that was several times louder than before exploded in the void. In an instant, part of the rainbow wall was torn apart, and the terrifying force of the collision spread out without restraint, sweeping through the starry sky. The power formed visible ripples that spread out. Along with the torn void, it turned black and spread out. This was a pure collision of flesh and blood. Luine and the Corpse King were so close that their fists collided. He stared at the Corpse King at the same time, and the Corpse King's red eyes stared back at him. Even though this Corpse King was not as powerful as the monstrous Corpse King that had ambushed him from the Sixth Mainland, it was still at a freakish level. Its terrifying strength increased layer by layer, and it spread along his arm, causing his withered arm to recover. The Akala Heavenly King elephant grew increasingly blurry, and Luine was almost forced back. He had broken through to the peak of the Star Emissary realm, and his strength was relatively strong. His strength had increased slightly, and his physical strength had also increased, but he was still unable to suppress the Corpse King. The Corpse King's red eyes shrank to the size of needles, and an even more terrifying strength pressed down on Luine. Its red eyes were transforming into ghostly eyes, and its strength increased like a tidal wave. Luine gritted his teeth, and his veins bulged. In terms of strength, his Lu family had never lost to anyone. He was a disciple of the Lu family, and he was the future of the Lu family. He was Lu Xiaoxian, and he was Luine. He would not lose, and he could not lose. This was especially true in the spacetime of the three sovereigns, where the four sovereigns were watching him. He could not lose. The withering time tree that had taken root in his heart swayed, and a gray color circulated. When things reached an extreme, they would react against time. The fate's end spread from his heart to his entire body. At this moment, Luine had a strange feeling. Had time stopped? No, it hadn't. The Corpse King's strength was still surging forth like a tidal wave, and it had not stopped at all. But what was going on with the strength that Luine was displaying? The strength of his fist seemed to be trapped in the wind of his fist. This feeling was similar to using time to seal his strength, but due to inertia, Luine was still continuously releasing his strength. This strength fused with the power that had been sealed by time, layer after layer, and layer after layer. This feeling was similar to Chu Yuan's time secret technique, Time Realm. Time Realm could stop the time around Chu Yuan, and Luine was constantly striking out with his blade. Every strike landed a little bit, and countless strikes finally erupted in an instant. This was enough to instantly erupt with a destructive power that far exceeded what he could have displayed. In theory, there was no upper limit to this technique's power. He could strike once, twice, thrice, or even 100 times, or even 1,000 times, as long as Time Realm could withstand it. Luine had almost lost to this technique in the past, and according to him, this secret technique had come from the primogenitor. At this moment, Luin felt that all of his strength was concentrated in the wind of his fist, but he did not release it. It was similar to Time Realm, and this was a technique that the Withering Time Tree had given him. The destructive power of one punch was limited, but if the power of 10, 100, or even 1,000 punches erupted at the same time, how powerful would it be? The Corpse King's strength was still pressing down, and it seemed like it had not stopped. However, to Luin, it was only an instant. In this instant, he had sealed his own time and blasted out a force equivalent to 30 punches. When the Withering Time Tree's imprisonment ended, the Corpse King's eyes turned ghostly. The ghostly eyes transformed, and his physical strength increased tenfold. His destructive power increased to the limit, and the pressure it brought was enough to instantly obliterate a progenitor like Chenlu. As for Luin, he also released the power of 30 punches in an instant. Boom! There was no sound, only darkness descending and devouring a part of the void. Bai Xing, Chenlu, and the others were shocked, and they all retreated. This was the first time the Star Lord's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. That was a world of nothingness. Even a progenitor would find it difficult to unleash a world of nothingness with such a terrifying range. This was a punch that Luin had never unleashed before. He had used the indestructible palm to visualize the Akalanatha King's elephant, and his full strength had been multiplied by 30. This was the strongest punch that he had ever unleashed. The power of this punch was still far inferior to Slipper's, but the shock it brought was far greater than Slipper's. This was the almost inconceivable power of Lu Yin's punch that he could unleash with his peak envoys. Before this, Chenlu and the others did not believe that Luin could fight in progenitor with his own strength. They all thought that he relied on external objects, including by Wang Yuan and the others. The God Sealing Catalog, the General Appointment Platform, the Slippers, and so on, these external objects gave Luin the confidence to fight against a progenitor. But this punch completely overturned everything. It exceeded their understanding. The Corpse King and Luin were sent flying at the same time, and neither could do anything to the other. The Ghost-Eye Corpse King's physical strength was abnormal. If Luin did not rely on the Withering Time Tree to seal time and unleash the power of 30 punches, he would not have been able to block the Corpse King. The world of nothingness swallowed a portion of the rainbow wall and gradually disappeared. Luin panted heavily as he looked into the distance. In the 6th mainland, he had been ambushed by the monster Corpse King. The other party's vigilant Slippers had left him helpless, and he had been beaten quite sullenly. Now, he finally had the power to resist. Although he was still not a match for that monster, as long as he had time to break through and reach the half-progenitor level, he was confident that he could fight that monster with his previous methods, Wu Fei's heavenly eye, and the power of his heart. The starry sky was silent. Taixing Jun and the others looked at Luin in shock. This child really fought in progenitor Corpse King with his peak envoys. Furthermore, it was a Ghost-Eye Corpse King. They knew that none of them could do anything to that Corpse King, but Luin had beaten it back. The God of Forgotten Ruins was also surprised. He looked at Luin with a strange light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a charming smile again. Little Luin, it seems that you don't want to step down from the stage. Luin was excited by the method of sealing 30 punches. With this method, his killing power was no longer limited to external objects like the Slippers. I'm looking forward to dancing with you. Haha, alright. I've played enough today. Let's find another chance to play. With that, the 9 wolves devour the heavens disappeared, and the God of Forgotten Ruins left. The Eternals retreated like a tide. This battle seemed to be just a greeting to Luin. Only Luin knew how dangerous he was. Just now, that Corpse King really had the ability to kill him. He believed that the Eternals had already figured out his methods. Whether it was the Slippers or other methods, they would all be countered by the God of Forgotten Ruins. Only a direct punch could resolve the crisis. He had been careless. He should not have come. But this day would eventually come, and he could not escape it. Fortunately, he had comprehended the 30 punches that sealed time. He now had the ultimate killing method. From now on, the power of these 30 punches combined into one punch. Who could block it? The Ghost-Eye Progenitor Corpse King could not block it, and it was even more difficult for humans to do so. The battle temporarily stopped. Inside and outside the rainbow wall, countless cultivators of the three sovereigns looked at Lu Yin with shock and silently retreated. Taixing Jun truly felt Lu Yin's strength. No wonder this person was qualified to confront Luo Shan. Ancestor Gue Yuan did not say a word. He looked at Lu Yin with fear. This Lu Xiaoxian was getting stronger and stronger. They had tried everything to restrain him, even joining forces with the Six Paths Association. How could they deal with him? Lu Yin suddenly looked at Ancestor Gue Yuan and frowned, entering the ancestral realm with death energy, but it's only Wang Fan's shadow. The Grim Reaper is the power of the Grim Reaper. Wang Fan, are you qualified to use it? Ancestor Gue Yuan spoke in a deep voice, this is not for you to decide. This old man has cultivated death energy for far longer than you. Lu Yin disdained, one day, I will extract your death energy. Ancestor Gue Yuan narrowed his eyes and clenched his pearl halberd. He really wanted to join forces with Baixing to deal with this boy. But even if he was willing, Baixing and Xiaozhen would not be willing. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxian was not so easy to kill. He still had the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform. Lu Xiaoxian, you are getting more and more domineering. Baixing sighed. Lu Yin looked at him, did you have a part in banishing my Lu family? All this time, Lu Yin had thought that Bai Yuan and the others were the only ones who could banish the Lu family, but in reality, Baixing, Xiaozhen, and the others were all progenitor realm powerhouses. As long as they didn't personally tell him that it had nothing to do with them, Lu Yin wouldn't exclude them. Baixing's brows rose. Are you confirming the list of people to take revenge on? Lu Yin replied, you can think of it that way. Baixing looked deeply into Lu Yin's eyes and then put away his staff. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin looked at Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen was indifferent. I'm only dealing with the Eternals. Shenwu Plain has nothing to do with me, let alone your Lu family. Lu Yin nodded and then looked at Taishu. When Luo Shan returns, send him my regards. We'll settle our debts. With that, he left. Taishu and the others didn't say anything else. Just as Baixing had said, Lu Yin's sudden aggressiveness and the punch he had just unleashed had frightened them. No one knew what trump cards he had. However, one thing was certain, they couldn't keep him here. From now on, legends about Lu Yin would spread throughout the three sovereign spacetimes, which was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. The one with the most complicated feelings was Chen Lu. He wanted to find an opportunity to speak with Lu Yin alone. What was this person thinking? Soon, Lu Yin arrived at Shenwu continent and saw Gu Yan and a group of Guyu's descendants. Elder Bo and Half Red were already corpses. Gu Yan bowed when he saw Lu Yin return. Heavenly Master Gu Yan bowed deeply and said, many thanks. Lu Yin raised a hand and helped Gu Yan up. Senior Guyu's legacy helped me in the past, and it was for the sake of the Fifth Mainland's peace that he set up the array. It was only right for him to sacrifice himself. Gu Yan sighed. He was stranded in this part of the universe and had no one to rely on, but he was willing to die for it. That child Guyu was so kind. Now that I've gotten my revenge, I can focus on comprehending the sourcebox array. I hope that I can help you one day. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, there's no need to feel pressured. It's what I should do. Don't forget, we're friends. Gu Yan was delighted. Yes, we're friends despite our age difference. I ate many of your delicacies back in the food paradise, haha. Lu Yin was happy to see Gu Yan let go of the burden in his heart. By the way, Mu Shang has been missing for a long time. I don't know where he went. You have to be careful. I suspect that the four-way scales took him to the six-way society. It's not good for you, Heavenly Master Gu Yan said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Mu Shang? He was already dead, but this matter could not be related to him. I got it. I'll look into it. Not long after that, Lu Yin left Shenwu continent and returned to the Heaven Above Earth sect. It was about time for his identity as Xianxia to move about. As soon as he returned to the sect above the heavens, Elder Chan came looking for him with a solemn expression. Someone wants to take Wendy Yushan as a disciple. Lu Yin was surprised. Take Wendy Yushan as a disciple? Who is it? A man who calls himself Bodhi Saint, one of the three saints of reincarnation time and space, Elder Chan replied. They were subconsciously wary of Six Paths Guild. Bodhi Sage wanted to take Wendy Yushan as a disciple? But then, he understood. Bodhi Sage must have found out about Wendy Yushan's innate gift. Wendy Yushan had been thrown into the endless battlefield by divinity Xiaoyin, but she had managed to escape with her own strength. This did not make sense, and divinity Xiaoyin was not stupid. How could he have let her escape so easily? Even so, she had still managed to escape. With Bodhi Sage's intelligence, he must have investigated this matter. Furthermore, Wendy Yushan's innate gift had not been concealed, so it was not strange that Bodhi Sage had found out about her. What did Wendy say? She's currently in the middle of a meeting. She's conversing with Bodhi Sage's disciple. Luyin looked in a certain direction, which was Wendy Yushan's residence in the Heaven Above Earth sect. It was a solitary mountain peak, and at this moment, she was conversing with a woman in a black trench coat. She had a valiant bearing, and although her appearance was cold, her gaze was gentle and filled with admiration when she looked at Wendy Yushan. This woman was a half-progenitor. Lu Yin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already outside Wendy Yushan's courtyard. Wendy Yushan immediately saw him. The woman sitting across from her also turned around, and when she saw Lu Yin, she hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster Lu. Ah Qiao. Lu Yin entered the courtyard and sized up the woman. You're one of Bodhi Sage's people? Ah Qiao's expression was cold, but her attitude was respectful. Bodhi Sage is my master. Lu Yin nodded. Have a seat. He walked to the stone table and sat down. Ah Qiao followed suit and sat down. Although she was respectful, she was not overcautious. As Bodhi Sage's disciple, she came from Bodhi Sage and was used to seeing slaughter on the endless battlefield. Even when facing a progenitor, she was neither servile nor overbearing. The reason why she was so respectful to Lu Yin was not because of his identity or strength, but because of his achievements in the endless battlefield. Only Bodhi Sage and the Lost Race's Grand Elder knew how tragic the battle in the dark spacetime was. Lu Yin had been able to leave behind traces of himself in that great battle, and he was not even an immortal. This was enough to prove that even Bodhi Sage respected him. Not everyone in the Six Directions sect hated the Genesis space. Bodhi Sage only hated the everlasting race. Bodhi Sage wants to take Wendy as his disciple? Lu Yin asked. Ah Qiao nodded. Wendy has outstanding talent, and Master admires her. Therefore, he sent me here to take her as his disciple. Bodhi Sage cannot do without Master. Lu Yin looked at Wendy Yushan. What do you think? Wendy Yushan met his gaze. I want to go to Bodhi Sage. Lu Yin said, that's where the Six Directions sect is located. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and said gently, I've been to the Six Directions training hall before, and I'm not unfamiliar with it. I'm saying. I know what you want to say, but cultivators fight against the heavens. You can protect me for a while, but you can't protect me forever. You should understand my temper. Although I was thrown into the endless battlefield, I did escape from it. Wherever I escaped from, I will return to that place. I want to go to the limitless state. Wendy Yushan's attitude was firm, and Lu Yin could not object. He nodded. Since you've decided, then go. It's not a bad idea to take Bodhi Sage as your master. He then took out a needle and a medicinal skin from his cosmic ring and handed them to Wendy Yushan. You can go, but the endless battlefield is dangerous. Keep these two items. Ah Qiao looked at the items that Lu Yin had given to Wendy Yushan in surprise. A needle? What kind of skin was that? It was a skin, right? What was it used for? Wendy Yushan did not refuse, as she knew the effects of these two items. A needle could pierce through a half-progenitor's inner world, and even a progenitor would be wary of it. As for the medicinal skin, it could withstand an attack from a seventh tribulation origin cultivator. It was indeed an excellent defensive item. There was no need for the two to thank each other. They did not stay for long, as Bodhi Sage needed more people. Soon, Ah Qiao left with Wendy Yushan. Everyone has their own path, and she's the same. There's no need to think too much about it, Elder Chan said with some emotion. The universe had changed. Their generation had thought that the fifth mainland was the largest, and that the outside world only had the technocracy, the astral beast domain, and the astral wilderness that was difficult to explore. Later on, the sixth mainland had invaded, and the astral tree domain had been connected. They had thought that this was the limit. Now that they had been connected to the Six Directions training hall, their horizons had been completely broadened. This allowed them to clearly understand just how boundless the universe was. If he had not broken through and remained a half-progenitor, then he would not have been that important to the entire universe, as any random person would have been a half-progenitor. Elder Chan thought of Spirit Fat Mavis and Xiaji. They had died without even seeing the outside world. What a pity. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Luin. Are you worried, or are you reluctant? Luin was stunned. What? Elder Chan sighed. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to leave behind a descendant. Luin was speechless. Senior, as a progenitor, you can also leave behind a descendant. Elder Chan coughed and pretended not to hear anything. Luin watched Elder Chan leave in amusement. Not long after, he announced that he would enter seclusion to prepare for his breakthrough. Void God Spacetime, Red Domain, on top of a clock tower. Yu Pai, Gue San, Ning Ran, and Guan Laoda all came up to discuss the matter of capturing a spy. Suddenly, they saw someone and were shocked to see that it was Luin. Acting Academy Master, you've come out of seclusion? Gue San was delighted. They hurriedly greeted him. The housekeeper also arrived. Greetings, Acting Academy Master. Greetings, Acting Academy Master. Luin grunted. I've been in seclusion for a few months. It's a short period of time, but the Lost Clans card is broad and profound. My cultivation is not enough, so I can only do this for now. Gue-san quickly flattered him. Acting Academy Master's talent is extraordinary and unparalleled. Although you've only been in seclusion for a few months, I believe that with your talent, you'll be able to completely master that card. The other three glared at him. Shameless. How? Could he say something like that? That was the Lost Clan's highest level card, and it was said that only the Lost Clan's Great Elder possessed a comparable card. Completely mastering it meant that one had the strength of an extreme powerhouse. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for the Acting Academy Master to have such strength. Luin was amused, but he did not say anything. He listened to them discuss how to capture a spy and then left. He had grasped some of eternal darkness, but he was still far from fully mastering it. Old Monster Mo's dark energy had given him some inspiration, and if not for that, he would not have been able to grasp eternal darkness's power. Over the next few days, news of Luin coming out of seclusion spread. Various factions sent people to contact him again, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. After all, once Luin became an extreme powerhouse, he would be a powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. Yu Pai also told Luin a funny piece of gossip over the past few days. It was about how Su Wuji had been covered in dirt one day. For some reason, they had coincidentally seen him, and the atmosphere had been rather awkward. Luin recalled the box that Fengyi had given him. It was probably because of that box. Oh right, I accidentally saw the place where the Acting Academy Master was in seclusion, Yu Pai suddenly said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You chased him away? Yu Pai shook his head. Not us. It was the Academy Master. Lu Yin's heart sank. Did the Academy Master help me chase him away? Yu Pai nodded and leaned over, whispering, the guy who was chased away, do you know who he is, Acting Manor Master? It's the Void Transformation Realm powerhouse that the Academy Master personally invited to protect the Red Domain. He was actually bribed by someone to harm you, Acting Academy Master. Fortunately, the Academy Master appeared and chased him away. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It was even more dangerous now. It was hard to say if a half-ancestor would realize that Luin was not there, but Su Wuji would definitely know that Luin was not there. With Xianxi's abilities, how could he hide from someone like Su Wuji? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. When did this happen? It's been a while. Luin sighed. He had been too careless, not expecting someone to approach him while he was in seclusion. Su Wuji must have known that he was not in seclusion. Actually, it did not matter whether he had been careless or not. Xianxia was just Xianxia, a cultivator who had not even reached the void transformation realm. He was not like Luin, who did not have the means to hide from someone like Xianxia. Any powerhouse could find out something by approaching him. Acting Academy Master, do you want to make a trip? Capture a few spies and bring them back? They're just small fries, Yu Pai asked. Luin said, no need, I have something to discuss with you. You can go by yourselves. Soon, Yu Pai, Guan Laoda, and the others left the red domain to capture the spies while Luin contacted Su Wuji. Su Wuji was not far from the red domain, floating leisurely in space with sunglasses on. Luin did not know if he was asleep or something. Luin approached him. Academy Master. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. Xianxia, you're done with your seclusion? How was it? Eternal darkness is not easy to control, right? Luin nodded. It was not easy. Haha, how long have you been in seclusion? Forget about eternal darkness, even a primordial card is not something you can control in such a short time. Su Wuji laughed. Luin looked at Su Wuji and asked, Academy Master, I heard that someone wanted to harm me? Su Wuji took a sip of his drink. I don't know their motive, so they chased them away. Thank you, Academy Master. Don't mention it. You're one of my people, so if I don't take care of you, who will? If you want to continue your seclusion, then continue. Heaven's reflection manner is fine for now, at least here in the Void God dimension. Luin could not tell if Su Wuji knew that he was not in seclusion, but logically speaking, he should have known. However, it was not appropriate for Luin to say this out loud. Speaking of which, you've captured and scared away a few of the spies hidden in the Void God dimension. Xianxia, your ability to capture spies is unparalleled in the Six Directions Society. Continue to work hard, Su Wuji said as he put his sunglasses back on. Luin looked at him. Continue working hard? Was it because of the spy that they didn't care about him? Manor Lord, you said that you only became the Manor Lord of the Heaven Mirror Manor because you lost the lottery. If you were given another chance to choose, would you still be here? Ultimate Void didn't answer. Luin waited for a moment before replying, if I knew someone like you would appear, of course I would. Luin smiled as he understood. Oh right, let's go to the new inn. It's time to give them an explanation. Do you want me to help you get rid of a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King? Su Wuji asked. Luin stood up, there's no need. With perpetual darkness, it's just a Void Change Realm cultivator. Then let's go. Luin left, as it was indeed time for him to visit the new inn. He had agreed to exchange 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the old man's life, and many things had happened since then. However, he had never taken the initiative to contact the new inn. He needed to show them his stance. The new inn was located at the front lines of the Void God space-time battlefield. Last time, Luin had been led there by Su Wuji, but this time, he was going alone. Half a month later, the front lines were in sight. Luin stepped onto the battlefield and saw the Void God's power swirling around the space-time border like a vortex. The new inn was here. Previously, with Ultimate Void leading the way, they had quickly found the new inn. Now that he was alone, it wasn't that easy to find the inn. Since Luin had started cultivating, he had experienced too many battlefields. The border battlefield was nothing. As long as there were no progenitors, he could sweep through them. As soon as he entered the battlefield, the slaughter began. Luin swept through with his Void God's power, and his bone spear shuttled through the battlefield. He was invincible. Along the way, he asked many cultivators about the location of the new inn, and they gradually got closer. Soon, Luin saw a half-ancestor corpse king on the battlefield. Due to the Void God's power, it was disadvantageous to the corpse king, but extremely advantageous to the cultivators. A cultivator at the peak of the Void Bright Realm fought against a half-ancestor corpse king with his Void God's power, and he even had the upper hand. That cultivator's Void God's power was a pink ball that constantly bounced up and smashed into the corpse king. On the battlefield, the cultivator's Void God's power was constantly drawn, and there was no consumption at all. If it were in other regions, he might not be able to stop the corpse king. After all, there was a limit to the Void God's power. Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared beside that cultivator, startling him. Brother, why are you so fast? Don't scare me, I almost threw a ball at you. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his bone spear flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, the corpse king's head fell to the ground. The cultivator was stunned, and the pink ball stopped bouncing as he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had done his best to entangle the corpse king, and it was already a great achievement. But this guy actually killed it in an instant? How could this be? In an instant? What the hell? Lu Yin took a step forward, grabbed the corpse king's head, and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. If not for the corpse king's body falling, that cultivator would have thought that he was dreaming. When did such a ruthless person appear on the battlefield? Lu Yin felt that there was no need to hide in the Void God's spacetime. Even the Void Master knew about him, so there was no point in hiding. A day later, Lu Yin arrived at the new inn. He pushed the door open and entered without attracting much attention. There were many people inside, and most of them were cultivators from the battlefield. Only the waiters in the new inn recognized Lu Yin. Isn't this acting principal Xianxia? What a rare guest. The woman with heavy makeup came over and happily received Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Sister, you're not married to Boss Cho Shui yet? Oh, how could I ask that? Acting principal, please don't joke around, haha. It's only a matter of time. Old man, serve the acting principal some tea. By the way, Principal Su Wuji isn't here, is he? He's not welcome here. The woman casually sat across from Lu Yin and lowered her body. The scenery in front of her was very pleasing to the eye. Despite the woman's appearance, the people in the new inn were not simple. In Su Wuji's words, there were no good people in the new inn. The principal has something to do, so I came alone. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. Since he's here, I'll pour the tea on him. The old man carrying the tea walked over and smiled at Lu Yin, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Lu Yin knew that the old man had a grudge against Su Wuji, but the fact that the old man had spoken to Su Wuji in such a manner meant that he was indifferent to life and death. The people in the new inn were all indifferent to life and death. Although they had survived, they could not leave the battlefield for the rest of their lives. They were destined to die here. Lu Yin took a sip of tea and looked around. Many people were looking at him as well. Not everyone was qualified to be welcomed by the woman. Where's the boss? I brought a gift, Lu Yin said. The woman's eyes lit up. The one that the acting principal promised? Just one, not many. I'll bring more when I have the time, Lu Yin said. The woman smiled. The acting principal is really capable. I heard that you obtained the Lost Clan's strongest card. Is that true? Can you broaden my horizons? Lu Yin smiled. Of course. Really? The woman asked casually. She had not expected Lu Yin to agree. Lu Yin said, help me call Chiu Fu's boss over. The woman smiled and left. Not long after, Chiu Fu walked out. The people in the new inn all looked at him respectfully, not daring to look him in the eye. Lu Yin looked at him and stood up. Senior, there's only one. I'll deal with the remaining 3 as soon as possible. He then took out the half-ancestor corpse king's head from his cosmic ring. The people around him were shocked. Although the half-ancestor level was nothing to Lu Yin, it was an unattainable level for most people. Many people dreamed of cultivating to this level for their entire lives, and they did not even dare to think about becoming an ultimate powerhouse. They all looked at Lu Yin. How could he kill such a powerful corpse king at such a young age? He's Xianxia. I remember now. Xianxia? That's Xianxia, the acting principal of Heaven's Reflection Hall and also the principal of the 3 Sovereigns Universe and Ultra Universe Heaven's Reflection Hall? Yes, that's him. I heard that this kid's talent is extraordinary and can rival a perfect young master. He also obtained the Lost Clan's strongest card. No wonder he could kill such a powerful corpse king. Chiu Fu glanced at the half-ancestor corpse king's head and then looked at Lu Yin. Yes, there are still 3 more. Take a rest. Lu Yin asked, where's the crazy old man? Chiu Fu pointed to a corner. Lu Yin did not scan the new inn with his domain out of respect for Chiu Fu. He looked in the direction Xiao Fu pointed and saw the crazy old man cooking in the corner while staring at Luin. He was excited when he saw Luin looking at him. "Can we talk? This is just an inn." "Of course." Luin sighed, "Thank you." Xiao Fu was right. This was an inn, so Luin ordered. Of course, he had to order when he came to an inn. The crazy old man was the one who served him. "How is it, Principal?" The crazy old man was nervous and expectant. Luin said in a low voice, "It was Qianlu who killed the Bai clan." The crazy old man was puzzled, but then he remembered, Qianlu, the master of Mo He Courtyard from the Three Sovereigns universe? He's now an extreme powerhouse and can't be dealt with for the time being. Luin said. The crazy old man despaired, "Extreme powerhouse, it's actually an extreme powerhouse." He didn't blame Luin. How could Luin deal with such a powerhouse? Not to mention Xianxia, even Luin himself couldn't deal with a progenitor so easily. There were many things to consider, and Qianlu was now cooperating with him. He couldn't act for the crazy old man. He had promised the crazy old man to protect him, but the 4 half-ancestor corpse kings protecting him was already good enough. He couldn't avenge the Bai clan since they had nothing to do with Luin. Qianlu was right about one thing, the Bai clan's landscape painting stones weren't passed down from their ancestors. They got it from someone else. This was the cruelty of cultivators. The essence of cultivation was fighting, snatching, and risking one's life. Fighting for resources, stealing treasures, fighting for realms, this was cultivation. The crazy old man said bitterly, "Thank you for finding out it was Qianlu, Principal." Luin didn't say anything. He took a sip of his tea and ate quietly. Eating on the battlefield was a feeling that was rarely experienced. "Thank you." Book friend 5765135 Brothers support. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. He could feel the old man's anger and helplessness, but what else could he do? The old man couldn't force Luin to fight against an extreme powerhouse. In his opinion, Luin couldn't deal with an extreme powerhouse. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to that place." "Master, why did you have to risk your life for the extermination of the 100 clans?" The old madman said bitterly. His aura was unstable, as if he was about to go crazy. Luin pressed down on the old man's arm, suppressing his aura. The old man trembled and stared at Luin in shock. "Master, you..." Luin stared at him. "What place? What do you mean?" The insane old man had yet to recover from the fact that Luin had suppressed his aura. He was a void transformation realm expert, and even in the void transformation realm, he wasn't considered weak. There weren't many people in the void god universe who could defeat him, but that didn't include this person. Although this person was the acting chief of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, his cultivation was limited. Even if he relied on Senior Su Wuwei's Tai-Xian realm to release the kind of void spirit that could threaten the void transformation realm, it was only an external object. At this moment, he was using his own strength to suppress the void transformation realm's aura. The old man seemed to be meeting Luin for the first time. He stared at him as if trying to see through him. Luin met his gaze. "Where?" The old man reacted and looked at his arm. He suppressed his confusion and said, "Mirage Domain." Luin had never heard of it. "Mirage Domain?" The old man gulped. "It's a place that's not even recorded in legends. No one knows where it is or how to get there. Whether or not you can get there depends on your luck. When I was young, I saw a Mirage Domain open in the sky. Master went there and came back to tell me that it was called a Mirage Domain. He didn't even know about it before he went in. I don't know what Master found in there. After Master came back, he frantically searched through the ancient books for records of the Mirage Domain, but he didn't find anything. There wasn't even a trace of it. Master even asked the experts at that time, but there was still no news. All I know is that since then, Master has been like a madman. All he wanted to do was to look for the Mirage and nothing else." Luin listened quietly. Mirage Domain? He had fused with some of the people from Six Path sect, but there was no record of this term at all. The crazy old man had a deep impression of the Mirage realm. Because his master had come out of the Mirage realm, everything had changed. Your master was killed by Qianlu. Is it related to this mirage domain? Luin asked. Crazy old man said in a deep voice, other than that, I can't think of a reason why master was killed by Qianlu. We have never seen Qianlu. This person is from the Three Monarchs universe. We have never met him in the virtual god universe, even in the endless battlefield. Master said that if he were to die for no reason one day, it might have something to do with the mirage. Luin tapped his fingers on the table. Qianlu might not have known about the mirage domain, and he had only been forced by Mr. Daheng to search for the landscape painting stone. Luin did not know the reason, but Mr. Daheng definitely knew. What else did your master say about this mirage? Luin was curious. The deranged old man shook his head bitterly. Master was about to go crazy at that time. His mouth was always full of words. He raised his head with a complicated look in his eyes. Ascending to the primordial realm, overcoming hardship, and obtaining eternal life. Master has been saying these words for many years. His madness has also brought me madness. I don't know what these words mean, but I know that every time Master Lin spoke, he was filled with excitement. When Master said those words, he was very excited. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. The Bai clan didn't have a good time at that time, and it was because of those words. Luin frowned. Ascending to the primordial realm? Overcoming hardship? Obtaining eternal life? A mere 9 words were enough to drive a half-martial ancestor mad? No matter how he looked at it, these words should have been said by a quack like Xianxia. The door of the new inn opened, and cultivators from the battlefield entered one by one. Some were bathed in blood, while others were carefree. The inn became lively. The Void Change Realm elder poured tea, not caring about his status at all. The deranged old man's gaze was still on Luin. Estate Lord, if possible, please help me and avenge the Bai family. I'm begging you. Luin looked at him. You don't have to ask. If possible, I will promise you before I complete it. Thank you, thank you. The deranged old man sighed. Right, don't worry about me. My life has no meaning. You don't have to take the risk to kill the Void Transformation Realm Corpse King. You think I'm taking a risk? Luin asked. The deranged old man froze and looked at his arm again. Luin had loosened his grip at some point, but his wrinkled clothes reminded him that Luin had easily suppressed his aura. With such strength, killing a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King might not be a risk. The deranged old man was certain that Luin had secrets, but this was not something he could ask. At that moment, the door opened again, and Luin suddenly turned around to see a woman walking in. Their gazes met, and both of them were stunned by what they saw. Luin stared blankly. Mistress? Why was she here? Right, she was helping to defend against the Six Paths Society. Was this the Void God Spacetime? At this moment, the Misty Ancestor was just as surprised as Luin. In fact, she might even be more surprised. She had never expected to see Luin in a new inn in the Void God Spacetime border battlefield. Even in her wildest dreams, she had seen through his disguise. She was so shocked that she froze in place. This was unimaginable for a progenitor, especially one from 9 mountains and 8 seas. Mistress Ancestor only walked in when someone urged her, walking towards Luin step by step. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. Mistress Ancestor saw this and walked past him to sit at an adjacent table. The deranged old man was still expressing his gratitude, whispering something to Luin. Luin tapped the table. You can cook now. Can't you see that we have guests? As for your life, keep it for yourself. The deranged old man stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mannerhead. Mistress Ancestor raised a brow. Mannerhead? This title was not simple. This was definitely not the kid's first time here. How long had he been here? He must have come into contact with the Six Paths Society a long time ago. No wonder he was always in seclusion. The old man poured tea. Mistress Ancestor sat calmly, watching the steam rise from the tea. Although it was not good tea, drinking it on the battlefield was a different experience. Is this your first time here? Luin looked at the Mist Ancestor with a smile. The old man looked at Luin and then at Mistress Ancestor. This is the Mannerhead of the Void God Spacetime's Mannerhead. He was reminding Mistress Ancestor. Mistress Ancestor did not reveal any of her aura. Here, as long as she was willing, Chosun could not see through her cultivation. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed weak. Weak women were easily protected. Mistress Ancestor was indifferent as she watched the old man leave. It has nothing to do with you. Luine smiled, don't be so cold. It's rare for us to meet on the battlefield, so it must be fate. I don't need such fate. Mistress Ancestor sipped her tea. Luine wanted to say something else, but Chosun looked at him, Manor Head Xian 7, this lady doesn't seem to welcome you. That has nothing to do with you, boss, Luine said. Chosun stared at Luine, it's not easy on the battlefield. If you can help her kill her enemies, then stay. If not, please give her some quiet space. Luine was helpless, alright, then I'll be leaving. Boss Cho, I'll be back soon. He then walked towards the door. Thank you. Mistress Ancestor looked at Chosun, this was a progenitor. Chosun nodded, these are the rules of my new inn. He then left. Mistress Ancestor watched him leave, thinking that he was an interesting person. Luine looked at the door and left the new inn. Before he left, he looked back and met Mistress Ancestor's eyes. Mistress Ancestor's departure from the void was related to Ancestor Long's death. She wanted to take revenge for Ancestor Long, but Chun Kong was not so easy to deal with. Luine did not know if Chun Kong was still alive, and even if Mistress Ancestor found him, could she really kill Chun Kong? After his battle with Elder Mo, Luine had a new understanding of true powerhouses. He closed the door and returned to the Red Domain. Half a year had passed since Xian 7 had left seclusion. It had been peaceful, and aside from a few visits, there had not been any major events. Luine had nothing to do, so he would catch some spies, visit Su Heng and Su Leng, or chat with Su Wuji. He was leisurely until he received news that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Luo Shan had been caught up in the battle between Celestial Victor and the Corpse God in the Endless Battlefield and had been heavily injured. His status was unknown, and he was missing. This news came from Wendy Yushan. Over the past half a year, Luine had been trying to contact her, but he could not reach Limitless directly. Only powerhouses were qualified to do so. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan knew the importance of Luo Shan's information, and she had tried to send it to the Fifth Mainland. Luine had already arranged for people from the Fifth Mainland to return to the Void God spacetime every 2 days to inform him of the news from the Above Heaven sect. This was how he could obtain timely information on Luo Shan. At this moment, Luo Shan's information should have reached the powerhouses of the Six-Way Association. Luine found Su Wuji and requested to meet the Void Master. Su Wuji was shocked. You want to meet the Void Master? Why? Luine replied, back at the Void Gate, I had something to tell him. Su Wuji did not pursue the matter. I might not be able to bring you to meet the Void Master. Let's try. A few days later, Su Wuji brought Luine to the Void Master's location. Another half a month passed. In the hyperspace, Bai Qian represented Master Wei and proposed to the Grand Empyrean to abolish the Three Monarch spacetime as one of the Six-Way Association. The reason was that Luo Shan's status was unknown, and Mu Jun was missing. The Three Monarch spacetime could not rely on the Genesis space to hold on. They should find a replacement from the Endless Battlefield's 62 parallel universes. The Grand Empyrean did not reject this proposal, but he did not agree to it either. However, no one knew that the Grand Empyrean did not agree to this proposal. What was important was that Bai Qian could represent Master Wei and propose this to the Grand Empyrean. Master Wei was in seclusion, and Bai Qian could represent the hyperspace. This was what Luine wanted. There was no better time than now. As he thought about this, Luine headed to the Three Monarch spacetime and found Chen Lu. It was time to change the Six-Way Association structure. At the bottom of the stairs, little Ling clan members were flying happily. Bai Qian looked at them and her mood was quite relaxed. Old Zhu's voice sounded, My lord, the proposal to abolish the Three Monarch spacetime has not been approved by the Dimensional Master. Will this cause the Dimensional Master to be disgusted? Bai Qian said lightly, Luo Shan and the Yu clan plotted against the Dimensional Master. At this moment, Luo Shan is missing. Taking the opportunity to eliminate the Three Monarch spacetime is helping the Dimensional Master. Oldswa felt uneasy. Such a big matter was not discussed with the Dimensional Master. Once the Dimensional Master came out, how could he explain it? But he couldn't influence Bai Qian's decision. Bai Qian's eyes flickered. It was very risky to do so. Although the Dimensional Master definitely wanted to deal with Luo Shan, he had his own plan. If she did this, it would definitely destroy his plan. But now the arrow was on the bow and had to be released. Only by making the origin space one of the 6 direction guilds could she further cooperate with Luin and get out of this cage. This was her only goal. No one knew when the Dimensional Master would come out. Perhaps when he came out, Luin would not only solve the 3 Monarch spacetime, but also help her deal with the Dimensional Master. In the 3 Monarch spacetime, Qianlu finally waited for Luin. Since Luin swaggered around the 3 Monarch spacetime, he especially wanted to talk to this person. Now, the opportunity finally came. What do you want to do? Qianlu stared at Luin and asked in a suppressed voice. Luin laughed. You seem to like to ask this kind of question. Qianlu said angrily, you made me lose face in the 3 Monarch spacetime. If the Star-Lord didn't come out, how could I step down? Then don't step down. Luin looked at Qianlu. Luo Shan is missing, you know. Qianli's eyes flashed. I just got the news. Luin and Qianlu looked at each other. It's time to kick the 3 Monarch spacetime out. Qianli's face twitched. What do you want to do? Lu Yin's mouth curved. Are you willing to do it? Qianli's eyes flickered. He looked at Luin and didn't speak. Luin didn't urge him and waited quietly. After a while, Qianlu said, with the attitude of the origin space, they will not agree. Luin laughed. So, you don't dare? Qianli's eyes narrowed. You lied to me. What did I lie to? Why didn't you tell me about the feud between the Lu family and the reincarnation universe? These words had been buried in Qianli's heart for a very long time. In the beginning, he truly hadn't known, but when the passage had opened and the 3 Monarch spacetimes had confronted the Above Heaven sect, Luin had entered the 6 Direction Society's field of vision. As a progenitor, Qianlu had also understood the Above Heaven sect, Luin, and the truth behind the Lu family's exile. These things could be investigated if he wanted to, but he had never thought about it. It was also because of these things that he regretted working with Luin. If he had known that Luin was an enemy of the reincarnation spacetime and the Shaoying divinity, he would never have cooperated. He would rather take the risk of being controlled by Mr. Daheng to avoid Luin. Luin watched as Qianli's calm expression turned into anger, and he couldn't help but laugh. Qianlu, oh Qianlu, to think that you're such a coward despite being an extreme powerhouse. Qianlu clenched his fists. Back when you were the head of the Mo courtyard, you were controlled by Mr. Daheng and worked for him. You broke through to the Lamita realm and cooperated with me because you were afraid of Mr. Daheng. You were afraid that he would continue to control you, and you were also worried that Luo Shan would find out about you. You're so afraid of this and that. How can you be an extreme powerhouse? Qianlu said angrily, aren't you also afraid of the great heavenly venerables and willing to be punished to go to the endless battlefield? Am I an extreme powerhouse? Luin shouted. Qianlu was stunned. Luin continued, what age am I? What cultivation level am I at? You know very well what I've experienced. What about the great heavenly venerables? They are of the same generation as the primogenitor of the primordial space. Above the 3 realms and 6 paths, even the patriarch of the Lu family may have to address the great heavenly venerables as senior. I, Luin, have not even reached a fraction of the great heavenly venerables' cultivation level. If I were of the same generation, there would be no great heavenly venerables today. If I reach the Lamita realm, what can the great heavenly venerables do to me? What I'm worried about is the celestial sect. They are my family, friends, people I care about, and people I want to protect. What about you? You only care about yourself. You only care about what will happen to you. Have you ever had a statue built for you? Have you ever been truly revered, cared for, and prayed for? Have you ever become the pillar of support in some people's hearts? Qianlu clenched his fists and seemed to think of something. His breathing quickened, don't say it. Luin shouted, have you ever cared about anyone? Don't say it. Qianlu roared, staring at Luin like a mad lion. Luin also stared at him. Chen Lu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a while, he calmed down. I don't want to be a tool for your Lu family to take revenge on the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin said in a deep voice, now let the primordial space become one of the 6 paths. Chen Lu struggled. He was worried about Lu Yin's revenge, worried about the reincarnation spacetime, but also worried about Mr. Daheng and Luo Shan. He was worried about too many things, causing his heart to be in a mess. I might as well tell you, even if the primordial space can't become one of the 6 paths, the 3 sovereign spacetime will inevitably leave the 6 paths, Lu Yin said. Chen Lu was shocked. The 3 sovereign spacetime will leave the 6 paths? Luo Shan is missing, and you know where Mu Jun is. As for the Star Lord, I already know the location of those people from the Starfall spacetime. Do you think she can escape? The 3 sovereign spacetime does not live up to its name. If this spacetime is supported by the 4-side scale, do you think the Grand Empyrean will still let the spacetime become one of the 6 paths? Will Master Wei agree? Don't forget, Luo Shan joined forces with the Shaoing divinity and the Yu family to attack him. Master Wei has long wanted to destroy Luo Shan and solve the 3 sovereign spacetime, but he has never had the chance. Now, the opportunity is just right. I received news that the hyperspace has proposed to the Grand Empyrean to abolish the 3 sovereign spacetime and let it become one of the endless battlefield. Then, find a parallel spacetime to replace the 3 sovereign spacetime. Even if it is not the primordial space, it will be another parallel spacetime, and this spacetime will forever remain in the endless battlefield. Cultivation is cruel. No one cares about old feelings and will forever retain the 3 sovereign spacetime. The strong will rise and the weak will be eliminated. This is the rule of survival in the universe. Chen Lu did not believe it, but Lu Yin was right. Master Wei would indeed deal with the 3 sovereign spacetime. Now that Mu Jun was captured by Lu Yin and Luo Jun was missing, once the Star Lord left, this spacetime would be completely destroyed. Rely on the 4-side scale to retain the position of the paths? How was that possible? This spacetime was already riddled with holes. You still don't believe me? You think that the 4-side scale's progenitors can help you defend the 3 sovereign spacetime? Lu Yin looked at Chen Lu and sneered, then, what if the above heaven sect starts a war with the 4-side scale? Chen Li's body trembled as he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's gaze was deep and cold. You know the enmity between me and the 4-side scale. We can start a war at any time. Lung Qing has broken through to the progenitor realm, Mu Jun has submitted, and I have a way to make the Star Lord submit as well. Do you think I will be afraid of a few more progenitors? The Grand Empyrean said that the 6-side society is not allowed to enter the primordial space as they wish, but he can't interfere with the internal affairs of the primordial space. Once the war starts, even if it's just the beginning, Bai Sheng and the others can return. Chen Lu retorted, Bai Sheng and the others were ordered by the Grand Empyrean to defend the 6-side society, how can they return? So, the condition for stopping the war is that they cannot stay in the 3 sovereign spacetime and help defend the 6-side society, not the 3 sovereign spacetime. Chen Lu looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person was too vicious, using this condition to force Bai Sheng and the others to give up the 3 sovereign spacetime. If they succeeded, the 3 sovereign spacetime would no longer have any powerhouses. How could it still be called the 6-side society? Even if the Grand Empyrean wanted to preserve the 3 sovereign spacetime, where would the 3 sovereign spacetime find the powerhouses to protect it? Chen Lu didn't know if the remaining forces of the 4-side scale could fight against the above heaven sect. He didn't understand Bai Wang Yuan's and Wang Fan's strength at all. He could only calculate from the numbers. The remaining 3 progenitors of the 4-side scale couldn't stop so many progenitors from the above heaven sect. This result was very easy to achieve. Of course, Lu Yin was just scaring Chen Lu. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xia Shenji weren't easy to deal with, and with the unfathomable Bai Xian'er and their relationship with the reincarnation spacetime, they would be even more difficult to deal with. Now was not the time to start the war. At the very least, he had to wait until the Genesis space became one of the 6-side societies and until he understood Bai Wang Yuan's strength. However, this didn't stop him from scaring Chen Lu. This person was too suspicious, and Lu Yin was certain that every word he said would cause a heavy blow. The Grand Empyrean forbids anyone from casually stepping into the Genesis space. Can I join the above heaven sect? Chen Li's tone softened. Luin smiled. If you step in, you'll be an outsider. If you join the Above Heaven sect, you'll be one of us. Why can't the Grand Empyrean allow one of us to return? Chen Li still had some misgivings. If you're really afraid, then go to the Void God spacetime. I'll invite you as Xianxia, and no one will say anything. Chen Li sighed. What about that passage? I've already found 3 Origin Array Heavenly Masters who can reseal the passage. Without Luo Shan's obstruction, no one can stop me from sealing the passage. When the time comes, this place will become one of the endless battlefields. Senior Chen Lu, welcome to the Above Heaven sect. Chen Lu looked at Luin in a daze. The Above Heaven sect? In the end, he was forced to join. Luin also breathed a sigh of relief. This Chen Lu was the biggest obstacle. This person was cooperating on the surface, but in fact, he couldn't wait for Luin to die. Before entering the endless battlefields, he and Chen Lu had looked at each other and saw the look in the depths of this person's eyes that couldn't wait for Luin to die. This person was not sincerely seeking refuge, but was forced to do so. If possible, it would be best to appoint a general. After dealing with Chen Lu, it would be simple to deal with Star Monarch. Luin confirmed again and again that Chen Lu had guaranteed that Star Monarch cared about the people from the Starshade universe the most. The Starshade universe was one of the endless battlefields, and Star Monarch had transferred the people from her hometown from the Starshade universe and placed them in the Three Sovereigns universe. Chen Lu couldn't come forward to prevent the negotiation from being exposed. Luin also didn't meet Star Monarch with Xianxia's appearance. Instead, he returned to his own appearance, restrained his cultivation, came to the Rainbow Wall, and secretly met Star Monarch. Star-Lord stood on the Rainbow Wall and looked into the distance in a daze. She had already received news of Luo Shan's disappearance and felt uneasy. She did not like Luo Shan, but she did not hate him either. After so many years, without Luo Shan, she could not protect those people in the Starshine universe. At most, she could guard in dangerous places like the endless battlefield. Although they were husband and wife on the surface, she and Luo Shan did not speak more than 3 sentences a year. They did not even meet each other. This relationship had been maintained for a long time, and she wanted to continue it. However, Luo Shan's disappearance was bad news for the Three Sovereigns universe. Once Luo Shan died, what would happen to this universe? What would happen to the people she wanted to protect? Star-Lord, who had always been calm, had complicated emotions at this moment. I said, no one is allowed to approach, Star-Lord said faintly. Her sovereign aura swept behind her as she sensed that someone was coming. If it were any other time, she would at most throw him down, but at this moment, her mood was complicated and she was a little heavy-handed. However, the person behind her did not move. Star-Lord suddenly turned around and saw Luin. It's you? Luin smiled faintly. Senior Star-Lord, we meet again. Star-Lord said coldly, hiding the head and showing the tail shouldn't be done by you, Master Lu. I can't let others know that I'm looking for you today. Otherwise, it will be bad for you, Luin said. Star-Lord was puzzled. What do you mean? Luin turned on his gadget and a screen appeared. On it was a scene of a group of people living. Those people were very ordinary and there was nothing special about them, but in Star-Lord's eyes, there was a change. For her, who had always been calm, to have such a change was equivalent to losing her color. How do you know about them? Star-Lord's aura was unstable as she looked at Luin with coldness and killing intent. Luin turned off the screen and put away his gadget. Luo Shan is missing, and I am about to declare war on the For Sovereign's universe and force by Xing and the others to go back or help defend against other parallel universes, leaving only you and Chen Lu in the Three Sovereigns universe. Senior, do you think this is okay? Star-Lord stared at Luin for a while before calmly turning her gaze away. You want me to join the sect above heaven? Luin smiled. It's easy to talk to smart people. Yes, but on one condition, Star-Lord replied. Luin raised his brows, as he had not expected Tai Bai Jinxing to agree so readily. He swallowed the words that he had been about to say. What condition? Migrate the 3 monarchs spacetime. The people here are innocent. Your heavenly sect should be able to take them away. Luin agreed, as this was part of his plan. He was the one who had single-handedly turned the three sovereign spacetime continuum into one of the endless battlefields, which meant that the people here could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, if the Eternals invaded, they would all die. Lu Yin's conscience could not bear it, as he was not sovereign Xiaoyin. The Heavenly Sect's half-martial ancestors and Ancestor Realm experts were more than enough to take them away in the shortest time possible. You don't miss this place? The Star Sovereign's back was to Lu Yin as he gazed into the distance. War has been going on for far too long. The universe in my eyes is always like this, filled with slaughter and blood. Pairs of scarlet vertical eyes often appear, and it's hard to shake them off. Extreme experts are humans too. There are times when they want to escape. Just treat it as me trying to escape. Once we reach the Sky Sect, I won't help you with anything. Lu Yin nodded, as you wish. What about Luo Shan? Lord Taibai Jinxing said bitterly, he has always been helping me. Without him, I would not have been able to protect my hometown. If one day he needs my help, Daoist Master Lu, I will not sit by and do nothing. Lu Yin did not refuse, as this was the Star Lord's choice. But in the future, he and Luo Shan's life and death were inevitable. One Star Lord could not change the situation. Many people thought that Luo Shan might have died. Not many people could survive the battle between the Corpse God and Celestial Victor. However, Lu Yin knew that Luo Shan would not die so easily. Mu Jun had already told him about Luo Shan, and Lu Yin was certain that Luo Shan was extremely strong. It seemed that the Three Sovereigns universe was at the bottom of the Six Direction Association, but Luo Shan might not be at the bottom. Lu Yin was in a hurry to attack the Three Sovereigns universe because of this. He wanted to deal with Luo Shan before he returned and try his best to keep Luo Shan in the endless battlefield. What do you plan to do with Chen Lu? Lord Taibai Jinxing asked. Lu Yin said, leave the Rainbow Wall. He must stay here. What you need to do is to help me isolate Bai Xing and the others from probing so that I can migrate the Three Sovereigns universe's people to the Fifth Mainland without any hindrance. Of course, you have to deal with those people from Mohe Courtyard first and get them to cooperate with me. Lord Taibai Jinxing looked at Lu Yin, what if Bai Xing and the others detect it midway? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, then I will declare war on the four cardinal scales and force them to return temporarily or give up on interfering in this matter. Lord Taibai Jinxing turned around, let's do as you say. Whether it was Chen Lu or Lord Taibai Jinxing, they did not understand the four cardinal scales at all. Even Luo Shan did not understand. If not for this, Lu Yin would have found it difficult to declare war on the four cardinal scales. In the following time, Lord Taibai Jinxing left the Rainbow Wall. Chen Lu cooperated tacitly and pretended not to know anything as he came to guard the Rainbow Wall. Lord Taibai Jinxing also helped Lu Yin gather the half-ancestors from Mohe Courtyard and forced them to cooperate with Lu Yin in migrating the Three Sovereigns universe's people to the Fifth Mainland. No one dared to refuse. Lu Yin found Elder Chan, Lung Qing, Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the other half-ancestors and began to migrate the entire Three Sovereigns universe. On the Shenwu continent, Divine Master Gu Yan, Heavenly Master Xianxia, and Elder Gong came together. They were going to work together to set up a luck path array to seal the passage again and isolate the Three Sovereigns universe. The Three Sovereigns universe joined forces to move the Fifth Mainland. There were more than 20 half-ancestors and progenitors. It took more than 3 months to move the entire Three Sovereigns universe's people away. After 3 months, the Sovereign Domain, Upper Monarch Starfield, and Lower Monarch Starfield were completely empty. Lu Yin left the Sovereign Domain and went to Mohe Courtyard. He entered the Imperial Storehouse and looked at the boundless amount of wheat crystals and various other resources. These were all his now. Although Luo Shan had brought the most precious items with her, the amount of resources in the Imperial Storehouse was enough to make Lu Yin sigh in amazement. When he had first looked at the Imperial Storehouse, he had estimated that there were no less than 1 trillion wheat crystals. Now that he had truly entered the storehouse, Lu Yin realized that there were more than 800 billion wheat crystals here. This was a terrifying amount of resources. He immediately took these wheat crystals to the Above the Sky sect and contacted Yi Xing's people at the same time. Once the Three Sovereigns universe's Six Paths Association was abolished, the value of wheat crystals would plummet, and this amount of wheat crystals would be worthless. Lu Yin had to exchange them before that happened. At the same time, on the Shenwu continent, Divine Master Gu Yan and the others began to set up a sourcebox array. At the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect, Luin looked at the unknown object swimming in his teacup and then at Zhao Ran. "You've improved." Zhao Ran was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Your Highness, will that sister from last time come again?" Luin was puzzled. "Which sister?" Zhao Ran thought for a moment and then gestured. Luin did not understand, so she continued to gesture. "Are you talking about Bailan?" Luin could tell. "Why are you asking about her?" Zhao Ran was excited. "She drank a few cups of my tea, but Zhao Ran is out of stock, so I forgot about it at the time. She even said that she hadn't drunk it before and wanted to apologize." Luin smiled. "She's here. She'll be here soon." "Really? Then I'll help her prepare it." "Okay." Not long after, Bailan arrived. Madame Nailin should have been in charge of the Yixing exchange in the Genesis space, but she had just joined the Yixing and gone to learn, so Bailan was now in charge. "I didn't think that Pathmaster Lu would contact me so soon." Bailan sat down across from Luin and smiled. Luin smiled. "There is business. Did you bring enough money?" "My people always bring enough money when they travel the universe." "How much does Pathmaster Lu want to exchange?" "Which parallel universe do you want the money from?" Bailan asked confidently. Luin pointed behind her. Bailan looked over, but there was nothing there. Then, the void distorted, and the valley opened up. She saw an endless amount of glittering crystals. Bailan had exchanged for a large number of crystals before, but this was the first time she had seen so many of them. Before this, the largest amount she had ever traded had only been 3 trillion, which was already considered a rare large transaction. Furthermore, it had been done by an extremely strong powerhouse. However, this was not because of how valuable these crystals were, but because there were so many of them. "How much is this?" Bailan was shocked. Luin took a sip of tea. 8 trillion. Bailan was stunned. "Pathmaster Lu, you tore down the rainbow wall?" Luin laughed. "That's more than 8 trillion, and it's very difficult to exchange the monarch's aura within the rainbow wall for Hui crystals." Bailan obviously knew this, but she was just amazed. She looked deeply at Luin. Logically speaking, the Yixing should not have asked about the origin of the other party's resources, but she was too curious. If there were 8 trillion star essence below, she would not have been curious, but these were Hui crystals, which were resources from the 3 monarch spacetimes. How could she not be curious? She dared to guarantee that even the 3 monarchs might not be able to take out so many Hui crystals at once. Where had this person gotten them? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. The Emperor's warehouse in the 3 monarch spacetimes was specifically used to replenish the rainbow wall. Zhao Ran arrived, and when she saw Bailan, she was delighted. "Sister, you're really here?" "That's great, the tea is ready." Bailan grunted and took the tea. She raised a brow. This was even stranger than the last time. She looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm out of stock. I forgot that you drank my tea, and you even drank a few cups." Bailan hurriedly said, "It's fine, you don't have to apologize." Luin looked at her with a faint smile. He knew that she wanted to inquire about him through Zhao Ran, but she had found the wrong person. After Zhao Ran's interruption, Bailan came back to her senses and looked at Luin again. "Pathmaster Lu, which parallel spacetime do you want to exchange for resources from?" "The Genesis space." Bailan was helpless. "Don't joke around, Pathmaster Lu. We've only just come into contact with the Genesis space, so how can we help you exchange for such a large amount of resources?" Luin was not surprised. He would have felt uneasy if he could exchange for resources, as that meant that the Yixing's power was terrifying. "The reincarnation spacetime," Luin said. Bailan looked at Luin. "Pathmaster Lu, this is your first exchange, so let me remind you of something. Although the reincarnation spacetime is also a star essence resource, it might not be easy for you to use it." Luin smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, but the sovereign aura within the Hui crystals is even more difficult to use." "It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll exchange for something else in the future, or I'll wait until your I Ching has resources from the Genesis space to exchange for them. Bylan blinked and suggested, then why don't we keep the Hui crystals and exchange them for resources in the origin space? This way, we can save a lot of commission, and the exchange rate will be different. Luin shook his head, there's no need for that. Let's just do it like this. Alright. Since Tao Lord Lu has decided, 8 trillion luminosity crystals can be exchanged for 16 billion star essence in the reincarnation spacetime, Bailan said. Luin was stunned and thought that he had misheard. How much did you say? 16 billion star essence. Bailan smiled. Lu Yin's face darkened. Are you joking with me? Bailan shrugged. Originally, in the Six Direction Association, the exchange ratio between Reincarnation Universe and 3 Monarch Universe resources is 1 to 100. After all, the people who use Hui Crystal are limited to 3 Monarch Universe, and the people who cultivate the power of Reincarnation Universe are far more than the cultivators of 3 Monarch Universe, so normally, 3 Monarch Universe will not exchange Hui Crystal outside, because it is too much of a loss. Now that Luo Shan is missing, the exchange ratio of Hui crystals is naturally lowered to about 1 to 500. This is the ratio that your origin space's 4 cardinal scales helped to defend against the 3 monarch spacetime when Luo Shan went missing. Once Luo Shan's death is confirmed, Hui crystals will be completely worthless. Let alone 16 billion, you won't even be able to exchange for 6 billion. Right, Tao Lord Lu, you'll also be giving me a commission of 160 million star essence. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing Bulan's smiling face, Luin decided to send her off. What a joke. Only an idiot would exchange 8 trillion star essence for 16 billion star essence. Luin could easily obtain 16 billion star essence, and as for the Hui crystals, he could use them for himself. The Fates and continent had tricolored soil around his heart. Even though he did not know what it was used for, Luin did not care too much about it. But now, it seemed that he would have to expand his scope. If he could use it and still exchanged it like this, there would be something wrong with his brain. What a loss. Not only did he not succeed in the exchange, but I Ching also knew that he had such a large sum of Hui crystals. He would definitely be able to guess something. But it didn't matter. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. The 3 Monarchs universe was over. As long as Bai Sheng and the others did not deliberately enter the 3 Monarch spacetime, they would not be able to sense it. They also did not have the habit of caring about the 3 Monarch spacetime. But the passage was different. It was not only about the 3 Monarch spacetime, but also about their own fate. Once the passage was sealed, they would have no way to return to the starry sky of trees and could only rely on the help of the 6 Paths Association. When Divine Master Gu Yan and the others began to set up a sourcebox array to seal off the passage, Ancestor Ghost Abyss was the first to discover the problem. They would not leave their fate in the hands of others. Even if the 3 Monarchs universe would not allow the 5th mainland to seal the passage again, they would still keep an eye on it. Several old ancestors who helped to defend this starry sky had also discussed it and decided to take turns to monitor it. This was something that the people from the 3 Monarchs universe did not know. Ancestor Ghost Abyss looked back at the 3 sovereigns time and space, looking in the direction of the passage, and a burst of uneasiness made his heart beat faster. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more intuition one would have. At this moment, he was being led by this intuition. His gaze was fixed on the passage, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. He hesitated for a moment. It was better to go and take a look. Thinking of this, he left the rainbow wall. The Star Sovereign's expression changed. He immediately wanted to stop her, but someone was faster than him. It was Chen Lu. Chen Lu subconsciously went forward to stop him. They could not wait for the Star Venerate at all to prevent the Star Venerate from being unable to stop the Ghost Abyss ancestor. Chen Lu appeared not far from the Ghost Abyss ancestor and asked, "Ancestor Ghost Abyss, why aren't you guarding the rainbow wall? What are you doing?" The Ghost Abyss ancestor frowned. "Chen Lu, right? Why aren't you guarding the rainbow wall?" "I saw you leave, so I came to ask. The Forgotten Ruin God can attack the rainbow wall at any time, so we can't be careless. Looking at your direction, are you going back to the origin space?" "That won't do. Lord Luo has ordered that no powerhouse guarding the rainbow wall can leave at will. He told me to keep an eye on you, Qianle said bluntly. The ghost abyss ancestor was dissatisfied. He was Wang Fan. Although he was cooperating with the Luo Shan, what right did the Luo Shan have to order him around? If they were not afraid of the Grand Empyreans, they would not have helped defend the three monarchs' spacetime. You want to restrict my freedom? The ghost abyss ancestor's tone turned cold. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and the others saw what was happening and were somewhat puzzled. Qianle should not have interacted with them. Even if they were fighting with the Eternals, this person would use his archery skills to stay far away. Taixing Jun watched Qianle block the ghost abyss ancestor and sighed. She had asked Lu Yin how to deal with Qianle before, and Lu Yin's attitude was vague. She had guessed that Qianle might have already defected, and now it was confirmed. How long had the passage been connected? This above heaven's pathmaster had actually incited Qianle and her to defect. If Mu Jun had not disappeared, then... Suddenly, Taixing Jun's expression changed. Qianle, her, Mu Jun, and Lord Luo had all met with mishaps. They had either disappeared or defected. Could all of this be related to this person? Although this guess was somewhat absurd, and before the passage was connected, this person had nothing to do with the three monarchs' spacetime. It was reasonable to say that Mu Jun's disappearance could not be related to him. But for some reason, when she thought of this possibility, countless voices told her that this was the case. Lu Yin had acted against Mu Jun. He had been preparing and had been watching the three monarchs' spacetime. From the beginning to the end, it was not the three monarchs' spacetime that had schemed against him, but he had schemed against them. All of this was an illusion that the three monarchs' spacetime, the Six Direction Society, and even the Grand Empyreans could not see through. All of this was Lu Yin's doing. He made Mu Jun disappear, incited Qianle to defect, and then used the people of the Starfall spacetime and Luo Shan's encounter in the endless battlefield to instigate her to defect. Step by step, his calculations were perfect. Could it be? Taixing Jun looked at the confrontation between Qianle and the ghost abyss ancestor, and this crazy possibility kept occupying her mind. Could it be? Could it be? If not, how could Lu Yin incite Qianle to defect to her in such a short time? How could he take away the people of the Starfall spacetime? How did he know that her weakness was the people of the Starfall spacetime? The time was too short, so short that he should not have found out all of this, but he did. It was as if he had recorded all the steps and walked step by step, as if he was playing chess according to the chess book, and she and the others were his chess pieces. Thinking of this possibility, Taixing Jun's face turned pale. If this is the case, this person is too terrifying. How long has he been watching the three monarchs' spacetime? In the starry sky, Qianle's expression softened. Old ancestor Gue Yuan, please don't blame me, I don't mean to restrict your freedom, but the rainbow wall is too important to my three monarchs' spacetime, so I have to be careful. Once you leave, the Forgotten Ruins God will start a war and break through the rainbow wall, and my three monarchs' spacetime will be finished. Lord Luo Jun is fighting in the endless battlefield, so we have to help him guard the rainbow wall. Old ancestor Gue Yuan said coldly, don't leave. I'm just looking at the passage. With that said, he was about to walk towards the passage. Qianle blocked him again. What's there to see about the passage? Don't worry, the origin space can't move the passage, so I'll keep an eye on it. Compared to me, old ancestor Gue Yuan, your strength is more suitable to guard the rainbow wall. Old ancestor Gue Yuan was not stupid. Qianle moved 3 times, trying to block his way every time. He felt that something was wrong. Get out of the way. Qianle frowned. What do you want to do? I think you're not looking at the passage, but going back to the origin space. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Old ancestor Gue Yuan's body was boiling with death aura, then his expression changed drastically. Not good, the passage is about to be sealed. He directly attacked Qianle, the pearl halberd sweeping across. Qianle's heart sank, he was discovered. He no longer hid and raised his hand to shoot an arrow. The arrow shot towards old ancestor Gue Yuan, but it was deflected by the pearl halberd. You've joined the above heaven sect? Old ancestor Gue Yuan stared at Qianle in disbelief. Xia Zhen and Bai Xing walked out together and headed towards the passage. Star-Lord was helpless. Since that was the case, she raised her hand, an endless majestic monarch aura swept out from the rainbow wall, sweeping the three monarch spacetime cultivators guarding the rainbow wall towards the passage. It was time to leave. This starry sky had become a dead zone. Bai Xing and the others immediately noticed the change in the rainbow wall. Star-Lord, what are you doing? Outside the rainbow wall, the Eternal Race's Corpse King appeared. They also noticed the change and began to fight the three monarchs spacetime. Bai Xing and the others were at a loss. What was going on? The two progenitors of the three monarchs spacetime had given up on guarding the rainbow wall and joined the Above Heaven sect? Because they had to leave with the cultivators guarding the rainbow wall, Star-Lord transferred half of the rainbow wall's monarch aura to bring them away, so the rest of the rainbow wall was useless. Old Ancestor Gui Yuan, Bai Xing, and Xianxia all attacked Chen Lu. Chen Li's scalp went numb. He had experienced the power of the progenitors in the primal space, and he didn't dare to face them head-on. He only wanted to retreat from the primal space. As for the Grand Emperor's order that no one from the six monarch spacetime could enter the primal space without permission, he could only believe Lu Yin's words. They were no longer people of the three monarch spacetime, but people of the Above Heaven sect in the primal space. If he wanted to leave, he could only go all the way. However, it wasn't so easy for him to retreat. How could he leave so easily when facing Old Ancestor Gui Yuan and the others? Fortunately, Old Zan and Ling Qing walked out from the passage, causing Old Ancestor Gui Yuan and the others to feel apprehensive. At this moment, Old Ancestor Gui Yuan and the others stared at Chen Lu and blocked Star-Lord. Old Zan and Ling Qing met them head-on. Further south was the Eternal Race's Corpse King. The Eternal Race had broken through the rainbow wall and officially entered the three monarchs spacetime. The three of you, let's go back to your home. Old Zan stepped aside and said. Old Ancestor Gui Yuan said in a low voice, you want the three monarchs spacetime to be invaded by the Eternal Race, so that you can deprive the three monarchs spacetime of its identity as a member of the Six Direction Association? Old Zan said indifferently, since you already know, why say it again? Bai Xing stared at Chen Lu in surprise, you can agree to this? Aren't you afraid that Luo Shan will come back and kill you? Xiaozhen looked at Star-Lord, you are Luo Shan's wife, what are you planning to do? Chen Li's voice was cold, it has nothing to do with you. At this moment, the three monarch spacetime is already a dead zone, there's not a single person. Either you go back or stay here and fight the Eternal Race, it's up to you. Ancestor Gui Yuan and the other two looked at each other. Of course, they couldn't stay in the Three Monarchs universe. Everyone in the Three Monarchs universe had run away. What would they do if they stayed? Was he courting death? Moreover, they couldn't be blamed for this. It wasn't that they didn't want to help defend against the Six Directions sect, but that the Three Monarchs spacetime had been destroyed, and they couldn't go to other parallel spacetime. Let's go back. Ancestor Gui Yuan was very straightforward. He restrained his aura, indicating that he would not attack. Then, he walked toward the passage. Chen Lu felt that it was a pity. According to the plan, they should have left these three old things here, but they had been discovered in advance, so they could only do this. Bai Xing has an absurd feeling. A year ago, Luo Shan was high-spirited and joined forces with the Four Sides Balance to threaten the Heavenly Sect. Lu Xiaoxian was so scared that he wanted to rely on the Three Sovereigns universe, but now it's like this. How long had it been? How did he do it? Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xiaozhen also found it hard to believe, but they had no one to answer their questions. It was already good enough that they could return to the starry sky of trees. Soon, the three sovereigns' time and space completely became a dead zone. The passageway was sealed once again. In the reincarnation spacetime, there was a region called Jiutian Shidi. The 9 heavens represented the 9 sages. At their peak, the Grand Emperor ordered the 3 9 sages to stand behind him. The 9 sages stood under the Grand Emperor and commanded reincarnation. No one dared to disobey. And below the 9 heavens 10 earths, there was a heavenly gate. Anyone who wanted to see the Grand Emperor had to enter through the heaven gate and report to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There were only a few exceptions who could traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Void Lord was one of them. At that moment, the Void Master was standing on top of the clouds, looking into the distance. There was no one around, but his expression was respectful, as if he was facing the vast sky. You're suggesting that the origin space become one of the six direction associations? An ethereal voice came from afar. Even Voidmaster could not tell whether the voice was male or female, or where it came from. It was as if the world itself was responding. Voidmaster nodded. Senior has already abolished the three monarchs and became one of the six direction associations. Therefore, I suggest that the primordial space, which has a lot of experts, should fill the gap. This way, we can pull the experts of the primordial space into the camp to fight against the Eternals, and we can also maintain the order of the endless battlefield. Senior, you know very well that it's not easy to transfer a piece of parallel spacetime from the endless battlefield to complete the hexagon order. The Eternals won't let it go. It will be a war that will involve many extreme powerhouses. Our hexagon order isn't willing to take on such a war. But we can't do without the Six Directions Guild. I think the primordial space is the most suitable. Clouds drifted across the sky, bringing with them a strange fragrance. A rainbow hung in the air. A woman walked past, her beauty incomparable. When she saw the Voidmaster, she bowed respectfully. Voidmaster waited for Grand Empyrean's reply. Void armor. The Voidmaster bowed. Yes. Did you just come up with this idea, or have you already discussed it with others? The Voidmaster did not dare to hide anything. I've already discussed it with Xianxia. Xianxia agreed? The Voidmaster replied, as long as it doesn't trigger a war, he will agree. The Lost Clan can't afford any losses. Don't underestimate the Lost Clan. They are different from us. The Voidmaster was puzzled. What did he mean? The Grand Empyrean had said this more than once, but he had never explained it to him. In front of a Grand Empyrean, he was a junior. No one knew how long the Grand Empyrean had existed. The Six Directions Guild seemed to be equal, but aside from Musher Kong, who could barely talk in front of a Grand Empyrean, the others were all juniors, including Xianxia. Of course, in front of outsiders, they all said that they were equal to the Grand Empyrean. As for the Grand Empyrean's strength, no one knew. Luo Shan was punished to go to the endless battlefield. If this happened to him, he did not know if he would refuse, because he had never thought that he would be punished by a Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean should save face for them, but what if he didn't? Although the Void God Guild was much stronger than the three Monarch Guilds, they were all the same in the eyes of the Grand Empyrean. He did not know the difference between him and the Grand Empyrean, but he estimated that if the Grand Empyrean wanted to kill him, it would not be difficult. The three Monarch Guilds have been destroyed, leaving only 5 Six Directions Guilds. They don't live up to their name, so we do need to add one. But you know that I don't like the primordial space. The Voidmaster respectfully said, then just treat it as using the primordial space to fight against the eternal race. To be able to serve the Grand Empyrean is the primordial space's blessing. You sure know how to talk. The Voidmaster was helpless. He would be slapped to death. As usual, let's vote. 5 parallel universes are just right. The Voidmaster agreed and fulfilled his promise to Luin. Originally, he would not have helped Luin with this matter. After all, everyone knew that the Grand Empyrean did not like the primordial space. What right did Luin have to offend the Grand Empyrean? However, that brat had unexpectedly obtained the martial law Celestial Eye, so he had not noticed it. Coupled with his friendship with Wu Tian, the Voidmaster had unknowingly agreed to help Luin. Not long after, the Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. The Void God Guild, the Lost Clan, and Hyperspace have all agreed. There is no need to ask the Woodwood Guild. Let's do it this way. Let the primordial space become one of the Six Directions Guilds. The Voidmaster was overjoyed. Yes. He had not expected Hyperspace to agree. The Voidmaster's seclusion should have been approved by that woman called Bai Qian. Have the Lu family's son come see me. The Voidmaster was stunned. Are you talking about the primordial space's Dao Master? Dao Master? He is far from qualified. These 2 words will bring him trouble. However, it does not matter. The Lu family's people are dead or alive. Since the primordial space is one of the Six Direction associations, it must have a ruler. If the Lu family's son wants to be the ruler, then have him come see me. If he does not dare, then whoever can come see me in Xianxia and obtain my approval will be the ruler of the primordial space. The Void Master bowed. Understood. Junior will take his leave. The Grand Empyrean's words were meant for the primordial space to hear and passed on through the Void Master. However, the Void Master would only pass this message to Luin. The four direction scales and the astral tree had nothing to do with him. Information was a weapon. If the four direction scales knew about the Grand Empyrean, they would definitely think of ways to come to Xianxia. However, they did not know. The primordial space was divided into the fifth continent and the astral tree. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. Whoever could obtain the Grand Empyrean's approval and become the ruler would obtain the resources of the six direction associations and even obtain their help in dealing with the other side. This was the meaning of the Grand Empyrean's words. Just as the Void Master left, a piece of news spread to Xianxia. The Lu family's son is quite capable to completely destroy the three sovereigns' spacetime and instigated a rebellion. Master, how should we deal with this? Forget it. Let them be. The primordial space is already one of the six direction associations. That brat Void Jia's timing is quite accurate. Disciple will investigate. No need. It's just for fun. I'm really curious about the Lu family's son. Now that the Lu family has been exiled, what will his attitude be when he meets me? Haha. Luin quickly received news from the Void Master, and his heart sank. Meeting the Grand Empyrean was not child's play. The Grand Empyrean was of the same generation as the primogenitor and was an old monster who had lived for an extremely long time. Old Monster Mo was already quite troublesome to deal with, but Old Monster Mo should be no different from a child in front of the Grand Empyrean. Most importantly, the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space. It was because of this attitude that the Shaoing divinity had suggested that the Lu family bear the blame and be exiled. The root of all of this was the Grand Empyrean. It was too early to meet the Grand Empyrean now, but this was a necessary step for the six direction associations. Luin had already expected this, but now that it was actually happening, he still had to be prepared. No matter what, he was certain that the Grand Empyrean would not act against him. With Mr. Mu's guarantee, Luin actually did not fear the Grand Empyrean. The reason why he had listened to the Grand Empyrean's punishment and gone to the endless battlefield was because he had been afraid of the three sovereigns and 9 sages, the Grand Empyrean's influence in the six direction associations, and Luo Shan. A single word from the Grand Empyrean could end the above heaven sect, and with just a little bit of support, Luo Shan could join forces with the four direction scales to start a war. This was not something that Luin could handle. Now that he had become one of the six direction associations, he no longer had any misgivings. If he only had to face the Grand Empyrean, then who cared? Even if the sky collapsed, Mr. Mu would hold it up. The primordial space was already one of the six direction associations, which gave Luin a sense of security. Even if he offended the Grand Empyrean, he would not be attacked by the six direction associations. Even if that did not work out, there were still the Eternals. Luin did not know why the Eternals valued him so much. There was the Witch Spirit God scheme, the Black Wuxian's 100,000-year opportunity, and the Forgetful Ruins God, but he knew that he would not be destroyed so easily, especially when it came to the reincarnation spacetime. Luin was relaxed, but the others were not. As Lu Yin's contact with the six direction associations deepened, the people of the above heaven sect were very clear about the Grand Empyrean's attitude. If Luin faced the Grand Empyrean alone, who knew what would happen? The Blood Ancestor, Elder Chan, Master Shan, and the others all met with Luin and tried to persuade him not to go. At worst, he could just give up on becoming the primordial space's ruler or let someone else go. But this time, Luin was determined to go. Senior Muxia also came, and he looked at Luin with a burning gaze. Taking risks is not your style. Is there a reason? Luin smiled. Master guarantees that the Grand Empyrean will not act against me. Muxia sighed. As expected, it's because of Master. Sometimes, I really don't know what kind of existence Master is. When we first met, Master told me to display all of my strength and think of a way to move him so that I could become his disciple. To be honest, I didn't really care about it at that time. I just wanted to show off. With my age, the opportunities one had obtained, and my cultivation talent was enough to surpass those of my generation. I also wanted to show off. How rare was that opportunity? I used all of my strength, but Master's expression did not change at all. I felt a little frustrated, but fortunately, he still accepted me as his disciple. At that time, I only thought that Master was a half-ancestor, but the more I learned, the more I felt that Master was a progenitor. Only now do I realize that Master is not simply a progenitor. Mu Xia's words resonated with Luyin, as Luyin felt the same way. Back in the mountain sea space, he had climbed up the mountain with great difficulty. When he saw Mr. Mu, he had displayed the power that he was so proud of. He had thought that he would be able to shock Mr. Mu, but Mr. Mu had not cared at all. Now that he thought about it, the opportunity at that time was nothing to someone at Mr. Mu's level. What Mr. Mu truly cared about was the power in his heart. This power had merged into one and walked a path that no one had ever walked before. This was the only thing that had shocked Mr. Mu. As disciples, what they wanted to know the most was their master's strength. What they hoped to do the most was to shock their master. The main thing was that the gap between them was too great. With Master's guarantee, I'm relieved that you're going to meet the Grand Empyrean. There's nothing to worry about here in the Above Heaven sect, Mu Xia said. Luyin frowned. Old Monster Mo needs to be on guard. That old thing can peer into the laws and control the power of sequence particles. He's almost as strong as the 7 sky gods. Mu Xia thought about this, and his expression turned solemn. No one in the Above Heaven sect could deal with such an old monster. Fortunately, there were many progenitors here, so he might not be able to do anything. Right, who's my senior brother? The one from the 6 Direction Society, Luyin asked. Mu Xia looked away. You'll know when it's time. Mu Xia left, and Chenlu arrived. After learning that the Origin Space had become one of the 6 Direction Societies, Chenlu relaxed, as he would not be punished by the Grand Empyrean. However, when he heard that Luyin was going to meet the Grand Empyrean, he became anxious again. If something happened to Luyin, he did not know what his future would be like. He had already boarded the Above Heaven sect's ship, so he naturally hoped that this ship would go as far as possible. If Luyin was killed by the Grand Empyrean, then this ship would fall apart. Are you confident in meeting the Grand Empyrean? Chenlu asked. Luyin looked at him. You came at the right time. It's time for you to be useful. Chenlu did not understand. Luyin said something that shocked Chenlu. Now? Will the Grand Empyrean dislike us? This is a matter of the Origin Space. What does it have to do with the Grand Empyrean? If I don't do it, I won't be able to become the Origin Space's ruler. And the Grand Empyrean will help others kill me, and you won't be able to escape. Chan's Chenlu. Luo Shan would think of a way to destroy him. Although he believed that Luo Shan's strength wasn't high and that he had become the space-time ruler of the 3 sovereigns by acting and delivering tea leaves to the Grand Empyreans, he was at least stronger than him. Don't worry, it's not just you. This time, everyone will move out. Luyin looked into the distance. It was time for the Above Heaven sect to make a move. After sending Chenlu off, Luyin went to the cauldron at the bottom of the heaven stairway alone. Ran was still here, and without Lu Yin's instructions, she could only act as a mascot. When she saw Luyin, she subconsciously put on a haughty expression. Luyin ignored her and walked to the side of the cauldron. He placed a hand on its surface and looked back at the progenitor's statue at the top of the staircase. One day, he would reach the same level as the progenitor and completely eliminate the threat of the everlasting race for the sake of humanity. On the boundless battlefield, in a dark place, water dripped onto the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the stones became concave. Luo Shan leaned against the wall and looked outside. The feeling of being stared at disappeared. I didn't expect that. Even someone like me, who had fought countless battles in the endless battlefield, would be careless and get caught up in the battle between Celestial Victor and the Corpse God. However, they weren't much better off. After this battle, my strength would definitely be exposed. Whatever, so be it. In the past, only the Grand Empyreans knew, but from now on, the entire 6 Direction Society would know. Did Luin really think that he had gotten his position as one of the three sovereigns, the spacetime ruler, by relying on a woman? Luo Shan's eyes darkened. He would definitely make Luin pay the price. His top priority right now was to leave the endless battlefield. With his reputation, he would be targeted by the everlasting race no matter which parallel universe he went to. On the other hand, Luin had the strength of a ruler's attendant, but he was comparable to an extreme powerhouse. He had the strength and would not attract the attention of the everlasting race. Instead, it would be easier for him to light up the three parallel universes. He already knew that Luin had left the endless battlefield and had even killed a progenitor Realm Corp's king. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out the cloud connection stone from his cosmic ring. The outside world should have already known that he had gotten caught up in that battle. It wasn't that he didn't want to show himself, but that after that battle, he kept feeling like he was being watched by something. It should be the corpse god. That fellow didn't fight to the death with Celestial Victor and instead kept an eye on him, which made him feel uneasy. He didn't even dare to contact the cloud connection stone for fear that the corpse god would find out. None of the 7 sky gods were easy to deal with. He didn't want to fight to the death with one of them and end up benefiting others. However, this feeling had disappeared not long ago. The corpse god should have left, and he could leave as well. Senior Luo Shan, Limitless sent news that the Three Monarchs universe has officially left the Six Direction Society and joined the endless battlefield. Senior can return to the Three Monarchs universe at any time. Luo Shan suddenly stood up, his expression changing. What did you say? The Three Monarchs universe has left the Six Direction Society? Joined the endless battlefield? Impossible. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can ask Limitless directly where the information is gathered. Luo Shan walked out without hesitation, his expression gloomy. Limitless wouldn't lie to him. How could this be? The Three Monarchs universe still had Star-Lord and Chen-Lu. He could return in less than 10 years, and with the four-way balance's help, they shouldn't have left the Six Direction Society. That's right, was he involved in the war and disappeared? No, others might not understand, but the great heavenly venerate knew his strength. Even if he was involved in that kind of war, he wouldn't die so easily. Looking at the Six Direction Society and the endless battlefield, only a few people could match him. The others couldn't replace the Three Monarchs universe. Then why did the great heavenly venerate kick the Three Monarchs universe out? He had too many questions, but he was still cautious when approaching the information gathering place. Maybe this was the Eternal Race's scheme. They had control of the information gathering place and used this method to trick him out. It wasn't impossible. The Great Stone Saint died at Qin Kong's hands because he leaked his tracks. Luo Shan was more cautious than anyone else. He tried to approach the information gathering place. In the end, he confirmed that there was no danger before he entered and spoke with Limitless. After a while, his expression turned ugly. Master Wei, it was him. The one who proposed to kick the Three Monarchs universe out of the Six Direction Society was super spacetime. On the surface, it was Bai Qian, but he didn't believe that Bai Qian had the courage to do such a thing. It must be Master Wei. Master Wei must have taken action to take revenge on him for colluding with deity Xiaoyin and the Yu family to scheme against him. Luo Shan knew that Master Wei would take revenge sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so fast and so ruthless. He used his disappearance to kick the Three Monarchs universe out. Although the Grand Empyrean knew of his strength, he didn't stop him for some reason and allowed the Three Monarchs universe to be crippled. Luo Shan couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure out how the origin space had become one of the Six Direction Societies. Why was it like this? The Grand Empyrean clearly hated the origin space, and deity Xiaoyin had been scheming against it. He was just doing what he needed and was basically following the Grand Empyrean's wishes, but the result was like this. This feeling was like helping someone else fight, but they made up in the end, and he was kicked out. Pieces of information appeared in front of Luo Shan's eyes. Although he had only been missing for a short time, too many things had happened during this time. His roar spread in all directions and caused the stars to shatter. Luo Shan clenched his fists and stared at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Star-Lord and Chen-Lu had betrayed him and joined the Above Heaven sect in the origin space? Luin, it was Luin again. Everything was related to him. It was all him. Why was it like this? He had asked himself this question too many times, but no one could give him an answer. Why was Luin able to instigate Star-Lord and Shenlu? How did he do it? All of this was a mystery to Luo Shan. Not only Luo Shan, but when Bodhi Sage received this information, he also felt that it was absurd. How could Luin instigate Star-Lord and Shenlu? How could he bring the origin space to the height of the Six Direction Societies? No one had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the three monarch spacetime would not be abolished, and the origin space would not be nominated. Would the Six Direction Societies help him? However, the three monarch spacetime was abolished because of Luo Shan's disappearance, and it was because of Ultra's suggestion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ultra was taking revenge on Luo Shan, and it had nothing to do with Luin. As for the suggestion that the origin space become one of the Six Direction Societies, it was more for the sake of the origin space's powerhouses. If someone had helped the origin space, how could the Grand Empyrean turn a blind eye? He hated the origin space. Everything was a mystery, and it covered Luin with a veil of mystery. At this moment, Luin made the Six Direction Societies unable to see through him. However, no matter what, the truth had already happened, and Luo Shan could only accept it. He didn't immediately return to the three monarch spacetime. There might be an expert like the Forgotten Ruins god waiting there, and going there would be equivalent to walking into a trap. The three monarch spacetime would soon merge into the endless battlefield, and he wouldn't have to leave. Luin. Luo Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He had to make this person pay the price. Not only him, but also Dimensional Lord and Divinity Xiaoyin. If it weren't for Divinity Xiaoyin, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the battle with Dimensional Lord. These people wouldn't be able to escape, and he wouldn't let them have an easy time. After losing the three monarch spacetime, he had nothing left to lose. He might as well not have any scruples. Whether it was Dimensional Lord, Divinity Xiaoyin, or even the Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. In the reincarnation spacetime, the head of the Six Direction Societies, those who entered the Heaven's Gate could see the Grand Empyrean. The person who brought Luin to the reincarnation spacetime was an emissary. After bringing Luin to the Heaven's Gate, she retreated and looked on curiously. Luin raised his head and looked at the Heaven's Gate that towered into the sky. Was this the Grand Empyrean's gate? Inside the Heaven's Gate, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, outside the Heaven's Gate, in the vast sky, countless cultivators knelt and begged to enter the Heaven's Gate and see the Grand Empyrean. From then on, they would be able to reach the top of the Six Direction Societies in a single step. In the reincarnation spacetime, the 3 venerables and 9 sages could be bestowed. As long as someone could enter the Heaven's Gate and obtain the recognition of the Grand Empyrean, they would instantly become as famous as those great characters whose names resounded like thunder. There might not be the 3 venerables, but there might be a place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It wasn't easy to enter the Elysium unless one was summoned by the great Heavenly Lord or had the status to enter the Elysium at any time. If others wanted to enter the Elysium, a guardian would appear in front of him. If they wanted to enter, they would have to push the guardian aside to step into the Elysium and face the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The guardian would appear according to each person's cultivation. The only similarity was that it couldn't be shaken. Luin had already learned about it before he came. Now that he saw the Elysium, he was still amazed. The Elysium separated 2 worlds. Entering the Elysium was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Outside the Elysium, one would be like an ant. There were people trying to enter the Elysium all the time. At this moment, there were people trying to push the golden armored figure under the Elysium. This person was like a divine general, guarding the Elysium. He was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard the cultivators tried to push him, he wouldn't budge at all. The recoil even injured the cultivators. Since ancient times, there was no lack of people being killed by their own strength. Behind that cultivator, there was a large group of cultivators waiting to try. These cultivators were no longer ordinary cultivators. They had already stood out from countless cultivators, but they were still the same. Many people in the Elysium laughed at this scene. They might be the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 9 saints, or they might have special identities. In their opinion, these people struggling to enter the Elysium was laughable. Look at that person. I've seen him before when I was traveling through time and space. It's said that he was born with an anomaly. His eyes are like torches, and he has the eyes of the divine fire. I think he has hope, someone in the Elysium said. Someone immediately retorted, there are too many geniuses like him. Those with natural talents are everywhere. Who can enter the Elysium? The last person who pushed a divine general to enter the Elysium was Lingmu. She's now a sixth transformation ascendant immortal, the disciple of Lord Lotus. The next one was the disciple of the food saint. It's said that his strength is only below the little food saint. He often arm wrestles. I know that one. He's one of the few who can compete with the little food saint in strength. But recently, the little food saint stopped competing with him. He said he found a new target. It's Xianxia. I heard about it too. Xianxia tied with him in strength in the Lost Clan's upper three segments. The little food saint is watching him now. I wonder if Xianxia can push a divine general. It's possible. It's said that he's as talented as the perfect young master. He's an absolute genius. Shut up. With a stern shout, a young girl walked over from not far away, followed by several maids. They were all submissive and their faces were pale. The people who were discussing hurriedly shut their mouths and smiled embarrassedly. Junior Sister Ro, why are you here? I heard that Lord Lotus Venerable is imparting his teachings. Won't Junior Sister Ro go? The girl's face was beautiful, but cold as ice. Her eyes were long and narrow, making everyone nervous. You dare to compare that Xianxia with Brother Chu Jian? That's too much. You're all blind. Does he deserve to be compared with Brother Chu Jian? The people around him hurriedly agreed and said something to please him. Everyone knew that Junior Sister Ro loved the perfect Xiaozun the most. She was also Lotus Lord's disciple and had a very high status. No one wanted to offend her. A woman came over and said, Junior Sister Ro, I heard that Lord Lotus Venerable didn't come here just to impart the technique, but also for someone. Junior Sister Ro was curious. I don't know. Who is it for? Who can pique my master's interest? The woman said in a low voice, Primordial Space, Heavenly Sex Tao Master, Luin. Junior Sister Ro's eyes widened, and then she raged, Luin? Was this the Luin that her brother didn't like? Where is he? I want to teach him a lesson. The people around looked at each other. We don't know either. I heard that someone went to pick him up. That Luin should be here soon. Humph, he doesn't deserve to live after making Brother Chu Jian unhappy. I'm going to report to Master to punish him, Junior Sister Ro said angrily, her face red. Yes, yes, yes. This person doesn't deserve to live. Junior Sister Ro, you should find Lotus Lord as soon as possible. Don't let Lord Xiaozun be annoyed. Yes, Junior Sister Ro. This person is coming soon. I heard that he's here to see the great Heavenly Venerable. Perhaps he can enter the Heaven Gate directly. Junior Sister Ro snorted. Enter the Heaven Gate? In his dreams. I'm going to find Master now. With that, she left. After she left, the people around laughed. This girl was too brainless. Luin was a ruthless person in the origin space, and it was said that he had even scolded the Shaoing divinity. How could she deal with him? Ridiculous. Luin? Where is Luin? Is he here? The little food saint walked over and stared at the crowd. He had also heard about it. The news that Luin was coming to see the great Heavenly Venerable had spread throughout the reincarnation spacetime. They were also here to watch the show. I heard that he's coming, but I don't know where, someone replied. The little food saint was disdainful. I don't know how strong that guy is. If he can't push a divine general, he's not qualified to enter the Heaven Gate. He's the great Heavenly Venerable. If he wants to see the great Heavenly Venerable, he might be able to enter the Heaven Gate directly, just like us. The little food saint took out a long pole and tied a piece of cloth to it. He began to write, Enter the Heaven Gate without arm wrestling, coward. With that, he stood inside the Heaven Gate with the wooden pole and faced the outside. Outside the Heaven Gate, many cultivators stared blankly. What was the meaning of this? It was already impossible to push a divine general to enter the Heaven Gate. Why was there another person blocking the way? Luin saw it and was speechless. This little food saint was looking for people to arm wrestle wherever he went. He was not in a hurry to go in. There were so many people in front, and it was not good to cut the line. Moreover, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He wondered how Great Elder Shangu was doing. He was most worried about the Shaoing divinity. Once he met the Shaoing divinity, Xianxi's identity could not be hidden. Other than the Shaoing divinity, he was not afraid of anyone, even Su Wuwei. Su Master was there to suppress him. The longer he waited, the less likely it was that the Shaoing divinity would come. Yuan Shunan came. As a disciple of a Yuan sage, she wanted to see with her own eyes whether Lu Ying could become the master of the origin space and obtain the recognition of the great heavenly venerables. Gong Yu came. Lu Yin's name was accompanied by a legendary experience. This person was worth seeing. Jiang Xiaodao also came. He was very excited and followed beside Xiaolian to please her. One by one, the elites gathered inside the Heaven Gate. Outside the Heaven Gate, many cultivators felt that something was wrong. Why were there so many big shots in the Heaven Gate? Usually, it was difficult to see these people, such as Gong Yu and Yuan Shunan. But now, all of them had appeared. What was going on? The moment the food saint appeared, everyone outside the Heaven Gate was speechless. The 9 sages had appeared? Greetings, Lord Food Saint. Greetings, Lord Food Saint. Countless people bowed. The food saint stared at the little food saint. The little food saint rolled his eyes and ignored him. Put away the pole. The food saint shouted. The little food saint reluctantly put away the pole. You still have the face to talk about your son? Didn't you do the same in the past? The Bao Saint came. Although many people from the Six-Party Association were fighting against the eternal race, and many elites had gathered in the endless battlefield, there were still a few of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages who stayed in the reincarnation spacetime. In particular, the 4 cardinal scales and Luo Shan and Yuan Sage had entered the endless battlefield had freed some people to come and take a look. The time space of the 3 sovereigns had been destroyed and replaced by the origin space. This was a big deal. If it was not handled well, they would have to deal with Lu Ying in the future. It was said that Lu Ying was not easy to deal with. Dad, you've done this before? The little food saint's eyes widened. The food saint glared at the Bao Saint. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's brainless. The Bao Saint laughed. Who was the one who blocked Shaoing God's door and challenged him in strength? In the end, his hand was corroded. Look, there are still scars on his hand. Everyone looked at him subconsciously. The food saint crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking his hand. Nonsense. The little food saint stared at him. The food saint was unhappy and punched his head. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me before? The little food saint was aggrieved. He could do nothing but stare at the others. Jiang Xiaodao laughed. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha. The food saint stared at him. Jiang Xiaodao quickly shut his mouth and took 2 steps back to hide behind little Lian. Little Lian smiled. Senior food saint, don't be angry. Little food saint didn't mean it. This is called being forthright. The food saint was pleased. You're really good with words. The little food saint glanced at little Lian in disdain. The food saint was angry. He pulled him over and threw him beside little Lian. Get closer to her. She might be your woman in the future. Everyone was stunned. Little Lian was Lotus Venerable's favorite disciple. She really dared to say anything. Little Lian's face was red. No one knew if it was due to anger or embarrassment. Brainless, the Bao Saint said. Void Master came. It's very lively. The Bao Saint and the Food Saint were surprised. Senior Void Master? Why are you here? Void Master was indeed a senior to them. Void Master smiled. It was my idea to make the origin space one of the 6 factions. Of course, I have to come. Why are all of you here? The Bao Saint's eyes flashed. We want to meet the legendary sect Master Lu in advance. He's the successor of the Lu family. We might have to deal with him in the future. The Food Saint grinned. I wonder if he's a real man. He better not be a coward, the little food saint said. Void Master was puzzled. Are you all curious about him? The Bao Saint looked at Void Master. Senior, you propose to make the origin space one of the 6 factions. Do you know anything about Sect Master Lu? Void Master smiled. I don't know much about him. I just want to borrow the power of the origin space to deal with the Eternals. Don't forget, there are no less than 10 supreme experts in the origin space. Everyone was speechless. No less than 10? Jiang Xiaodao was shocked. Yuan Shonan frowned. That many? Most of them should be from the 4-direction scale. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't use them to deal with the Eternals? Void Master said. At this moment, lotus flowers bloomed on the ground. Everyone looked solemn. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus had arrived. Void Master looked in a direction. There, a woman walked over. She was wearing a veil, and her face could not be seen clearly. Her aura was graceful and noble, making people unable to look at her directly. As she walked, ripples appeared in the void. They were like blooming green lotuses that took root in the void. It was as if they had always been there and had never disappeared. It gave people a strange and contradictory feeling. Greetings, Lord Lotus. Greetings, Lord Lotus. A group of disciples followed behind Lord Lotus, including Junior Sister Ro. Void Master is here too. Lord Lotus spoke. Her voice was clear like the spring water on a cold mountain. It was bone-chilling, yet extremely pure. Void Master greeted, we meet again. Venerable Lotus said faintly, I heard that it was you who suggested making the origin space one of the 6-direction associations to fight against the eternal race? That's right, the Void Master said. Venerable Lotus looked outside the heaven gate with a cold gaze. The countless cultivators outside the gate knelt down one by one. I agreed with Xiaoyin's suggestion to make the origin space one of the endless battlefields. The effect would be the same. Why didn't you agree? Everyone looked at the Void Master. Bao Saint was also curious. He wanted to ask. The Void Master said casually, counterproductive. This answer was obviously not satisfactory, but Venerable Lotus did not ask further. Instead, he looked outside the heaven gate. Everyone looked over as well. The cultivators outside the divine gate all knelt down, leaving only one person standing. He stood out like a crane among chickens, and one could tell at a glance that it was Luyin. Luyin did not expect to be forced out in this way. Kneeling? Impossible. It was impossible even for a great heavenly venerable, let alone a 9th grade Venerable Lotus. Inside and outside the heaven gate, everyone focused on Luyin. Luyin exhaled and walked towards the divine gate under everyone's gazes. He's here. The Void Master raised his eyebrows. Venerable Lotus's eyes flickered. He's the son of the Lu family? Bao Saint, Food Saint, and the others stared at Luyin outside the heaven gate. Had this person arrived long ago? They did not sense the aura of a strong cultivator. This person was quite good at hiding his aura. Luyin walked toward the heaven gate step by step. Inside the heaven gate, behind Venerable Lotus, Junior Sister Ro shouted in disgust, why aren't you kneeling? How dare you be disrespectful to the 9th grade Venerable Lotus? Food Saint frowned. This girl was a bit noisy. Dissatisfaction flashed in the Void Master's eyes. Since when was it her turn to speak? Venerable Lotus said coldly, instigating words. Slap her. Junior Sister Ro did not expect Venerable Lotus to say that. That person was just trash in the origin space. Even the reincarnation space hated the origin space. Why would Venerable Lotus help him? Venerable Lotus asked you to slap her. You should. Not far away, a beautiful figure walked over with a white sword in her hand and a dragon turtle on her shoulder. It was Jiang Qingyue. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out from the opposite side. She was as beautiful as a painting, like a fairy. It was Bai Xian'er. Jiang Qingyue and Bai Xian'er walked out from different directions at the same time. Compared to them, Junior Sister Ro was like a weed. Even the 9th grade Lotus Venerable was surprised by the two women. Jiang Qingyue didn't have Bai Xian'er's beauty, but she had an indescribable natural aura. When she appeared, it was as if she was the center of the universe. Everyone should be looking at her. Xianxia was like a goddess, pure and untainted. One look at her would make people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Even Venerable Lotus's grace and elegance could not suppress the two women. As of this moment, there were 3 women in the heaven gate, each with their own unique temperaments. None of them could suppress the other, and it had nothing to do with their cultivation bases. Xianxia was surprised by Xianxia's celestial aura, and Xianxia was also surprised by Xianxia's naturalness. It seemed that their encounter shouldn't have happened. Slap. Junior sister Ro slapped herself. She did not dare to disobey Senior Lotus. This slap woke everyone up. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Luin as he walked towards the Heaven's Gate. Outside the Heaven Gate, the kneeling figures raised their heads and looked at Luin. They watched as he walked from the front to the side, until all they could see was his back. These people were fine, even if they just accompanied him for a few days. The elders who came here to enter the Heaven Gate were at most at the half-ancestor level, and they could not give Luin any pressure. Only within the Heaven Gate, the progenitors all stared at him with mountain-like gazes. The culinary saint's eyes widened, and an invisible force trembled through the void as it pressed down on Luin. The Bao saint's gaze was like an arrow, causing Luin to feel uneasy. He felt a chill in his heart, head, and even his limbs. It was the chill of being stared at. It was as if as long as the Bao saint was willing, his body would be riddled with holes. The one who pressured him the most was the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. This woman was called Venerable Lotus, but her temperament was not like a lotus at all. Instead, she was more like the Emperor of Flowers. Luin saw a green lotus swaying in the wind. It grew bigger and bigger until it was taller than the sky. In front of that green lotus, he was just an ant that needed to be looked up at. The world he lived in was just the petals and leaves of the green lotus. Each flower was a world. The green lotus in front of him replaced the Heaven Gate, the 9 heavens, and the 10 earths. It replaced everything that Luin could see. Luin slowed down as he stared at Venerable Lotus. His gaze gradually became sluggish, and his pupils moved upwards as he bowed to the heavens. Junior sister Ro was excited as she licked her lips. This was it. No one could be impudent in front of Master. Not kneeling? How could that be? You're just a near celestial cultivator? The culinary saint and the Bao saint both looked at Venerable Lotus with solemn expressions. The 3 venerables and 9 sages. This was a clear ranking, and the 3 venerables were above the 9 sages. They had cultivated to the progenitor realm, and which one of them was not proud and arrogant? Which one of them had not killed their way to the top? Why would they be willing to submit to this ranking after becoming a supreme hero? It was not because of the great celestial venerables, but because the 3 venerables had that kind of power. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus seemed weak, but her disciples were all over the 6 Directions Society, and no one could bully her. She was not inferior even to the Void Master, who was a master of a parallel universe. In the eyes of others, she was like the heavens that could replace everything. That green lotus was aloof and proud of the world. That green lotus was the heavens. Luin stopped and faced Venerate Lotus, but he raised his head and looked up into the empty sky. It was as if he had seen something. Anyone who understood Venerate Lotus knew that he had been replaced, and that he could only see the green lotus. The Void Master's eyes flashed. The appearance of the 9th grade Venerable Lotus gave him a bad premonition. The great celestial venerables hated the Origin Space, and it was not easy for the Origin Space to become one of the 6 Directions Societies. How could they let a descendant of the Lu family become the master of the Origin Space so easily? The appearance of the 9th grade Venerable Lotus was a signal. Once Luin knelt, he would no longer have the face to become the master of the Origin Space. In the Origin Space, the 4 cardinal scales were only a top family of a continent. They could not enter the eyes of the great celestial venerables. However, the Lu family was different. They were the family of a Tao master, and their hatred of the Origin Space was equivalent to their hatred of the Lu family and Luin. Although the great celestial venerables did not make a move, the 9th grade Venerable Lotus attack was also extraordinary. She wanted Luin to kneel. One had to know that even in the 3 monarch spacetime, Luo Shan did not kneel when facing the 9th grade Venerable Lotus for the first time. This was the dignity of the space-time master. Luin was only at the near celestial realm, not even the immortal transformation realm. It was normal for him to kneel in front of Venerable Lotus. However, once he knelt, he would never be able to raise his head in front of Venerable Lotus. In the reincarnation spacetime, it was impossible for him to raise his head in front of all these geniuses. Even they had to kneel in front of Venerable Lotus. This was identity. Luin wanted to use his current cultivation to obtain an identity that did not belong to this level. He had to be able to bear the consequences. Would he kneel? Luin slowly bent his waist and leaned forward. Everyone watched closely. Xianxia frowned. She did not understand what was wrong with Luin. She did not understand the 9th grade Venerable Lotus, and neither did the dragon turtle. Xianxia was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Luin bent his legs and bent his waist even more. He raised his hand. Just when everyone thought that he was going to kneel and the Void Master was about to intervene, Luin suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Inside and outside the divine gate, everyone stared blankly. Was he sneezing? Here? Outside the sacred heavenly gate, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sneezing in front of a great heavenly master? It was unimaginable. Those kneeling outside the heavenly gate were stunned. Throughout the countless years of history of the reincarnation spacetime, such a thing had never happened. Even the most lawless great heavenly master, who dared to challenge a great heavenly master, had never done such a thing. Wasn't he a cultivator? How could he not control it? He did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. The little food saint, Jiang Xiaodao, Gong Yu, Yuan Shonan, and the others were stunned. The food saint, Bao Saint, and the others were stunned. The Void Master blinked and laughed. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus's face was covered with a veil, so no one could see her expression. Behind her, junior sister Rose's face was ashen. She was stunned and could not believe it. Where did this person get his courage from? She knew that it was a competition between her master and this person. What he did was equivalent to slapping her master's face. Jiang Qingyue's lips curled up. Little master, this kid really deserves it. The dragon turtle grinned. On the opposite side, Xianxia smiled. Unfortunately, no one saw it as they were all staring at Luin. Luin rubbed his nose. Sorry, this is my first time here. I'm not used to it yet. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he sneezed again and exhaled comfortably. Feels good. The heavenly gate was silent as everyone looked at him. Luin blinked and looked around. Finally, he looked at the man closest to the heavenly gate. Brother, are you going in? The man reacted. What? I'm asking you if you want to go in. Luin repeated. The man looked at the heavenly gate and then at Luin. You first, you first. He retreated to the side. Even an idiot would know that this guy was a ruthless character. Those big shots in the heavenly gate were probably here for him. Luin smiled. Thank you. With that, he walked into the heavenly gate. He was getting closer and closer to Venerable Lotus, the food saint, and the others. They were less than 100 meters apart. Luin didn't know if he could enter the heavenly gate. He might have been able to, but after what Venerable Lotus did, he felt that it wouldn't be so easy. Everyone knew that the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space. The reason the Lu family was exiled was because Venerable Xiaoyin suggested that the Lu family bear the sins of the above heavenly gate. However, the Grand Empyrean was behind all of this. If the Grand Empyrean didn't hate the Lu family as well, he wouldn't have allowed this to happen. The Lu family was a powerful force against the Eternals. The Grand Empyrean was willing to abandon the Lu family to settle his dissatisfaction with the above heavenly gate. There must be a reason for this. The Grand Empyrean might have instructed Venerable Lotus to act. In that case, he had already broken through Venerable Lotus barrier. Next, Luin took a step forward. As long as he succeeded, he could enter the heavenly gate. Everyone watched. Would the Grand Empyrean agree? The Void Master couldn't see through the Grand Empyrean's thoughts and could only watch. Luin met with resistance. A figure appeared and blocked his path. The heavenly gate is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. Inside and outside the heavenly gate, no one knew whether to relax or gloat. Luin had indeed met with resistance. But then, everyone was shocked. The person blocking Luin was one of the 9 saints, the one who was in charge of guarding the heavenly gate, Evergreen Saint. The 3 venerables and 9 sages each had their own responsibilities. Venerable Victor specialized in killing in the endless battlefield. Venerable Lotus wandered between the 6 Direction Society and the endless battlefield. He was considered a free man. Venerable Xiaoyin specialized in helping the Grand Empyreans solve their problems. The 9 sages were the same. Bodhi Saint was in charge of Limitless and commanded the endless battlefield. Evergreen Saint was in charge of Heaven's Gate. Those who were not allowed to enter Heaven's Gate would encounter obstacles. Depending on their cultivation, the obstacles would be different, but Evergreen Saint rarely stopped them directly. Evergreen Saint's obstruction was equivalent to telling those who entered that this path was blocked because no one had ever passed through Heaven's Gate. This included no less than 5 extreme powerhouses. Evergreen Saint was not human, but an evergreen tree. He had been enlightened by a Grand Empyrean and was rooted in the myriad worlds. No one knew how strong he was. He never left Heaven's Gate, and no one had ever been able to kill their way to Heaven's Gate. However, no one had ever been able to push him away. Never. Devourer Saint's eyes burned. Evergreen Saint was the opponent he wanted to test the most. No one could push him away? That was because they did not have enough strength. Unfortunately, he could enter and exit Heaven's Gate at will. Evergreen Saint never met him. Bao Saint raised his eyebrows. Evergreen Saint had personally walked out. Did this mean that no one besides Evergreen Saint could stop Luin? Or did he want to break Luin's heart? Void Master narrowed his eyes. The Grand Empyreans really did not like the Lu family. One after another, they came one after another. Lotus Venerable 9 was fine as it was just a test. Chu Jian was able to protect his heart under Lotus Venerable 9's might. This was also the reason why junior sister Ro worshipped Chu Jian so much. However, Evergreen Saint was blocking Heaven's Gate. Most of the extreme powerhouses could not push him away. It was not that Evergreen Saint was strong, but that he was originally a tree rooted in the reincarnation spacetime. With the land as his foundation, how much strength was needed to push him away? Only an extreme powerhouse like him could do it. In the entire 6 Direction Society, there were not many who could push Evergreen Saint away. This definitely did not include Luin, who was only at the immortal realm. Even if he reached the immortal realm or even an extreme powerhouse, he might not be able to push him away. Luin and Evergreen Saint were half a meter apart. It was the kind of distance that could cross Heaven's Gate with a single step, but this step seemed very difficult. In many people's eyes, it was impossible. The person in front of him was an ancestor. The Grand Empyrean, Luin said. Saint Evergreen didn't say anything and just stood there, blocking Luin's path. Luin raised an eyebrow. This person's aura was completely concealed, so Luin really couldn't tell how strong he was. Do I have to push this person aside to enter? As he thought about it, Luin opened his celestial eye and stared at Saint Evergreen. Using his heaven's eye, he saw a tree towering in front of him. It looked very ordinary, but its roots extended into the boundless earth. What is this? Tree? You're a tree? Saint Evergreen's gaze turned cold as he met Luin's gaze, but he still did not answer. Luin frowned and looked down at the bottom of his feet. The roots were boundless and had taken root on the ground, even inside the Heaven's Gate. How deep were the roots? Did he have to push the tree aside to get in? Do I have to push you aside to enter? Luin asked. Saint Evergreen still didn't say anything. He calmly looked ahead and blocked the Heavenly Gate alone. Luin raised his hand and slowly placed it on Evergreen Saint's shoulder. Under the celestial eye, it was as if he had placed his palm on a tree. Saint Evergreen did not move and allowed Luin to exert force. The Lu family's strength was famous in the celestial sect. Like the Matus clan, they could conquer the world with their strength. Among everyone present, Baixianer knew the Lu family the best. However, since someone was blocking it, and it was an ancestor, the great heavenly venerate must have considered the strength of the Lu family. This person would not be pushed aside so easily. One hand? He wants to push Saint Evergreen away with one hand? Ridiculous. The little food saint was disdainful. The little food saint slapped him on the forehead. At that level, is there a difference between one hand and two hands? The little food saint felt wronged and muttered, "Then why did you ask me to arm wrestle?" "What I mean is that I can't push it aside anyway," the little food saint said. The little food saint was stunned and felt that something was wrong. Outside the Heaven's Gate, a group of kneeling cultivators trembled, and the void rippled. With the hand Luin placed on Saint Evergreen's shoulder as the center, it spread in an arc outside the Heaven's Gate. With the Heaven's Gate as a barrier, the people inside the Heaven's Gate would not feel it. However, from the reaction of those outside the Heaven's Gate, it could be seen that the force was not small. The little food saint's eyes widened. Power manifestation, this kid's strength is not small. The little food saint licked his lips. I really want to compete. Although they were impressed, the current power did not make the little food saint father and son pay much attention to it. Many cultivators could materialize their power, and the little food saint could do it. However, Saint Evergreen did not move at all. Luin looked down again. Saint Evergreen's roots that were rooted to the ground only shook a little. He had used all the power that he could normally use. In that case, he would do it again. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared out, and its power increased sharply. Immediately after, the dark purple substance continued to spread and wrapped around Lu Yin's arm. With the palm of indestructible state, the power increased layer by layer. Saint Evergreen's roots continued to shatter and break off from the ground one by one. The earth shook, the void swayed, and everyone's vision was blurred. The little food saint's gaze changed. What great strength! The little food saint also saw it because those cultivators outside the Heaven's Gate were forced to retreat. Even the immortal level cultivators felt the pressure, which was something he could not do. When Luin wrestled with the little food saint, he only used his own strength. He did not visualize or use the palm of indestructible state. Now, Luin had used all the power that he could usually use. This power had fought against the Corpse King. Ancestor Realm Corpse King at the Rainbow Wall. Although it was not a match in the end, it was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King that had used the Corpse King transformation. In terms of physical strength, almost no human could compare. Saint Evergreen's gaze focused on Lu Yin's face. He did not expect that this junior, who had not even reached the immortal level, would keep pulling out his roots. He was rooted to the ground and was nourished by the Samsara continent's land. If the land did not move, he would not move. However, this was only in theory. Once all his roots were pulled out, he would leave the land. But how many years had it been? Who could pull out his roots? No less than 5 extremely strong cultivators had tried, but they all failed. The little food saint was famous for his strength. He had always wanted to try to move him, but he knew very well that the little food saint could not move him. It was not just a matter of strength. This junior in front of him was quite amazing. Unfortunately, if this was all he had, he still could not move him. Inside the Elysium, the little food saint squatted down and pressed his palms on the ground with a solemn expression. Xianxia frowned. Her cultivation was not high, but she could feel that Saint Evergreen was not affected too much by her momentum. Lu Yin's strength did not work. Lu Yin's arm began to dry up. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. If there was a pushing force, there would be a reacting force. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. His dry arm absorbed Saint Evergreen's reacting force, but it did not affect his pushing force. There was a soft explosion in the void. Saint Evergreen's shoulders shook, and his expression changed. There was still strength? No, his strength had been offset. What was going on? Venerable Lotus stepped forward and looked at Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin's dry arm. What was this? When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. This was the first time Lu Yin had used it in front of so many big shots of the Six Directions sect. This was a magical power that came from Ancestor Withered. However, it was not the first time the Six Directions sect had seen it. Void Master exclaimed, "It's that combat technique." Venerable Lotus said solemnly, there are always some magical people in the origin space. I thought this combat technique had disappeared with that person, but it has reappeared. It seems that Venerable Lotus had sent someone to look for it. Void Master laughed. Venerable Lotus said, has Void Master not looked for it? How many people would not be tempted by such a stunning combat technique? Void Master smiled and did not say anything. He looked at Luin with admiration. The little food saint and the little bow saint could not understand their conversation. They did not know, and Luin did not hear it either. He had used, when things reach an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction to offset Saint Evergreen's reacting force. Unfortunately, although Saint Evergreen's roots kept shattering, they still could not move him. More than half of his roots were still rooted in the ground. However, it was rare to be able to make him move. This way was something that even several extremely powerful experts couldn't accomplish. However, it ended here. In the eyes of the Void Master and the others, this was the end of the world. Where did the power to surpass the limit come from? It's over. The little food saint stood up. His strength has decreased, and there is no follow-up force to maintain it. The little bow saint said, to be able to do this is rare. Even I might not be able to make Saint Evergreen move. Definitely not. The little food saint was not polite. The little bow saint did not refute. Junior Sister Ro heaved a sigh of relief. This was good. He was just a shameless person in the origin space. How could he be more outstanding than Brother Chu Jian? Little Lian was disappointed. What a pity. Jiang Xiaodao heaved a sigh of relief. It's abnormal for a near celestial to be able to move Saint Evergreen. Fortunately, it was not pushed away. I wonder if Xiaozun can do it. I can't, the little food saint said directly. Junior Sister Ro glared at him. She wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she did not. Brother Chu Jian should not be able to push it away. Luin slowly put down his hand as if giving up. Everyone relaxed. It was really over. Baisiano looked at Jiang Qingyue with a faint smile. I've never seen you before. May I ask who your master is? Jiang Qingyue and Baisiano looked at each other. I'm not from the Sixth Direction gang. Baisiano was surprised. So you're from outside. The dragon turtle whispered in Jiang Qingyue's ear, Little Master, ignore her. This woman is not to be trifled with. The old master said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Baisiano did not mind. She had heard it. Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. If he mastered the force, he might be able to push it away. The dragon turtle was helpless. That's a shortcut unique to our time and space. Little Master, don't tell anyone else. The Void Master sighed. Luin could not enter the Heaven Gate and meet the great heavenly venerables. He was destined to have no fate with the Lord of the Origin Space. There was nothing he could do. As long as the great heavenly venerables were unwilling, it would be difficult for him to meet them. Although Lu Yin's performance was stunning, he could not enter the Heaven Gate. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly descended outside the Heaven Gate. A tyrannical aura swept across, causing the cultivators who were kneeling outside to cough up blood and lie down in shock. Lord Lotus and the others looked over. It was him? The Void Master also looked into the distance and frowned. This person was so tyrannical. If he guessed correctly, he should be the new Great Stone Saint, the one who was called a lunatic. The death of the Great Stone Saint should have been filled in by someone from the reincarnation time and space, but the Great Empyrean suddenly decided to choose the Great Stone Saint. That person was very unfamiliar, and very few people knew him, including him. The outside world didn't understand, but he received news that this new Great Stone Saint was a madman, full of tyrannical energy. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. Food Saint and Bao Saint looked into the distance with fear in their eyes. This guy was not to be trifled with. Luin slowly turned around and looked into the distance, meeting a pair of eyes. It was Madman Lu. The person who came was Madman Lu, the new Great Stone Saint. Luin was not surprised by Madman Lu's arrival. This person had been hiding in the reincarnation spacetime, and it would have been strange if he had not appeared at this juncture. However, Luin had not expected Madman Lu to only appear now. Madman Lu's tyranny made countless people breathless. He looked at Luin and grinned. Then, as if he had gone mad, he walked forward step by step. Get out of my way. I want to enter the heavenly gate. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, this was forcing his hand. He couldn't push Saint Evergreen away, so it was normal for him to retreat. At worst, he wouldn't be able to see the Grand Empyrean and lose his position as the ruler of the origin space. However, Madman Lu had appeared at this moment and forced him to retreat. Him retreating and Madman Lu retreating were two completely different concepts. How ruthless. They must have a grudge against each other. The food saint was astonished. Madman Lu was slowly approaching Luin, and if Luin did not give way, Madman Lu would push him away. It was as if Luin was afraid of Madman Lu, and the timing was just right. Luin could not push Saint Evergreen away at all. The Bao Saint frowned. That's a bit despicable. The Void Master looked at Madman Lu. Although Madman Lu was one of the 9 saints, Madman Lu actually made him feel some fear. Madman Lu must have some terrifying power and was completely different from the ordinary 9 saints. Lotus Lord, do you know the origin of this great stone saint? Could it be from the origin space? Since Madman Lu was forcing Luin, it was obvious that there was a grudge between them, and it was highly likely that he came from the primordial space. Venerable Lotus spoke slowly, this person's surname is Lu. Everyone was astonished and in disbelief. Another one with the surname Lu? Suju thought of something. I heard that there was a traitor in the Lu family. Is it him? Venerable Lotus didn't say anything, but her meaning was obvious. Everyone's expression changed. It was another member of the Lu clan. None of the members of the Lu clan were simple. It was as if the master of the Lu clan had met a traitor. Madman Lu approached Luin step by step, either go in or get out of my way. Don't block the way. Luin looked at Madman Lu approaching, it seems that you have a good life in samsara. Madman Lu grinned. If you betray the origin space, you can do the same as me. Lu Yin's expression was cold. Was it the 4-way Libra or the Shaoyin divinity who led you to betray the Lu family? Is there a difference? Maybe he's a Yuan sage? He's not qualified. Inside the heaven gate, Yuan Shonan's expression was ugly. How dare they insult their master like this? Madman Lu laughed maniacally. He indeed doesn't have the qualifications. After leaving the Lu family and receiving guidance from the Grand Empyrean, I took another step forward. Little brat, do you want to join forces with your senior brother to scheme against me again? This time, I can kill you all. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Another step? Madman Lu also came from the era of the Lu family. Logically speaking, his strength shouldn't be below old monster Mo's. However, he had been locked up in the Lu family for many years and had been experimented on by ancient Dao master, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had received guidance from a Grand Empyrean, could he have also taken that step? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Luin knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with old monster Mo. If Madman Lu could control the power of the sequence particle like old monster Mo, then he would only be stronger than old monster Mo, not weaker. Luin didn't even dare to imagine how powerful a powerhouse from the Lu family who had touched the power of space-time laws would be. However, the sequence particle wasn't that easy to control. Lung Qing was the leader of the Heaven Gate and had broken through to the progenitor realm, so it wouldn't be that easy for her to control the sequence particle. As for Madman Lu, it was hard to say. After all, he had lived for so long. Madman Lu was getting closer and closer. He could take a step forward and appear directly in front of Luin, but why? He wanted to torture this little brat step by step. This was what the Lu family owed him. The 6-way alliance will exile the Lu family to atone for the arrogance of the above Heaven Gate. Do you agree? The Lu family should be destroyed. Exile is too easy. Luin stared into Madman Lu's eyes. What's your status here? Great Stone Sage, Madman Lu replied. And what's your status in the eternal race? Luin shouted. Madman Lu laughed. Little brat, there's no other way. You want to drive a wedge between me and the reincarnation spacetime? You're still too inexperienced. Luin retracted his gaze. At this moment, Madman Lu was only a few meters away from him. He only needed one step to get behind him. If Madman Lu wanted to enter the Heaven Gate, Saint Evergreen would have to get out of the way. Luin would have to get out of the way even more. He wanted to crash into Madman Lu. This little brat wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Void Master wanted to walk out of the Heaven Gate to stop Madman Lu. Lotus Lord spoke up. Void Master, let us handle the matters of the reincarnation spacetime. Void Master frowned. Hey, what's that Luin doing? The little food saint exclaimed. Everyone saw Luin raise his hand again and place it on Saint Evergreen's shoulder. Madman Lu raised his head. Saint Evergreen was also surprised and looked at Luin. This brat still wanted to try? Luin looked at Saint Evergreen. Senior, I'm sorry to offend you. As soon as his voice fell, the grey color of dead would circulated in his heart. It imprisoned time, imprisoned himself, and imprisoned power. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared, and the purple-black substance spread. Lu Yin's gaze suddenly oppressed Saint Evergreen, but his power was imprisoned in his palm. It was just a moment, but for Luin, it was the time to release dozens of forces. These forces were locked under his palm and erupted in an instant. With a bang, the earth shook, and countless roots broke. Saint Evergreen was caught off guard and was pushed away by Luin. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. Lotus Lord's expression changed. It was impossible. Void Master was shocked. How did this brat do it? His strength shouldn't be enough to push Saint Evergreen away. Madman Lu's expression was gloomy, but he wasn't too surprised. The Lu family was good at creating miracles. Luin stepped out and entered the Heaven Gate under the incredulous gazes of countless people. At this moment, this figure brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. As one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, Saint Evergreen was guarding the Heaven Gate, but he was pushed away by Luin. What did this mean? Everyone found it hard to accept. This meant that Saint Evergreen's strongest side was broken by Luin. Luin, with his imminent celestial cultivation, might be able to suppress Saint Evergreen. This was a power that made Lotus Lord's expression change. It wasn't that Luin could threaten Lotus Lord, but he was already so monstrous at the imminent celestial realm. Once he reached the immortal transformation realm or even the extreme realm, how terrifying would he be? The little food saint, Gong Yu, Jiang Xiaodao, and the others were completely stunned. They looked at Luin as if they were looking at a god. The food saint's eyes were filled with splendor. This kind of power, how much power did he have? Compete, I must compete with him. Dad, I suddenly want to find a master, the little food saint murmured. Jiang Xiaodao licked his lips and looked at Luin with admiration. This was a ruthless person. Xiaolian cheered. Gong Yu's eyes widened with respect. Even junior sister Ro, who hated Luin, blushed at this moment. With brother Chu Jian, he definitely couldn't push Saint Evergreen away. So powerful, so powerful. Jiang Qingyue smiled. The dragon turtle praised, this is worthy of you, little master. Bai Xianer was in a daze. How did he do it just now? No one understood Lu Yin's power. Who would have thought that someone could use time imprisonment to confine power in one direction and then release it at the same time? If they saw Chu Yuan's time realm, they might be able to figure it out. Madman Lu stopped in place and clenched his fists. At that moment, he actually felt uneasy. He seemed to have grasped an incredible power. This little brat was even more terrifying than Lu Tianyi. Luin stepped through the Heaven Gate and faced Lotus Lord and the others. At this moment, a stairway to heaven appeared in Jiutian City and descended vertically. This stairway to heaven was almost the same as the one in the above heaven sect. Luin was wondering what was the difference between this stairway and the one in the above heaven sect. Lotus Lord's voice rang out, if you want to see the grand heavenly venerate, climb the stairway to heaven. Luin laughed. Is there an end to this? He took a step and climbed the stairway to heaven. Unexpectedly, there was no resistance. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean was close by. No one dared to speak carelessly. Everyone looked solemn as they waited for the Grand Empyrean to appear. Even Madman Lu retracted his tyrannical aura and entered the Heaven Gate. He looked up and saw Luin climbing the stairway. The stairway connected Xianxia and Luyin didn't encounter any obstacles from beginning to end. He climbed to the end of the stairway and saw a platform. The platform was surrounded by clouds with birds and beasts flying around. It was filled with a holy aura. The Void Master took a step forward and came not far from Luyin. Lotus Lord, the Food Saint, the Bao Saint, and Madman Lu all appeared one by one. However, the Little Food Saint and the others didn't come. They weren't qualified. Xianxia appeared, and so did Xianxia. This was the difference. Some people could come here while others couldn't. Only standing here was qualified to meet the Grand Empyrean. You climbed the stairway very quickly. Have you trained before? The Food Saint looked at Luyin in surprise. Luyin didn't understand. Is there resistance? The Food Saint said, of course. I used a lot of energy to climb the stairway. The Bao Saint said, me too. You didn't encounter any resistance? The Food Saint was surprised. Luyin smiled. The Above Heaven sect also has a stairway. Maybe I'm used to it. What a perfunctory answer. Everyone was speechless. However, this kid really didn't encounter any resistance. What did the Grand Empyrean mean? Luyin saw Xianxia but ignored her. He looked at Xianxia and greeted her with a smile. Xianxia nodded and smiled faintly. The dragon turtle waved its tail. This is the second time we've met. The old master admires you. The Lightning Lord? Luyin nodded. Thank you. He knew that the dragon turtle and Xianxia must have praised him in front of the Lightning Lord. The Void Master looked at Xianxia. How is the Lightning Lord? Xianxia bowed to the Void Master. Thank you for your concern. Father is well. He asked me to send his regards to you. The Void Master laughed. I'll look for him when I have time. Right, do you know this Luyin? Everyone looked over curiously. The Lightning Lord was a powerhouse from the outer realm. He was on the same level as the Void Master and could directly face the Grand Empyrean. Even the Six Direction Society wouldn't provoke such a person. Xianxia was the Lightning Lord's daughter, and everyone who knew her was polite. We met by chance, Xianxia replied. The dragon turtle said, my old master admires this kid and wants to betroth the young mistress to him. Please take care of her. After hearing the dragon turtle's words, Lotus Venerable looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shouted, shut up. Xianxia smiled. Congratulations, brother Xiaoxian. Luyin knew that the dragon turtle was helping him. When he heard Xianxia's words, his eyes turned cold. You have been in the reincarnation spacetime all this time? Yes. Xianxia smiled. You broke through to the half-ancestor realm here? Luyin asked. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and her smile became even wider. Yes. Luyin took a deep look at her. This wasn't simple. This woman must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could she absorb the reincarnation spacetime astral source? How could she survive the half-ancestor origin tribulation in the reincarnation spacetime? This shouldn't be the case. Of course, there was another possibility. She was given power by the Grand Heavenly Venerate and abandoned the power of the origin space. Luyin hoped that it was the latter as it would be easier to deal with. However, he knew that it should be the former. Xianxia was the only one who could ignore the power in his heart. She was the only one who could. Hey, hey, hey. Kid, look here, look here. Your wife is here. The dragon turtle shouted. Luyin was speechless. Xianxia glared at the dragon turtle. If you talk nonsense again, I won't bring you out in the future. The dragon turtle smiled. A majestic power descended. Luyin's expression changed. The Grand Heavenly Venerate had arrived. Everyone looked in the same direction with solemn expressions. Even the Void Master was solemn. The Grand Heavenly Venerate was the most senior existence in the human race. Their cultivation was unfathomable, and no one could compare to them. The Master of the Six Direction sect was also known as the Master of the human race. Luyin slowly clenched his fists. Was he finally going to meet the Grand Heavenly Venerate? This person who could send Luo Shan to the endless battlefield and decide the life and death of the above heaven sect, this person who was of the same generation as the primogenitor, was finally going to appear. He had long wanted to meet this Grand Heavenly Venerate. Greetings, Grand Heavenly Venerate. Everyone bowed. The Void Master said solemnly, Greetings, Senior Grand Heavenly Venerate. You are Luin? Lu Yuan's descendant? The voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from, and it was even impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. And this voice belonged to the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Luin slowly bowed. Junior Luin greets Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan was the oldest patriarch of the Lu clan, the Dao Lord of the Fifth Mainland, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. They look alike. Luin maintained his salutation and listened quietly. You look 70% similar to Lu Yuan, but I hope you two don't have the same temperament. He was quite disrespectful to me. Lu Yan's face twitched. Was this a reminder or a threat? I was the one who agreed to the banishment of the Lu clan. I was also the one who blocked Lu Yuan's senses from the outside world. Do you hate me? Everyone subconsciously looked at Luin. Xianxia frowned. The Grand Empyrean's every word was targeted at Luin. What was he trying to do? Void Master was calm. He had already done what he had to do. He couldn't change the Grand Empyrean's attitude. Luin did not reply. Junior of the Lu clan, I'm asking you, do you hate me? Luin maintained his saluting posture and did not say anything. The food saint raised his eyebrows. This brat was ruthless enough to not answer a Grand Empyrean's question. Lotus Lord scolded, Son of the Lu family, answer. Luin didn't say a word. Madman Lu's eyes widened, and his tyrannical aura swept over Luin. Void Master glanced at him and used Void God's power to block Lu Yin's side. Madman Lu and the Void Master stared at each other, their gazes ferocious and threatening. Void Master frowned. This person was indeed a madman. He then looked at Luin. Not answering was too disrespectful to the Grand Empyrean. Senior Grand Empyrean, my father sent his regards, Jiang Qingyue suddenly said and bowed. Sure enough, the Lu clan's temperament is the same. Son of the Lu clan, you disgust me. Luin narrowed his eyes and slowly straightened up. He stopped saluting and didn't reply. He just listened. In terms of seniority, the Grand Empyrean was even more senior than the Patriarch. In terms of cultivation, Luin had no confidence. If not for Mr. Mu, he wouldn't have the qualifications to maintain his dignity in front of the Grand Empyrean. His current dignity had been given to him by Mr. Mu, and he wouldn't rely on it to say ridiculous provocative words. When the day came when he could stand upright in front of the Grand Empyrean with his own abilities, his attitude would be completely different. That day would come. Lotus Reverend bowed. Master, please let me teach this arrogant son of the Lu clan a lesson. Lotus Reverend, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to teach him a lesson, you wouldn't have to do it. You can change the rules of the universe with just one word. This son of the Lu clan is just an ant and is not in your eyes. If you attack him, you will be bullying him. It won't be good if word gets out, the Void Master said. Baisiano looked up. Master, maybe he was scared silly by your power. Lu Yin's expression changed. Baisiano called the Grand Empyrean Master her master? She's the Grand Empyrean's disciple? Son of the Lu clan, you want to become the master of the origin space? Luin finally said, yes. Madman Lu stepped forward. How can a mere near celestial be worthy of being the master of the origin space? I have a more suitable candidate. Luin looked at Madman Lu coldly. Who? Madman Lu replied, Bai Wang Yuan of the origin space, Cold Immortal sect. Bai Wang Yuan is the sect master of the Cold Immortal sect in the origin space and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It is reasonable for him to become the master of the origin space. Lu Xiaoxian, you don't have any objections to letting Bai Wang Yuan be the master of the origin space, right? He is your senior. Even your father, Lu Qi, has to call him senior. Luin said lightly, is there something wrong with your brain? He is the enemy of the Lu clan. How can he not have any objections? Madman Lu sneered. But he is far more suitable than you to be the master of the origin space. Senior doesn't hate him when he sees him. If you have any objections, you can fight with him and see who is more suitable. The master of a time and space should be the strongest, just like the Grand Empyreans and the Void Master. No one could refute this. If the master of a time and space wasn't the strongest, how could they convince others? I have never seen such a shameless person, a cold voice said. Everyone slowly turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. It was Xianxia. Madman Lu's eyes were red. What did you say? Dragon Turtle Yang stood up. I said you. So what? Xianxia looked into Madman Lu's eyes and frowned. This person's aura made her very uncomfortable. In her sure, this person was the synonym of destruction and destruction. I said you are shameless. Madman Lu stepped out, and a terrifying power swept towards Xianxia. The Void Master shouted, "Stop!" Then, he blocked Madman Lu's power. Dragon Turtle stretched its neck. You dare to attack the Thunder Master's daughter? Are you tired of living? Xianxia pressed down on the Dragon Turtle and looked at Madman Lu. She did not back down. That Bai Wanyuan you mentioned is from the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the primordial space. His seniority is even higher than Lu Yin's father's generation. Aren't you too shameless? Madman Lu snorted. Then give up the position of the master of the origin space. How can a little brat be the master? Lu Yin said, where is Bai Wanyuan? Madman Lu was stunned. He was also waiting for Bai Wanyuan to appear. But where was Bai Wanyuan? Great Stone Saint, where is Bai Wanyuan? Grand Heavenly Venerate asked. The Void Master laughed. To become the master of the origin space, one must be recognized by a Grand Heavenly Venerate Senior. Bai Wanyuan did not appear. Either he does not want to become the master of the origin space, or he does not care about a Grand Heavenly Venerate Senior. Madman Lu said, how can Bai Wanyuan not respect a Grand Heavenly Venerate? Then why didn't he come? Lu Yin shouted. At this moment, the starry sky tree upper realm was filled with endless flames of war. Below the Wang family's continent, arrows shot into the sky, shooting towards the palm-sized continent. Wang Zhang's scalp went numb. Progenitor, it's the progenitor. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Chen Lu was wrapped in a black robe. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. This was what Lu Yin had asked him to do. At this moment, he was going to attack the Wang family. Above the Wang family's continent, a ball of light circulated. The arrows carried the might of a progenitor and could pierce through the entire continent, but they were swept away by the light and shot down. Chen Li's expression changed as he looked at the ball of light in fear. What kind of power was that? A figure descended. How dare you attack my Wang family? You're courting death. The newcomer was an old man who looked much older than Wang Fan. However, he was a junior and was also the progenitor of the Wang family who had always been overseeing the sovereign realm, Wang Jian. Previously, when Lu Yin had moved the 3 sovereigns, Ancestor Gui Yuan, Bai Xing, and Xiaozhen had all returned to the starry sky tree upper realm. However, on the second day, they had gone to the 6th Direction Society. The Grand Heavenly Venerate had ordered the primordial space to transfer half of the progenitors to assist in the defense, and this could not be changed. They had to leave. At this moment, only Wang Fan and Wang Jian were left in the Wang family. Chen Lu attacked, and Wang Jian walked out of the sovereign realm. He raised his head and instantly disappeared. Chen Lu could not see him for a moment, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. He hurriedly dodged. The spot where he stood was torn apart by Skyblade. Skyblade, one of the Wang family's 4 ultimates. Who are you? How dare you attack my Wang family? Wang Jian struck out with his palm. Chen Lu stared ahead, his mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? At the critical moment, a huge mountain blocked in front of him, forcibly blocking Wang Jian's palm. Only then did Chen Lu react. He retreated step by step and looked ahead in fear. This was the progenitor of the primal space? Why did it feel so strange and terrifying? Behind him, Master Shan also walked out in a black robe. Be careful. The progenitor of the Wang family is very difficult to deal with. Even Wang Fan did not appear. Chenle took a deep breath. Understood. In another direction, the Shenwu sky was also attacked. Lu Yun did not use Lu Yun's power or the Thousand Streams Dao break as he was afraid of being recognized. Fortunately, he had learned some primal space battle techniques in the Above Heaven sect. At this moment, he was using the Taishan Saber Will, a saber technique that Zhang Ding Tian had obtained from the Taishan dojo. Lu Yun was an expert in saber techniques, and the Taishan Saber Will was easy to use. The expert who had created the Taishan Saber Will did not expect that one day a progenitor would learn it. That person himself was far from reaching this level. In Lu Yun's hand, the Taishan Saber Will burst forth with another kind of power. When the saber entered his hand, it was too mysterious and unpredictable, forcing Xianxia to use his divine saber region. However, the gap between Lu Yun and Xianxia was too big, and the Taishan Saber Will was far from being able to resist the divine saber region. The outcome was decided in a few moves. Where did this progenitor come from? How dare you attack my Shenwu sky? Xianxia's saber fell. Lu Yun was shocked. The progenitor of this spacetime was too strong. He did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, a sharp light flashed past, and a long saber slashed out from Lu Yun's side, blocking Xianxia's saber. Countless sharp lights shot towards the ground, tearing Shenwu sky apart. Everyone in Shenwu sky fled in all directions, unable to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between progenitors. Leng Qing walked out and looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. This person's saber techniques were extremely high. Xianxia's expression turned grave. Lu Yun and Leng Qing were not his opponents individually, but together, they could stall him. More importantly, both of them wore black robes. You are from the sect Above Heaven, right? Xianxia asked. Leng Qing's lips curled up. I've heard so much about you. Let's see how far you are from that Xiachan, Xianxia shouted. You are from the sect Above Heaven era. You are Leng Qing. Leng Qing did not waste any words and slashed out. Lu Yun attacked at the same time, but Leng Qing stopped him. He wanted to test Xianxia first. In the Cold Immortal sect, Mu Xia had his hands behind his back, also wearing a black robe. In front of him was Bai Wang Yuan. Mu Xia, why hide? I know it's you. Bai Wang Yuan's expression sank. He should have gone to the reincarnation spacetime, but Mu Xia suddenly attacked. No, it should be said that the sect Above Heaven suddenly attacked. The entire top realm was in chaos. Not only progenitors, but even the half-progenitors of the sect Above Heaven started fighting against the four-direction scales. The sudden battle stunned the four-direction scales, and it also showed them how powerful the sect Above Heaven was. In the past, Lu Yun had to use all sorts of methods to fight against the four-direction scales, even involving the Lu clan's ancestor, the agriculture clan's ancestor, and the fog ancestor. But now, the sect Above Heaven dared to start a war and even had the upper hand. How long had it been? Where did Lu Yun get so many progenitors? As far as they knew, there should not be so many progenitors in the sect Above Heaven. Mu Xia said indifferently, the 9 mountains and 8 seas is just a name. Your 9 mountains and 8 seas have their own divide. Senior Lu Tianyi is the most powerful, and he dares to face the only true God. Bai Wang Yuan, I've wanted to see your strength for a long time. Bai Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Xiaoxian is your junior brother, but your lifelong ambition is to get rid of spies. Why do you want to start a civil war? Doing so will only benefit the Eternals. Mu Xia said, balance, whoever destroys it is the enemy. Even my junior brother can't destroy the balance. But now, the balance is already broken. Junior brother has to become the master of the primordial space and join the Sixth Direction Association to protect the dignity of the primordial space. You can't do that, no one else can. Only you can. Don't even think about going anywhere today. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes widened. I knew it was because of this. Alright, I'll get rid of you once and for all. The top realm shook as more than 10 progenitor realm experts fought. This was the first chapter in the history of the starry sky of trees. There had never been so many progenitor realm experts fighting in the starry sky of trees. Even if there had been, it had been in the sovereign realm and the backside battlefield. Above the Dragon Mountain, the Great Elder and I Huang stood high up in the sky. The heavenly sect had attacked the three parties but not the White Dragon race. At this moment, the White Dragon race was no longer worth wasting any progenitor realm experts. He didn't know if he should feel lucky or sad. The White Dragon clan had to return to the top. In the reincarnation spacetime, Madman Lu bowed. Senior, let me make a trip to the origin space. Ridiculous. You want everyone to wait here? Xianxia was disdainful. She was a cold person, and she was not used to provoking others time and time again. The dragon turtle did not care. So many people know that the kid is coming today. You know that Bai Wang Yuan has no reason to not know. You should have told him about the Tao. Even so, he still hasn't shown up. This is interesting. He's not giving you any face at all. He's not giving the great heavenly venerate any face. Madman Lu faced forward. Senior, let me make a trip to the origin space. I'll definitely bring Bai Wang Yuan here. Venerable Lotus stepped forward. Bai Wang Yuan is not disrespecting Master by not coming. He should be held back by something in the origin space. She looked at Luin. Actually, as long as Master assigns it, Bai Wang Yuan can be the master of the origin space. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. That's right. Only Bai Wang Yuan is qualified to be the master of the origin space. When he's done with the origin space, he'll definitely come and pay respects to Great Heavenly Venerate. If he doesn't come, Senior can forget about it, Madman Lu said. Luin was disdainful. My fifth mainland will not acknowledge Bai Wang Yuan. Venerable Lotus was indifferent. It's fine as long as Master acknowledges it. The fifth mainland must listen to Master's orders. Just like Luo Shan, Master can decide whether he stays or goes. I'm not Luo Shan, Luin shouted. His shout stunned Venerable Lotus and everyone else. The food saint looked at him with admiration. What a big tone. The Bao Saint's eyes flashed. This was no longer silence. Madman Lu raised his head. Venerable Lotus' expression turned cold. What did you say? Luin stared at Venerable Lotus. Do you not understand what I said? I said, I'm not Luo Shan. You're courting death. A green lotus swayed behind Venerable Lotus. Madman Lu sneered. You can die for disrespecting the Great Heavenly Venerate. Luin looked at them indifferently. Back then, the origin space was not one of the 6 direction associations. I could listen to the Great Heavenly Venerate's orders and go to the endless battlefield. Now, the origin space is one of the 6 direction associations. Do you think you can attack my origin space? He looked into the distance at the empty void. Can the Great Heavenly Venerate attack the origin space? His voice reverberated, spreading out, echoing continuously. Enough. The Great Heavenly Venerate spoke. His indescribable power made everyone's heart tremble, including Luin. He did not know where this power came from. Everyone bowed deeply. Luin did not. He just looked into the distance. He was afraid that the 6 direction associations would attack the above heaven sect. Since the origin space was one of the 6 direction associations, they had no reason to attack. Otherwise, what would the void god spacetime think? What would the Mu spacetime think? What would the ultra spacetime think? Actually, Lu Yin's misgivings were not considered by others. What they were really worried about was whether the Great Heavenly Venerate would attack. As long as the Great Heavenly Venerate attacked, a thought could destroy Luin. No, the origin space did not say that they could not attack Luin. Moreover, Luin had disrespected the Great Heavenly Venerate first. First, he did not answer the Great Heavenly Venerate. Now, he asked the Great Heavenly Venerate. If the Great Heavenly Venerate wanted to attack, even the Void Master could not stop him. The Void Master did not expect Luin to be so impulsive. It was fine if he did not answer earlier. After all, the Great Heavenly Venerate had indeed exiled the Lu family. It was normal for Luin to have resentment, but what was he doing now? If Bai Wang Yuan did not come, the Great Heavenly Venerate would not let Bai Wang Yuan become the master of the origin space. There was no need to fight. He was too young and impulsive. They were worried about whether the great heavenly venerate would attack Luin, but this was exactly what Luin was not worried about. What he wanted was to draw the great heavenly venerate's dissatisfaction to himself. With Mr. Mu taking the blame, he believed that the great heavenly venerate would not attack. Lu family's son, you make me hate you as much as Lu Yuan. Moreover, I hate you more and more. Luin was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. Even the holy retainer was shocked. He sighed and looked at Luin with admiration. Bai Wang Yuan is not coming. Since you want the position of master of the origin space so much, you can have it, the great heavenly venerate said casually. Luin sighed. Thank you, senior great heavenly venerate. Don't be happy too early. Since you are the master of the origin space, you should bear the corresponding responsibility. You just said that the origin space's fifth continent will not recognize Bai Wang Yuan. Then, will Bai Wang Yuan and the others recognize you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. As long as senior great heavenly venerate recognizes me. Everyone looked at Luin with strange gazes. The same words had been reversed. Even the Void Master laughed. This brat was quite shameless. Make Bai Wang Yuan come here and personally recognize you, Luin, as the master of the origin space. If you can do this, you will be the true master of the origin space. Otherwise, I will personally remove your title of master of the origin space. The great heavenly venerate was cold. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was the method of a great heavenly venerate. There was no need to help Bai Wang Yuan or specifically target him. As long as he couldn't make the four-way scale submit, he wasn't worthy of being the master of the origin space. In his current position, if Bai Wang Yuan became the master of the origin space, the great heavenly venerate or divine sovereign Shaoyin would help the four-way scales deal with the above heaven sect. However, if he became the master of the origin space, these people would not help him, and the great heavenly venerate would not help him. This was Lu Yin's position in the reincarnation spacetime. Here, he was isolated and helpless. This was also the reason why he had taken the initiative to obtain the master of the origin space. Once Bai Wang Yuan reacted and took the initiative to fight for it, it would be too late. With the support of the great heavenly venerate, divine sovereign Shaoyin could brazenly attack the above heaven sect. Although the great heavenly venerate wouldn't help him and only supported him verbally, it was fine as long as he didn't help the four-way scales. It was time for the above heaven sect and the four-way scales to come to an end. In the upper realm of the astral tree galaxy, after Luin returned to the above heaven sect, all the progenitors had retreated. The war had started suddenly and ended abruptly. And this war had caused Bai Wang Yuan to lose the chance to become the master of the origin space. He suppressed his gloomy gaze and watched Mu Xia leave. This person had been hiding all this time. He knew that he could completely suppress this person with the strength of 9 mountains and 8 seas, but this person's strength was endless. Even if he could win, he couldn't kill or severely injure him. This person had hidden too deeply. No wonder he dared to block him alone. Brother Bai, the above heaven sect's progenitors have retreated. Do you know what happened? Also, where did the above heaven sect get so many progenitors? Xiaxinji's voice entered Bai Wang Yuan's ears. Bai Wang Yuan's expression darkened. Madman Lu told me that that little bastard met the great heavenly venerate today and wanted to become the master of the origin space. What? The above heaven sect declared war on us? That's right. It's to prevent us from destroying it. You should have told us earlier. Wang Fan's voice sounded rather angry. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flashed. Tell them earlier? Then he might not be the master of the origin space. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Madman Lu had told him and not Wang Fan and Xiaxinji because he didn't want any accidents to happen. He wanted to let Bai Wang Yuan become the master of the origin space first. Otherwise, once Wang Fan and Xiaxinji fought over it, it would be even more troublesome than Luin. But they had a plan, and Luin had a way to deal with it. Luin went to meet the great heavenly venerate, and the four-way scales suffered an unprecedented attack. Bai Wang Yuan couldn't leave, or the cold immortal sect would be gone. Once the cold immortal sect was destroyed by the above heaven sect, how could he become the master of the origin space? Not only that, but once they left, there would only be 3 progenitors in the top world. how could they fight against so many progenitors? In the end, not only the cold immortal sect, but also the divine martial sky and the Wang family would be in trouble. The four-way scales had already lost the White Dragon clan. They couldn't afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and the three monarchs' universes? This little bastard dares to start a war with the four-way scales for the sake of becoming the master of the beginning space. We can't let him go. Xianxia was furious. Wang Fan stood on the continent of the Wang family and looked in the direction of the cold immortal sect. He knew that Bai Wang Yuan had always been afraid of him. He didn't care about the past, but this time, he really got himself into trouble. If he had said it earlier. Wang Fan clenched his fists. Even if Lu Shaoxian could stop Bai Wang Yuan, how could he stop him? He didn't even do anything just now. The above heaven sect couldn't stop the power of 29 mountains and 8 seas. How hateful. The above heaven sect retreated. It seems that Lu Shaoxian has succeeded, Wang Fan said in a low voice. Bai Ran said, the news from the Six-Way Society will come soon. No matter what, even if he becomes the master of the beginning space, it has nothing to do with the four-way scales. The little bastard can't defeat us. At the same time, in the cold immortal sect, singing and dancing came from a rather luxurious old house. It was a strong contrast to the battle just now. Outside the old house, the land of the cold immortal sect was cracked. Many people were busy repairing it, but the old house was full of singing and dancing. A cultivator from the reincarnation universe lived here. The cold immortal sect relied on this cultivator to travel to and from the reincarnation universe. Madman Lu relied on this cultivator to bring the news to Bai Wang Yuan. Although this cultivator was only an emissary, his status in the cold immortal sect was very high. The joyful singing and dancing spread around the old house with laughter. Many disciples of the cold immortal sect were envious and jealous. However, the scene inside the old house was different. Beautiful singers danced seductively, bringing ambiguity and extravagance. Not far away, the emissary cultivator from the reincarnation universe was smiling, but it was very forced. There were even beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. An enchanting woman leaned in his arms. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The emissary cultivator forced a smile. The woman smiled and changed her posture, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. Reincarnation spacetime? The emissary cultivator's eyelids twitched. You know, and you still dare to attack me? You're the one I'm looking for. Don't act rashly, and don't ask for help. Otherwise, even if you manage to escape from me, you won't be able to escape from this strong poison. The emissary cultivator's expression was ugly. Smile, keep smiling. Don't let anyone see through you, the woman whispered into the emissary's ear. The emissary cultivator gritted his teeth, and his smile was ugly. What do you want? Let me go, and I'll take you to the reincarnation spacetime. I'm a subordinate of Supreme God Shaoyin, and I can help you reach the heavens in one step. Enjoy to your heart's content. You don't have to do anything. I'll accompany you. The woman tempted. The emissary cultivator was confused. He didn't know what this woman was trying to do. However, one thing was for sure. This woman was controlling him. The same thing happened in the divine martial sky, the Wang family, and the White Dragon clan. Each of the 4 direction scales had cultivators from the 6 directions guild. Their purpose was to bring them to the 6 directions guild. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and the others used these people to defend against the 6 directions guild. Bai Wang Yuan also had to go through these people if he wanted to communicate with Madman Lu and obtain information about the 6 directions guild. At this moment, all of these people were being controlled. In the above heaven, Wang Wen was playing with a chessboard. Come, let's play a game. It's been a long time since we last played. He was very excited. It had been a long time since he played a game with Luin. He enjoyed the thrill of crushing Luin in a game of chess. Luin laughed. Is it fun? I'm not your opponent. Ha, of course it's fun. The above heavens Tao master, no, it should be the master of the primordial space now. Ask anyone else who can experience this, haha. Wang Wen was excited. Luin shook his head and placed a piece. This time, Bai Wang Yuan is going to explode. He wanted to steal your game, but you did it instead. How laughable. Wang Wen was excited. He looked at the chessboard and thought about how to completely crush Luyin. Luyin said, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The four sides are also scheming against each other. I told you before that it would go smoothly. Wang Fan and Xianxia definitely didn't know that Bai Wang Yuan was going to become the master of the primordial space. Otherwise, Wang Fan would have jumped up a long time ago. However, I underestimated the Grand Emperor's hatred for the Lu family. If you weren't strong enough, even if Bai Wang Yuan couldn't become the master of the primordial space, you wouldn't be able to become it either. At this point, Wang Wen grasped a piece and looked at Luyin with an inexplicable smile. Your Highness, your opponent is very troublesome. Luyin met Wang Wen's gaze. The more troublesome, the more it suits you. Wang Wen smiled. You know me best. Luyin laughed. Back then, you said that you would help me unify the outerverse. If you succeed, then the innerverse, the entire fifth mainland, and the next step is the astral tree. Once you complete your goal, will you feel bored? Wang Wen placed a piece and said, it's not boring anymore. With a giant like the Six Sides and the Eternals, the game is getting bigger and bigger. Your Highness, you have to work hard to give me more pieces. Otherwise, I won't be able to set it up. Don't worry, there will be many pieces, Luyin said. The second Night King reported, Downlord, the control is successful. Wang Wen clapped. The timing is just right. Your Downlord has also been crushed by me. The second Night King's expression did not change. In the Above the Sky sect, Wang Wen was an anomaly, and his attitude towards Luyin had not changed at all. Luyin stood up and sighed. I'm not playing anymore. I'm always crushed by you. I'll just look at little sapling. With that, he left. After Luyin left, Wang Wen looked at the chessboard and muttered to himself, Your Highness' ability to set things up seems to have improved. Luyin walked to the bottom of the staircase and touched the cauldron. Little sapling peeked out, it liked this place very much. If he wanted to find it, then this was the right place. Not far away, he ran arrogantly glanced at Luyin from time to time before looking away. Luyin ignored her and played with little sapling for a while before leaving. Several days later, in the top realm, Shenwu Plain. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward, leaving Shenwu Plain with a terrifying smile on his face. He had finally found it, and it had actually been hiding in the lower realm. He had to thank those traitors, if not for them, he would never have been able to find it. Bai Wang Yuan wanted to become the master of the primordial space, but the one he truly feared was Wang Fan. Xianxia was very clear on this point. Although he was confident that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was still lacking when compared to Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. This was also the reason why he had not been willing to kill that clone for so many years. Now that everyone knew about the clone's existence, as long as he could find it, he would fuse with it. He would return to his peak strength. Soon. In the 5th district of the lower realm, a conversation could be heard from a simple straw hut. I've received news that the Above Sky sect will send people to pick us up soon. Ancestor, do you want to leave with us? No, this is the safest place. Alright, how about this? I'll leave 2 disciples to serve you. It'll be easier for you to communicate. After the conversation ended, a man walked out of the straw hut. Light shone through the leaves onto the man's face. He was Xiao Luo. Back when Xianxia had been exiled, Luyin had thought of a way to deal with Xiaozhen. He had let Xiao Luo and Xiaoxing control Shenwu Plain together, using the main branch and the subsidiary branches to help Xiaozhen vent his anger. At that time, Xiao Luo had indeed become half the master of Shenwu Plain. With Xiaozhen's support, even Xiaoxing did not dare to do anything to him. However, after Xiaoxing's return, the Above Sky sect had notified Xiao Luo to leave. Xiao Luo had led the subsidiary branches out of Shenwu Plain first, and they had been together with Xiaoxing's clone. All of this had been arranged by the Above Sky sect. Xiao Luo left the straw hut and walked into the distance. After he left, Xiaoxing suddenly appeared. Within the straw hut, Xiaoxing's clone's expression changed. Xiaxinji glared, and the straw hut shattered, revealing Xiaxinji's clone. The two identical people looked at each other. Xiaxinji sneered. Found you. Xiao Luo heard the voice and turned around. When he saw Xiaxinji, his face went pale. Ancestor? Xiaxinji glanced at Xiao Luo. Once I fuse with this clone, I'll capture all of you traitors. You dare to betray Shenwu Plain? You're courting death. Xiaxinji's clone did not even think about fleeing, but at this moment, he was so close to Xiaxinji, so how could he escape? Xiaxinji took a single step forward and blocked the clone's path, grabbing out with a hand. The clone was shocked. If you dare to attack, I'll kill myself. Do you have that ability? Xiaxinji barked. He watched as the clone's palm slammed towards his forehead, but just as the palm was about to land, it suddenly retracted. This was the Xia family's secret technique, reverse. Xiaxinji grabbed the clone by the neck and lifted him up. I really have to thank those trash from the subsidiary branches. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to find you. The clone stared at Xiaxinji and suddenly pulled out a card from his cosmic ring. An irresistible suction force appeared and sucked both him and Xiaxinji inside. The two appeared in a space of absolute darkness. This was Eternal Darkness. Eternal Darkness was a 7-star archaic card, which corresponded to Elder Shanggu and the Void Master. Otherwise, with Xiaxinji's strength, ordinary archaic cards would not have been able to suck him in. The moment he entered Eternal Darkness, Xiaxinji knew that he had fallen into a trap. He attacked wildly, and his divine martial sword domain connected heaven and earth. He wanted to break Eternal Darkness as soon as possible. This was the power of the Lost Clans card. How could such a card appear in the top world? Absolute darkness swallowed the light, wrapping around the divine martial sword domain and suppressing it. Without anyone controlling it, Eternal Darkness power was just darkness. It was similar to Old Monster MO, but it was not as strong. However, this was just the power of Eternal Darkness. If it was controlled by someone like Shanggu, the power of darkness would be unimaginable. The divine martial sword domain's crazy attacks made Eternal Darkness unstable. Without anyone controlling it, Eternal Darkness could not suppress Xiaxinji at all. Even ordinary powerhouses could not do so. At this moment, a small path suddenly appeared. Xiaxinji saw it and barked, "Chan, it's you." Xiaxinji avoided the path, which appeared beneath his clone's feet and dragged him away. Xiaxinji wanted to escape from the Eternal Darkness, but he also wanted to capture his clone. He was caught in a dilemma. It was at this moment that Luin appeared and walked above the divine martial sword domain. He seemed to be able to see the trajectory of the sword domain, and he opened his celestial eye and stared at Xiaxinji. He raised a hand and punched out. Xiaxinji looked up and roared, "You little bastard, I'll kill you." The sword domain furiously extended towards Luin, but Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished. His palm was just a feint, and the real attacker was Elder Chan. In the distance, Elder Chan had already transformed into Lu Tianyi, and the Xidagarba needle stabbed towards Xiaxinji. Xiaxinji had dominated the astral tree domain and fought against the Eternals for countless years, so he would not fall for a trap so easily. He turned around and used a sealing technique to stabilize the Xidagarba needle in the void. Do you really think that you can deal with me just by transforming into Lu Tianyi? How much of Lu Tianyi's power can you even compare to? Xiaxinji slashed out with his right hand, and the divine martial sword domain descended towards Elder Chan. Elder Chan's eyes went wide, and his pupils became bloodshot. The Xidagarba needle that had been frozen by the sealing technique suddenly shook and broke free from the technique to stab at Xiaxinji. Luin appeared above Xiaxinji's head and slammed down with his slipper. Xiaxinji's gaze was calm, and he did not dodge at all. Luin knew that things were not good, and just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly froze. The Xidagarba needle also froze. One was above Xiaxinji's head, while the other was beside him. This was his time battle technique, Scale, which used time as a lock to stabilize the void. This was Xiaxinji's pride, and he believed that this technique was enough to deal with 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin's celestial eye saw that Xiaxinji had not yet grasped the power of the sequence particles, and he was far from being comparable to Old Monster MO. However, the power of time was still difficult to deal with. "Headmaster!" Elder Chan shouted. Luin turned around, and his divine martial sword domain descended. Using his celestial eye, he saw that it had replaced the sky of eternal darkness. It was impossible for him to block this attack alone. At the critical moment, one figure after another walked out of the Divine Seal Catalog: Lu Yun's Thousand Streams Daobreaker, Mu Jun's Divine Diagram, and Nong Yi's Planting. 3 progenitors all attacked at the same time, shattering the divine martial sword domain. Xianxia hadn't expected Lu Yun to have sealed 3 progenitors. Wait, what's that? Mu Jun? Xianxia was aghast. Mu Jun was actually taken away by you? Lu Xiaoxian, what is your identity in the Six Paths Society? Lu Yun swung his slipper horizontally, shattering the time scale. He didn't say a word as he charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia laughed coldly. Do you really think that you can kill me after exposing everything? I'll definitely find the identity you're hiding in Six Direction Society. He didn't know much about the Perpetual Darkness card, or else he would have recognized it at a glance. Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. If you find out, will you still be able to leave? Xiaoxinji's boiling divine martial righteous qi was ignited inch by inch, spreading to the entire divine martial sword region. I'll show you what it means to be comparable to the power of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He unleashed an unprecedented amount of progenitor realm power, and even used his divine martial aura to ignite the entire eternal darkness, suppressing the absolute darkness. The divine martial broadsword region was filled with celestial blades. At this moment, every blade was burning with divine martial qi, twisting the void. I've already tasted the power of a Daolord. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yun could feel how terrifying Xiaoxinji's power was, but it was still somewhat weaker than old monster Mo's. That was the power of a sequence particle, which was on another level. Even so, Xiaoxinji's power was not something that Lu Yun could face head-on. He could only exhaust it as much as he could. Xiaoxinji had always claimed to be comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Now, the power he displayed had indeed reached a certain level. Lu Yun, Chen Lu, and the others couldn't block any of his attacks, and each of them could kill an ordinary progenitor. At a glance, there were countless attacks. It was very difficult for someone of the same level to deal with Xiaoxinji. Only someone who surpassed a certain limit could do so. Lu Yun gripped the slipper tightly. Elder Chan's eyes were bloodshot. It was time to go all out. Senior Channy, this junior will try to see if I can recreate your power. Xiaoxinji's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Yun. He did not believe that the slipper could block all the attacks. As he waved his arm, more and more blades slashed out. Suddenly, Xiaoxinji coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. He turned his head and glared at Lu Yun. Do you want to die? He wants to kill us. Xiaoxinji's clone lowered his hand and panted heavily. He was harming himself. When he saw Xiaoxinji's furious roar, the clone lowered his hand and smiled bitterly. Killing you is not killing me. If I die, you will die as well. Xiaoxinji was enraged, and he regretted killing this clone. However, it was too late for regrets. His burning divine martial astral energy was constantly being burned away, and his strength was waning. He could not stay here. He looked up and unleashed his divine martial sword domain in all directions. He wanted to escape, as it was impossible to catch this clone now. If he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. The divine martial sword domain slashed towards eternal darkness, and the timescale locked down the area. Xiaoxinji looked at Lu Yun. You're dead, you bastard. Hexapath won't let you off. Lu Yun had a mocking expression. Look behind you. Xiaoxinji suddenly turned around and saw a needle. It was the Xidagarba needle that had been locked down by the timescale. At some point in time, the needle had broken through the timescale, and the needle had pierced through it. There was still another timescale in front of Xiaoxinji. Bang! The sound of glass shattering could be heard. The Xidagarba needle pierced through Xiaoxinji's body with a power that he could not comprehend, leaving behind a trail of blood. Xiaoxinji spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. At the same time, Elder Chan also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. Senior Channy's power could not be used as he wished, and he had almost died. Lu Yun took advantage of this opportunity to land a palm on Xiaoxinji's back. 30 palms of power from Lu Yin's divine martial sword domain shattered, and Xiaxinji's bones were shattered. Master Lu, please have mercy. Xiaxinji's clone shouted weakly. Lu Yin waved his hand, and Xiaxinji's clone rushed over. Yours. Xiaxinji spat out another mouthful of blood, and his mangled vision looked up at the sky. Another attack descended from Lu Yin's spiritual force, and with Xiaxinji's current state, there was no way he could block it. His vision was gradually replaced by darkness. Xiaxinji's clone impatiently rushed down. Elder Chan arrived at Lu Yin's side, his face pale. He looked worse than if he had been heavily injured, and he was on the verge of death. Lu Yin looked at him with concern. Senior, are you all right? Elder Chan smiled bitterly. Senior Tiany's power is too strong. Even with the Three Suns' ancestral qi, I can't fully manifest it. Forcefully using it will only harm me. I can't handle it. Lu Yin knew that Lu Bujing had said that his manifestation of destiny was sometimes ineffective. This was because his strength was too far from destiny, and forcefully manifesting it would only harm him. Is Forefather Tiany that much stronger than Senior? Lu Yin was curious, and he wanted to learn more about Lu Tiany's power from Elder Chan. Elder Chan muttered, not knowing how big the gap is the most terrifying part. If I knew, then I wouldn't be so worried. Because I don't know, if I use the Three Suns' ancestral qi too much, I might end up killing myself. Lu Yin was now certain that Forefather Tiany had grasped the power of the sequence particles. Otherwise, Elder Chan would not have been so far behind him. If Elder Chan had transformed into Xiaxinji, he would have been able to do so easily. This was the difference. Aren't you worried about the clone fusing with the main body? Or the clone might be ambitious and become another Xiaxinji. Elder Chan was worried. He coughed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Actually, there's no need to overuse Forefather Tiany's strength. He's already heavily injured, and we can deal with him. I also want to try. I've never experienced Forefather Tiany's strength, and I'm just itching to try. I didn't expect him to be so miserable. Elder Chan felt helpless. Lu Yin answered the previous question. I will ascend to godhood, and only those who are willing can do so. If I can't, then I'll appoint a general. Elder Chan gave Lu Yin a strange look. This was the Lu family, tyrannical and shameless. The living could ascend to godhood, and the dead could appoint generals. Was there anything they could not use? He finally understood how the four-way scales felt. No one would want to live under such a family. Not only that, but I also want to ask Senior Brother to plant an evil Saraira in him to prevent his mentality from changing. Lu Yin continued, looking down with a strange expression. The 9 clones technique was indeed wondrous. Elder Chan nodded. This was good. From today onwards, Xiaxinji would no longer be Xiaxinji, but he would still be Xiaxinji. The first was Xiaxinji, so who would be next? After a long time, Lu Yin and Elder Chan looked down. It was over. Cough. Xiaxinji coughed violently as he clutched the wound that had been pierced by the Xidagarba needle. He stood up with difficulty and said bitterly, Master Lu, you were too heavy-handed. Lu Yin and Elder Chan descended. The two did not believe that the person in front of them was a clone. The difference between Xiaxinji's main body and his clone was too great. Even if his main body was heavily injured and on the verge of death, forcefully fusing with his clone was not impossible. Lu Yin had only given the clone a chance. Of course, this chance was rather risky, but it had been forced upon him by the clone. It was also a condition that Lu Yin had agreed to before. The riskiest thing was that once Xiaxinji fused with the clone, then even if Lu Yin could kill Xiaxinji, he would not be able to find any clues about the Lu family's location. Only the clone would be able to find the Lu family's location. If possible, Lu Yin naturally wanted to control the clone completely. However, attacking Xiaxinji was inevitable. Once Xiaxinji's main body died, according to this clone, Lu Yin would die as well. The main body could affect the clone, but the clone could not affect the main body. This was what the clone had said. Even though Lu Yin controlled Xiaxinji's clone's life and death, there were still some things that he could not be sure of. Below, Xiaxinji's broken body sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked at his arms from time to time, then looked in front of him, and then moved his arms. His entire body was numb. The most serious injuries were the Xidagarba needle and the palm strike on his back. Although the clone was only a half-ancestor, his experience originated from Xianxia, and he knew how terrifying Xianxia's main body was. The clone had not expected that Luin would be able to beat this body to such a state with a single palm strike. He had thought that this would be a joint attack. Luin and Elder Chan descended and examined the clone. Xianxia grimaced. "Dao Master Lu, I succeeded, but this body has been beaten to such a state, and it will take some time for it to recover. I can't help you." Luin squatted down and approached Xianxia. Elder Chan reminded him, "Be careful." Xianxia's face was pale, and a small path was faintly discernible beneath his feet. If Xianxia attacked Luin, this small path would be enough for Luin to dodge. This was his ancestral world, and it had been created to help Luin deal with Madman Lu. Luin and Xianxia exchanged glances for a moment before standing up. "I believe you." Not only Elder Chan, but even Xianxia was shocked. "Dao Master Lu, you believe that I succeeded?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "The real Xianxia will not avoid my gaze." Xianxia sighed and nodded. Fresh blood dripped from his body. The damage caused by the Xidagarba needle had been too severe, and he could not even contain his injuries. "Can you help me? I'm afraid that I'll just die like this." Xianxia was helpless. Luin looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan shook his head. "No one can help you with the injuries caused by Senior Channy. Xianxia, since you've successfully fused, you should have the memories of your original body. You should know that Senior Channy's strength is unsolvable." Xianxia's expression turned ugly, and he looked at Elder Chan in disbelief. "You can actually use Lu Channy's strength?" "That's right. During the Daosaur Sex era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared, and it was a grand and prosperous era. The most dazzling was Progenitor Chen, the most low-key was Progenitor Ku, and the most unsolvable was Lu Channy. This injury was caused by him, and no one can save you." Elder Chan continued, "But you won't die. After all, it was just a single strike. Xianxia isn't that weak." Xianxia grimaced, but he did not refute. "Consider me unlucky." Luin was curious. "Why is forefather Channy unsolvable?" Xianxia raised his pale face and looked at Luin. "The injuries caused by Lu Channy's attack cannot be healed through external means, and they can only recover by themselves. If they cannot recover, then only death. That's why his strength is unsolvable." "That's just an explanation." Old Chan continued with a longing look in his eyes. "Unsolvable. Not only does it represent the nature of Senior Channy's power, but it also represents his own strength. In the Lu family, a single person is a country, and a single person can be revered. This saying has been displayed to the extreme by Senior Channy. Summoning the ancestors on the stage, conferring deities to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It can be said that Senior Channy alone can wield the power of about 10 progenitors, and most of these 10 progenitors are from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I can imagine how powerful Senior Tianyi was at his peak." Xianxia coughed. "He turned his back to the mother tree and fought the only true god. That's Lu Tianyi. He was able to fight against the 7 gods on his own. In that era, as long as the Lu family's patriarch didn't appear, Lu Tianyi was invincible. However, that was only in theory. People like Ku Jia and Xia Sheng could break through at any time and reach a level of transformation, including..." He paused and looked at Wang Fan. Luin raised his brows. "Wang Fan?" Xianxia said in a low voice, "Although Huiwen is known as the smartest person in the 9 mountains and 8 seas and the entire primordial space, or even the entire human race, Wang Fan can be called the most sinister person, the most profound, and the one who hides the deepest. Although there's no evidence, after many years of secret investigations in Shenwu Heaven, we discovered that Wang Si instigated the 4 cardinal scales to deal with the Lu family. It's very likely that Wang Fan was the one behind it." Lu Yin's expression changed. "What did you say?" Xianxia said, "After fusing with the main body's memories, I learned some secrets, and one of them was related to the king. There's one thing that left a deep impression on the main body. Back then, Wang Si was sealed in ice by her mother, Wang Yi. After the seal was released, her memories were in a mess. Originally, Wang Yi had instilled in her the hatred for the Lu family, but after a while, her memories were restored. Furthermore, they were incomparably clear. She could clearly remember every word, every expression, and even every breath that Wang Yi had said. And the one behind all of this should be Wang Fan. It was Wang Fan who recovered Wang Xi's memories. Wang Xi's hatred for the Lu family reached the heavens. Using her special status, half of the Xia family's bloodline, and various other methods, she finally instigated the 4 cardinal scales to banish the Lu family. Behind all of this, there seems to be Wang Fan's shadow. Lu Ying frowned and did not understand. The Lu family's banishment was suggested by the Shaoing divinity to the Grand Empyrean, and the Lu family had to bear the sins of the above heaven era. In the end, the Grand Empyrean sealed the Lu ancestors' senses, and the 4 cardinal scales used the White Dragon Overturn and Prison Lock to banish the Lu family. The Shaoing divinity should be behind all of this. Xianxia shook his head. Wang Fan is also involved. Otherwise, even if the Six Direction Society wanted to banish the Lu family, how could the Lu family of that era be so easily exiled? To put it bluntly, Lu Tianyi alone was enough to make the Six Direction Society speechless. Even in the face of the Sixth Mainland's war, even if Xia Shang, Ku Jia, and the others were either dead or missing, Lu Tianyi alone was not someone the Six Direction Society could easily deal with. With the everlasting race around, the Six Direction Society would not dare to openly attack the Lu family. If the 4 cardinal scales did not agree, it would be equivalent to the Lu family waging war against the Six Direction Society. The calamity it would bring would be enough to destroy the entire human race. The 4 cardinal scales were the only ones willing to cooperate with them in banishing the Lu family. The 4 cardinal scales might have acted because of Wang Fan and Wang Fan. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Wang Fan is connected to the Shaoing divinity. Xianxia said, if our guess is correct, then that is indeed the case. The Shaoing divinity is a member of the Six Direction Society, so how could he have the ability to bewitch the entire 4 cardinal scales? Wang Xi is even more of an ant, and she was just a bait. The true mastermind is someone else. Lu Yan's gaze turned deep. Wang Fan and the Shaoing divinity had worked together. One had bewitched the 4 cardinal scales, while the other had catered to the Grand Empyrean and banished the Lu family. Why would they target the Lu family? Why would Wang Fan target the Lu family? Lu Ying felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had touched upon something very bad. The everlasting race was a powerful force that had destroyed the above heaven sex continents. How had they managed to do this during the above heaven sex golden age? How had they acted against the primordial space and the Six Direction Society? He desperately wanted to understand this part of history. Only by understanding history would he be able to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Only by understanding history would he be able to change the future. Lu Ying suddenly thought of the big face tree. Is what you said true? Elder Chan asked. He had not expected the Lu family's banishment to be so complicated. Xianxia stood up with difficulty. It might not be true. Wang Xi's matter seems insignificant, but even the main body could not investigate it. The Wang family covered it up, so the main body believes that it is true. However, there is no evidence. Lu Ying rubbed his head. Evidence? There was no need for that. Since Xianxia had already been dealt with, the next target would either be by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. Wang Fan was indeed not easy to deal with. Putting aside whether or not he was related to the Shaoing divinity, he had the Ghost Abyss ancestor's shadow on the surface. If Lu Ying had not exposed him, who knew how long he would have continued to hide? The Ghost Abyss ancestor was not weak, and he was definitely a trump card. If Wang Fan could hide one trump card, then he could hide a second, and then a third. It was no wonder that Xianxia and the others thought that Wang Fan was the most sinister. In comparison, Xianxia was simply too pure and unlucky. His clone had clearly been imprisoned, but Lu Xiaoga had released it. This was fate. Let's not talk about anything else. Since you've successfully fused, then according to our agreement, you can ascend to godhood, Lu Ying said. Xianxia was weak. Now? Lu Ying looked at him with a faint smile. If you don't ascend to godhood, then you choose Elder Chan once again felt that the Lu family was tyrannical. Xiaxinji felt the same way. His main body's memories had shown that he was rather dissatisfied with the Lu family's attitude. A living person would ascend to godhood, and a dead person would appoint generals. This was too abnormal. Facing Luyin, he had no right to refuse. "Let me rest for a day," Xiaxinji said. Luyin did not care. 2 days is fine. I hope you can successfully ascend to godhood. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me. He was referring to the Lu family's location. Only a clone could find the location of the Lu family's exile. If Xiaxinji could not ascend to godhood, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Xiaxinji clutched his chest. "Don't worry. I really am a clone. However, it will be difficult for me to accept godhood." Elder Chan smiled. "Xiaxinji, it's not like you haven't been godhood before." Xiaxinji smiled bitterly. His main body had been deified by Lu Tianyi, and now, he had been deified by Lu Xiaoxian. In the end, he could not escape the fate of being deified by the Lu family. Why had the four-way Libra exiled the Lu family? Not to mention Wang Fan, everyone else had the same thought. The Lu family's strength was too heaven-defying. If they had not been exiled, they would never have had the chance to resist. The Lu family's ancestors were constantly being deified. Who else could stand it? Who could fight against the Lu family? Perhaps the Six-Way Society felt threatened by the Lu family, which was why they had exiled them. "Senior, you should rest as well," Luyin said to Elder Chan. Elder Chan waved a hand. "This is a backlash, and it won't be easy to recover from it. However, it won't affect me." He glanced at Xiaxinji. "If I go all out, I can still use Senior Tianyi's strength, which should be enough to help you eliminate some people." Luyin was grateful. "Thank you." Although cultivators were cruel and merciless, they were bound to meet people who could help them. Luyin had many family and friends, including Wendy Yushan, Ku Wei, Shuade Knight, Wen Sansi, the Ghost Monkey, and the others. The same was true for the Blood Ancestor and Elder Chan. He was not lonely, and he did not walk a lonely path. He just did not know if he would be lonely in the end. Luyin thought back to the scene he had seen in his destiny divination. Would he really attack them? If such a day really came, what would he do? The next day, Xiaxinji took a deep breath. "Master Lu, I'm ready." The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, its golden light illuminating the eternal darkness and illuminating Xiaxinji. A shadow appeared behind him. Lu Yin's voice was majestic and sacred. "Xiaxinji, are you willing to be deified?" Xiaxinji looked up at the Divine Seal catalog and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He had been preparing for this for an entire day, just like Mu Jun. No one was willing to be deified, even if it did not affect them personally. However, it would increase the strength of an ascendant. Being deified was equivalent to having another ancestor, which was terrifying. However, he had no other choice. "I am willing." Xiaxinji's voice was steady. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow behind him moved towards the Divine Seal catalog. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Up until now, he had already sealed 3 gods, Nong Yi, Lu Yun, and Mu Jun. None of them could compare to Xiaxinji, who was an absolute progenitor. He had forcefully withstood the combined attack of the Death God's left arm and Go Lian, who had exhausted the Kuan-Zai's deathly aura. If not for Lu Yin's clone being heavily injured in the previous battle, he would have had to endure Xiaxinji's peak attack. Xiaxinji could be considered at the level of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, surpassing the 3 progenitors that Luyin had sealed before. To exaggerate, those 3 progenitors might not be Xiaxinji's match even if they teamed up. Sealing Xiaxinji required a bit of risk. If he was not careful, he might suffer a backlash, just like what had happened to Mu Xia. However, Luyin was much stronger than before, so he should be able to succeed. Sealing godhood had nothing to do with one's current state. Even if Xiaxinji was heavily injured and on the verge of death, it would not increase his chances of sealing godhood. What mattered was the will of the person sealed and their strength. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed as he watched the shadow slowly enter the Divine Seal catalog and brand itself onto it. He finally relaxed, he had succeeded. Elder Chan smiled, he had succeeded. With Xiaxinji's help, Luyin would not be too passive when facing opponents like Bai Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. Xianxia was very strong. Xianxia relaxed as well. As long as he succeeded in sealing godhood, Luyin would definitely use his strength in battle, and he would not die. He had finally replaced his main body, and he wanted to be the true Xianxia. After sealing godhood, Luyin, Elder Chan, and Xianxia left eternal darkness. Although the wooden house had been destroyed, no one knew that an earth-shattering battle between progenitors had taken place here. If the battle had taken place here, the middle realm or even the top realm would have been overturned. "Senior," Luyin called out. Muxia walked out. Xianxia raised his brows. There was more? He did not know that Luyin had invited Muxia. This was Lu Yin's method of guarding against clones. The 9 clones technique would affect the main body, and he was not sure if a clone could replace the main body. Thus, he had asked Muxia to watch over the side. If the clone failed, Muxia would immediately act and cooperate with them to eliminate Xianxia as quickly as possible. "Did you succeed?" Muxia looked at Xianxia. Luyin nodded. "I should have succeeded, but just in case." He looked at Xianxia. "You don't mind having something in your body, right?" Xianxia opened his mouth wide. "You still don't trust me? I've already been sealed as a god. How can I be Xianxia? There's no way Xianxia would be willing to become a god." Luyin shrugged. Even Xianxia was deified by ancestor Lu Tianyi. At that time, he didn't seem to be on good terms with my Lu family. A progenitor can adjust one's state of mind, but you took an entire day to do so. After Xiaochen finished speaking, he did not wait for Xianxia to agree. He turned to Muxia and said, "Senior brother, sorry for the trouble." Muxia attacked, and the evil relic flew towards Xianxia. Elder Chan had appeared on the other side at some point. The 3 of them surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia felt helpless. Of the 3 of them, there was no need to talk about Luyin. Muxia was also extremely powerful, and even Bai Wang Yuan was wary of him. Muxia was a little unfathomable. As for Elder Chan, once he unleashed Lu Tianyi's true strength, there weren't many in the entire Six Direction Society who could stop him. Being surrounded by the 3 of them, even Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan felt chills down their spines, let alone him. They had no choice but to accept reality. In the distance, Xiao Luo watched quietly. He looked at the once high and mighty figure. Ancestor Xianxia, who had never been able to meet him, was now under Lu Yin's control. This scene was enough to topple everyone's imaginations. This was Luyin. He had once helped Xia Jiuyo merge with Xia Jiuyo, but that had been with Xia Ji's approval. Otherwise, no one would have succeeded if Xia Ji had interfered. Now, Luyin didn't need anyone's approval. He had dealt with Shen Wutian, so who would be next? The frigid immortal sect? Or the Wang family? In the end, this astral tree still belonged to the Lu family. The evil relic had entered Xianxia's body to control him, and because Xianxia was heavily injured, Luyin had even used the Grim Reaper's seal. Even Elder Chan felt pity for Xianxia. Godhood, evil relic, and Grim Reaper's seal. Even the real Xianxia would feel despair at this moment, let alone a clone. Xianxia was truly in despair. Fortunately, he didn't plan on becoming Lu Yin's enemy, so these control methods were useless. Location. Luyin looked at Xianxia. His gaze seemed calm, but it was filled with anxiety. Xianxia panted heavily. "I can sense it, but I can't bring it back. Even with your current strength, it'll be difficult to bring the Lu family back. The Eternals won't let the Lu family return." Luyin fell silent. After a while, he said, "Go back, Ancestor Xia." Xianxia exhaled and staggered into the void, heading back to Shen Wutian. His injuries could only be healed on their own. After Xianxia left, Luyin looked into the distance and saw Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo walked over and bowed. "Path Master." Luyin looked at Xiao Luo. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. When he had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Xiao Luo, Silver, and Lulu had all left Earth together. Now, each of them had their own opportunities. "Are you planning on returning to Shen Wutian or something else?" Luyin asked. Xiao Luo shook his head. Let's go to the Six Direction Society. I'll see the wider sky there. Luin understood. As the Six Direction Society came into contact with the primordial space, more and more people wanted to take a look. Back then, the Grand Empyrean had forbidden anyone from entering the primordial space without permission, so it wasn't easy for them to leave. Now, the primordial space had become one of the Six Direction Societies, and people from various parallel universes would come here. The Grand Empyrean had also lifted the ban, and the primordial space and the Six Direction Societies would merge. Yixing's arrival was a sign. Xiao Luo and the others wanted to leave the primordial space and head to the Six Direction Society. Good luck. Luin smiled. Xiao Luo smiled. Pathmaster, the people who leave the primordial space won't disappoint you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Indeed, the primordial space and the Six Direction Society were merging in parallel universes. It was time for them to re-evaluate this place. Leng Qing had broken through to progenitor, so who would be next? It should be soon. The one who truly needed to break through to progenitor was himself. Only by breaking through would he be able to bring the Lu family back? How long would it take? How far would that be? Although he had dealt with Xianxia, Luin was still in a bad mood. He returned to the Above Heavens sect and went to the Astral River with a gloomy mood. He sat on the beach and stared at the deep starry sky, deep in thought. After a long time, Kui Luo came and grumbled, "You didn't catch anything again. Is it that hard to catch a fish?" Patting the dust off his clothes, Kui Luo came to Lu Yin's side and sat down. "Are you in a bad mood?" Luin muttered, "When can I break through to progenitor?" Kui Luo sneered, "That's an old question. I often ask myself. Lu Bujing, Han Xian, which one of them doesn't ask themselves? Maybe they ask themselves 1,000 times a day. The more they want to break through, the harder it is to do so. Leng Qing was the one who broke through first. What a waste. Kui Luo took out a bottle of wine and took a sip. Luin sighed, "If I don't break through to progenitor, how can I bring the Lu family back? That's too far away." Kui Luo didn't hear him clearly. "What Lu family? What do you mean, bring them back?" Luin told Kui Luo about Xianxia. Kui Luo was dumbfounded. "You messed with Xianxia?" Luin was speechless. "I just had a clone replace the main body." Kui Luo sighed regretfully, "Why didn't you bring me along? What a pity, what a pity. I've always wanted to see the four-way Libra's defeated face." "You ungrateful brat, who saved you? Who told you about the Lu family? Who helped you? Why didn't you call me when something good happened?" Luin took a sip of wine. "You can't enter the progenitor battlefield." Kui Luo gritted his teeth in anger. "Good, now you don't like this old man, huh? Fine, just wait, this old man will break through too. Progenitor soon. Just don't ask me for help when the time comes." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Kui Luo. "You've been a half-step progenitor for a long time, and you cultivate the primogenitor scripture. You're also a powerhouse who broke through 3 gates. Logically speaking, you should be able to break through to progenitor. Why haven't you tried?" Kui Luo rolled his eyes. "Do you think it's that easy to break through to progenitor?" Leng Qing was the Elysium's leader during the Above Heaven era. Do you know how long he's been a half-step progenitor? How long did it take those progenitors from the Six Directions Society to break through? How many progenitors are there in the entire Six Directions Society? It's not that easy. You only have one chance. Who doesn't want to be completely confident before trying? Back then, that Lingji Mavis from the 5th mainland was too anxious and died. That Elder Chan was also forced. Fortunately, he saw through his heart and succeeded in breaking through to progenitor. Kui Luo leaned closer to Luin. "Let me tell you, do you know who has the highest chance of breaking through to progenitor?" Luin was curious. "Who?" Kui Luo said, "Xiaochen." "Dean?" Luin was surprised. Kui Luo nodded, his voice filled with admiration and praise. "He saw through the world and achieved great enlightenment. He crossed the existent realm into the void realm, and then the void realm into the existent realm. He directly abandoned astral sources to cultivate, and created a path of cultivation that uses memories as a medium. His inner world is as gentle as water, and he can easily erase powerhouses of the same level. To be honest, although he hasn't been a half-step progenitor for long, there are too few who can fight him. Only your third uncle and the other Elysium leaders can give it a try. In the above heaven era, he would definitely be one of the 12 Elysium leaders, and one of the strongest. This kind of person is either crazy or crazy. He can break through to progenitor at any time. It all depends on whether he's willing or not. Luin hadn't expected Kue Luo to think so highly of the crazy dean. The dean hadn't even broken through 3 stages. Do you think the dean can surpass you? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Why be so blunt? That guy also saw a lot of things through stargazing deck, and only after he went crazy did he achieve great enlightenment. I don't have that kind of spirit. If you lack progenitor helpers, you can talk to him. Who knows, he might break through to progenitor in the middle of the conversation. It'll depend on you. With his cultivation method, breaking through to progenitor might not be a problem. Luin was tempted. The more progenitors in above heaven, the better. If the crazy dean was as Kue Luo said, that he could break through to progenitor at any time, then that would be a great boost to above heaven's strength. Kue Luo lay down. Right, you said you had to break through to the ancestral realm before you could return? Xianxia's clone said that? Why? Luin replied, Xianxia's clone can find the Lu family's location, but he can't bring it back. If I don't break through to the ancestral realm, how can I enter the boundless spacetime and bring it back? Kue Luo's tone was natural. Let them come back on their own. Luin met Kue Luo's gaze, his expression unfriendly. So you're saying that all my efforts over the years were for nothing? That the Lu family can come back on their own? Kue Luo coughed. Calm down, think about it from another perspective. Aren't you underestimating the Lu family's ancestor? Forefather Tianyi? The oldest one. So you're saying that he can come back on his own if he wants? Not really, he's asleep. But you can wake him up. Luin blinked and stared at Kue Luo. Any more nonsense and I'll throw you into the astral river like bait. Kue Luo pursed his lips. Young man, be patient. There's no point in telling you sooner, and there's no point in telling you earlier. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be to succeed. Luin stood up and grabbed at Kue Luo. Kue Luo cried out, Stop, stop. Is there a seal behind you? Luin stopped and stared down at Kue Luo. Is this a seal the family placed on me? There's no other way. You can't awaken the forefather unless you reach a certain level. Seeing Lu Yin's murderous glare, Kue Luo had no choice but to bite the bullet. Luin gritted his teeth. Explain. Kue Luo exhaled and coughed. Don't be hasty, that's why I'm here. You're already a peak emissary, and the next step is to break through to the half-step ancestor realm. Your current level of strength should be enough. Hurry up and speak. Luin barked, his entire body growing vexed. Kue Luo didn't dare waste any more words, so he told Luin everything he knew. After a long while, Luin drove Kue Luo away. He sat down on the beach alone, feeling exceptionally relaxed. He knew that the clan wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The living had ascended to godhood, and the dead had ascended to godhood. Furthermore, there was an ancestor at the level of a Dao Lord. How could the clan be destroyed so easily? Back then, the Grand Empyrean had isolated Ancestor Lu Yuan so that Ancestor Lu Yuan didn't know that the family had been pushed out by the White Dragon. Due to the urgency of the situation, no one in the family could awaken the ancestor, not even Ancestor Tianyi. Helpless, he could only seal Lu Xiaoshuan's cultivation and memories and throw him to the 5th continent. The goal was to gamble that Lu Xiaoxian could return to the peak and reach an even higher peak without relying on the family's resources. The Lu family had a tradition that whenever a direct descendant who had awakened the God Seal catalog broke through to the half-ancestor realm, they could awaken Ancestor Lu Yuan and obtain the ancestor's favor. This had been the case for every generation, and this was the only way to break through the Grand Empyrean seal and awaken the ancestor. In the current generation, only Lu Xiaoxian had awakened the God Seal catalog without reaching the half-ancestor realm. Thus, when the Lu family had been exiled, the family had done everything they could to throw Lu Xiaoxian to the 5th continent so that he could cultivate there until he reached the half-ancestor realm. Then, he could awaken the ancestor with his bloodline. Because the Lu family had been exiled and was located far away, the family was afraid that even if Lu Xiaoxian broke through to the half-ancestor realm, the Lu family wouldn't be able to detect it. Thus, they had sealed him. Only by breaking through the layers of seals, especially the final fourth seal, could he succeed. This was because Lu Xiaoxuan's only chance to break through to the half-ancestor realm, and the Lu family couldn't take this risk. Without breaking through the fourth seal, the Lu family would rather not attempt it. Otherwise, breaking through to the half-ancestor realm would be meaningless. Now that Lu Yin had shaken the ancestor realm with his cultivation as an envoy, he was definitely qualified to awaken ancestor Lu Yuan when he was about to break through to the half-ancestor realm. No matter how far away he was, it was enough. As long as he could awaken ancestor Lu Yuan, the ancestor would be able to bring the Lu family back, and Lu Yin wouldn't need to search for him. In short, once he broke through to the half-ancestor realm and broke through the fourth seal, his bloodline would be able to awaken ancestor Lu Yuan. At that time, the Lu family would be able to return. To be safe, the Lu family had given Lu Yin a backup plan. It was the numbers that Luozha had asked Lu Yin to recite before his death. On the drift-charged star, Luozha had asked Lu Yin to recite two things. One was the Stonewall scriptures that had been disrupted, and the other was numbers. The Stonewall scriptures were the primogenitor scriptures, and the numbers were the rhythm of the ancestor Lu Yuan's closed-door cultivation. If the fourth seal was broken, and his bloodline still couldn't reach ancestor Lu Yuan's, the numbers would be the key. This set of numbers had a special meaning to ancestor Lu Yuan as it could increase the possibility of awakening him. This was the true reason why Kuei Luo and Lu Yin had stayed behind. Lu Yin laughed heartily. So that was how it was. No wonder the seal on his back had blocked his path and saved him at a critical moment. Kuei Luo had also cleared up some of Lu Yin's doubts. Luozha hadn't recognized the seal on his back on the drift-charged star. Even Kuei Luo hadn't been able to recognize it, let alone Luozha. They had only known of the seal's existence, but the universe was too vast, and there were too many powerhouses who could leave behind seals. At the time, Luozha had been so severely injured that he couldn't even escape from the drift-charged star and had died under a warship. His power level had only reached 10,000 at most, so how could he have seen through the Lu family's seal? It could only be said that fate had been decided by the heavens. The Lu family had left behind a backup plan that had helped Lu Yin survive on the drift-charged star and allowed him to reach the peak of cultivation. With the primogenitor scriptures, he would be able to overcome any difficulties in the fifth mainland. Even if the scriptures weren't of much use outside of the fifth mainland, they would still be useful as long as he was there. In the end, he had also memorized the numbers. Fate was like a circle that spun and returned to its starting point. That old bastard Kuei Luo had never told Lu Yin about this because he was worried that Lu Yin would find out. Forcefully breaking through the fourth seal and forcefully breaking through the fourth seal were two completely different concepts. Lu Yin didn't want to take the risk, as he only had one chance. If he couldn't awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan, then who knew how long it would take for the Patriarch to awaken and bring the Lu family back? Patriarch Lu Yuan had been asleep since the era of the Above Heaven sect, and he had slept for countless years. The Patriarch could afford to wait, but they couldn't. Moreover, the Lu family's exile had to be avenged. The four-way scales were just a small fry. The one who truly needed the Patriarch's help was the Grand Empyrean. Of course, Kuei Luo didn't know this. Before coming into contact with the Six-Way Association, he hadn't even known that the Grand Empyrean had been involved in the Lu family's exile. This was something that Lu Yin had always been puzzled about. The Lu family was clearly so powerful, and Patriarch Lu Tianyi had become a deity in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He could even directly face the only true God. Even if he couldn't save Lu Yin, he should still be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. However, in the end, the Lu family had still been exiled. Now, everything was clear. Lu Yin roared as the knot in his heart was lifted. Half-ancestor. As long as he broke through to half-ancestor, he would be able to awaken the Patriarch. Once the Patriarch and the Lu family returned, what did Lu Yin have to fear? With the Lu family, Mr. Mu, his senior apprentice brothers, and the seniors from the Above Heaven sect, what problem in the universe could not be solved? Fate? To hell with fate. Lu Yin didn't believe that there would be people standing behind him. Mr. Mu and Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Ying would still kill those close to him like fate had predicted. He didn't believe that Patriarch Lu Yuan would not be able to save Yan'er once he returned. There was no need for Patriarch Lu Yuan, Patriarch Channy was enough. Yan'er would wake up, and Lu Ying would deal with those troubles. What Six Direction Society? What Reverend Xiaoyin? What Above Heaven sect? He would wipe them all out. Half-Ancestor. As long as he broke through to Half-Ancestor. Lu Ying let out a long breath. How could he break through to Half-Ancestor? He was very clear that breaking through to Half-Ancestor would cause a huge commotion. It was something rarely seen since ancient times, and he himself was not confident that he could succeed. Sometimes, being too strong could be troublesome. Furthermore, the strength of his heart had returned to myriad Daos unification. He had taken an unprecedented path, and he didn't know what kind of origin tribulation he would encounter. Mr. Mu had said that the Grand Empyrean's tea might be helpful to him. In that case, Lu Ying moved his arms. He would give it a try when the time came. He was really looking forward to the Grand Empyrean tea party. The Astral Combat Academy was the starting point for Lu Yin's cultivation journey. As Lu Yin's legendary experiences unfolded, the Astral Combat Academy also became the most dazzling star, mainly because of Astral 10. Astral 10's headmaster had originally been crazy, but after the crazy headmaster used the mortal world as a medium and returned to the path of cultivation, he broke through to Half-Ancestor. Countless people sought an audience with him every day, hoping to receive his guidance. Even Half-Ancestor powerhouses often visited him. The crazy headmaster did not refuse, as he had originally walked the path of cultivation in the mortal world. He had seen through the good and evil of the world, and he had gone from being normal to being crazy, and then from being crazy to being enlightened. He enjoyed watching everyone's lives and absorbing the nutrients of his cultivation from their experiences. The rain observatory was the crazy headmaster's favorite place. Watching the rain fall from the sky and land on the bluestone made him feel calmer. Headmaster, Lu Ying is here, the rainmaster whispered. There was an incomparably large tree in front of him. Standing on the rain observatory, Lu Ying could only see enormous trees as far as the eye could see. On the tree trunk, the crazy headmaster opened his eyes. Let him come. Not long after, Lu Ying arrived at the rain observatory. He looked at the trees and bowed. Student Lu Ying greets the headmaster. The crazy headmaster walked through the rain and slowly descended onto the rain observatory. He faced Lu Ying. You don't have to be so polite, Headmaster Lu. Lu Ying replied, since I'm from the Astral Combat Academy, it's only right. The crazy headmaster smiled. Lu Ying was unfamiliar with him at this moment, and he was not used to it. He was clearly a crazy old man, but he had become normal. The first time he had seen the crazy headmaster was when he had broken through to the Melder realm. He had almost been killed by the crazy headmaster's shockwaves, and that pressure was still fresh in his mind. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind, as if they had just happened yesterday. Although the crazy headmaster was crazy, he had helped Lu Ying several times. He had broken the seal, modified the serious art, forced Xiaomeng away, and protected Stargazing Deck. Even if he was crazy, he had still fulfilled his duties as a headmaster. This old man deserved Lu Yin's respect. Everyone's experience is like a starry sky. Lu Ying, yours is very exciting, the crazy headmaster said calmly. Lu Ying replied, an exciting starry sky is never lonely. The crazy headmaster smiled and raised his hand, allowing the rain to fall onto his palm. You once cultivated in the rain observatory. How does it feel to be here again? Lu Ying looked around. It feels like yesterday. Thank you. Yuanfei 1985 I'm tired of it. Zhang Daming. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. These past few days of meetings, I've been carsick, and I even have the urge to jump out of the car. Despair. The crazy headmaster flipped his palm, allowing the rainwater to drip down. Time is fleeting, and I don't know if it's real or fake. It's the same for me. I kept climbing the stargazing deck until I went insane, but yesterday's madness led to today's good karma. Only by seeing through the world can one's heart regain its tranquility. This place is very suitable for you. In terms of combat strength, the crazy headmaster was definitely not Lu Yin's match. Although the crazy headmaster had tempered his heart in the mortal world and was extremely strong as a half-step ancestor, he could not compare to Luin, who had ascended to the godhood realm. Luin could fight against an ancestor on his own, but in terms of mental state, Luin could not compare to the crazy headmaster. Not to mention him, even those ancestor realm experts, how many of them could stand shoulder to shoulder with the crazy dean? Since ancient times, who dared to say that they could break through to the ancestor realm at any time? Who dared to say that they could still break through after losing their cultivation power and using their past experiences as a medium? Only the crazy headmaster. Everyone's cultivation started with the most basic resources, such as astral sources. The crazy headmaster was the same, but he had walked down a path that no one had ever walked before. The end of this path could not be seen, just like Luin. No one could guide him on this path, and he could only fumble around on his own. Luin looked at the crazy headmaster solemnly. "Headmaster, I have something that I need your help with." The crazy headmaster looked at Luin with a calm expression. "Speak. If the above heaven is in danger, I hope that you can break through to the ancestor realm and protect the above heaven and the fifth mainland," Luin said solemnly. The crazy headmaster laughed. "Are you so sure that I can break through to the ancestor realm? Let me tell you clearly, I have not broken through the 3 stages." This was also what surprised Luin. Kue Luo was certain that the crazy headmaster could break through to the ancestor realm. He had said that the normal obstacles of breaking through to the ancestor realm were not an obstacle to the crazy headmaster, and he should have been referring to the 3 stages. But the crazy headmaster had not broken through the 3 stages, so how could he break through to the ancestor realm? No one had ever done it before. "Can you break through to the ancestor realm?" Luin asked directly. The crazy headmaster smiled. "What do you think?" "Yes." "Why?" "A feeling." "Luin, have you graduated?" Luin did not expect the crazy headmaster to suddenly ask this. He immediately replied, "No." The crazy headmaster clasped his hands behind his back. "If you haven't graduated, then I still have the responsibility as the headmaster." Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he slowly bowed. "Dean, please teach me." The crazy headmaster looked into the distance. "Ancestor Ascension. What is the purpose of breaking through the 3 stages?" "In order to transform the inner world of a half-martial ancestor into the ancestral world, in order to give life to the ancestral world, in order to transform the world within one's body. On the other hand, if I can change the world inside my body, is it important to pass the 3 stages?" Luin stared at the crazy dean in shock. Was it really that important to pass 3 stages? Of course it was important. Did he need to consider this question? Since ancient times, no matter who it was, breaking through to the ancestral realm required a primordial item and 3 stages. This was an unchanging rule. Only by obtaining a primordial item could one transform their inner world into the ancestral world, and only then could the ancestral world become lively and give birth to all kinds of existences. Only then would he be able to use his ancestral world to change the universe's starry sky. But to the crazy headmaster, that didn't seem to be important at all. The crazy headmaster raised his head and looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. "The result has been achieved. The process can be changed. I use the world of mortals to refine my heart. Then, I can use the world of mortals as my ancestral world. The world of mortals is me, and I am the world of mortals. As long as the world of mortals exists, I will not change. Tell me, do you think the red dust is more important than the origin object? Is it too big to be angry?" Lu Yin's heart trembled. "The world of mortals is me? I am the world of mortals?" Was this the headmaster's path of breaking through to the ancestral realm? He had experienced insanity and seen through the world. He had also seen through his own path of becoming an ancestral realm. He had not learned from his predecessors and had broken through himself. This was the true path of becoming an ancestral realm on his own. The ancient Pathmaster had created a battle force cultivation method that allowed a mortal's body to stand shoulder to shoulder with ancestral realm cultivators. The Grim Reaper had created Death Chi and used fate to divine the past and future. Which one of these had not been self-created? The crazy headmaster was also creating his own. Luin bowed deeply to the crazy headmaster. This student understands. Thank you for your guidance. The crazy headmaster said, as I said earlier, Luin, your path in the universe is very exciting. I hope that you will be able to walk a path that has never been seen before. He then turned back to Luin. I am willing to pave the way for you. Luin was deeply grateful. Astral 10 was the school that had enlightened him when he had first stepped into the world of cultivation, and now, it had once again given him pointers when he was about to break through. This was the Astral Combat Academy, his alma mater, his home. He had a premonition that once the crazy headmaster broke through to Ancestral Realm, his strength would be unimaginable. As he walked out of the Astral Combat Academy, Luin thought of Big Sis. He wondered how she was doing and when she would be able to regain the strength of the Netherworld ancestor. He immediately contacted Heizage Leon, but the person who answered was Heizage Leon. Qingqing is in seclusion. Heizage Leon's thunderous voice exploded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Seclusion? Heizage Leon grinned. She just went into seclusion. I wanted to contact you, but before she went into seclusion, she left you a message. After a pause, he continued, when I come out, I'll help you sweep the 4 cardinal scales. Luin laughed. That sounds like something Big Sis would say. Nonsense, why would I lie to you? You don't have to care about the trash from the 4 cardinal scales. Leave it to her. She can't wait to stand up for you. Heizage Leon was delighted. Luin was delighted. Let's talk about it when I come back. I have my own arrangements for the 4 cardinal scales. Captain, don't let Big Sis be rash and ruin my plans. Alright, I'll hold her back for you. Heizage Leon laughed. Luin ended the call, and the corners of his lips curled up. One after another, they were about to break through? Not to mention Third Uncle and the other Heaven's Gate sect masters from the Above Sky sect who could break through at any time, the crazy headmaster, Kui Luo, Big Sis, and even the ghost monkey could break through to Ancestor Realm at any time. Once all of them broke through to Ancestor Realm, how many more ancestors would the Above Sky sect gain? Luin didn't dare to think about it. The current Above Sky sect was ignored by the Sixth Direction Society because there were too many half-step ancestors here. Breaking through to Ancestor Realm was extremely difficult in their eyes, but they didn't know that these people only lacked an opportunity. He was glad that these half-step ancestors had yet to break through to Ancestor Realm and didn't pose a threat to the Sixth Direction Society. The day when everyone broke through to Ancestor Realm would be the day when the Above Sky sect shone brightly in the Sixth Direction Society. At that time, no one outside the Above Sky sect would dare to disobey them. The origin space had fallen from its peak to its decline because of the Above Sky sect. If Luin wanted to rebuild the origin space to its peak, it would also start with the Above Sky sect. In the past, the Above Sky sect had the 3 realms, 6 daos, 9 mountains, 8 seas, and 12 gates of heaven. The current Above Sky sect might just be able to do the same. Luin took a deep breath. He just had to wait. He had to wait for them to break through to Ancestor Realm. He had to wait for himself to break through to Half-Step Ancestor Realm, and even wait for the Lu family to return. The current origin space would eventually undergo a metamorphosis. The more it lay dormant, the more magnificent the metamorphosis would be. That day would definitely come. In the Above Sky sect, Luin returned, and the ghost monkey hurriedly came over to take credit. 7th bro, I found some human-shaped source boxes. As you expected, someone was secretly collecting them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had almost forgotten about the damned monkey. This guy was half a reincarnated progenitor Wushang, and there was a high chance that he could break through to Ancestor Realm. The ghost monkey continued to talk about his achievements, but when he saw Luin staring at him, he immediately panicked and took a few steps back. 7th bro, why are you looking at me like that? Luin asked, Monkey, can you break through to Ancestor Realm? The ghost monkey blinked and puffed out his chest. I lack a Genesis item. Scram. Luin was speechless. What was the point of talking about lacking a Genesis item? He didn't even have one. Speaking of which, he had to find some time to go to the Sovereign Realm and snatch one, as the 4-way Libra did not lack Genesis items. If he really couldn't find one, he could ask Xianxia to deliver it. The origin space had so many geniuses, and he could not waste them. The ghost monkey licked his lips and smiled. Seventh bro, the ones secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes are definitely from the Xianxia tribe. I can smell their scent. Luyin said, go, and call the Yao Emperor over. Alright. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. The Xianxia tribe? They thought that he did not know that they wanted to revive the desolate god and were secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes. Not only the Yao Emperor, but Skyminder Imperial Tutor as well. They had fabricated a lie that Luyin could not see through, believing that he had given up on the search for human-shaped source boxes. If not for the fact that the ghost monkey had coincidentally obtained progenitor Wushang's memories, Luyin would not have cared. They had been secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes, and there was a chance that they could reform the desolate god one day, but it would be too late by then. The desolate god was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms during the above sky sect era, and it was as famous as ancestor Lu Yuan. Its strength was earth-shattering, and it was enough to intimidate an entire continent. Once a desolate god appeared, who could stop it? Unless the Lu family returned. Even a Grand Empyrean would have a headache. The Yao Emperor and Skyminder Imperial Tutor had hidden their identities too well. Back when Luyin and Bai Wangyuan had formed an alliance, the 5th mainland had sent people to guard the 4th array base. Although many things had happened after that, the 5th mainland's time poison had been cured, and the Yao Emperor and the others had still gone to guard the 4th array base. However, there was no need for that anymore. The above sky sect and the 4-way Libra had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and Luyin had gone to the astral tree domain to flaunt his strength. The above sky sect cultivators had already withdrawn from the battlefield. The Yao Emperor was currently in the above sky sect, and he could not leave without Lu Yin's permission. Not long after, the Yao Emperor requested an audience with Luyin. Luyin did not receive him at the back of the mountain, but rather at the main hall. This was where outsiders were received. The Yao Emperor arrived at the entrance of the main hall and saw the second Night King and Wu Junshi standing there respectfully. The Yao Emperor frowned. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Please, Yao Emperor, the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. The Yao Emperor was the current sect master of the Beast Elysium. Although Luyin had conquered the astral beast domain, he could not kill all of them. Even during the above sky sect era, the astral beasts had been on the 4th mainland and had been protected by the desolate god. Now, the above sky sect was trying to subdue them while also trying to rope them in. The Beast Elysium was Lu Yin's answer to the astral beast domain. The Yao Emperor walked into the main hall and saw Luyin and Lingqing talking. He had thought that Luyin was the only one here. Luyin looked up and smiled when he saw the Yao Emperor. We were just talking about the Celestial Beast Empire. Why don't you come and listen? The Shifter Emperor's expression was cold, but under Luyin and Lingqing's pressure, he forced a smile. There is no Celestial Beast Empire now. We are all disciples of the same sect. Sect Master, please don't joke around. Luyin smiled. It's fine. The sect above heaven is a human sect, but it doesn't prohibit you from forming your own family. The Shifter Emperor sat across from Lingqing. He did not want to sit across from Lingqing. Lingqing was constantly emitting a sharp aura that was even stronger than when she was a half-progenitor. She should have restrained herself after breaking through to progenitor, but Lingqing gave the Shifter Emperor the feeling that she would attack at any moment. The astral beasts are unruly and difficult to tame. They imitate humans and build cities and academies. I have destroyed many of them in the astral beast domain and slaughtered a bunch of them. I hope they will listen to me, Lingqing said in a cold voice that reeked of blood. The Shifter Emperor's gaze turned cold, and he forced himself to lower his eyes so that Lingqing would not notice. The current Lingqing was not the same as before. She was now a progenitor. Luyin glanced at the Shifter Emperor and smiled. You can't say that. Both humans and astral beasts are creatures of the universe. They have the right to pursue an intelligent civilization. Lingqing said stiffly, humans will always be the rulers of all things. Although they might not be as intelligent as astral beasts at birth, humans are good at creation and are willing to weave lies to perfect their civilization. This is something that astral beasts will never be able to do. Our ancestors said that we cannot give astral beasts the chance to surpass humans. Otherwise, they will be even more ruthless and cold-blooded when they enslave humans. The Shifter Emperor listened silently. Lung Qing stared at the Shifter Emperor. Sect Master, I am willing to imitate the Grim Reaper and brand the astral beasts with fear that will pass on their bloodline. The Shifter Emperor suddenly raised his head and saw Lung Qing's murderous gaze. This gaze made the Shifter Emperor swallow the words he wanted to say. He felt a chill down his spine. He was very sure that if he didn't perform well, Lung Qing would directly stab him. Compared to Lung Qing, the sect above heaven sect would not say anything for him. Lung Qing's aura was unparalleled, and the Shifter Emperor felt as if a blade was hanging over his neck. His entire body trembled. This was not fear, but an instinctive reaction when one faced with a life-and-death crisis. The astral beast's reaction was even more obvious. The Shifter Emperor and Lung Qing's eyes met, stared at each other for half a minute. Luyin was satisfied. There's no need to be so extreme. In this era, the astral beasts are different from the era of above heaven. Don't you agree? Demon Emperor Sect Master? The Shifter Emperor exhaled and rose to his feet respectfully. Tao Lord, after so many years, the giant astral beasts have learned a lot from the human civilization. In the future, they will continue to learn from the humans. I hope that Tao Lord and the sect above heaven will supervise them. Hearing this, Lung Qing's sharpness was immediately restrained. The Shifter Emperor understood. He came here today to be beaten. But why? Currently, the astral beast domain did not even have a single half-progenitor, so why would Luyin target them? Could it be? His face paled. Had someone discovered his humanoid sourcebox? That was impossible. Only the Imperial Tutor and himself knew about this matter. No one else could have known about it. Even Yao Xian did not know, let alone Luyin. For countless years, the astral beast domain had kept this matter a secret in order to guard against the humans. They had only told each generation of Yao Emperors, and only 2 people in each generation knew about this matter. One was the Yao Emperor of that generation, and the other was Imperial Tutor Skyminder. It was impossible for Luyin to have a way to find out about this. Then why did he hit him? This wasn't just a beating, it was a threat. He had no doubt that if he disobeyed, Lung Qing would slash at him. Luyin sized up the Shifter Emperor. When will you break through to the progenitor realm? The Shifter Emperor bitterly replied, far away. Luyin looked straight at the Shifter Emperor and opened his celestial eye. In an instant, he saw a giant heavenly Yao. This was the Shifter Emperor's main body. Heavenly Yao seemed to be condensed from spiritual force. Although they were astral beasts, no matter how one looked at them, they were the amalgamation of spiritual force. It was no wonder that no one could compare to Heavenly Yao in terms of spiritual force. With Heavenly Yao's talent and spiritual force, once you break through to the progenitor realm, you will be extremely powerful. Luyin sighed and did not allow the Shifter Emperor to speak. He looked at Lung Qing and asked, has there ever been a Heavenly Yao who broke through to the progenitor realm? The Shifter Emperor subconsciously looked at Lung Qing, as he was also curious. The Heavenly Yao originated from the 4th mainland, but as the continents shattered, the fragments of the 4th mainland and the 5th mainland merged to form the current astral beast domain. Their understanding of their race's history had also become incomplete. If not for Imperial Tutor Skyminder, he would not even know about the Desolate God. However, he knew that the Heavenly Yao had progenitors. Lung Qing had a certain right to speak about that era. Lung Qing and the Shifter Emperor looked at each other. Yes. Luyin was not surprised. Kue Luo had once said that the Lu family's ancient records stated that the Heavenly Yao was an extremely powerful race in the 4th mainland and had produced progenitors. He wanted to confirm this now, as he had never thought of asking before. The Shifter Emperor's eyes burned with passion. Has there really been a progenitor? Although there had been progenitors for generations, the Shifter Emperor did not know how to break through to the progenitor realm. From what he knew of history, there had never been a progenitor Heavenly Yao, so he felt that it was unreal. Lung Qing said, yes, there was an ancestral Heavenly Yao in the 4th mainland. The ancestral Heavenly Yao resolved the disaster of gluttony. The Shifter Emperor's breathing quickened. It was true. Their race could break through to the progenitor realm. Lung Qing had confirmed the legend. Astral beasts were different from humans. Humans had to break through 3 stages to break through to the progenitor realm. However, due to the unique nature of astral beasts, some races did not need to break through the 3 stages. The Heavenly Yao was one such race. They were the amalgamation of spiritual force. Even if they were given an item of origin, it would be useless. Generations of shifter emperors wanted to break through to the progenitor realm, but they did not know how to do it. They would rather break through the 3 stages and reach the progenitor realm than cultivate aimlessly. Generations of shifter emperors died, and the Heavenly Yao's inability to break through to the progenitor realm became an ironclad rule. Now, the shifter emperor saw hope. As long as he could confirm that the Heavenly Yao could break through to the progenitor realm, he would have a direction to cultivate. However, that ancestral Heavenly Yao did not have a good ending. Leng Qing was indifferent. He was killed by the Grim Reaper. The shifter emperor was stunned and looked at Leng Qing in a daze. Luyin raised his eyebrows. Killed by the Grim Reaper? Leng Qing stared at the shifter emperor. Anyone who wants to rebel against the above heaven sect and the progenitor should be killed. The ancestral Heavenly Yao publicly slandered the progenitor and claimed that his spiritual force was unbreakable. He even clamored to join forces with the desolate god to break the 4th mainland away from the above heaven sect. In the end, he was killed by the Grim Reaper and deserved to die. This matter caused a huge commotion in our era and led to the Grim Reaper's purge of the 4th mainland. It also led to a battle between the Grim Reaper and the desolate god. We do not know the final result. We only know that the ancestral Heavenly Yao completely disappeared from that era and never appeared again. The shifter emperor fell silent. Luyin longed for the Grim Reaper. He was truly a legendary existence. He had seen the Grim Reaper several times when he had absorbed the aura of death. He had seen the Grim Reaper face countless powerful astral beasts and stain the skies with his blood. The Grim Reaper was the above heaven sect's executioner who specialized in suppressing astral beasts. To humans, he was a guardian. He had single-handedly killed astral beasts and caused their fear to be passed down from generation to generation. This was the Grim Reaper. Luyin clearly remembered that he had used the Grim Reaper transformation to suppress the astral beast domain. That was an innate suppression that was branded into the astral beast's bones and bloodline. Luyin looked at the shifter emperor and knew that he had achieved his goal today. Leng Qing's threat and the Grim Reaper's fear were enough to make the shifter emperor behave for a while. If not for the fact that he needed to stabilize the astral beast domain, he would have killed the shifter emperor directly. However, he had other plans in mind. The desolate god's existence was a variable, and perhaps one day, this variable would be useful. Not long after, the shifter emperor retreated. Leng Qing stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall. She looked into the distance. If it has any other thoughts, let me kill it. Luyin replied, I still have a use for it. Leng Qing looked at Luyin with a solemn expression. Even though I don't know why the progenitor kept those astral beasts alive, there was a speculation back in our era that the desolate god was the progenitor's mount. The progenitor took pity on the desolate god's innate talent and could not bear to kill it. In the end, the desolate god grew into one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms and protected the astral beast domain. The Grim Reaper had to face the Grim Reaper himself. Headmaster, this cannot happen again. Luyin nodded. Don't worry. In a certain parallel spacetime of the boundless battlefield, there were lines everywhere. Even the planets were in the shape of lines. They were rolling slowly, like rolling cylindrical continents. From afar, they looked like lines. Even the celestial bodies were in the shape of lines. There were hundreds of empires of various sizes on this line of land, and they were constantly at war. This place was not disturbed by the Eternals, and the people on this land did not even know what the Eternals were. The strongest of them could not even set foot in outer space. On this day, darkness enveloped the land and completely swallowed it up along with the hundreds of empires. In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened, filled with anger and killing intent. Wu Xing, you can't kill me. Once I obtain Wu Fa Celestial Eye, I'll surpass you and let you have a taste of being swallowed by darkness. Little brat from the Lu family, just you wait. I'll find you soon. You can't even use the power of Wu Fa Celestial Eye. And Lu Bujing, don't even think about escaping. In the 3 sovereign spacetime, the rainbow wall had completely disappeared, and the monarch aura lingered around the entire spacetime. All that was left were ruins and countless shattered spaceships floating in space. The three sovereign spacetime had completely become the Eternals' backyard. Eternal kingdoms appeared one after another, and one of them was very close to the passage to the fifth mainland. Although it was called an Eternal Kingdom, there was no one in it. The people of the three sovereign spacetime had all been taken away by Luin. These Eternal Kingdoms were equivalent to empty cities, and these empty cities were left behind for the fifth mainland. This place was too close to the fifth mainland, and it was only separated by a seal. It was only a matter of time before the seal was broken. Far away, Luo Shan stood quietly in the starry sky, looking at the seal with a cold gaze. He would not let the primordial space off so easily. Even if the Eternals did not open this seal, he would do everything he could to open it. The primordial space, above heaven, Luin, Chenlu, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be buried with the three sovereign spacetime. Also, the Star-Lords should all die. Luin returned to the Void God spacetime as Xianxia. He had not gone into seclusion this time, and he had only left the Void God spacetime after meeting the Void Master. When Luin met Su Wuji again, the other party looked at him strangely. There were no fools among those who could cultivate to the progenitor realm, and even if there were, they would appear to be fools. Su Wuji was clearly not the latter, and he was quite clever. Luin believed that he had guessed something. He had just met the Void Master and then disappeared. The Void Master had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the origin space should become one of the 6 direction associations. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Although his guess was a bit absurd, Void Extreme still believed in his own guess. If his guess was correct, then this Xianxia was a ruthless person. Academy Master, I'm going to panic if you look at me like that, Luin teased. Su Wuji took off his sunglasses and stared at Luin seriously. I've seen how big a person's heart and courage can be. Oh? What do you mean? Luin asked with interest. Su Wuji sneered but did not elaborate. The Xiaoying divinity wants to see you. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Xiaoying divinity? He had schemed against the 3 monarch spacetime and thought of a way to bring the origin space into one of the 6 direction societies. In order to avoid being seen by the Xiaoying divinity, he had asked Elder Dan Gu to lead the Xiaoying divinity to the endless battlefield. The Xiaoying divinity should have returned by now. Why does he want to see me? Luin did not understand. Su Wuji shrugged and put on his sunglasses. I don't know. His disciple, Xiaogu, has been waiting for you. I told her that you had an epiphany after viewing the Eternal Darkness card and went into seclusion. She stayed in the red domain and waited for you to appear. Did you offend Divine Sovereign Xiaoying? He asked with a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Luin rolled his eyes. He was sure that Su Wuji had guessed something, or else he would not have spoken to him in such a tone. If he still thought that Luin was Xianxia, then he should be worried and thinking of ways to protect Luin, not gloating. This kind of tone was something that only people of similar status would use. Academy Master. Can I trouble you with something? Luin looked at Su Wuji. Can you help me invite Senior Su Wuwei? Void Spirit raised his eyebrows. You can't take it anymore? Luin calmly replied, it's not time yet. Void Extreme agreed. To be honest, I don't like Supreme Deity Xiaoying. That guy is too sinister. Many of the killings were caused by him. You have to work harder. Not only do you get through it, but you have to suppress it. Many people will be grateful to you. After saying that, he left. Luin appeared at the top of the clock tower and looked in a certain direction. Xiaogu was there. Her face was like a fox's, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her entire body was filled with charisma, and because she wore a long golden robe, she had a noble air about her. Such a person naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators from the red domain, but no one dared to approach her. She walked alone through the red domain and waited for Luin. Luin wasn't in a hurry, and he simply looked at him. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was truly hateful. The Lost Clan, Void Extreme, and even Luo Shan hated him. Once he was abandoned by the Grand Empyrean, there would be many people who would kick him while he was down. No, it should be said that they would beat him while he was down. He wondered why the Xiaoying divinity was looking for him. Luin fell into deep thought. Back in the red domain, Xiaogu stopped and looked at the clock tower. She couldn't see Luin, but she felt as if a pair of eyes were looking down at her. It felt as if she was looking at her master. Was it Void Extreme? After all, he was an extremely strong powerhouse. She frowned slightly, as she wasn't used to being looked down upon. With that in mind, she walked towards the clock tower. However, she was unable to ascend the clock tower, as only the higher-ups of the Heaven's Reflection Manor were allowed to enter. She was an outsider, so she was stopped at the bottom. Lu Ying quietly waited for Void Wuwei. A few days later, Void Extreme notified Lu Ying that he would be arriving soon. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was time. He wanted to see what Divine Sovereign Xiaoying wanted to do. Invite Miss Xiaogu to ascend the clock tower. Lu Yin's voice traveled to Guan Laoda's ears. Guan Laoda's expression changed, and he walked towards Xiaogu. Xiaogu's eyes swept over the clock tower. Who invited me? Senior Void Extreme? It's Xianxia, Guan Laoda replied. Xiaogu's eyes trembled. Xianxia? The clock tower? Had he been up there all this time, or had he just gone there? She stepped forward and entered the clock tower, arriving in front of Lu Ying. Lu Ying smiled. Miss Xiaogu, it's been a long time. Xiaogu's smile was filled with a different kind of charm. Did you just come out of seclusion? That's right. Eternal darkness is broad and profound, and I had a sudden epiphany. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Ying gestured for her to enter. Xiaogu sat down and smiled. Congratulations, Acting Academy Master. If you can comprehend eternal darkness, you will become an expert like Senior Xiangu in the future. In the Void God spacetime, perhaps only the Void Master can surpass you, or even be surpassed by you. Lu Ying smiled. Miss, you can't speak carelessly. The Void God spacetime civilization originated from the Void Master. Anyone who cultivates the power of the Void God spacetime cannot surpass the Void Master, and I am no exception. I heard that you came here to look for me? What orders do you have for me? Xiaogu smiled. I don't dare to order you, but my master wants to invite Xianxia to the Shadow Realm. He has something he needs your help with. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Shadow Realm was where Divinity Xiaoying spent most of his time. It was like the 9 skies and 10 earths to the Grand Empyreans. That was Divinity Xiaoying's territory, and it was filled with his people. If he went to the Shadow Realm and Divinity Xiaoying tried to harm him, he might not even be able to escape. Lu Ying knew that he was very strong, especially after obtaining the Heavenly Eye of Martial Law, which allowed him to see through all weaknesses. He could dance on the tip of Xiaoxinji's Divine Sword domain, but he was still useless against someone like Divinity Xiaoying, who had touched the sequence of laws. The difference between their levels was too great, and Old Monster Mo was an example. Even when he joined forces with the Game of 1,000 Faces, he could not even hurt Old Monster Mo. Seeing that Lu Ying did not speak, Xiaogu leaned forward and stared at him. Acting Academy Master, what are you worried about? You can tell me directly. Lu Ying met Xiaogu's gaze, and his gaze was calm. Why does Divinity Xiaoying want me to go to the Shadow Realm? Xiaogu smiled. My master has something to ask of Acting Academy Master. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Could it be that Acting Academy Master is afraid that my master will harm you? That's not it, Lu Ying said. Xiaogu said, my master is one of the 3 sovereigns of reincarnation spacetime. If he wants to harm Acting Academy Master, he does not necessarily need to ask you to go to the Shadow Realm. This is equivalent to giving Void Master something to criticize. Acting Academy Master is someone who has met Void Master before, so my master will treat you with respect no matter what. Besides, he has something to ask of Acting Academy Master. Unless Acting Academy Master does not want to give my master face. At this point, Lu Ying could not say anything else. Xiaogu had forced him to the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, he was not stupid. If you don't want to give face, then don't. Why? Must you give Divinity Xiaoying face? Su Wuwei had arrived. He stepped out of the void and appeared beside Lu Ying. Lu Ying was secretly delighted, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Su Wuwei. Xiaogu's expression changed, and she stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei's expression was cold, but he was holding an unknown beast leg that emitted a tempting aroma. His mouth was covered in oil, and he looked sloppy. Little girl, why is Divinity Xiaoyin looking for Xianxia? Xiaogu had not expected Su Wuwei to come. Senior, I do not know. Su Wuwei sat down and took a bite of the beast leg. I was the one who led Xianxia on her journey. I have the final say on where she can go and where she can't go. Go tell Divinity Xiaoyin to come directly if he needs anything. Go to the Shadow Realm. Xiaogu was helpless and felt wronged. Senior, if I do not complete my master's task, I will be punished. Su Wuwei raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Bzzt, it is not right for a delicate girl like you to be punished. He then looked at Luyin. Xianxia, do you have the heart to do this? Xiaogu looked at Luyin pitifully. Luyin was speechless. He did not know what Su Wuwei wanted. Did he not like him? The next moment, both Luyin and Xiaogu were stunned. Only Su Wuwei laughed. That's enough. Xiaoyin punished you, and I rewarded you. Let's call it even. Go back. Luyin stared blankly at the broken beast leg that Xiaogu had bitten off several times. How was this possible? Xiaogu's expression was sluggish as she stared at the beast leg in her mouth and screamed. Her scream spread throughout the red domain, attracting many people's attention. Guan Lauda, Yu Pai, and the rest all looked at the clock tower, exchanging glances. The acting academy master was a beast. Su Wuji blinked and looked at the clock tower with admiration. As expected of senior Su Wuwei, his thoughts were clear. Atop the clock tower, Xiaogu spat out the beast leg and wiped her mouth as if she had been greatly humiliated. She had actually eaten the beast leg that Su Wuwei had bitten off several times. Disgusting, disgusting, too disgusting, that old bastard. Luyin sympathized and looked at the oil on Xiaogu's face. Xiaogu could no longer keep up her pretense, and she looked up fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying void god's power descended, and it felt as if the world was collapsing. Xiaogu sank into oblivion, her brain, thoughts, and everything else crumbling. Little girl, are you looking down on me? Su Wuwei's voice echoed in Xiaogu's ears, replacing her world as it echoed over and over again. Are you looking down on me? Me? Xiaogu's eyes glazed over as she unconsciously knelt down, her entire body trembling like a frightened pet. Luyin moved his finger. What power? Even though he had not personally experienced it, he knew what Xiaogu was facing. Old Monster Mo's great dark sky had rendered them defenseless, and at this moment, Su Wuwei gave Xiaogu a feeling of extreme despair. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and her faith had crumbled. A trace of saliva dripped from the corner of Xiaogu's mouth and fell to the ground. She trembled as she prostrated herself, as if she had gone mad. Su Wuwei's expression softened. All right, get up. Xiaogu's eyes trembled, and she slowly regained her clarity. Her thoughts also recovered, and she looked around. The closest thing to her was the beast leg that she had thrown away. However, this filthy beast leg was so huge that if she had another chance, she would not have dared to throw it away. Xiaogu raised her head with great difficulty, her pale face devoid of blood. She fearfully looked at Su Wuwei. Senior, please forgive me for my disrespect. Su Wuwei's mouth was still stained with oil, but he was incomparably tall at this moment. Forget it, go back. Tell Xiaoyin to find Xianxia himself. Xianxia will not go to the Shadow Realm. Xiaogu did not dare to talk nonsense. He used all his strength to get up, panting heavily, and bowed deeply to Su Wuwei. Junior understands. I will leave now. Since Su Wuwei's arrival, Luyin had not said a word. He watched Xiaogu leave weakly. This was how the weak lost their dignity in front of the strong and had to thank the strong for showing mercy. What a waste. Su Wuwei shook his head and turned the beast leg on the ground into nothingness. Luyin was grateful. Senior, thank you for your help. Su Wuwei looked at Luyin with a strange gaze. Call me Senior. Your lifespan will be shortened. Luyin looked at Su Wuwei and saw that his eyes were full of surprise and curiosity, but there was no dissatisfaction. Senior knows? Su Wuwei sighed. I admire you, Sect Master Lu. Luyin smiled bitterly. Senior Su Wuwei told you? Su Wuwei only told me, Su Wuwei said. Luyin sat down. Since his identity was exposed, there was no need to pretend. With his identity, even Su Wuwei and Su Wuwei were on equal footing. Of course, his cultivation was far from enough. Identity was identity. He represented the Genesis space. Su Wuwei looked at Luyin. If Su Wuwei did not say it himself, I would not have believed it. Which of your words are true and which are false? Luyin did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought for a while and said, in the Genesis space, the fate of countless people is in my hands. When I first came into contact with the Six Direction Society, Yuan Sage looked down on me and slandered me. He even connected to the battlefield beside the above heaven and led the Eternals in to destroy the above heaven. The four direction scales helped the Shaoyin divinity. The three sovereigns universe wanted to replace the Genesis space and become its master. At that time, there were very few progenitors in the above heaven. They were not enough to deal with the four direction scales, let alone the Six Direction Society. Luyin looked at Su Wuwei. At that time, even a Yuan sage could consign the above heaven sect to eternal damnation. One word from him and the above heaven sect would follow his orders. Me and the above heaven sect were walking on the edge of a cliff. All we thought about was survival. Su Wuwei looked deeply at Luyin. So you enter the Six Direction Society alone to understand it? Luyin stood up and looked outside the clock tower. There's no other way. Su Wuwei praised, at first, I didn't like you, I even hated you. I don't like people who get involved in power struggles, I don't like people who scheme against others, and I don't like people who use me and the virtual god spacetime as a stepping stone. Fortunately, you didn't use the void god space. Even if the Void Master helped you, you would have gone to him directly and told him your identity. To be honest, there aren't many things in this universe that can be like you. Luyin bitterly replied, who doesn't want to have someone backing them up? I also hope to have a powerhouse like a Grand Empyrean standing behind me. If I don't like someone, I can just fight them without considering the consequences. If I can't win, I can just threaten them. I also want to be carefree and walk to the peak as a proud son of heaven. I also want to compete with my peers. There's no need to bow to this senior today. Tomorrow, I'll bow to that senior. I also want to stand tall. Even if there are strong people forcing me, there will be people who will stand up for me. I also want to tell people everywhere I go. My name is Luyin. I can be called Lu Xiaoxian. I don't have any other names. Long Qi, Yu Hao, Xianxia, they are all fake. I also want to get rid of mountains. I don't have to think about others. I don't have to bear those favors, those feelings, and those debts. Lu Yin's tone was low. But I can't. I have too many ties, too many things to do, too many favors to repay, and too many grudges to avenge. Then, he turned to look at Su Wuwei. I have a righteous cause and a responsibility that I must bear. For this, I would rather put aside my hatred for the time being and work with the four directions balance to expel the Eternals from the primordial space. I'm willing to sacrifice for humanity and do many things that I didn't have to do. I forced myself to do this. I don't blame others, and I don't expect others to understand me. However, I know that there will always be people who will understand me and help me. There are many in the primordial space, and there are also many in the Six Directions Guild. There will be more in the future. Senior, my gratitude is real. I, Luyin, am willing to apologize for lying. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply. Su Wuwei raised a hand to stop Luyin from bowing and helped him up. He smiled. I don't blame you. I just admire you. You're still young, but you've shouldered everything. There are many things that you shouldn't have shouldered. Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. I've experienced many things. Naturally, I'll bear them. Su Wuwei shook his head and sighed. The primordial space has experienced its greatest glory. In that era, any powerhouse could run amok in the Six Directions Guild. They would never have imagined that the future of the primordial space would be entrusted to a child like you. You have to be careful of Sovereign Shaoyin. This person is too sinister. There were many times when he might have been removed from his position as one of the three sovereigns, but he managed to stabilize it several times. One time, he sacrificed your Lu family to preserve his position. Luin was puzzled. You mean to banish the Lu family? Su Wuwei nodded. Sovereign Xiaoyin had made major mistakes in the endless battlefield, but he was always able to preserve his position with the Grand Empyreans. It was the same that time. He saw through the Grand Empyrean's heart and proposed banishing the Lu family. He used the excuse that the Lu family would bear the sins of the above heaven sect to save himself from the grief of being a sovereign. Not many people know about this, but those who do look down on him. Void Master, even Great Elder Gu and the Wood God are the same. His position was preserved at the expense of your Lu family. Luin really did not know about this. The banishment of the Lu family had implicated too many things. Wang Fan, Sovereign Xiaoyin. He wanted to see what exactly was going on. Su Wuwei walked to the side of the clock tower. Sovereign Xiaoyin might be looking for you because he wants to use your reputation as Xianxi's agent. Luin also thought about it. If his identity had not been exposed, his greatest value to Sovereign Xiaoyin would have been to capture agents. As for eternal darkness, Sovereign Xiaoyin definitely wanted it, but he did not dare to do so. Otherwise, he would definitely anger the lost clan, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Luin had originally thought that Sovereign Xiaoyin would need at least a few days to arrive in the Red Domain, or even longer. He had already thought it through, and during this time, he could ask Su Wuwei some questions about cultivation, especially regarding the laws of the sequence. But before he could say anything, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin arrived unexpectedly quickly. Luin was even more curious about Sovereign Xiaoyin's motives. What was he trying to do? Atop the clock tower in the Red Domain, the golden-robed Sovereign Xiaoyin conversed with Su Wuwei with a smile on his face. They seemed to be on good terms. Su Wuji stood to the side with his hands behind his back, while Luin stood beside him. The difference in status was obvious. I originally thought that you did not care about Xianxia. Looks like you did not care about Xianxia when you rejected Gon in the Lost Clan. He glanced at Luin, who was standing nearby. Su Wuwei dug out a beast leg from somewhere and chewed on it with relish. Before he can protect himself, this kid shouldn't run around. It's not safe. What? My Taiyin realm is not safe either? Sovereign Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. Su Wuwei chuckled and glanced at Sovereign Xiaoyin, but he did not speak. Sovereign Xiaoyin stared at him for a while before bursting into laughter. You old thing, you're still so protective. Don't worry, I won't harm him. On the contrary, I have something I need his help with. Su Wuwei put down the beast leg and wiped his mouth, which was a rare sight. You're Sovereign Xiaoyin, but you actually said please to a junior. To be honest, I'm panicking. Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression was solemn. This is a serious matter. If not for this, I would not have been in such a hurry to find you. This concerns a spy. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So Sovereign Xiaoyin really wanted to capture a spy? He did not know if Sovereign Xiaoyin wanted to capture a real spy or a fake one. That was just what Luin was thinking, but Su Wuwei directly said, Are you really a spy? Or do you think you are? These words were not polite at all, and Su Wuwei wanted to cheer. Fortunately, he had invited Senior Su Wuwei, or else he would not have been able to stop Sovereign Xiaoyin. Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression changed, but it was only for a moment before he quickly recovered. Of course I'm a spy, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. However, the other party's status is high, and they lack strong evidence. Thus, I want to ask Xianxia to help me investigate. As long as you can find evidence, I will personally report it to the Grand Empyrean. He then looked at Luin. How about it? Xianxia, capturing spies is your responsibility and mission. It is also something you swore to do. Luin looked at Sovereign Xiaoyin. If it really is a spy, Xianxia will not shirk his duty. Good. As long as you can help me confirm that this person is a spy and find evidence, I will definitely report it to the Grand Empyrean. Just tell me what you want. Even if the Grand Empyrean is unwilling, I will do my best to get it done for you, Sovereign Xiaoyin praised. Su Wuwei frowned. After talking for so long, who is this spy you're talking about? Su Wuji looked on curiously. He also wanted to know who Sovereign Xiaoyin was so concerned about. Sovereign Xiaoyin looked at Su Wuwei. This is a serious matter. In order to prevent information from being leaked, Brother Wu Wei should not listen. Su Wu Wei let out a strange laugh, took out another beast leg, and ate it without saying a word. Sovereign Xiaoyin said, I will definitely give Brother Wu Wei an explanation after this, but before that, this matter must be kept a secret. I hope Brother Wu Wei can forgive me. Su Wu Wei continued to eat the beast leg and ignored Sovereign Xiaoyin. He crossed his legs and swung them up and down uncomfortably. Sovereign Xiaoyin's eyes flashed coldly. Many people in the Six Direction Association did not like him, and Su Wu Wei was one of them. Although the two of them were polite on the surface, in reality, in the endless battlefield, if one party was in trouble, the other party would definitely not save them. And now, he was actually asking for Su Wu Wei's help, which was unbearable. This disgusting old thing. If not for Xianxia, Sovereign Xiaoyin would have just left. Suppressing his anger, Sovereign Xiaoyin said in a gentle tone, Brother Wu Wei, you know very well that capturing spies cannot be made public. This spy's status is special enough to alert the Grand Emperor. Please understand. He then suddenly looked at Su Wuji. As the Lord of the Horizon Hall, Su Wuji, you should know the rules of capturing spies. Su Wuji did not expect the divine Xiaoyin to ask him to speak, and he was at a loss. Although he was also an extreme powerhouse, he was too weak in front of the divine Xiaoyin. Lu Ying continued, Senior, do you want to speak to me alone? The divine Xiaoyin looked at Lu Ying and nodded, this is a serious matter. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin repeated the words extremely important 3 times. This matter was indeed extremely important to him. Lu Ying looked at Su Wu Wei. Su Wu Wei finished the beast leg, if you want to speak alone, sure, but you have to be within my line of sight. At worst, I won't listen. The divine Xiaoyin's eyes flashed, and he thought for a moment, all right. Su Wu Wei patted his clothes with his greasy hands, got up, and looked at Lu Ying, Kid, your ability to capture spies comes from the Taishan domain. You clearly have someone like me who has mastered it, but you chose to use you. I don't know what some people are thinking. Anyway, be careful. With that, he walked out of the clock tower. The divine Xiaoyin looked at Su Wuji. Su Wuji hurriedly left as well. After they left, Divinity Xiaoyin's expression visibly relaxed, but his gaze had also become much sterner. He had an inviolable and lofty aura about him as he stared at Lu Ying. What I'm about to tell you is top secret. You can't leak anything, or you'll be doomed. Lu Ying blinked, then I won't listen. The divine Xiaoyin was stunned, as he did not expect Lu Ying to say this. This person was just a junior, and even if he had Su Wu Wei's support, where did he get the courage to speak to him like this? How many years had it been? The divine Xiaoyin could not remember how many years it had been since someone had dared to speak to him like this. What was this? Was this an expression of dissatisfaction? The divine Xiaoyin looked deeply at Lu Ying, and for a moment, he forgot to speak. Lu Ying met the divine Xiaoyin's gaze without fear. He was sure that the divine Xiaoyin wanted to use his reputation, so he was not afraid of him attacking him. Moreover, he had invited Su Wu Wei and spoken to him from the bottom of his heart, and Su Wu Wei had been so protective of him. Senior, I'll take my leave. Lu Ying was about to leave. The divine Xiaoyin frowned, and unconsciously released an unimaginable pressure. Xianxia, how dare you be rude to me? Lu Ying faced Divinity Xiaoyin head-on, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was a feeling that he had only experienced when facing Elder Mo before. They were on the same level, and Divinity Xiaoyin was indeed an existence that had come into contact with the sequence particles. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and Lu Yin's face paled. He had been faking it. Sovereign Xiaoyin had been wary of the Void 5 flavors and had not dared to do anything. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was currently Xianxia, and his cultivation was low. Even if it was just a bit of his aura, he should not have been able to withstand it. Gradually, Lu Yin's face grew paler and paler. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he clenched his fists. Senior Su Wu Wei is still here. The Xiaoyin divinity snorted, do you really think that Su Wu Wei can help you? You dare to be rude to me? So what if the Phantom Master is here? Lu Yin stubbornly refused to back down. Senior, you're the one who said that there's no hope for redemption. Junior doesn't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to keep the secret. Therefore, Senior should look for someone else. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's eyes widened. If I say it's you, then it's you. Even if Su Wuwei doesn't agree, it has to be you. This is what you must do. Lu Ying gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. He did not speak, but his gaze did not waver. After a while, Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's pressure suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost fell over. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin looked at Lu Ying with admiration. You're not bad. You were able to endure my pressure for so long. You're more suitable for this task. Lu Ying frowned and panted heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Don't look at me like that. After doing this, you'll definitely gain more benefits than you can imagine. In the Six Direction Society, you can get whatever you want. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. His golden robes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an air of nobility. The manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, or rather, the Six Direction Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor. The position of one of the 9 sages, and you'll never enter the endless battlefield. You can just say whatever you want. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. The Six Direction Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's lips curled up. Yu Xian once wanted this position, but unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Although his goal was to numb the Void Master, he truly wanted to do so. He wanted the Heaven's Mirror Manor to be different from the Six Direction Society while still enjoying the Six Direction Society's privileges. Yu Xian couldn't do it, but you can. Aside from that, I can also make a special request to the Grand Empyreans so that you can never enter the endless battlefield. Lu Ying was shocked. That's impossible. Everyone has to enter the endless battlefield. Even the Grand Empyreans are no exception. There are always loopholes in everything. The so-called never entering the endless battlefield means that you won't have to go to those dangerous battlefields. On one hand, there will be people helping you earn merits, and on the other hand, you can freely stay in the safe battlefields. Once you have enough battle merits, you can leave. This is the method to never enter the endless battlefield, and many people do this. Otherwise, why do you think people like us stay in the Six Direction Society? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin moved closer to Lu Ying. Xianxia, do you still want to do it? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself for a moment. Are you really going to capture a spy? Absolutely. You're not slandering me? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's gaze turned cold. It seems like Su Wuwei has told you a lot. He told you that if you want to live and be free, you have to be selfish. If you don't do something, someone else will. Why don't you do it yourself and gain benefits for yourself? Some people are just too stupid and cling to their so-called bottom line. Bottom lines are always meant to be broken. Lu Ying had never thought that such an extreme powerhouse like Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, one of the 3 sovereigns, would actually say such words in broad daylight. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside the clock tower with cold arrogance. Su Wuwei and the others have rigid thinking, and they will die sooner or later. However, I'm different. I can live for a long time, and I can live freely and freely. The lives of others have nothing to do with me, so why should I consider others? He looked at Lu Ying. As long as you can seek benefits for yourself, what does the fate of others have to do with you? Lu Ying stared blankly at Divine Venerable Xiaoyin. Senior, you didn't give me a clear answer. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin looked at Lu Ying. Add one more thing. I'll teach you the power of extreme mean. Lu Ying was puzzled. The power of extreme mean? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin said, when cultivated to the extreme, you can touch a power you can't even imagine. Only a few people in the entire Six Directions Society can control that kind of power. Once you master it, your status will not be below Su Wuwei's, and you will be on the same level as the 3 sovereigns. In the entire Six Directions Society, who dares to say that they can definitely touch that kind of power with their own cultivation? I dare to say that I can touch it if I cultivate my power of extreme mean to the extreme. This is a path, and at the end of it is a power you can't even imagine. You just need to follow my path and don't think about anything else. If you have enough talent, you can reach my level of achievement. If Xianxi's talent is not below first Jian's, you can definitely do it. Lu Ying gulped. Is this path easier than faux god power? The Xiaoying divinity sneered, the virtual god power is just the power that the virtual master gave to this dimension. It is solidified. Cultivating this power will never allow you to achieve a breakthrough. At most, you will reach the level of the virtual 5 flavors. You want to surpass the virtual master? The 6 Direction Society, the Lost Clans card, the Wood Power of the Wood Universe, the Virtual God Power of the Virtual God Universe, and so on are all peerless experts who can change the world. No matter how high their cultivation is, they can't break through. Only my reincarnation time and space is different. The astral source power is just the foundation, an extremely powerful and all-inclusive foundation. Only by cultivating the astral source power can one be compatible with endless power. Do you wish that the end of your life is the 5 tastes of nothingness? Or surpassing Void Master? It had to be said that Reverend Xiaoying's words were very tempting. Furthermore, what he said at the end was correct. Astral sources were indeed that kind of power. If one cultivated astral sources, they could reach the celestial realm. If one didn't cultivate astral sources, they could create their own and reach the Grim Reaper or Fate realm. Astral sources were originally powerful, but they were also all-encompassing. This was also the reason why the primordial space had once been extremely glorious. The current reincarnation spacetime was the primordial space of the past. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, his eyes burning. Senior, please tell me, who is the spy? Reverend. Xiaoying's lips curled up. No one could resist his temptation. This kid seemed to be determined to join the virtual god universe, but he didn't know his place. He had been to the 3 Monarchs universe and the hyperspace. Yu Feng had said that this kid had huge ambitions. Since that was the case, Reverend Xiaoying didn't think that this kid would reject him. But persuading him took some effort, mainly because the 5 tastes of nothingness had come too suddenly. The current 6 Direction Society has been replaced by the primordial space, do you know? Lu Yin said, I've heard. How important is the 6 Direction Society? If one of them has a problem, it will affect the entire 6 Direction Society. I've received news that the primordial space's Dao Master, Lu Yin, is the spy. Lu Yin was stunned and stared blankly at Reverend Xiaoying. Reverend Xiaoying looked at him, you don't believe it? Lu Yin coughed, that's impossible. I heard that Lu Yin personally met the Grand Empyrean. If he was the spy, how could he hide it from the Grand Empyrean? Reverend Xiaoying said, the primordial space has a technique called the 9 clones. This Lu Yin snatched the 9 clones technique by force, so he must have cultivated it successfully. It's normal for him to meet the Grand Empyrean's avatars or main body, but someone in the primordial space said that his other avatars cultivate divine power. Moreover, this kid has been in danger several times, but the Eternals have intervened, allowing him to escape. It's too much of a coincidence. Xianxia, I hope that you can go to the primordial space and help the 4-way scales there find evidence that Lu Yin is the spy. Lu Yin was stunned. How could this work? The 4-way scales will assist you. In fact, they have already found some evidence, but they just want you to confirm it. As long as you confirm it, the evidence will be handed over to the Grand Empyrean. At that time, your contribution will not be reduced, Reverend Xiaoying said in a low voice. Lu Yin understood. This despicable and shameless Reverend Xiaoying was playing such a trick. He had joined forces with the 4-way scales to slander Lu Yin and make him the target of public criticism. This had nothing to do with whether the primordial space was the 6 Direction Society or not. No, it was precisely because the primordial space was the 6 Direction Society that they had a reason to investigate Lu Yin. With Xianxia, who was famous in the 6 Direction Society and was extremely skilled in capturing spies, as well as the 4-way scales and Reverend Xiaoying working together, it was not impossible to frame Lu Yin. Lu Yin thought about how the Grand Empyrean hated him and might go with the flow. If that happened, he would not be able to defend himself. It was ruthless, vicious, and unlucky. If the Xiaoying divinity knew that he was Lu Yin and wanted him to help the 4-way scales, what would he think? Lu Yin really wanted to slap the Xiaoying divinity and admit that he was Lu Yin. He felt that he had made a good move, allowing Xianxi's identity to become the 6 Direction faction's greatest asset in capturing spies. Yu Feng used him to frame He Ran, and Divinity Xiaoying wanted to use him to frame him. This was truly interesting. He had to think about what to do. What, are you afraid? The shouting divinity asked coldly when he saw Lu Yin's hesitation. Lu Yin was nervous. That Lu Yin is still the Tao master of the primordial space. He has extremely strong subordinates. If I testify against him, I will be in trouble if there is not enough evidence. The shouting divinity was arrogant. The evidence is definitely sufficient. What you need to do is prove it. Follow your own logic and find out how Lu Yin colluded with the Eternals. Their conversation, their purpose, these are all you need to do. Lu Yin understood that the shouting divinity wanted him to help them cover up their lies, but where would they get the evidence? He had never colluded with the Eternals and was not a spy. What evidence did they have? The shouting divinity was not stupid. The evidence had to be handed to the Grand Empyrean. If it was seen through, it would not only be him who would lose face, but also the entire reincarnation spacetime. He was so confident, but where did he get the evidence? Lu Yin was curious. What evidence? The shouting divinity frowned. You will know when you go to the four-way scales. They will cooperate with you. There is no need to ask now. You cannot tell anyone about this, not even Su Wuwei or Su Zhu. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Su Zhu? He looked at the shouting divinity. The shouting divinity was looking into the distance. Lu Yin could not see anything, but he felt that this matter was not so simple. If the shouting divinity was confident that the evidence was useful, why did he have to use him? He was not the only one in the six-way society who could capture spies. An extremely strong prefecture master, such as the prefecture master of reincarnation spacetime horizon, could also prove it. Why did it have to be him? Was it just because of his reputation? Not necessarily. Lu Yin couldn't figure out what the shouting divine sovereign was trying to do, but his instincts told him that there was still a problem. Just like when the Lu family was exiled, layers of fog were lifted. Now, it seemed clear, but there was still fog covering it. For divine sovereign Xiaoyin to be hated by Su Wuwei and the others and be able to protect himself from a Grand Empyrean, his insidiousness was definitely not simple. Or rather, it was not so simple. When will I go to the primordial space? Lu Yin asked. The shouting divinity replied, the sooner, the better. The Grand Empyrean tea party is getting closer, and I want to confirm the evidence before then. Lu Yin will be ranked 9th at the tea party. What a joke, he's just a mere Lu family member. Lu Yin calculated the time, and it was indeed close to the tea party. He had to make his own preparations. He looked outside the clock tower, in the direction of Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei understood tacitly and stepped out, entering the bell tower. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin frowned. Brother Five Tastes, we haven't finished talking yet. Su Wuwei was displeased. Not done yet? I'm going to bring Xianxia to cultivate the Tai Jade domain. Just as Divinity Xiaoyin was about to speak, Lu Yin spoke first. Senior Divinity Xiaoyin wishes to teach this junior the power of extreme yin. Su Wuwei was shocked. Junior? Divinity Xiaoyin, you want to teach Xianxia the power of extreme yin? The Xiaoyin divinity did not expect Lu Yin to say it so directly. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? Others would keep their cultivation a secret and keep it as a trump card, but this kid was actually saying it like that. I can teach him, the Xiaoyin divinity said in a low voice. Su Wuwei was shocked. It's rare that you're willing to teach an outsider the power of extreme yin. He then looked at Lu Yin. You're quite lucky, kid. The power of extreme yin is an extremely powerful force, and it will benefit you for life if you cultivate it well. Especially when paired with eternal darkness, it will be even more successful. Alright, in that case, you can follow Divinity Xiaoyin and cultivate it. You can take some time to cultivate the power of the Void God. Not yet. Before the Xiaoyin divinity could finish, Lu Yin quickly interrupted, this junior understands. I will definitely cultivate the power of extreme yin with Senior Divinity Xiaoyin. Su Wuwei looked at the Xiaoyin divinity. Old friend, I've noticed that you've changed. You've become more reasonable. Not bad, haha. Xianxia is still the acting manor head of Heaven's Reflection Manor. If you want him to help you capture a spy, you should give him some benefits first. The power of extreme yin is quite good. The Xiaoyin divinity frowned. Cultivating the power of extreme yin isn't that easy. Let's finish the mission first. Su Wuwei's expression changed. How can that be? One more force means one more layer of protection. The spy that you, Xiaoyin Supreme God, want to capture personally is at least at the level of an extreme master. How can someone like Xianxia interfere? I originally wanted to help him cultivate to the void transformation realm before helping you. The Xiaoyin divinity raised a brow. How could that be? Who knew how long it would take for Xianxia to reach the void transformation realm? The tea party would have ended long ago. He looked at Luyin. I can bring him back to the Taiyin realm to cultivate for 2 months at most. If he can enter the sect within 2 months, then he can come back to cultivate after the mission is completed. If he can't, then he'll have to wait until he reaches the void transformation realm. Su Wuwei looked at Luyin. 2 months? That's too short. Luyin said, I'm willing to try. 2 months was indeed short, but he had no choice. The tea party was so close, and his identity would definitely be exposed during the event. It would be good enough if he could cultivate the power of extreme yin for 2 months. Seeing how happy Su Wuwei was, the power of extreme yin was definitely not bad. Luyin did not reject any kind of power. In Mr. Mu's words, the path of 10,000 Daos unification in his heart was a path that no one had ever taken before. No matter how he looked at it, it was a starry sky. Since it was a starry sky, there was no harm in having more power. Moreover, cultivating the power of extreme yin would allow him to understand the Xiaoyin divinity better. One day, he would have to face this person head-on. Also, Luyin looked at the Xiaoyin divinity. If this person knew that he was Luyin and cultivated the power of extreme yin, would he die of anger? Even if it was for the last one, Luyin had to cultivate it. Under the blazing sun, countless people bowed their heads. Greetings, Supreme Divinity. Greetings, Supreme Divinity. Greetings, Supreme Divinity. Their voices reverberated between heaven and earth, forming a shockwave that swept out in all directions. Golden robes replaced the blazing sun's rays, becoming the only color in everyone's eyes. The Xiaoyin divinity descended and stood at the peak of the mountain. Countless people were kneeling here, and Luyin was standing behind the Xiaoyin divinity. Luyin looked at the people kneeling below him. They were all very young, and their cultivations varied. However, even the weakest among them was a hunter. There were definitely geniuses who could compete with the 10 arbiters, and there were also those who were scheming. However, there were also those who hid their strength, and there were also those who pretended to be fools. This was the Taiyin realm, the territory of the Xiaoyin divinity. Each of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had countless disciples. The most famous was the grade 9 revered Lotus, whose disciples were spread throughout the 6 Direction Society. Although the Xiaoyin divinity did not have that many disciples, he still had quite a few. Luyin saw Xiaogu among the people kneeling at the very front. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered some sort of shock. There was no trace of blood on his face, and he bowed in fear. Rise, the Xiaoyin divinity said calmly, his voice echoing throughout the sky. Everyone moved in unison and immediately stood up. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at the Xiaoyin divinity. Raise your heads. When the Xiaoyin divinity spoke, the people below finally dared to raise their heads. Not only did they see the Xiaoyin divinity, but they also saw Luyin standing behind him. Luyin's expression was calm, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. He met the gazes of countless people with a faint smile on his face. He was very calm. Xiaogu was not surprised to see Luyin. Her previous mission had been to bring Luyin back from the Red Domain, but she had unfortunately been taught a lesson by Su Wuwei. Xianxia, do you understand this world? The Xiaoyin divinity asked Luyin with his back facing the countless disciples. Luyin shook his head. No. Xiaogu, tell him. Xiaogu walked out from below and bowed respectfully. Yes, master. She looked at Luyin. Yin and yang hang in the sky. Half of it is yin, and the other half is yang. The yang shines on the earth, and the earth blocks it, forming an underground yin. There are countless geniuses who have been selected by us who are trying to find a way to break through the yin and enter the yang. This is because they believe that humans should enter the yang and not be trapped in the yin. They cultivate underground and absorb the underground yin produced by the yin and yang. Their bodies contain the extreme yin power that we need and can ascend to the yin and yang. Thus, these people are known as yin eaters. When they ascend to the ground and see the yang, they will be plundered by us and turned into yin eaters. The extreme yin in their bodies will be extracted, and their bodies will not be able to withstand the power of the yang. They can only turn into ashes. This is the path of our cultivation. Here, everyone has experienced the fate of coming out of the ground and resisting the yin eaters. This is the path of cultivating extreme yin power. Lu Yin looked up at the scorching sun. He could now see that although the sun was shining brightly on the surface, there was actually darkness behind him. Yin and yang? That was yin and yang. Below the sky was the ground, and below the ground were the countless geniuses who had been selected by the Xiaoyin divine sovereign. How many were there? Countless, countless. These people had been searching for light, absorbing extreme yin power while trying to break through the ground. Once they reached the ground, they would become yin eaters for the people below. The extreme yin power in these people's bodies could lead them to the opposite side of the yin and yang, which was the yin side. There, they could cultivate and break through. This was a cruel competition. The losers died while the winners lived. There was no compromise or mercy. This was the cultivation path of the Xiaoyin divine sovereign. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign's voice was cold. Humans must live for themselves and cultivate for themselves. Otherwise, they will only become food on a plate. Those who want to ascend must work hard to absorb extreme yin power. The more they absorb, the more likely they will be able to ascend. However, the more they absorb, the more they will become food for others. The extreme yin power in their bodies is enough to build a staircase to the yin and yang. Lu Yin did not understand. Can a lot of people climb up at once? The Xiaoyin divine sovereign's lips curled up. Very few. Lu Yin stared at the Xiaoyin divine sovereign. With so few people, the Xiaoyin divine sovereign had withstood the plundering. Of course, there had to be a limit to the plundering, or no one would have survived. Even so, those who could withstand it were definitely geniuses. It was no wonder why the people below were so aggressive despite their young age. Do I have to go through this as well? Lu Yin asked. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign smiled. Of course not. Below, countless disciples had ugly expressions as they stared at Lu Yin, their eyes cold. Every one of them had gone through the same thing. They had gone through the cruel competition and slaughter underground, and they had to endure the fate of becoming yin eaters on land. They had barely survived to stand here. Even so, if they could not ascend to the yin-yang realm, their extreme yin energy would be roasted by the scorching sun sooner or later, and they would also be reduced to ashes. If that was the case, how could this person be an exception? Even top geniuses like Xiaogu and Xiao Qingfeng had to go through this, and no one was an exception. For a moment, Lu Yin saw the coldness and killing intent in the eyes of countless people. You don't have to go through this, but the rules cannot be broken. Think of a way to ascend to the yin-yang realm yourself. Only extreme yin energy can become a staircase for the yin-yang realm. Otherwise, even if you become an immortal, you will be burned to ashes by the scorching sun. Xianxia, how far you can go in 2 months will depend on yourself. After he left, the people below relaxed and scattered in all directions. Everyone had their own place to stay. That was where they thought the people underground might appear. Lu Yin walked to where the Xiaoyin divine sovereign had been standing and looked down. He saw Xiaogu look up and meet his gaze. Xiaogu did not say anything. He only exchanged a glance with Lu Yin before turning to leave. The scorching sun roasted the earth as Lu Yin looked into the distance. From time to time, people would stare at him coldly, but when he looked over, they would look away and focus on their own cultivation. A few days later, a scream rang out, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He took a step forward and arrived not far from the person who had screamed. The person held in agony and rolled around. Green smoke rose from the surface of his body as his body melted. Soon, the person was reduced to ashes in front of Lu Yin. Even further away, people watched coldly, but no one interfered. This was the fate of this person. The power of yin in his body had been used up, and he could not withstand the heat of the sun. This was his fate. Are you pitying him? Xiaogu's voice rang out from behind him. Luin turned around and looked at Xiaogu. A little. Xiaogu sneered. Her eyes wandered around, looking very seductive. The most useless thing here is sympathy. Master doesn't allow sympathy, so death is the norm here. Everyone has to be responsible for themselves. This person had no ability and couldn't compete with others. He also didn't have much talent in cultivating the power of Yin. He could only die. He couldn't even escape. Have you ever thought that you might end up like this one day? He did not cultivate the power of Yin, so he did not care about the heat of the sun. Only those who cultivated the power of Yin would not be able to withstand the heat of the sun after losing their power of Yin. Xiaogu approached Luin and came to his side. Her body emitted a delicate fragrance. Luin did not know if she did it intentionally or not, but the back of her hand brushed against his, causing him to feel a chill. Those who are weaker than me are too much. It will only be my turn after all of them die. But how long do you think that will take? Luin looked around. There were too many disciples under the young Yin deity, and they all had varying amounts of the power of Yin. Xiaogu definitely had the most. She was a rank 6 ascendant immortal and was definitely one of the best among the young Yin deity's disciples. But if she died because she lost her power of Yin, the young Yin deity would have no more disciples. The person underground will appear soon. If you want to ascend to Yin Yang and cultivate the power of Yin, you must snatch the ladder formed by the power of Yin in the person underground. Otherwise, you will never be able to ascend to Yin Yang. Xiaogu looked at Luin and smiled. Others have tried their best and even risked their lives to snatch the power of Yin. They have been waiting for a long time to ascend to Yin Yang. If they lose the chance, they will end up like this person. Then, will you snatch it? I look forward to it. With that, she left. Luin retracted his gaze. Snatch? He was not a benevolent person. There was nothing wrong with snatching a disciple that the young Yin deity had nurtured using this method, but why would he be forced to do so? The young Yin deity and Xiaogu both wanted to force him. What a joke. Had he begged them to come? Thus, Luin left without another word. Xiaogu suddenly turned around and watched Luin tear through the void to leave. She was stunned. The young Yin deity appeared with an ugly expression. Master. Xiaogu was shocked and hurriedly bowed. The young Yin deity's gaze was cold. How dare this brat be so bold? He recalled the scene from before. This brat had left after a slight threat. Normally speaking, this brat should not have done this. No matter what, the young Yin deity had to give him face. Xiaogu was trembling, and she hated Luin to the core. How could this brat leave just like that? She had not said anything, so what if her master blamed her again? She suddenly recalled what Luin had said. Had he not thought that such a day would come? So he had been waiting for her all along. If her master was angry, he might really strip her of her power and turn her into ashes. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. She quickly knelt down. Master, this disciple did not say anything to Xianxia. It was him. All right, I understand. The young Yin deity snorted. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he suppressed his anger and left. Luin returned to the void god spacetime and then returned to the red domain. Su Wuji was stunned. Why are you back? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. Just taking a stroll. Before Su Wuji could react, the young Yin deity arrived. Xianxia, let's go back to the Taiyin realm and ascend to Yin Yang. Luin smiled. It felt good to have someone to rely on. Forcing him? What a joke. No one could force him. He had to wait for the Lu family to return. He had to wait for Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the others to return. Then, he would run amok in the Six Paths Society. Would the Grand Empyrean hate him? Would the young Yin deity scheme against him? What a joke. After returning to the Taiyin realm, the young Yin deity did not mention anything about the rules and directly sent Luin to Yin Yang. Xiaogu felt stifled. This Xianxia was a bastard. Yin Yang was not a land, but rather a gaseous region formed by two different forces. The two sides intersected, but they did not merge. If one stood on the Yin side, they would not feel any heat from the Yang side. After Lu Yin had left twice, the young Yin deity did not want to talk to him anymore. He just wanted to finish what he needed to do as soon as possible. Xianxi's value was limited to this. After this matter was over, the young Yin deity would teach this kid a lesson. Divinity Xiaoyin had spent half a month explaining how to cultivate the power of extreme Yin to Lu Yin. Even Xiao Gu and the others had never enjoyed such treatment before. Divinity Xiaoyin had always allowed them to cultivate on their own, and even giving them pointers from time to time was already a blessing. Lu Yin was the first, and he was not even the young Yin deity's disciple. Half a month later, the young Yin deity left, leaving Lu Yin to absorb the power of Yin on his own. In the universe, everything had its own rules. If there was Yang, there would be Yin. Yin and Yang were born together, and not only were they visible, but they were also visible to the human heart. The young Yin deity had nurtured his disciples by killing them. Not only did he want them to be as selfish as himself, but he also wanted to see through the darkness in people's hearts. Lu Yin now knew that the young Yin deity's power was not the power of Yin, but of decay. Others might not understand, but Lu Yin guessed that the young Yin deity might have come into contact with the laws of decay, and decay. Once anyone came into contact with a certain law, their strength would be unimaginable. Old Mo's law was darkness. It seemed like darkness was more powerful than decay, but it was also a law of sequence, and it depended on one's own control. However, both of them leaned toward darkness, just like the perpetual darkness card. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to touch the law of darkness like Old Mo if he comprehended the perpetual darkness card one day. After all, Old Mo had been dragged into the perpetual darkness card and could not touch the law of sequence. For the rest of the time, Lu Yin quietly cultivated. With his innate gift, he could easily reach the threshold of extreme Yin power. If he wanted to improve, he only needed to absorb extreme Yin power. Others either did not dare to absorb it for fear that they would not be able to withstand it, or they could not absorb it at all. However, Lu Yin was different. He had the power in his heart, and even his divine power was there. Lu Yin tried to absorb extreme Yin power into the land formed by the Fate Zen in his heart, but he found that the extreme Yin power did not leave behind a physical form. It seemed to have become something else, just like the darkness under the light of the universe. The universe had too many laws: light, darkness, vitality, corrosion, time, space, and so on. There were too many laws. Lu Yin did not feel anything after absorbing extreme Yin power, and he felt that he could absorb a lot more to fill up the space in his heart. However, he could not do so right now, or else he would be easily discovered by the young Yin deity. He could only show that he had just reached the threshold. Wait, that might not be the case. Lu Yin thought about it, and it seemed like he needed to do this. The young Yin deity wanted Lu Yin to help the four-way scales accuse him of being a spy, so Lu Yin definitely could not go. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were probably afraid of Lu Yin's disguise. If Lu Yin went, he would definitely be discovered. Thus, Lu Yin had already thought of someone to impersonate Xianxia. The young Yin deity had seen Lu Yin's appearance, but the others in the Six Directions Society had not. Even if Lu Yin found someone to impersonate Xianxia, the four-way scales would not be able to see Xianxi's hidden appearance unless the young Yin deity appeared at the same time as them. However, even if they did appear at the same time, as long as no one compared Lu Yin's appearance to the impersonator, no one would know who was Xianxia. Lu Yin suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing that the young Yin deity had seen his hidden appearance in the Lost Clan. The four-way scales definitely knew Xianxi's current appearance, but the young Yin deity could tell them that Xianxia was in disguise. If Lu Yin found someone to impersonate Xianxia, the four-way scales would naturally assume that the impersonator was the one that the young Yin deity had seen. Through. The young Yin deity had Su Wuwei backing him up, so he would not think that Lu Yin was related to Xianxia. As for the four-way scales, they would never think that Lu Yin was Xianxia. They would only check if Lu Yin's appearance was in disguise. It was like a person who had gone to another city. They would never think that the person in front of them was the same person who had interacted with that city before. It was not that they were stupid, but they would not think in that direction. The four-way scales would never think that Xianxia, who had made a name for himself in the Six Direction Society, would have any relationship with Lu Yin. The only thing was that Xianxi's name might make them suspicious. This was Lu Yin's oversight, if he ever needed to change his appearance again, he definitely would not use a similar name. A month passed, and there were only a few days left before the 2-month deadline that Divinity Xiaoyin had given him. On this day, Divinity Xiaoyin looked at Yin and Yang and frowned. Had Xianxia absorbed too much extreme energy? He stepped onto Yin and Yang, only to see a pale Lu Yin sitting on the extreme energy with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Shocked, Divinity Xiaoyin hurriedly checked. Lu Yin opened his eyes. No need, I absorbed too much extreme energy and suffered a backlash. Divinity Xiaoyin's eyes flashed. Let me take a look. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Please forgive me, Divinity. Everyone has their own secrets, and I don't want others to know my secrets. Divinity Xiaoyin did not mind. It would be strange if Xianxia did not have any secrets. He knew how difficult it was for someone to cultivate from the beginning to the peak, but Xianxia had reached this height in such a short time. How could he not have any secrets? However, he did not intend to pry into Lu Yin's secrets. You suffered a backlash from extreme energy and should not be able to use much strength for the time being, but that will not stop you from assisting in the investigation at the 4-way scales. Divinity Xiaoyin did not care about Lu Yin as long as he completed his task. Lu Yin nodded. Of course, Divinity Xiaoyin can rest assured. It will be the appointed time in a few days, and I will go to the 4-way scales to assist in the investigation. It won't be difficult. The two had a tacit understanding that the so-called investigation was fake. Divinity Xiaoyin was just using Lu Yin's reputation, and Lu Yin was just going through the motions. The battle had nothing to do with him, and even if he was injured, it would not affect him. Then you should rest for 2 days. Even if you go to the 4 cardinal scales, you will only have half a month to cooperate. The tea party will be held in a little more than a month. I hope that you won't disappoint me, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin said, glancing at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. Lu Yin sighed. That was enough. The backlash had obviously been an act. He had indeed absorbed a lot of extreme energy, and the space in his heart had become much deeper. He did not know how it was, but he had never tried it before. He looked around. This was a good place. If he had the chance in the future, he would absorb all of this extreme energy. During this time, people constantly ascended the Yin and Divinity Xiaoyin energy, but no one approached Lu Yin. Yin and Yang might seem small, but it was actually a huge area. 2 people didn't need to be too close to each other. Another day later, Xiaogu came. She had a gloomy expression on her face. Her master had definitely told her to get close to Lu Yin, and she was already traumatized by it. It was as if there was something wrong with this person's brain. She hadn't even said anything, and he had just left. She didn't even dare to approach him for fear of disrupting her master's plans. He remembered that the first time they met, this person was not very respectful to his master. As she thought about this, she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Xiaogu felt that Lu Yin's tone was becoming increasingly stiff. She remembered that people had said that Xianxia was a kind and humble person, but she could not see that at all. Instead, she could see that this person would run away whenever he encountered a problem. She had no idea how he had managed to cultivate to this level. Xiaogu took a deep breath and revealed a coquettish smile. "Master asked me to take a look at you. If there's anything you need help with, just tell me." Lu Yin said seriously, "There's something I need your help with, and only you can help." Xiaogu's eyes lit up, and she approached Lu Yin. Her lips curled up into a charming smile. "Tell me. Whatever you say, I'll definitely do it." Lu Yin's expression was very serious. "I'm hungry. Help me find a beast leg, the kind that Senior Su Wei eats." Xiaogu was stunned. "Oh, by the way, the taste must be exactly the same. Remember," Lu Yin added. Xiaogu's expression was extremely ugly, and she turned to leave. That beast leg would forever be a shadow in her heart, this bastard. 2 days later, Su Wei came to the Shadow Realm to check on Lu Yin's injuries. "It's quite serious. You can't use your strength for the time being." As he spoke, he looked at the Xiaoyin divinity with dissatisfaction. "How did you teach him? What's wrong with Xianxia?" The Xiaoyin divinity was cold. "He was too hasty in his cultivation." "It has nothing to do with me." Su Wei raised his eyebrows. You mean it's Xianxi's fault? Look at your disciples. Which one of them suffered a backlash? Only Xianxi suffered a backlash. Why, are you still hiding it? There must be something you didn't tell Xianxi. Xianxi, let's go. We won't come here again, and we won't cultivate the power of shadow in the future. What kind of help is it? It's none of our business. Luyin nodded obediently and stood behind Su Wuwei. The Shaoing divinity was furious. Su Wuwei, don't be unreasonable. Su Wuwei was even angrier. Who's being unreasonable? Look at your disciples. Why didn't they suffer a backlash? Only Xianxi suffered a backlash. Take a look for yourself. What is this? He almost lost his life. Xianxi made a great contribution by capturing the spy. Both the wood spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime are fighting over him. The ultra spacetime, the three monarchs spacetime. Bah. The ultra spacetime heaven's reflection manner is his. Do you know how important he is? The Shaoing divinity was furious. Although he was sinister and good at scheming against others, his eloquence was no match for Su Wuwei's. When Su Wuwei said this, he felt that it was his own fault. What was even more infuriating was that Xianxi had not said a word from beginning to end. He was clearly the one who had acted too hastily. The Shaoing divinity glared at Su Wuwei, who was unwilling to be outdone. The two stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, the Shaoing divinity gave in. One soul all. My greatest sincerity. Luyin soul all? The name sounded very powerful. Su Wuwei smiled. That's right. Your fault is your fault. Don't try to push the blame to others. Xianxi is so pure. Lu Yin's face twitched, and he blushed. The Shaoing divinity did not want to look at Su Wuwei, and with a wave of his hand, a cone-shaped weapon appeared in the void. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item, and it looked powerful. Su Wuwei chuckled and pushed the Shaoing divinity towards Luyin. Take it. This is from the Shaoing divinity. It's a good item refined from pure lunar energy. It can cause harm to extreme powerhouses, and it can save your life if used well. However, its greatest use is to spy on the Shaoing divinity, right, divinity? The Shaoing divinity was cold and arrogant. As long as you have the talent, you can cultivate to my level with this Shaoing divinity. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What did this mean? It meant that it could be upgraded. He had finally found a treasure that could be upgraded. Su Wuwei laughed. You're finally generous for once, haha. The Shaoing divinity was impatient. Xiaogu, take Xianxi with you. Brother Wuwei, please leave as well. I'm going into seclusion. Su Wuwei nodded. No problem. Xianxi, you can go with the little girl. Hey, little girl, is my beast leg delicious? Xiaogu was disgusted, but he did not dare to show it. He bowed to Su Wuwei. Greetings, senior. Su Wuwei laughed. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Go. By the way, you can show your true face now. There's no need to hide it too much. You have the Shaoing divinity behind you. True face? Xiaogu was shocked. Was Xianxi in disguise? The Shaoing divinity was calm. He had already seen through it. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, senior. He then looked at Xiaogu. Xiaogu looked at the Shaoing divinity and then bowed to Su Wuwei again. He tore through the void and left with Lu Yin. They were going to the starry sky tree. When they returned to the starry sky tree, Lu Yin did not expect Xiaogu to be the one who had brought him there. There must be a coordinate seal in the starry sky tree, but Lu Yin did not know how many people's auras were left on it. The ones he knew were the Yuan sages and Xiaogu. Lu Yin did not know about the others, but Luo Shan and the others definitely did not have it. Did you disguise yourself? Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin coughed. His lips were a little pale, and he looked like he had not recovered from his injuries. Why? Are you curious? Xiaogu's eyes lit up. Indeed. I'll recover after resting for a while. The lunar energy is rampaging in my body, and it's a little uncomfortable. Lu Yin found a place to sit down and rest. Xiaogu did not rush him. Anyway, you just need to meet up with the 4 cardinal scales in 2 days. You can rest for 2 days. Luin landed in the mountain range and looked around. This was the top realm. Before going to the lunar realm, he had specially returned to the Eternal Kingdom and left Luo Lauer in the top realm. After thinking about it, the most suitable person to disguise as Xianxia was Luo Lauer. Firstly, Luo Lauer was very clear about the 6-direction society and would not be exposed by the 4 cardinal scales. Secondly, Luo Lauer was very meticulous. When he was thrown into the hyperspace as a hostage, he tried his best to join the 6-direction training hall. During this time, he made some friends and his cultivation kept improving. He also knew how to hide. He had always been on guard against Luo Zong. Such a meticulous person who relied on him was the most reassuring to Luin. The only thing he was worried about was being recognized by the people of the 6-direction society. Fortunately, with the order of the Grand Empyrean, not just anyone could come to the Starry Sky Tree. Even if someone could come, they might not recognize Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was just a junior. Besides the 3 monarchs universe, who else could recognize him? Perhaps Xianxia knew him. After all, he had stayed in the 3 monarchs universe for a while. He might have accidentally seen Luo Lauer's appearance, or he might have specially looked for him because of Mu Jun's disappearance. However, the current Xianxia was not the Xianxia of the past. Luo Lauer also confirmed that he had not met the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's disciple. Luin was resting, and Xiaogu was not far from him. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could easily leave without her knowing and bring Luo Lauer here. Are you sure you haven't met Xiaogu before? She won't recognize you? Luin asked again. Luo Lauer promised, don't worry, brother-in-law. Even if we met, she definitely won't remember a nobody like me. Luin looked at Luo Lauer seriously. It's hard to guarantee that this plan will be foolproof. Once exposed, you might die. Think carefully. Luo Lauer patted his chest. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will find a way to complete the mission. Even if I die, I won't betray you. Luin looked at him deeply. Take care of yourself. Luo Lauer nodded vigorously. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Mu Jun was in the Eternal Kingdom, right under his feet. His mother had died at Mu Jun's hands, but he could not take revenge. The Thunder Sealing clan had almost been destroyed by the Mu clan. All of this was because he was too weak. During their time in the Eternal Kingdom, Luo Lauer had longed to be Lu Yin's brother-in-law and had even asked Luin to help him find a powerhouse to become his master, but he had never succeeded. This mission had allowed him to see a path forward. As long as he completed it, he would no longer be a lackey in the Above Sky sect, but someone who could work for Luin. Although the mission was extremely dangerous, he was willing to risk his life for this opportunity. He was bullied in the 3 monarchs universe, and he was looked down upon in the super universe. He had enough and didn't want to be a waste. Luin walked out, and Xiaogu looked over. You look a little better. Luin nodded. He felt a headache coming on. I didn't think that I would be so greedy and provoke a backlash from the extreme Yin Qi. It really isn't easy to cultivate. I won't be able to do anything for a while. Mockery flashed in Xiaogu's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Of course, Master is one of the 3 venerables after all. How could it be so easy to cultivate the power of Yin? Luin rubbed his face. Senior Suwei wants me to show my true face. Then, I'll be rude. As he spoke, his face twisted and quickly turned into Luo Lauer's appearance. The moment he disguised himself as second brother Luo, Luin stared into Xiaogu's eyes to confirm whether or not she knew him. Xiaogu's gaze didn't change from beginning to end. So this is who you are, Xianxia. Luin smiled. I'm naturally gifted, but I'm worried that someone will take revenge on me. It's never wrong to be cautious. Xiaogu nodded and smiled. Let's go. The two set off once more, and along the way, Luin really did switch places with Luo Lauer. From this moment on, Luo Lauer was Xianxia, and if he was recognized or exposed, then he would die. This was the path that he had chosen himself, and if he wasn't recognized, then everything would proceed smoothly. Luin would be able to safely wait until the Grand Celestial Tea Party, and he might even be able to turn the tables on Luo Lauer during the tea party. At the same time, he would also be able to obtain the evidence that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had mentioned, killing two birds with one stone. Success or failure would be determined by the moment of contact with the scales of the four sides. However, Luyin didn't leave and instead used his heaven's eye to keep an eye on Luo Lauer. The celestial eye had countless uses, and according to the Void Master, it could even see through spacetime. Luyin had not reached this level yet, but it would not be too much of a problem for him to see through the topmost realm without being discovered. Half a day later, Xiaogu brought Luo Lauer along to meet by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Xianxia was not around. He had suffered such heavy injuries, and only 2 months had passed. He did not want to come out, in case by Wang Yuan and the others noticed something. This is Xianxia. He will cooperate with your investigation of Luyin, Xiaogu introduced. By Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stared at Luo Lauer. They had been traumatized by Lu Yin's actions, and they stared at everyone they saw. They wanted to see through the disguise and prevent that person from being Luyin. After taking a closer look, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a disguise but the real person. Luo Lauer's expression was calm. He had faced several life and death crises before. His father was also Luo Shan. This was not the first time he had met an extremely strong expert, so he was very calm. This was also one of the reasons why Luyin had chosen him. He was knowledgeable. Didn't you say the four-corner scale? It should be 4, right? Luo Lauer asked. Xiaogu did not answer. Bairan said, we will tell you. You are Xianxia, right? Your only mission here is to cooperate with one person to confirm that the son of the Lu family is a spy and complete the chain of evidence. Luo Lauer nodded. The Supreme Divinity told me. Don't worry, I have enough experience. All right then. Bai Wang Yuan looked in a direction. Come on. In the distance, a person walked out and slowly approached. In the distance, Lu Yin used third eye. When he saw who it was, his gaze turned cold, and he smiled sinisterly. So, it's you. Lu Yin quickly left. He had seen what he needed to see. Luo Lauer's next move was up to him. As long as he completed this mission, Lu Yin would find him a good master. For now, Luo Lauer had to go into seclusion. There was still a month before the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. During this month, Lu Yin did not plan on cultivating, but he wanted to adjust his state to the best possible state. He used his Dai's enhance to adjust his state and prepare for the upcoming tea party. There was a parallel spacetime in the endless battlefield called the Gourd spacetime. The name was cute, but it was one of the most dangerous regions in the endless battlefield. The reason why it was called the Gourd spacetime was because everyone in this spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power. This power was said to have come from an extreme powerhouse, the Gourd Ghost, who had changed the world. It was rumored that the Gourd Ghost had been an extreme powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. No one knew how he had died. In the end, but it was known that his power had completely changed the Gourd spacetime. Even powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns and Void Master would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power when they arrived in this spacetime. This power was called a gourd. Every cultivator who entered the Gourd spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd. The battle method was simple: use your own power to attack the gourd that enveloped you. Regardless of whether it was your physical body, spiritual force, or ancestral world, as long as it could be used to kill, it could be used to attack the gourd. The stronger the power, the harder the gourd would be. More than 4 extreme powerhouses had died in this spacetime, and it was extremely dangerous. The Everlasting Tribe often had the 7 sky gods running amok, and the 6 Direction Society often had powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns. Whenever powerhouses at this level appeared, countless gourds would shatter, and countless people would die. This was a clash of the strong against the strong. At this moment, 2 gourds were clashing in the Gourd spacetime. One of them was from the Everlasting Tribe, a female corpse king. She was beautiful in the color of blood, and she exuded a bloody aura that constantly fused into the gourd, causing the gourd to become harder and harder. The surface of the gourd was covered in a layer of blood red. On the other hand, the other gourd was a transparent gourd. An old man with a mustache stood inside the gourd, and he constantly swung a wooden sword to attack the gourd. Peach trees bloomed around them, bearing huge peaches that fell into the ground from time to time and slowly melted. Every time a peach melted, the gourd would ripple. Although the ripples seemed gentle, they were not shattered by the bloody gourd on the other side. Bang! 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 The collision of the gourds tore through the starry sky and spread out. In the distance, gourds fled in fear of being affected. There were 6 direction society cultivators, everlasting tribe corpse kings, and giant astral beasts inside the gourds. Another gourd came from another direction and slammed into the bloody gourd. Inside the gourd was Xianxia, the domain lord of the void god spacetime Azure Sea region. Su Heng and Su Ling had broken through to the ancestor realm, but they could barely defeat him. Xiaoxi's arrival caused the bloody gourd to retreat. Long-bearded freak, why are you here? The old man in the transparent gourd was surprised. Xiaoxi said, long-bearded freak, the Grand Empyrean tea party is about to start. Why aren't you going? Aren't I being held back? Why don't you go? I'm here to help you out. Huh, use you? When I pour the rootless water on her, the gourd will crush her in an instant. Stop bragging. The two of you have been fighting for thousands of years without a clear winner. You must have developed feelings for each other. Long-bearded freak, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to hit you. Alright, the tea party is about to start. Let's go. What's wrong with this spacetime? What should we do? Have you forgotten that the everlasting tribe also needs to rest at this time? This is tacitly agreed by both sides. Moreover, the reincarnation spacetime has someone overseeing this place, so you and I don't have to worry about it. It won't be too late to come back after the tea party. That's right. If the everlasting tribe dares to start a war at this time, the Grand Empyrean will personally exchange blows with the one true God. That would be earth-shattering. It was also an endless battlefield. This spacetime was filled with cubes that filled the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, each cube was the size of a planet. Many of the cubes had people inside. Some cubes were adjacent to each other and could be entered. Some were adjacent to each other and could not be entered. It depended on the person who arranged the cubes. Outside the starry sky, 2 huge forces were playing chess. They were constantly arranging cubes as if they were playing chess. When one side had the advantage, they could allow the strong on their side to slaughter the weak on the other side. This would give them an advantage in the war. Otherwise, it would be easy to be defeated. I'm not good at playing chess. I'm at a disadvantage against you. Is that so? But why do I remember that the witch spirit? God is good at open schemes? Open schemes are simple, but conspiracies are difficult. Lotus Venerable, aren't you anxious? What's the hurry? Your Grand Empyrean's tea party is about to start. It's okay. The war is more important. Every tea party, there are always people who can't return from the endless battlefield. I'll play chess with you here. Hee hee, forget it. I'm not interested. You play by yourself. With that, the witch spirit god left the starry sky. On the opposite side, the eyes of the venerable Lotus Venerable flickered. Did he leave? She could take this opportunity to expand her advantage and eliminate the Eternals in this starry sky. However, what was the point of eliminating just one battlefield? There were still 2 progenitor realm corpse kings in this starry sky. It was meaningless. She would rather go to the tea party and listen to the teachings of the Grand Empyreans. Perhaps she could take a step further and touch a higher level. After thinking about it, she also left. Everyone was selfish. It was just that no one touched the selfish part of that person. For a powerhouse like the Venerable Lotus Venerable, taking a step further was her lifelong pursuit. The same scene kept happening in the endless battlefield. Some people left and some entered. Not all of the extreme experts attended the tea party. Sometimes there were more, sometimes there were fewer. There was one time when they didn't even occupy 1/5 of the 99 seats, and at most, they only occupied 2/3 of the seats. This was the teachings bestowed by the Grand Empyreans. Whether or not one could participate and improve depended on oneself. The Eternals seemed to have formed a routine. On this day, the endless battlefield would be very quiet. The 6 direction associations had their own arrangements. The Eternals also had their own ideas. Reincarnation spacetime, 9 heavens 10 earths. Outside the heaven gate, figures appeared and entered the heaven gate. The sound of the bell echoed through the reincarnation spacetime. Countless people in the reincarnation spacetime bowed. Flowers rose from the ground and went straight into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Providence was boundless. Transparent chains that looked like particles danced in the air. Only those who had cultivated to the point of touching the laws knew that those were the laws that the Grand Empyreans had touched. The laws formed a physical entity that could be seen with the naked eye. That was the Tao of the Grand Empyreans. Those who didn't understand would only think that it was an arrangement similar to flowers. Outside the heaven gate, children were playing. An individual with peerless talent was born. Some people worked hard to obtain the qualifications to serve outside the heaven gate. They looked at those who entered the heaven gate with envy and longing. Senior Lee is here. He rarely travels the endless battlefield and draws a star chart just to fight for a little advantage for humanity in the war. It is said that everyone who traveled with Senior Lee in the endless battlefield died. Only Senior Lee survived by luck, but he lost his limbs and even the ability to speak. The only thing he can move is his eyes. Although Senior Lee's cultivation was not high, only 3rd rank ascendant immortal, and now he has lost his cultivation, he was invited to the tea party by the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean is merciful. That's the successor of the Chanren bloodline. Back then, the Chanren bloodline was framed as a spy, and the entire clan sneaked into the endless battlefield to fight. The last person left was this infant successor. Fortunately, Senior Lotus Venerable cleared their name and brought this successor back. He also accepted him as Senior Lotus Venerable's disciple. He was also invited to attend the tea party. There are generally 2 kinds of people who can participate in the tea party. One is extremely high cultivation or fame, and the other is outstanding meritorious service. The Thousand Merman bloodline fought until the last person. Although they did not cause much damage to the Eternal race, they did not let the Eternal race succeed in their plot. They are qualified to participate in the tea party. Look, that is Senior Su Heng and Senior Su Leng, who have both broken through to the extreme level in the Void God universe. They are also here. I'm so envious. Both of them broke through, and the 2 of them are partners. This is definitely a good story in the 6 Paths Guild. Hey, Senior Xianxia is also here. On the other side of the heavenly gate, Xianxia and the mustached extreme expert arrived. This person was called Mu Tao, and he came from the Wood universe. Because of his mustache, he was naturally at odds with Xianxia. Senior Xianxia. Su Heng and Su Leng saw Xianxia arrive and quickly bowed. Xianxia smiled and said, "You are also here. Not bad, you are very lucky. After the breakthrough, there will be a tea party. Listen well. Not everyone can accept the teachings of the Grand Empyrean. We know." The 2 were polite. They had a good relationship with Xianxia. Although Master Sui and Xianxia were competitors, they were both competitors and friends. Master Suyi's corpse was brought back by Xianxia. Mu Tao praised, "You are Su Heng and Su Leng? Not bad, not bad. I am envious. Both of you broke through." The 2 looked at each other in confusion. Not all extreme experts knew each other. Xianxia introduced, "This mustached man is called Mu Tao. He is from the Wood universe. He has been fighting in the Gourd universe for many years. It's normal that you don't know him." The 2 of them hurriedly greeted each other. After all, they were juniors. Mu Tao smiled and said, "I heard that you guys defeated that long-bearded freak Xianxia. Good, good, good. Wonderful. Haha." Su Heng hurriedly said, "It's a tie, and it's 2 against 1. It's really embarrassing." Mu Tao smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? You guys are so much younger than this old fellow. When you guys reach his age, you might also be fighting 1 against 2. But since you guys are 1, this old fellow will have to call for help, haha." Xianxia smiled. "Sure, I'll call you. As long as you can put down your pride, this old man doesn't mind helping you." As they chatted and laughed, they stepped into the divine gate. Not long after, the great elder of the lost clan, Xianxia, arrived with a woman. The woman's name was Xianxia, and she was also an extremely powerful expert of the lost clan. She possessed the 3 stars immemorial card, and her strength surpassed Shanpu's. Danpu did not appear. The wooden carving arrived, blindfolded. At the same time, Reverend Xiaoyin arrived as well. Seeing the wooden carving, Reverend Xiaoyin's eyes narrowed. I thought you had given up on the lost clan's power. You also went to the lost clan's upper 3 fragments. How was it? Did you exchange for a card? The wooden carving walked past him and entered the divine gate without saying a word. In the distance, many people were watching. They lowered their heads, not daring to look. Reverend Xiaoyin was ignored. Reverend Xiaoyin's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the wooden carving's back. This person was too arrogant. Why aren't you going in? Reverend Lotus arrived and asked. Reverend Xiaoyin recovered and looked at Reverend Lotus. Didn't you go to the incorporeal spacetime? Can you come back? Reverend Lotus said, which spirit god ran away, so I came back. Reverend Xiaoyin was surprised. It seems that more old friends have come to this tea party. I just don't know if he will come back. Reverend Lotus said, he shouldn't. The conflict between him and Master has never been resolved. Reverend Xiaoyin shook his head. As one of the 3 reverends, the gap between us is so big. He can ignore Master, but we can't. He suddenly stopped and didn't dare to speak again. Reverend Lotus stared at him. You also want to ignore Master like him? Reverend Xiaoyin hurriedly denied. Of course not. Another person arrived. When he saw Reverend Xiaoyin and Reverend Lotus, he quickly bowed. It was a young man. He looked very young, but he was qualified to participate in the tea party. The young man's ancestor had made a great contribution by chance. This contribution allowed the young man's family to participate in every tea party. Logically speaking, if one participated in the tea party many times, even a fool could become a genius. Generation after generation, they would eventually become a giant. However, the young man's family had always been like this. Their descendants didn't seem to have any cultivation talent. Reverend Xiaoyin glanced at the young man. Go in. The young man pursed his lips. Yes. Master gives this useless family a position every year. It's meaningless. Reverend Xiaoyin whispered. Reverend Lotus walked towards the divine gate. Master has his own reasons for doing things. A mighty bell rang. Both Void Master and Dimensional Master had arrived. Wood God had also arrived. He looked like an ordinary old man. He wore a green robe that didn't have a speck of dust on it. Void Master and Dimensional Master were very respectful towards Wood God. This old man was quite ancient. He had participated in several battles in the primordial space. He had personally witnessed the destruction of the primordial space and the birth of the Six Direction Society. He was an old man who had witnessed history. The stairway connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Flowers bloomed one after another, representing each seat. There were a total of 99 seats scattered above the 9 heavens. 9 of the seats were at the front. There was no order in the 9 seats. However, many people were used to recognizing the first seat on the left as the first seat. Since ancient times, the first and second seats had always been empty. Starting from the 3rd seat, it was Wood God, Void Master, Dangu, and Dimensional Master. The next seat was empty. Below them were Reverend Lotus and Reverend Xiaoyin. Now, Wood God and the others had sat down. Reverend Xiaoyin had also arrived. However, he could only sit at the back. He couldn't sit in the first row. The 9th seat had been replaced by Luin. Many people knew that the 9th seat had been replaced by Luin. They all looked at Reverend Xiaoyin strangely. Reverend Xiaoyin looked calm. No one could tell what he was thinking. Not far away, Bai Xianer arrived at a seat and sat down calmly. Chu Jian had also arrived. His temperament had changed, which attracted Reverend Xiaoyin's attention. You've broken through to the immortal transformation realm? Chu Jian nodded and looked at the 9th seat. Pathmaster Lu hasn't arrived yet? Reverend Xiaoyin said faintly, he's the Pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect. It's normal that he comes late. Chu Jian laughed. He didn't mind. After breaking through to the immortal transformation realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he was still far from being comparable to Reverend Xiaoyin, he already knew what that level represented. His master had high hopes for him to be undefeated. As for Lu Yin, how could he be compared to him? The 99 seats continued to be filled. However, it was impossible to fill all the seats. Only the 9,990,000 people who were listening to the teachings were missing. They were all looking at the ripples in the void and the people sitting in the seats with envy. The people who were most envious were naturally the people in the top 9 seats. They were the closest to the great heavenly venerates. Yuan Sage had arrived. He was supposed to be in the endless battlefield, but the eternal race had suddenly retreated. Thus, he returned at this special time of the tea party and sat down in a seat that wasn't too close to the top 9 seats. Looking at the empty 9th seat and then at Reverend Xiaoyin's expression, Yuan Sage sneered. That son of the Lu family wouldn't have it easy. Based on his understanding of Reverend Xiaoyin, he might cause trouble during this tea party. However, he didn't know if that son of the Lu family would bring that mount. If he could bring it to please his master, he might still have a chance of survival. He was really looking forward to it. Martial strength wasn't prohibited at the tea party. Son of the Lu family, this 9th seat of the tea party was the most glorious moment of your life. However, it was also the moment that would drag you into the abyss. Sitting behind Yuan Sage was that young man. The young man looked apprehensive. He looked around from time to time and bit his lip. Everyone's aura here made him tremble. Was he really qualified to sit here? In particular, the aura of the person in front of him was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. Sitting beside him was a middle-aged man who had lost half of his face. He looked particularly terrifying. When he saw the young man looking at him, he smiled gently. However, because he had lost half of his face, his smile was very sinister and gave the young man a scare. Don't be afraid. This is an injury, the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. The young man swallowed his saliva and said, "Hello, senior." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Calm down. This is a rare opportunity. I have made great contributions in the endless battlefield to have this opportunity." The young man nodded. Yuan Sage turned around and shouted, "Shut up." The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he bowed deeply. "Sorry to disturb you, Yuan Sage." The young man followed suit and bowed deeply. Yuan Sage was disgusted. His seat was occupied by extremely strong powerhouses in front of him and trash behind him. What contributions? What outstanding contributions? These were all nonsense. Sitting with trash like them would tarnish his status. They were all sons of the Lu family. In the past, his seat wouldn't have been so far behind. Those sons of the Lu family deserved to die. In front of him, someone turned around and smiled at Yuan Sage. "You seem very unhappy. This is the tea party of a great heavenly venerate." Yuan Sage looked at this person with fear in his eyes. He forced himself to calm down and forced a smile. "I understand, Mr. Daheng." Mr. Daheng had a scholarly temperament like a teacher who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Beside him, Mansion Master Gon smiled and said, "Mr. Daheng, why are you so free to attend the tea party? In the past, you didn't attend many tea parties." Mr. Daheng smiled and said, "I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and naturally came to attend the tea party. In the past, I would listen to the teachings of a great heavenly venerate even if I didn't attend." Someone on the other side chimed in. "It's the same for us. If it weren't for the teachings of a great heavenly venerate, we wouldn't have been able to reach our current level of strength." The extremely strong powerhouses chatted with each other, making the tea party very lively. In the Grand Empyrean tea party, the seating time would end when the bell stopped ringing. The 9 heavens 10 earths, the reincarnation spacetime, the 6 direction society, all the famous people were either participating in the tea party or listening to the teachings. For example, the disciples of Lotus Lord, Little Lien, Ro-Er, Lingmu, and the others. For example, Jiang Shaodao, the son of Saint Jiang, the son of Saint Food, the Little Food Saint, Bai Qian from Ultra Spacetime, the supreme powerhouse who guarded the laboratory, the Yu family, Saruzan from the Wood World, Su Ji from the Virtual God Spacetime, Wu Man, Zhixiao from the Lost Clan, and many others. Even the endless battlefield had people listening to his teachings, including Bodhi Saint. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party was the biggest event of the Six Paths Guild. Whether it was the Six Paths Guild itself or the endless battlefield, everyone would pay attention to the tea party. Although the number of people who could listen to the teachings was limited, this group of people was enough to influence the entire operation of the Six Paths Guild. At that moment, even the war slowed down. Everyone listened to the sound of the bell, which was about to stop. When the bell ended, those who had yet to appear would not be able to participate in the tea party. Reverend God Xiaoying glanced at the ninth seat again. This son of the Lu family isn't here yet? Bai Xian'er turned her head and looked to the right. Xiaoxinji had arrived. He was qualified to attend the tea party, so he came without a sound. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan didn't come and didn't receive an invitation. Only Xiaoxinji received an invitation when he met the Grand Empyrean last time. Su Heng and Su Leng subconsciously looked towards the back. That was the 99th seat, which should be Xianxi's seat. Xianxi had not arrived yet. Just as they were thinking, a huge shadow appeared outside the heaven gate. A deafening roar rang out, scaring all the Six Directions Association cultivators outside the heaven gate. Their faces turned pale as they stared blankly at the hell flood dragon. What the hell was that? How terrifying. Prison flood dragon liked these people's expressions and couldn't help but shout again. Shut up and go up. Luyin stomped down, interrupting the hellworm's roar. The caged Wyrm was very displeased, but it did not dare to vent its anger on Luyin. It could only charge towards the stairway. This place did not allow it to show off its might, but that was fine as well. It could go up there as well, and it wanted everyone to be afraid of it. Caged Flood Dragon's huge figure ascended the sky stairway and arrived at the tea party. Everyone looked over in surprise. Who would arrive at the last moment of the bell? Throughout the history of tea parties, those who did not show up would always arrive early, regardless of who they were. Even Void Lord and the other Spacetime Lords were like this. Very few people arrived at the last moment. The Yuan sage looked over with a cold gaze and a cruel smile on his face. Son of the Lu family, you really came. Luyin appeared at the last moment of the bell's chime. He looked at the seats with a smile on his face. He was dressed in white and looked very elegant. Below his feet was a prison dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Luyin rarely wore white, as it was too eye-catching. But today, keeping a low profile was out of the question. He had officially entered the eyes of the entire Six Paths gang, and the eyes of these Ancestor Realm experts. Below his feet, the prison flood dragon roared, wanting to display its powerful aura. It was time, there were so many humans. But when it focused its eyes, it blinked and stared ahead, seeing an Ancestor Realm expert. That aura was definitely an Ancestor Realm expert. Then, it looked again and saw another, and then another and another. Not only that, there were many Ancestor Realm auras that were exceptionally powerful. The prison flood dragon had a keen sense of smell and was even more sensitive to danger. At this moment, it felt weak and helpless. It had originally planned to roar and brandish its claws, but now, it was very well behaved. It lowered its head and the corners of its mouth curled up in a human-like manner, as if it wanted to use a smile to express its goodwill. The prison flood dragon looked at Luyin. Luyin rolled his eyes and landed on the ground, glancing at his shoulder. The prison flood dragon understood and quickly shrunk its body, landing on Luyin's shoulder and grabbing it tightly. Only then would it be safe. Sorry for being late. There are so many familiar faces. Luyin walked step by step towards the ninth seat. Everyone looked at him. Some were curious, while others were disgusted. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign slowly turned to look at Luyin. Had the son of the Lu family arrived? He looked over and met Luyin's gaze. At that moment, time seemed to stop. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign's pupils shrank as he stared at Luyin's face. This? Luyin smiled brightly and happily at the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign. Everyone looked at the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign and Luyin strangely. They did not understand why Luyin was so happy, nor did they understand the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign's expression. Only Su Wuwei, Su Zhu, Dan Gu, and a few others understood. They all looked on as if they were watching a show. The Shaoing Divine Sovereign's thoughts were very fast. The moment he recognized Lu Yin as Xianxia, he immediately wanted to inform Bai Wangyuan and the others. He had been tricked, this bastard. However, the bell stopped ringing at that moment, and a supreme power descended. A Grand Empyrean had arrived. Lu Yin had waited until the last moment to appear because of this. He took a step forward and arrived at the 9th seat. He slowly sat down in front of the Shaoing Divine Sovereign. The Shaoing Divine Sovereign's sluggish expression made Venerable Lotus frown. What's wrong? No one could describe the Shaoing Divine Sovereign's feelings. It was as if he had thrown his enemy under a guillotine and the guillotine was about to chop him down, only to find that he had been replaced at the last moment. He had become the one waiting for death under the guillotine. It might be an exaggeration to say that he was waiting for death, but the Shaoing Divine Sovereign knew that he would be in big trouble if the plan went smoothly. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became. The Yuan sage frowned. He knew the Shaoing Divine Sovereign well. Was there something wrong with his expression? He had not participated in the entire process and had no idea what was going to happen next. He also did not know that the Shaoing Divine Sovereign had been tricked by Lu Yin. The only difference was that he had underestimated Lu Yin and had not paid attention to Lu Yin's appearance. He had once thought that the Yuan sage could deal with him, so he had let the Yuan sage make a move. He had thought that Luo Shan could deal with Lu Yin, so he had not cared. He had thought that using Luo Shan to threaten Lu Yin would make him die in the endless battlefield and that using the four-way scales would consign Lu Yin to eternal damnation. These thoughts had become the source of his greatest regret today. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action personally. This son of the Lu family was actually Xianxia. How long had he been hiding in the Six Direction sect? The aura of a Grand Empyrean descended, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands and suppressing the reincarnation spacetime. The world became transparent, and spacetime seemed to have stopped. Everything slowed down. Petals floated past his eyes, and Lu Yin saw the Grand Empyrean through the petals. He had not expected the Grand Empyrean to be a woman. She was dressed in a pale golden robe and was sitting cross-legged. The Grand Empyrean's projection covered the world and everyone. A veil covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Lu Yin could only feel an incomparably intense and sacred aura. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the Grand Empyrean. A voice constantly echoed in his ears and in his heart. You can't look. You don't dare to look. You don't have the qualifications to look. What right do you have to look? Lower your head, lower your head, lower your head. Countless voices echoed. It was as if the world and the universe were suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her eyes were so beautiful, but they were also so dignified. She was emotionless. Strands of almost solid sequence particles twined around her like flowing water. Auspicious clouds rose and emitted a colorful rainbow light. It was extremely beautiful. There was a loud bang as Lu Yin's mind exploded. Blood dripped down from his ears. He did not realize that aside from the top 9, no one dared to look directly at the Grand Empyrean. Even Reverend Lotus had her head lowered. Only Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Shan Gu, and Master Wei were able to raise their heads and look directly at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind exploded again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not look at the Grand Empyrean anymore. If he did, he would die. An intense aura of death spread out, wanting to devour him. The prison flood dragon trembled. Wood God looked at Lu Yin. Void Master, Grand Elder Shan Gu, and Master Wei all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were bleeding, but he stubbornly looked at the Grand Empyrean. He clearly did not have to look, but he wanted to see this person who had exiled the Lu family. He wanted to see the true master of the Six Direction Society. He wanted to see what this human leader looked like. He opened his celestial eye to share some of the pressure on Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not hear the Grand Empyrean at all. His mind continued to rumble, and his vision became blurry. He could only use his celestial eye to stare at the Grand Empyrean. His forehead throbbed with pain, but even the celestial eye could not violate the Grand Empyrean's dignity. Suddenly, Lu Yin's vision cleared, and the rumbling disappeared. All of the Grand Emperor's dignity retreated. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. "Young man, do what you can." Wood God's voice was very calm. Void Master smiled. "Young man, you should have some vitality." Xiangu praised, "You are very energetic." "You are just a little stupid." Void Master's voice was indiscernible. Finally, the Grand Emperor spoke. His voice was still so lofty that it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. "Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, Destiny, and the son of the Lu family, you have obtained their inheritances." Venerable Lotus was shocked. She looked at Lu Yin. She knew that the three of them had been the 3 realms and 6 paths during their heyday. They were the true 3 giants of the above heaven sect, and this kid had actually obtained their inheritances? Xiaoyin clenched his fists. Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, and Destiny. This son of the Lu family had actually obtained their inheritances? If he had known, he would not have underestimated Lu Yin. How hateful. Chu Jian's gaze turned cold. So what? He was undefeatable. Bai Xianer was calm. She had long known that Lu Yin had not only obtained their inheritances, but she also stared at Lu Yin's back. Where would he stand in the future? The Grand Emperor's words shocked everyone who understood the 3 realms and 6 paths. Yuanxing's scalp went numb. Once this son of the Lu family matured, who would be able to stop him? He had to die. He had to die. Behind Yuanxing, the youth stared blankly. He did not know anything about Wu Tian, but he knew that anyone who could catch the attention of a Grand Emperor and sit in the first row was a supreme being. That person was so young, but he was so powerful. It would be great if he could become his disciple. Lu Yin panted heavily, wiped the corners of his mouth, and smiled. He had withstood it. Although it had only been a short while, it was significant. He had seen the sequence particles in the Grand Emperor's eyes. He had seen the indescribable terror. Even if it was difficult to bear, he had seen the supreme power of a Grand Emperor. One day, he would definitely be able to reach this height. The Grand Emperors were lofty existences that looked down on everything. Ants couldn't see humans looking down on them. In their minds, humans might not even exist, but Lu Yin wasn't an ant. If he could see the Grand Emperors, then they were the same kind of people. This was Lu Yin's stubbornness. Just like the last time he had met the Grand Emperor had asked him if he hated him, but Lu Yin hadn't answered. He didn't have the qualifications to argue with the Grand Emperor, but he did his best to maintain his dignity. This dignity was like a prairie fire that would one day incinerate everything in the universe. "Emperor, the tea party can begin," Wood God said calmly. The Grand Emperor's gaze shifted away from Lu Yin. His empty eyes did not look at the people seated in the audience or the 99 million listeners. Instead, he looked at the reincarnation spacetime, the 6 Directions Society, the boundless battlefield, the countless people who were fighting against the Eternals, and even the countless geniuses who had been born in the long river of time. Names came out of the Grand Emperor's mouth, each of them representing the people who had contributed to humanity and sacrificed their lives. This was the tea party. Tasting tea wasn't just tasting tea, but also tasting life, tasting time, and tasting the long history. The Grand Emperor would speak at every tea party. Those people were worthy of her speaking and were worthy of everyone's remembrance. This was humanity. The Eternals said that emotions were humanity's greatest weakness, but for humans, it was the opposite. Without emotions, how could one be human? The bonds and emotions between people were the basic meaning of maintaining the human race. Emotions were the source of human strength. As he listened to the Grand Emperor savoring history, Lu Yin felt as if he had fallen into the long river of time. He saw geniuses rise up one after another, fighting and killing for humanity. That surging passion made him want to roar at the sky. It wasn't just him, everyone was the same. Even people like the Void Lord and Head Elder Gu would feel their blood boil because of the heroic spirits that had fought to the death. At this moment, everyone, including the Grand Emperors, was cheering for these people. It didn't matter if they were seniors or juniors, it didn't matter if they were strong or weak. At the tea party, there were also people who had broken limbs and couldn't speak. They had contributed to humanity, and they were the ones who deserved the most respect. The sequence particles soared and headed toward the endless battlefield, bringing with them voices and names. It was like a miracle that made one's blood boil. Luin opened his heaven's eye once more, and he finally understood what was going on. It wasn't just the stories of those people that had influenced them, it was also because the Grand Empyrean had touched the sequence particle. She had most likely touched upon something that had caused the tragic events of the past to reappear, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Luin finally understood that this was the true meaning of the Tea Party. Although humans had emotions, they also had forgetfulness. Every tea party, the Grand Empyrean would use this method to remind everyone of history and never forget it. This was the only way to unite the entire Six Direction Society, unite humanity, and fight to the death against the Eternals. The Eternals did not need to be united. They were loyal to the one true God, and they fought for the one true God. However, humans were different. There were also negative emotions. Positive emotions were the source of motivation for human cultivation, while negative emotions could also cause people to become traitors. The Grand Empyreans used this method to unite humanity as much as possible. No matter how she treated the Lu family, no matter what enmity she had with him, what she was doing now was truly for the sake of all of humanity. It was no wonder that Void Master and the others were willing to cooperate with the Grand Empyrean. For several days, the Grand Empyrean did not stop. The names that she mentioned seemed to be imprinted in everyone's hearts. This continued until 5 days later. Only then did the music stop. Wood God stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." Void Master, Grand Elder Dangu, Master Wei, and the others also stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." They bowed not because of their cultivation, but because of the Grand Empyrean's respect for history and those who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. They were bowing to this action. The Grand Empyrean's tea party was a monument in their hearts. The names that had been engraved on the monument were displayed before everyone's eyes. Humanity would never forget their contributions. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." Luin bowed deeply. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." In the Six Direction Society's boundless battlefield, countless people bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." No one knew if it was an illusion, but everyone seemed to see the people whose names had been praised by the Grand Empyrean appear from the river of time and return the bow. At this moment, the hearts of the human race were united. They wanted nothing more than to kill the everlasting race and eliminate this old enemy once and for all. After everyone sat down, the Grand Empyrean's voice sounded again. "The tea party will take a while. If anyone has any questions, you can raise them." Someone immediately stood up and bowed. "Grand Empyrean, this junior's cultivation is often disturbed by the noise. My body's circulation is not smooth, and my cultivation is regressing instead of advancing. Is there a solution?" The Grand Empyrean said, "Experience the various forms of humans and be immortal." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Grand Empyrean, this junior has cultivated the Heaven Awakening technique to greater mastery and can no longer cultivate. How can this be solved?" "Kill a powerful enemy in the boundless battlefield and I will bestow you with a cultivation technique." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Grand Empyrean." Those who asked were all progenitors. Luin looked over and saw that he did not recognize most of them. It had to be said that there was still a group of progenitors in the Six Direction Association. Even if each parallel universe only had 5, the Six Direction Association had close to 30 people in total. Moreover, there were even more in the parallel universes and the outer realms. Among them, Luin saw several strangely dressed progenitors. One of them wore something that looked like a gourd, but Luin did not know where it came from. Each of them only had one eye, and that eye almost covered their entire face. It was very strange. These people either came from the parallel universes of the endless battlefield or from the outer realms. He did not see Jiang Qingyue. Did she not come? The Shaoing divinity was restless and looked at Xianxia from time to time. He wanted to express something, but Xianxia did not look at him at all. The Shaoing divinity was so angry that he wanted to slap Xianxia. "Dao Master Lu, don't you have anything you want to ask Master?" Lotus Reverend suddenly asked. Luin looked at her. Lotus Reverend, are you talking to me? Lotus Reverend was calm. Yes. No. Lotus Reverend looked at him and then looked away. She did not say anything else. Everyone was very casual at the tea party. If someone asked a question, they did not necessarily need the Grand Empyrean to answer. This was a chance for them to improve, so many people wanted to participate. Luin turned to look at the Xiaoying divinity. Long time no see, Xiaoying divinity. The Xiaoying divinity stared at Luin and said in a low voice, "You are Xianxia." Lotus Reverend was shocked. What Xianxia? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The power of Yin is not bad. The Xiaoying divinity clenched his fists. You dare to trick me? At that moment, the Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. Xiaxinji. Ji. Everyone immediately fell silent. No one dared to make a ruckus when the Grand Empyrean spoke. Xiaxinji hurriedly stood up. Senior Grand Empyrean, I am here. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Xiaxinji. Why are Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan standing outside the heaven gate? The Xiaoying divinity's heart sank. He stared at Xiaxinji and kept signaling him with his eyes. Xiaxinji acted as if he did not see it and said respectfully, "It seems that they have something to report to Senior Grand Empyrean." He glanced at Luin. It has to do with Tao Master Lu. The Grand Empyrean was interested. Is that so? Let them in. Evergreen Saint let them pass through the heaven gate. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan brought Luo Lauer in. Behind them was 9 glories. Luo Lauer's heart trembled. The true test had arrived. He had to face the Grand Empyrean? In the past, he had never dared to imagine that such a day would come. His legs trembled when he thought about it. He looked up and saw that the stairway was so tall that he could not walk anymore. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Xianxia, don't be nervous. As long as you present the evidence, it will be enough to consign Lu Xiaoxian to eternal damnation. He is a spy. If you testify against him, you will have contributed to humanity. The Grand Empyrean will reward you. Luo Lauer swallowed. 9 glories was more excited than anyone else. The Xiaoying divinity had promised that as long as the Lu family's son was a spy, he would be able to become a sage. A sage was a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime. His status far surpassed that of a martial ancestor, and the 6th mainland could not compare to him. He had betrayed Luin because of this, but it could not be considered a betrayal. The 6th mainland and the 5th mainland had always been enemies. The martial ancestor had personally participated in the 5th mainland's battle to eliminate the 5th mainland's geniuses and prevent them from threatening the 6th mainland. Now that the martial ancestor was dead, 9 glories would inherit the martial ancestor's will and deal with Luin first. 9 glories took a deep breath and followed by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan up the stairway. At the end of the stairway was the sage's position. At the tea party, everyone waited quietly. Soon, Bai Wang Yuan's group of 4 arrived. Before the Grand Empyrean could speak, the Xiaoying divinity suddenly shouted, "Master's tea party is very important. If you dare to disturb Master without any important matters, I will make you pay the price." Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan exchanged glances. Something was wrong. The Xiaoying divinity's attitude was different from the plan. The Xiaoying divinity seemed to want to chase them away. Shangu was unhappy. Xiaoying divinity, the Grand Empyrean let them in. Whether they disturb or not has nothing to do with you. Why are you jumping up? Su Wuwei lazily said, "That's right. The Grand Empyrean hasn't said anything, so why don't you shut up?" The Xiaoying divinity gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan felt that something was wrong. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, why are you waiting outside the heaven's gate? The Grand Empyrean asked, bringing with him a supreme pressure. Bai Wang Yuan's mind raced. He wanted to retreat and was about to speak. Xiaxinji spoke up, "Senior Grand Empyrean, they seem to want to accuse Lu Yin of being a spy." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with bewildered expressions. The Xiaoying divinity stared at Xiaxinji. This idiot. Lu Yin was confused. Accuse me? Spy? Xiaxinji, are you joking? I was the one who chased the eternal tribe out of the primordial space. I was the one who fought the eternal tribe to the death. How did I become a spy? Xianxia said, I'm not sure. Brother Bai and Brother Wang said so. They even brought witnesses. Bai Wangyuan was bewildered. Xianxia was clearly involved in this matter, so why did it seem like he was trying to exclude himself? Bai Wangyuan felt that something was amiss. Senior Grand Empyrean, we are not. 9 Glories, why are you following them? Luin suddenly barked. 9 Glories was not stupid. He also felt that something was amiss, but he did not dare to speak. This was the first time he had seen so many progenitors. In the outside world, the 99 million people who were listening to the teachings were watching this scene. Although there were only 99 million people, there were far more people who had accompanied these people to the tea party. This was because there were people constantly spreading news about the tea party, especially the changes that had occurred, which attracted the attention of countless people. Many people recognized Luo Lauer. Why is Luo Lauer there? Didn't he disappear with Mu Jun? He's qualified to attend the tea party? Bai Wangyuan bowed deeply. Senior Grand Empyrean, we do not know what Xianxia is talking about. We just want to attend the tea party. Wang Fan also said, that's right. We just want to attend the tea party. Do you take us for fools? The Void Master asked coldly. The Wood God shook his head. They also take you for fools. Interesting. The Void Master found it funny. Bai Wangyuan's expression turned ugly. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin hurriedly faced the Grand Empyrean. Master, actually. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, the Grand Empyrean is asking them, not you. The Wood God's voice was calm, but it forcefully cut off Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's words, making it difficult for him to speak. This was the difference in cultivation. Speak, the Grand Empyrean barked. His voice shook the sky and shook the echelon, causing everyone's minds to buzz. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan were aghast. This explosion almost caused them to faint. The Grand Empyrean's supreme might continued to rise, replacing the universe's stars. An existence similar to the Origin Tribulation had even appeared. They did not doubt that if they dared to speak nonsense again, the Grand Empyrean would definitely unleash an unimaginable attack. Bai Wangyuan did not hesitate or think any further. At this moment, he had no choice but to prove that Lu Xiaoxian was a spy. Otherwise, he might not have a good ending. Senior Great Heavenly Venerable, Lu Xiaoxian is a spy planted by the Eternals. Above Heaven Sect's 9 luminaries and 6 Direction Association's Xianxia are witnesses. Wang Fan reacted faster than Bai Wangyuan and stepped forward to testify. Even though Xianxia had just mentioned this matter, the crowd was still astonished by Wang Fan's words. Luin was the Tao Master of the Sect of Heaven in the primordial space. Although this Sect of Heaven was different from the Sect of Heaven of the past, the name of the Sect of Heaven represented the peak of the human race's glory. It represented an era when even the Eternals did not dare to show their faces. Now, the Taoist master of the Above Heaven sect had actually been identified as a spy. This had completely overturned the worldview of everyone who understood that era. Everyone looked at Luin once more. Lu Yin's face was expressionless. Master Wei's interest was piqued. You've accused Lu Xiaoxian of being a spy, and at this tea party. You must have proof. Now that things had come to this, Bai Wangyuan and the others had no choice but to stake everything on this one throw. That's right. His name is Ninefold Brilliance, and he's one of the 12 heavenly gates in the Above Heaven sect. He's the House Lord of the Blood Heaven Gate, and he can attest to Lu Xiaoxian's strange behavior. He works with the Eternals, and whenever Lu Xiaoxian is in trouble, the Eternals help him. There's a person from the Eternals called Yebwa. This proves that whenever Yebwa is active, Lu Xiaoxian goes into seclusion. This Yebwa is only active for a very short period of time, and it's almost like he's empty. Thus, Lu Xiaoxian also goes into seclusion for a very short period of time. It's normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years, but Lu Xiaoxian only goes into seclusion for a few years at most. Most people only go into seclusion for a few months, and it's fine if it's only once or twice. However, he does this all year round, and it's been decades. Many people can testify to this. For this reason, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin specially invited Xianxia to cooperate with our investigation. The final result also matches the clues provided by 9 luminaries. Not only that, but Bai Wuxian of the Eternal Race's 7 sky gods is also hiding in the Above Heaven sect. He's working with Lu Shaoxian. As long as we capture everyone in the Above Heaven sect and investigate them one by one, we'll definitely be able to find Bai Wuxian. Bai Wangyuan had clearly been prepared for this. His words seemed logical, but he was actually using the existing facts to prove that Luyin was a spy. These facts had nothing to do with the spy, but he had used 9 luminaries and Xianxi's names to forcefully make things seem like a spy. In the end, he even mentioned Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian had a huge impact on everyone. Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious of the 7 sky gods, and he posed the greatest threat. This was because Bai Wuxian had a list in his hands called Eternal Life. This list recorded all the spies, not only from the primordial space, but also from the 6 Direction Society. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was also dragged away by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan felt that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's attitude was not right, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could not pull Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin out of this. Either they had to shoulder the blame together, and Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had to be the one at the front. Either they could prove that Luyin was a spy, and everyone would be happy, or they would all suffer together. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression was gloomy. Everyone was selfish. He was like this, and Bai Wangyuan was even more so. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had always flaunted his self-interest and acted despicably, but he had never expected to be tricked by Luyin and defeated by his own arrogance. He had also never expected to be tricked by Bai Wangyuan. Many people looked at him. So it's Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin who's working with you. Xianxia, is it? He's still trustworthy. Void Master smiled. Great Elder Xiangu nodded. I've heard of Xianxi's name before. If he was the one who pointed it out, then. He then looked at Luyin. Pathmaster Lu, what else do you have to say for yourself? Void Master spoke up. Xianxia captured a spy in my hyperspace and even pointed out he ran in the end. He ran also disappeared after that incident, and it's possible that he fled to avoid punishment. Xianxi's words are trustworthy. Luyin glanced at Void Master. He had not expected Void Master to say such a thing. How could he have thought that he ran was a spy? During today's tea party, Void Master and the others had spoken up multiple times, and they all had the same meaning. If Luyin had not recognized Void Master, he would have suspected that Bai Qian was an imposter. Did Void Master really believe Bai Wangyuan, or did he agree with Void Master and the others? Since these important figures had spoken up, many people below agreed. They all looked at Luyin with vigilance and curiosity. Bai Kun heaved a sigh of relief. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had made the right move. Xianxia was indeed someone with a reputation in the 6 Directions Society. He looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, but he found that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression was getting worse. What was going on? They had already reached this stage, so why was Xianxia still acting like this? Hold on. Bai Wangyuan suddenly reacted, and he turned to look at Luo Lauer. This Xianxia wouldn't betray them, right? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's attitude made Bai Wangyuan extremely uneasy. The more Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin acted like this, the more likely it was that this weapon that had pointed out Lu Shaoxian would harm him instead. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Lauer. Xianxia, tell us your conclusion. Wang Fan had naturally thought of this as well, and he stared at Luo Lauer. May I ask where my younger brother, Xianxia, is? Su Heng's voice rang out, and when it reached Bai Wangyuan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that almost stunned him. Wang Fan looked at Su Heng, and then at Luo Lauer. Younger brother? This person was definitely familiar with Xianxia, but wasn't Xianxia right here? Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Lauer in a daze. He finally understood why Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had stopped them. No wonder he had such an attitude. This Xianxia was a fake. However, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had stopped them the moment they had arrived, which meant that he had already known that this Xianxia was a fake. Did that mean that Xianxia was really here? Otherwise, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could have notified Bai Wangyuan before the tea party. If he had not notified them, it meant that he had not made it in time. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan both looked at Luyin. It was him. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin closed his eyes. He had opened his mouth several times, but he had been interrupted each time. At this tea party, Lu Xiaoxian and Xianxia had not been the only ones who had tricked him. Even Su Heng, Wood God, and the others had been helping Lu Xiaoxian. He had no choice but to watch as Bai Wangyuan and the others stepped into Lu Xiaoxian's trap. "Where's my younger brother, Xianxia?" Su Leng asked, puzzled. Su Wuwei was astonished as well. "That's right, where did Xianxia go? You said that Xianxia proved that Dao Lord Lu was a spy, so let him come out." "Let Xianxia come out," Xiao Xi said. Luyin smiled at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin opened his cold eyes and stared at Luyin. "Lu Xiaoxian, you are Xianxia." There was a moment of silence, and then laughter. Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Leng, and the others could not help but laugh. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan's faces were ashen. They finally understood. This little bastard had changed his method. He was Xianxia, but when he went to the four-way scales, he had found someone to impersonate him. They did not know what method he had used to fool Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, but he had used Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to prove that the impersonator was Xianxia. Despicable, shameless little bastard. The two were furious. This was the third time they had been fooled. Su Wuwei laughed so hard that he could not breathe. "Xiaoyin, do you know what you are saying? You said that Lu Xiaoxian is Xianxia? You mean that you want Xianxia to prove that he is a spy?" "Ha ha ha." Many laughed again. Venerable Lotus frowned and looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin unhappily. "Don't talk nonsense." The Xiaoyin deity was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to slap Luyin and Su Wuwei to death. That old bastard definitely knew that Lu Xiaoxian was Luyin, and the Void Master definitely knew as well. How many people present knew? How many people were laughing at him? These bastards. Dangu looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin with a smile. The Lost Clan had been waiting for this day for a long time. If not for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's instigation, the Lost Clan would not have started a war with the reincarnation spacetime, and 2 people with the surname Dan would not have died. They had never forgotten this grudge. Today, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin would not have a good ending. "Xiaoyin." A majestic voice sounded. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and knelt before the Grand Empyrean. "Master." "Say it again." Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's face was pale, and his eyes flickered. "Master, this disciple was foolish and was deceived by a villain." "Please, Master." Luyin sneered and faced the crowd. "Everyone, let me formally introduce myself. I am Luyin, the Path Master of the above heavens. In the 4-way scales, I am Lu Xiaoxian, and in the 6-way society, I am Xianxia." Everyone was stunned. It was really Xianxia? Su Heng and Su Leng were calm. They already knew that Luyin had told them. Some of the people present knew, but most did not. Outside the tea party, everyone else was stunned. Su Ji, Su Yu, Jiang Xiaodao, Shelian, and the others were all stunned. Xianxia was Luyin? Was he that legendary Dao Lord from the Genesis space? This was simply inconceivable. No one had thought of this before, and it overturned everyone's understanding. Bai Wangyuan clenched his fists and stared at Luyin. It was over. Their plan had been wrong from the start, and they had been fooled from the start. Jiao Yao was the most terrified. He had framed Luyin at the Grand Empyrean tea party, and he himself was not even a progenitor. One could imagine what would happen to him. Luyin looked at them. "Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, your 4 Directions Libras are working together with Reverend Xiaoyin to slander me? What a joke. If I was a spy, the 4 Directions Libras would have long been out of the picture. If I was a spy, the 6 Directions Society would have suffered countless losses. And you, Jiao Yao." Luyin did not hate Bai Wangyuan and the others for framing him, nor did he hate Divinity Xiaoyin for scheming against him. These were all enemies, and it was normal for them to do whatever they wanted. What he hated was Jiao Yao. Because the martial ancestor died for humanity, I gave you a chance to join the Above Heaven sect and become the Blood Heaven sect master. But you betrayed me and joined the Four Direction Scales and Divinity Xiaoyin. How can you face the Above Heaven sect? Did the Four Direction Scales really think that you can deal with me by instigating a piece of trash? Jiao Yao lost all his strength, and he no longer had the heart to argue. His fear was magnified. Suddenly, a gaze replaced the world and illuminated the universe. The next moment, he slowly disappeared from his head to his feet. The intense pain made him want to howl, but he could not make a sound. Everyone looked at Jiao Yao and watched as his body slowly disappeared. It was silent, but cruel. This was the method of a Grand Empyrean. There was no need to explain it in detail, as a Grand Empyrean could understand everything. Jiao Yao was the most tragic one, and he was also the first to be dealt with. The entire process took an entire incense stick's worth of time. Everyone calmly watched Jiao Yao go from life to death, experiencing pain without being able to make a sound as he gradually disappeared from the world. From then on, the 9 luminaries no longer existed in this universe. Luin wanted to stop him, but he was shocked by the Grand Empyrean's methods. With his heavenly eye, he watched as the 9 glories disappeared as the particles streaked past. His entire body turned into a wisp of smoke as he followed the particles. Although the entire process took half an incense stick's worth of time, Luin watched in a daze. He wanted to see what had happened to 9 glories, but in the end, he couldn't see it clearly. He couldn't understand the methods of a Grand Empyrean. Even with the heavenly eye, he could not understand it. It was not that the heavenly eye was weak. After all, he was only at the peak of the emissary level. The tea party was silent. At this time only the wood deity spoke up. Celestial Sovereign, the Xiaoyin deity colluded with the 4 cardinal scales to frame Luin as a spy. How should we deal with this? Everyone looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean was tall and majestic. Although she was a woman, she covered the world and made everyone look up to her. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin didn't dare to argue. It was useless to say anything now. Xiaoyin, enter the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. You may not return. The Grand Empyrean's punishment convinced everyone. Even if Divine Venerable Xiaoyin wanted to live in an ordinary parallel spacetime battlefield for 10,000 years in the endless battlefield, the Eternals wouldn't allow it. Furthermore, according to the hidden rules of the 6 Direction Society, he had to enter the top 5 battlefields where the battle was intense. He had to be in the top 10 at least. The Yuan sage trembled. Fortunately, the son of the Lu family had determined that he couldn't harm anyone. He was determined to be someone who couldn't make a move against him. Otherwise, he would definitely be involved in this matter. He definitely wouldn't be able to survive in the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. When he thought of this, he had to thank Lu Xiaoxian. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xiaoxinji, enter the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. This was also a punishment from a Grand Empyrean. The primordial space was one of the 6 Direction Societies. In the words of the first meeting, the Grand Empyrean was now the master of humanity. She could punish anyone as long as she wanted. Bai Xianer's expression was calm as if Bai Wang Yuan's punishment had nothing to do with her. Xiaoxinji's expression changed as he looked at Luin for help. Luin hurriedly said, Grand Empyrean, Xiaoxinji did not participate in the 4 cardinal scales framing me. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin turned around and looked at Xiaoxinji with a murderous gaze. It turned out that he was on Lu Xiaoxuan's side. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were stunned. Why would Xiaoxinji help Lu Xiaoxian? Luin calmly faced their gazes and had no intention of explaining. Xiaoxinji looked at the Grand Empyrean nervously, waiting for her to change the punishment. However, the Grand Empyrean did not change it. First meeting stood up and looked at Luin. Master Lu, Divine Venerable Xiaoyin had already stopped Bai Wang Yuan and the others from framing you as a spy, which was considered a repentance. However, he had to continue twice because of Xiaoxinji. Since Xiaoxinji didn't help Bai Wang Yuan and the others, that means that he's on your side. In that case, not only did Divine Venerable Xiaoyin and the 4 cardinal scales work together to frame you, but you also deliberately set up a trap for them to step into, right? If that's the case, then Xiaoxinji should receive the same punishment. There's also that person. If I'm not wrong, that person is Xianxia, the one who tricked the 4 cardinal scales. He should be punished as well. First meeting pointed at Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer almost peed himself. Punished? When he thought of Jiao Yao's tragic death, he felt a chill run down his spine. Luyin sneered, Xiaozun, are you saying that since Divine Venerable Xiaoyin discovered that I'm Xianxia and knew that he couldn't frame me and wanted to cancel his plan, I should have let him cancel it instead of pursuing the matter? First meeting's gaze was cold. Whether or not you should pursue the matter during the tea party is Master's Tea Party, the biggest event of the Six Paths Association. It's a place where countless people yearn to improve themselves and cherish the memory of humanity. This is not a battlefield for your schemes. I don't think I'm the one who chose this battlefield, Luyin said coldly. First meeting's expression was indifferent. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin is in the wrong, but he's repentant. After the tea party, you can report to Master and punish him, but not now. Luyin laughed. What a hypocrite. If I wasn't Xianxia, would you still be saying this at the tea party today? If I'm recognized by everyone as a spy during this tea party, it will definitely be the most eye-catching event of the tea party, and it will also be the most important event in history. Is this what you want to see? The Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect being a spy? Is this what the reincarnation spacetime wants to see? Impudent. First meeting shouted. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What right do you have to jump out and criticize me? The 4-side scale couldn't turn a piece of trash against me, so Divine Venerable Xiaoyin sent a piece of trash like you to twist the truth. Who do you think you are? First meeting raised his head. I don't have the right? You're just a clown. Do you really think you're the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect? Do you really think you can call yourself the Above Heaven sect just because you gathered a bunch of random people? Today, I'll let you see the truth. He faced the Grand Empyrean and bowed deeply. Master, please allow this disciple to fight the Lu family's son. One battle. Everyone exchanged glances. Although the tea party didn't forbid martial arts, with the incident of the spy and the perfect young master challenging the Lu family's son, no one would believe that the reincarnation spacetime wasn't targeting the origin space. But so what? Under the Grand Empyrean suppression, everything was meaningless. Allow. This one word represented the Grand Empyrean's attitude. The Void Master and the others didn't speak. This battle was between First Meeting and Luyin. They were about the same age. Although First Meeting had already broken through to the immortal realm, that was because Luyin hadn't broken through. This battle was fair. Baisiano looked up at Luyin with bright eyes. Let me see what level you've reached now. First Meeting was the perfect young master of the reincarnation spacetime. To anyone who knew him, this young master learned everything very quickly and did everything perfectly. His reputation was greater than many powerhouses. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 venerables and 9 sages. When they were mentioned, they definitely wouldn't forget this young master. But when it came to battle experience, it seemed like no one knew. Luyin had checked before. This young master had never fought in the 6 Directions gathering. But since he had such a reputation, it definitely wasn't baseless. There had to be a reason, but no one knew the reason. I know that you once defeated Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan is the only Taoist that your primogenitor has ever met. As for me, I'm a Grand Empyrean's disciple. You and I aren't even on the same level. Lu Shaoxian, today, I'll show you the difference between heaven and earth. First Meeting raised his arms, and a bow and arrow naturally took shape. A strange feeling rose in everyone's hearts, as if something had been sucked away. An arrow shot out, heading straight for Luyin. Luyin hadn't expected First Meeting to use a bow and arrow. 7-God arrow, someone exclaimed. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 7-God arrow? It seemed to be a battle technique of the Bao Saint, one of the 9 sages. Rumor had it that the 7 gods couldn't avoid it and could only take it head-on. The arrow wasn't ordinary either, as it used the 7 emotions of a human. It had an unstoppable sharpness, but it could also strike a person's heart and create openings. The Bao Saint had used the 7-God arrow to slaughter everyone in the boundless battlefield, and it was far stronger than Qin Li's archery. It was clearly an arrow, but it wasn't very fast because it couldn't be avoided. As long as Lu Yin had the 7 emotions, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. This was First Meeting's first move. In the audience, the Bao Saint's eyes lit up. It had to be said that it was perfect. First Meeting's arrow was far stronger than Gong Yu's. It wasn't just a difference in cultivation, but also a difference in understanding. Under the premise that there wasn't an absolute difference in cultivation, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to deal with this arrow. The Bao Saint was very confident, as this was the 7-god arrow. There was an absolute difference in cultivation, but it was the exact opposite. First Meeting was strong, while that Lu Yin was weak. Everyone watched as the arrow shot towards Lu Yin. The more they understood the 7-god arrow, the more they understood how terrifying this seemingly ordinary arrow was. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. The Bao Saint's eyes narrowed. He admired this Lu Yin, as his spirit during the Gate of Heaven had won over many people. It was a pity that he was too arrogant. Just as First Meeting had said, the current celestial sect was no longer the celestial sect of the past. He wasn't a true Tao disciple, so he wanted to break the 7-god arrow with a single finger. What a joke. Lu Yin's finger collided with the arrow, but the expected scene of Lu Yin's finger being shattered did not occur. On the contrary, the arrow disappeared. The arena fell silent as everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin's finger. There was no trace of damage. But what about the 7-god arrow? End of chapter 28:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.